Shit is over, guys. The debate pedophile has returned. Do you remember the world map? Excuse me. I can never forget it. Once I've committed something to my brain, okay? It's in there forever. I will say also, wait, hold on. I will say, I do have a surprise though, okay? The apparently there's a mobile app for this shit. And I now know all 50 states, guys. Look, Michigan near the lakes, Florida, Nebraska, Wyoming. I didn't even know this was a real state. I'm going to be honest. It even borders my state. I've never heard of it or anything. I don't know what happens there. I had Arkansas as another state. I don't even know if it's real or not. Look, I learned all the New England ones. New York is a fucking huge state. Massachusetts is in the shape of a gun. Did you know that? Tennessee is here. Connecticut and Delaware are two that I mix up sometimes because they're just like random, who the fuck cares, tiny things or whatever. We've got our Dakotas, our Montanas, our Carolinas, our Kentuckys. Alabama touches my state. Missouri's down here. Oklahoma. Oh no, that was Kansas. Okay, listen. I clicked it. My brain wasn't ready. Okay. Nevada's next to California. West Virginia. South Carolina. California. Louisiana. New Orleans, right here. Rhode Island's the itty bitty guy. Virginia. Arizona. This is New Mexico. Utah. It's Vermont and New Hampshire. Look at that. Minnesota's way the fuck up here. It goes Illinois, then Indiana. Yep. Wisconsin. Who the fuck does this? Maryland is, I've been to this place like 30 times. Maine's on top. Kansas beneath Nebraska. Vermont up here. Alaska. Pennsylvania's huge. Mississippi. Boom, 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 boom. Look at that. All of them. Okay. I got it. Okay. I also know all the major landmarks on the planet as well. Where the Himalayas are, the Nile, Lake Victoria, and southern Africa. I've got the game on my phone now, okay? It's over. I've got it on my phone, all right? And all the oceans. I finally remember now that Antarctica is on the bottom and the Arctic Ocean is on the top and Ant is opposite. You know that? Unbelievable. I know age of consent by country, but I had that memorized 7 years ago. Fix webcam. Why is it broken? Oh. Nah, you're fine. Nah, fuck, that's not good. There we go, good enough. Is this a voiceover? Oh fuck, you can't hear.
Bacon on it?
Don't worry, it wasn't that fun anyway. Disputed areas and breakaway regions. Taiwan. Bougainville. Learn the flags? I don't think I'd ever waste my time with that. What the fuck is a Bougainville? It sounds like a place that would be... I'm looking at like, we got an interesting flag. Bougainville. Ville. Maybe... Ville. Ville. That sounds like a British place. Fuck. I wasn't gonna guess that. Palestine. The Falkland Islands. Oh shit. I don't know why I'm pretending like I would ever even know. Oh, just kidding. Ha! Knew it! Kashmir is India. Quebec is a disputed territory and breakaway region? Wait, is that true? Tibet. Transnistria was in Moldova. Remember that? Catalonia was over here. Scotland? What is this? Okay. Kosovo was here. Artsakh sounds African. Darfur, Western Sahara, Somalia. Yeah, that's what I said. Sounds Middle Eastern. Northern Cyprus? Bro, how small is the island? There's a Northern Cyprus. Abkhazia. Oh, fuck. Which is which? Abkhazia and South Ossetia are in Georgia. I don't remember which one is which, though. Is Abkhazia to the left or right? I'm just guessing. I don't remember. Oh, we got it. Crimea is over here. Kurdistan. Is Kurdistan really considered in Turkey? I thought that would have been considered in Iraq. Okay, interesting. I didn't know that. I had no idea. It's both? The KRG, the KRG, is that just Iraq or is that like the both territories combined? In northern Iraq. Oh, I assumed that this was Kurdistan. All right. It's Syria, Turkey, and Iraq. Okay. Somaliland? Okay, good enough. Okay. Should we start off by watching the Hassan thing? What prep are you doing? I think I'm actually... So, I'm going to give... God, these are the most productive plane rides of my life, okay? I downloaded a video offline. I took notes on my phone. I listened through this video. I don't know if you guys watched this or not. It's a 2.5-hour debate between Norman Finkelstein and Eli Lake. I had a lot of people recommend this one to me to see like Finkelstein getting trashed or whatever. Finkelstein fucking destroyed this guy. And it was like 2-on-1 or 3-on-1. It wasn't even close. Yeah, so I watched this. I was not very impressed by this guy's performance. However, Finkelstein said so much insanely stupid shit. Like, there are some debates, I've mentioned this before. There are some debates, the debates that I get the most nervous before are the ones where I feel like I'm so obviously right that I can't even imagine how I could be wrong. And then usually I go into those debates really nervous, and usually they're like, it's like, oh, this was a pushover. Like that happened with Ryan Dawson. It's happened with a lot of people in the past who have done a lot of research. I'm like, oh, I don't know why I was worried about this. Finkelstein says so many things that are just like, there's either huge swaths of Palestinian history that I've just missed, which is still possible, although some of it is feeling a little unlikely, or he's just like says some outlandish shit. So I went through this video and I took notes on everything he said that I disagreed with. And I want to just, basically, I just want to like triple, quadruple check or read up on all of these individual points just to make sure that I have my history correct. And then after that, the rest of the conversation is going to be, I just need to, it's a rhetorically focused one, because he's a very tricky, I noticed he does a couple of very tricky debate things. One of my favorite debate strategies, I don't know how many people watch this, one of my favorite debate strategies that he does is whenever somebody asks him a challenging question, they might say like, what should Israel do about Hamas? If it's a challenging question and he doesn't want to respond, what he'll say when he hears that is, oh, okay, let me be clear. I only care about the facts. I only follow the facts. He'll start with that. So he sets himself as like, oh, only the facts. And then he proceeds to ramble off shit that has absolutely nothing to do with the question. He does it like 4 or 5 times in this debate. I can't believe it. I actually can't believe that he gets away with it. Every time he's confronted with a hard question, he does this thing about, yeah, I only care about the facts. And it's like, really? Fuck, I wish I would have written them down initially, like right away. Wait, hello? This is not, oh no, shit. Wait, this isn't updated. Oh, did it just auto-update? Oh, thank God. Okay. Whew. I didn't sign back on my phone. My bad. He also does this thing. I haven't looked all of them up, but he plays... Yeah, a lot of this is going to be... rhetorically focused. He plays very, very, very dirty with quotes, like to a dishonest level. It's actually insane. I want to ask him if he considers himself a historian, because holy shit. He also says you can challenge any footnote in any book ever. I'm really tempted to dig back on that one for the 6-Day War, because I feel like for the 1 or 2 footnotes we investigated, I did not feel like his telling, like that saying that like, oh, Ibn knew that Egypt would never pose a threat to Israel ever. And then when you read the quote, Ibn is just talking about like in the immediate like week or two, not perpetually into the future, right? I'm so curious, if you were to dig through one of his books and chase down every single footnote, if the footnotes are actually agreeing with the way that he's summarizing them, because I don't know, looking at the way he abuses quotes here, and also there's going to be, I'm gonna drag you guys in for this too, because there's going to be a lot where I just want you guys to look, so because I tried to find things and I just can't find some of the stuff that he's referencing. So he's either making it up or he's like doing like half quotes or half truths or whatever. Here's one of the I only care about the facts moments. Snoop Dogg, quit smoking weed, guys. Wait, really? Hank, thanks for the 37-month.
Discriminate. Would it be...
They dropped more bombs
on
Oh,
Gaza.
he also lives in memes. He quotes all the big memes. He does it like 5 times in this. I think on 2 or 3 separate occasions he did the more children have died in this conflict in the past 4 years than, or in this single month than in the past 4 years of children dying, and all. Like, what a weird comparison. No, I don't even know what you're supposed to take from that. He quotes that meme a lot. He quotes oh fuck, there's like 2 other like really popular memes. There's the 97% undrinkable water. There's the, I shouldn't call them. I'm not saying it's necessarily not true, but I guess sometimes I just expect more. Yeah, I don't know.
Than any year during the war in Afghanistan.
Oh, half the Gazans are children. He believes that it's a genocide. He believes in the apartheid. He believes in, yeah.
I have a question about that. I have a question about that. Yeah. If that bombing was indiscriminate, would it be only 5,000 casualties?
Okay. That's a fair question. The host here, now the host is definitely not impartial, okay? The host asks a couple of fair questions. If Israel was indiscriminately bombing, okay, now look, he's winding up for if Israel was indiscriminately bombing the Gaza Strip, wouldn't you expect to see, like, more casualties? Let's listen to him answer this.
Seems to me if you dropped that number of bombs on the most densely populated place indiscriminately, you would kill tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands.
I never speak when I'm not knowledgeable. I'm telling you.
I do that.
I don't.
It works.
Well, I don't go for that.
Go ahead.
It's not my style. I'm giving you the facts.
Yeah.
It's not disputed that, number one, more bombs were dropped on Gaza
than Afghanistan, I think it says here.
On Afghanistan in every year of the war in Afghanistan.
But doesn't that prove his point?
Bearing in mind the size of Gaza as compared to the size of Afghanistan.
Hold on.
Number 2, the Times reported, not that I attach any significance to the Times, the Times
He really hates the New York Times as well, which was interesting.
Reported this has been among the most dense bombings since in the 21st century. Among the most densest bombings in the 21st century. Okay? Now you
remember my question, right? My question was, wouldn't you see way more casualties?
I would say 10,000 isn't bad. I would say you're doing good. I would also say
most densely populated on God's earth, indiscriminate bombing, more bombings than we've seen in all of Afghanistan, and you killed just a few thousand people.
Wait 1 second. You say just a few thousand people. I think I cited
big mistake
that more children were killed in Gaza in 3 weeks than
4
all
years
the other war zones in the world
in 2023, 2022.
Most are children.
Yes.
So that's what you'd expect. You'd expect 50% of everybody killed in Gaza to be children.
I'm saying.
You want to say something? Okay, can you ask a question?
And then he gets away from it. Hey, he does it so many times. Every single time, I swear to God, every single time in this debate when he says, I only talk about the facts, it's always a diversion from answering a difficult question. But anyway, so that's why I said a lot of this is going to be a, wait, what the fuck? Did this get fucked? A lot of this is going to be a rhetorical challenge, I guess. Or I'm just going to try to like hold him to positions and stuff, but we'll see. Wait, why did this get fucked up? Okay. Questions for Norm. Claims. Do I have questions for Norm down here? Why is Moss bad? Questions for Norm. Oh, okay. So I can delete from up here and above, I think, right? Hopefully I didn't just wipe half my original notes. Fanatic DDS and the call out Finkelstein tweet. I've debated him quite a bit. I wish I could prep you for how to debate him. I make him break down every time. He starts yelling, walks from his mic, randomly playing the piano over me. Anything to try to maintain control, and I didn't even raise my voice. There's a method. Okay, dude. Keep reading? What, does he say more? Jesus. Just to be clear, intelligence is quantifiable, and I'd bet money I have Destiny beat an IQ by at least 15 points, because mine is particularly high. Use that line on someone else. These things are tested. Okay. Modern Republican, $4.99. Are you going to watch the debate Hassan had with Willie Mack? How long? Tell me how long it is. It's an hour long? If it's less than an hour, we can fucking watch it. Fuck it. Hassan, Willie Mack. Oh, also, for a guy who got well, I shouldn't say he got, that's not fair. For a guy whose popular YouTube clip is him talking about like people using the Holocaust for their crocodile tears or whatever, he sure the fuck does invoke his Holocausted family like at every opportunity. I've noticed that in several videos I've watched about him. He brings up the family that was in the Holocaust. He brings it up like almost every single fucking time. So it's strange to me that he accuses others of doing it. It's pretty bizarre. But
on that note.
Comments on the Shapiro debate being postponed. Apparently, they have a lot of shit going on with the Israel-Palestine, and then some internal politics apparently that are happening around. So he wanted to postpone until January. So we'll see. But I feel good because now it frees me up to be a debate pervert on all this Israel-Palestine shit. When is the Finkelstein debate? Either tonight or tomorrow.
Somebody say Finkelstein?
Yeah. Wow. Another Norm the Facts dodge. Fuck. We're gonna watch this, guys.
In Hamas, I mean, what are we talking
Hold on.
about? This is, I mean, a terrorist is an overused word. I think that we have to look at Hamas right now as an organization of Anders Breiviks. It's a group of mass shooters at this point. So again, if you care about the Palestinians, why have you never devoted a single word to getting rid of this disgusting fascist organization that rules over them in a misery?
Well, the people who rule over Gaza are, I agree with you, a disgusting fascist organization called the State of Israel. Gaza is legally not even any longer occupied territory. Gaza has been illegally annexed by Israel according to international law.
Oh, I think I wrote down that. What is the source on that? Does anybody say that ever? What does that mean? He makes this annexation claim.
But we'll leave that aside and let's turn to the facts. Now,
The volume
there
is
seems
super
to be
low.
an objection to my describing what's happening in Gaza as a concentration camp.
Yes.
And there seems to be an objection because I'm not giving enough agency to the people of Gaza. So let's look at the facts. Because his facts is the...
So the question was like, why don't you ever advocate for the removal of Hamas? And now it's just we get another one of these rants, yeah.
British adage goes, facts are stubborn things. So let's look at the basic facts. Number one, what is Gaza? Gaza is 25 miles long, less than the length of a marathon. And Gaza is 5 miles wide. That is the distance from where we are now on West 4th Street, NYU, to Columbia University, 116th Street. So if you imagine a marathon by the distance from here to Columbia University, that's Gaza.
That's the width. I heard it described as big as Manhattan plus the Bronx plus Hoboken.
Maybe.
Okay. Which that seems bigger to me than...
Okay, no,
and I want to get it accurately. Yeah.
we want to be accurate,
Yeah.
but I don't think there's any dispute. It's 25 miles long by 5 miles wide.
Yes.
Okay. Gaza is among the most densely populated places on God's earth. It's more populated than Tokyo. The population of Gaza is...
It's just like, yeah, Jesus. Oh, also, fucking lichen. Can you really not hear me shouting? Those AirPods must be strong. Jesus. I see that Finkelstein does a lot of focus on like, I see that Finkelstein does a lot of focusing on like the Operation Cast Lead and the protective, all that shit or whatever. So I see where you guys got your talking points from. Okay.
No, hold on. Don't do what Chad did. I didn't read Finkelstein until 2 weeks before I started bringing him up. I read a ton of shit before this. So
Oh, okay. Well, every single one of those, like, all of those talking points are exactly the same as the ones that he brings up. So maybe you guys are reading the same thing.
maybe a lot of it is right. I don't know.
Okay, we'll do this for an hour, and then we'll go into this, okay?
But here is the Willie Mac Show. What's up, Willie Mac Show?
Hey, what's up, Hassan?
Not much. So I am not very familiar with what you do, but I believe you've done a couple videos about how dog shit I am, I think, right? You want to turn on your camera, by the way?
I mean, I'm recording. I don't think I can at the same time.
I can't believe that of all the people he chose to debate on this topic, he fucking digs deep into the commentary community. What an actual debate ebevophile, okay? What a sick fuck. I can't believe that's like his... That's where he's looking to get his owns on. Like, unbelievable.
Okay. All right. Well, that's unfortunate, but all right. So you
did you watch the videos?
No, of course not. I have a policy of not really watching videos such
that I give strong commentary on. At least Hassan's honest here. Actually, Hassan's probably not honest. Not only did he probably watch it offline, he probably had other people watch it and take notes for him so they could be prepared for this conversation. Vosh does this a lot. But I guarantee you that Hassan has seen at least part of it, of course.
is that one specifically because it will frustrate me, and then I will have to.
You want to debate
to
about
it.
a video you didn't even watch?
Why? Yeah, of course. You made the video. I'm not like debating a random person about a video I didn't watch. You made the fucking video, so let's hear.
I know, but that kind of like that kind
are.
of links up to like my big criticism with you, is that you don't actually put in the bare minimum effort to research anything before you jump to conclusions. That's why your tweet when you're like, "Hey, I want to debate Willie."
Do you really consider me watching a fucking dumbass YouTube video from a drama farming channel to be doing research? I don't need to do research
this is what you're
on a video.
About. You're going into a topic you don't know anything about,
brother.
True, yeah.
Just give me what you want to say. Give me what you want to say. The video's about me, isn't it?
Yeah,
so
sure,
fucking talk to me about what the fucking points of the video are, and let's discuss it. The fuck do you mean?
My main...
This is such a like arrogant, weird thing. How long even is the video that was made on him? Was it what, 30, 40 minutes? Was it longer than that?
Why would I have to research a video about myself? Like,
why would I? Oh my god. Willie Mac show Hassan video. People are saying anywhere from 20 minutes to an hour. How can you guys all be? Hassan's horrible response on his radicalized audience. Is it this? Or is it Hassan the worst? Oh, there were two videos. Okay.
Oh man, I can't believe I have to watch.
I have no doubt you didn't.
I have to watch a fucking dumbass talk shit for 25 minutes. And
also, how fucking awkward is it? Does Hassan do this often, where he brings somebody to his house and they're just like sitting here in the background while he's like debating and screaming at people, like
jerk off like all the fucking talking points that I've heard about myself over and over again. Incredibly stupid. Give me the fucking takes, and we'll talk about it. Okay, go on.
Yeah.
This is the Chapo Trap House guy? Oh, ew.
My take is that you have a pattern of behavior where breaking news happens, you jump to wild conclusions talking way too confidently.
Okay.
To be fair, you do this too sometimes. Person will come on and say, did you watch X? And you respond, just tell me the important points. I'm not going to watch some random video for you. Hold on. Have I said that to the creator of a video? I feel like if somebody's coming on to discuss their video, don't I always watch the video first? Why would you compare those two things? Well, yeah, there are probably times when people come on and like, oh, did you watch XYZ video? And I'm like, no, I haven't seen this. Like, just summarize it for me. But have I said that to a person who's made a video? Like, okay. I'm sure it's probably happened at least once, but I mean, I feel like generally.
Okay, give me an example.
Who disagrees with
example.
You.
Give me an example.
All right,
are you going to talk about? Okay.
There was reports that Ukraine was going to be invaded by Russia. You confidently said no, it wasn't, despite all the reports. Then Russia invades, and then instead of apologizing and correcting the story, you then
I didn't apologize and correct the story.
You justify the invasion.
Wait,
right?
I didn't apologize and correct the story.
Let me finish my.
Wait, hold on.
No,
this is important.
This is the pattern of behavior.
Because you said you. Wait. Hold on. You're the one who doesn't do his research, because I did apologize and I did correct the record. You just didn't fucking see it.
You kind of walked it back too.
Wait, no. I very clearly apologized for it. You didn't see that because all you do is look at fucking clips.
It's in the video. It's in one of my videos.
So why did you just now bring it up as though I've never apologized?
Oh, this is so like Hassan. And then
The reality is, I think Hassan did kind of sort of like mini apologize, but it was, I'm pretty sure it was like, I think Willie has the order of events right here. He denied it. He made literal Snapchat videos like bragging about like, oh, day 12, no Russian invasion, blah, 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 blah. Then it happened. And then I think as it happened, he was either justifying it or downplaying it. And then after a while, then he was like, yeah, okay, yeah, they did this, or I got this thing wrong or whatever, right? But it was, I'm pretty sure it was after all of that. Willie might have it in his video. That's my recollection. But yeah, but now Hassan is doing it's a debate tactic. He's trying to hinge on the one least important part, right? Like yesterday, I saw you walk into a nursery and murder 15 babies and come out walking in a red t-shirt. Wait. Oh, a t-shirt? Was it really? Did I really have a t-shirt on, bro? Like, well, okay, no, you killed, but no, bro. T-shirt? Really? Like, that's the strategy, is to like find like the one least important part of the entire thing and then like hang your whole ass fucking hat on that argument. Yeah, Illustrious Pigs, thanks for the $19.99 donation, buddy.
And the worst part is when people call you out.
Why did you just bring that up? I never apologized then.
See, and he's got it too. He knows what he's doing. This is like super ultra intentional because the rest of it is really hard to excuse. The rest of it is pretty inexcusable, I think. Yeah.
Why did you just say
This is the Ukraine part.
was wrong?
It's always wrong. Russia was deploying units across the Ukraine border. U.S. intelligence said that they were going to invade. But Hassan and his intelligence team of absolutely no one says no.
And we got a lot to talk about. I was right about Ukraine. That's right. War is not imminent. Oh, shocked.
I think maybe I'll tell my editors to do this, but I think I'll just change I'll change this every day to Ukraine has still not been invaded by Russia every day. Change it to Russia still has yet to invade Ukraine. And it's like day 11 at this point, you know what I mean?
He'd post J-Station memes making fun of people worried about the imminent invasion, and when his completely arrogant and baseless predictions would be proven wrong, he'd go on and make more arrogant and baseless predictions.
The reason why I'm saying a lot of the information that's coming out of the State Department is wrong or outright false is because what I'm showing you right now is literally people talking about like bombing Kiev. That is insane. That's psychotic.
That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, I think that...
Nothing has been worse than his coverage of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. He sells himself as an on-the-ground...
Yeah, but now he's trying to hang his whole ass hat on this idea that maybe at one point he might have apologized. How did he fuck up so badly? Remember, don't use complicated analysis, okay? All you have to do is the very, very simple analysis of America bad. Remember, it was the United States that was publicly publishing information saying that Russia was going to invade. Well, obviously, the U.S. is doing that because they're bad and they want to do propaganda and make Russia look bad. So America bad, therefore invasion fake, right? It's that simple, right? Destiny, even funnier Kiev bombing take. Wait, what? Hold on, what is this?
Look like Tim Pool after that 49 state landslide? Yeah? I would look like Tim Pool after that 49 state landslide if, you know, there was a active bombing currently happening on Kiev and like Ukrainians were being murdered left and right at this moment. I would be that way if America was like, we're going with a full-throated, this is a full-blown invasion, and yet it hasn't happened. At this point, I have a more aggressive stance on Russian troops inside of Ukrainian borders than the American State Department does.
Remember, the invasion was on the 24th. So this is literally one day before the invasion.
So how do you pair up with that? Bro, America's literally like, they're doing a fucking W tour. They're like, yo, we're going to predict the misinformation to false flag. Dude, okay, solve it. Solve the problem. What the fuck are they gonna do? Are they gonna go in? Are they gonna fucking fight back? Are they gonna like actually fly planes into Ukraine? Are they gonna send in the 6,000 troops at the fucking border of Ukraine? Non-believers like you was on.
Wow, Hardshot Tour, thanks for the 8 gifted subs.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that they got this one fucking. They got this one. Okay. At this point, if you are in a position of fucking power, you had every opportunity to fucking exhaust diplomacy. Instead of fucking endlessly being like, this is a war that's gonna happen, this is a war that's gonna happen. Okay, then fucking try to solve it.
I don't want to second guess.
Just solve it, bro.
Putin's gonna do next. That we know he's doing now, and you know.
You could just take the L Ukraine. Wait, no, that's not what I'm saying. America has already delivered the L to Ukraine. Okay, that's not what I'm saying at all.
You're such an inspiration. I debated in high school, but you never tried here on YouTube. Nice to see some other libcuck standing. Wow, thanks, Les.
I never apologized
Just like
for
you
it
did with
when I
Dylan
did.
Burns, right? You claim that's all out of context.
Why did you say I never apologized?
See, again, that one. How many minutes are we going to spend on this one point?
Why did you just say
because
I never
you then
apologized?
justify more. You then make more outrageous claims.
I'm sorry.
apologize with
Why
your
did you
outrageous
say
claims.
I never apologized if I did, and you just repeated? You just repeated after I said no, I
Yeah.
did apologize. You moved the
'Cause
goalpost. You moved the
you moved- no,
goalpost, and
you're-
you tried to fucking act like I was just backtracking.
I didn't move the goalpost, dude. This is exactly my
You did.
criticism.
You did. Stop saying this
If
is
you
exactly my
watch-
criticism. Okay, but
if
then your
you watch
criticism
the
is fucking
video, your
stupid.
apology is in there.
Okay,
You
then
just didn't watch it, so you're just making shit up right now. That's what you're
No,
doing.
I'm
You're
going
saying
off
I'm
of-
doing
I'm
something
going off
that I
of what
didn't
you're
do
saying.
because you didn't watch the video because you don't research anything, which is the
Why
whole
would
criticism.
I watch a fucking stupid video
Because
that you
that's the
made when I'm
topic.
talking to you because the video is about me? You
That's
said
the topic
with
right now.
your
You're
words
saying
that I didn't
do
actually
something that I
apologize.
did. You're saying
You
I
said
did
with
do
your words.
One thing that I wonder is that as Hassan's audience starts to kind of shrink, and he has this inability to kind of like go to other places and look outwards, I wonder if he's feeling more pressure from people that are criticizing him, because it's kind of strange that he dug like this deep to debate this particular guy that made like a bad video on him. It was really weird a few weeks ago that he was like fighting with all of my orbiters on Twitter. That was like bizarre. I wonder if he's feeling like mounting pressure to respond to negative feedback of him or something like more than in the past.
That I did. Is this what you're going to do? You're going to talk over me when I'm giving you the answer?
No.
I'm giving you a very straightforward answer. I did do that.
Okay.
I did cover
so
your
you said
apology.
so you said I did apologize, but it wasn't
Yeah,
good
and then
enough
I
for you. Is that what
showed
you're
it,
saying?
and I showed you apologizing for making your completely, like, fairly baseless claims, jumping to conclusions, and then you followed that up by making more baseless claims, jumping to conclusions.
Okay. Go on. What are the baseless claims that I made?
Oh yeah,
that I
liking negative tweets about me is like so bizarre too. Yeah, Jesus.
jumped to conclusions on, even though you originally said I said that Russia would never invade Ukraine, which is true. I did say that because I did think that it would be an unimaginably stupid decision for Russia, okay, which I claimed would be impossible to occupy Ukraine, a country with...
He's getting a ton of likes for his pro-Palestinian tweets, though. I think he's going to grow from this. I don't think so. I think that this is going to be like a pretty popular thing for people on the left right now, like because it's like current thing. But I think... like I said, I feel like I've seen enough on the internet, but who knows, we'll see. I feel like this has been a big like eye-opening moment for a lot of people where they're like, oh shit, like maybe like this like super progressive or like socialist commie shit is like a little bit more dark than we had originally realized. I feel like that's going to be the ultimate takeaway because I feel like it's already happened quite a bit in a few different fan bases, but we'll see. Dude, Jackson Hinkle is blown up because of this. Please don't ever mention him in my chat, and please stop thinking that. You keep thinking Jackson Hinkle is blown up because he's trying to make you think that he's blown up because he bots the fuck out of all of his platforms. Okay? Does he have like over like 1 million followers on fucking Twitter right now? Like, he's literally paid by Russia, does Russian media, and has botted the fuck over 2 million followers. He's botted the fuck on all of his shit. If you think he's legitimately blown up this much, you're fucking retarded. And you're playing into the whole point of like what he's trying to do, right? It is like if I bot my account enough, if people think I'm big, then eventually I will become big because people think I'm big and they'll treat me like I'm big. That's like the whole mindset behind botting his shit so hard. Don't fall for that stupid shit.
With 44 million people whose entire national independence movement has revolved around literally trying to escape from Russia for the most part, regardless of the Russian-speaking population in the Eastern Front. Okay. Having said that,
I mean,
however,
this has nothing to do
I
with
also
what I said, though. This is all just random nonsense.
yeah, because you're a fucking
You're
scumlord
just- no, what do you mean?
drama
You're just making
farmer.
shit up.
Of
You're,
course,
like,
it doesn't have
completely
anything to do with
shifting the
anything
topic.
because the specifics don't
Fucking
matter to
hilarious.
you.
The specifics do matter.
Well, if they do, then when I
All
describe,
right, here, I got another one. Let's do this one, too.
there's
This
an
is the
entire
one you
YouTube video
tweeted
called
with.
"I Was Wrong About Ukraine." Like, there's
Yeah,
literally
in that same...
I wonder with that YouTube video, what is it actually like? Hassan, I was wrong about Ukraine. 430,000.
Wait, do you still think that the invasion isn't going to happen? Not trolling, just joining. I think that the peacekeeping mission is like literally that's it. That's overtaking Eastern Ukrainian territories. That's absolutely invasion. That is happening. I was wrong. I assumed that we could actually have diplomatic talks. I'm wrong. I was wrong. I did not even think that Russia would take over Eastern territories, and I was wrong. I think that if the reports are true, because there's been a lot of information that has been wrong, completely wrong, and there's still a lot of information that the Western State Department is pumping out by way of mainstream media about like Russia is going to go and overtake Kiev and they're going to go into Ukraine. But yes, this is earlier today.
Why are you still, bro? Are you in any position to doubt anything the State Department says at this point? Why are you even trying to cast doubt on these things?
Vladimir Putin said that a couple days ago, the lower parliament in Russia voted to recognize Eastern Ukrainian territories that have some, not majority, but some Russian people living in it to be independent. This is a part of Russia's strategy in expanding into areas that it believes that has historical fucking territorial claims to. They claim there's Russians there. This is an independent area. We voted. We decided that this is an independent region. We recognize this as an independent region. And then they say there are Russian people there. We need to defend those Russian people. And then they will fucking push troops there to do peacekeeping missions. And it's basically just an annexation. Okay? Literal Lebensraum arguments. Goddamn. Wait, what? But I'm not saying that's appropriate for the record. I'm not agreeing with that. So I don't know why people don't understand where I'm coming from. I disagree with that. I disagree with a Russian invasion of Ukrainian territories. I've said this time and time again.
Stefan Clark, $20. Thanks, buddy.
Crimea is different, but Eastern Ukrainian territories where Russians live is entirely separate from that conversation. You could say backpedal Andy all you fucking want, but that's because you're a brain-dead idiot who cannot comprehend that new information comes out that changes my analysis, okay? You aren't acknowledging that most of Donbass per the Minsk Treaty lines is held by Ukrainian forces, though, so if Russia goes in to support the separatist border claims, they will necessarily fight the Ukrainian forces there. No, I do recognize that, and that's precisely why I'm saying that is moving towards an act of fucking war. Do you have thoughts on how this might end? We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with Macron. We'll see what happens with the conversation between, you know.
Okay.
In video, you make more claims about.
Like what?
If I remember, I mean, this is a year ago. I
No,
made
no, go
this
ahead.
video.
Go ahead.
I guess
Like
you
what?
didn't watch that either.
Like what? Of course I didn't watch it.
Holy shit, I just fucking realized something. Hassan's style of debate is actually identical to who? Does anybody know what his style of debate is identical to? One person. I'm waiting for one person to get it. That Homer, you got it. Hassan's style of debate is identical to Lav's. This was how I would watch Lav run circles around people, where she'd argue with something where she was like pretty obviously incorrect, but if you didn't know every single factoid about the particular thing you were trying to attack her on, she'd be like, wait, really? Did I actually say that? Or did this actually happen in that time span? Or did it actually happen exactly like this? And if you didn't know exactly, she'd run circles around that particular point, and then you would look like you wouldn't know what you were talking about. You look like an idiot. Hassan is employing the exact same strategy here.
Why would I watch a fucking drama farmer who has no understanding of geopolitical conflict?
You're the one who asked for this debate, and now you're all confused and butthurt that you're getting fucked up in it. Like, I don't know what to do.
I'm sorry. You fucking brainlet. Give me what the fucking inconsistency was. You made the video. You made the video. Give me the inconsistency or what you consider to be false information. Are you having a hard time without a script or without people fucking feeding you clips that you can post?
Pretty good, bro. Nobody's.
I love that accusation. Is Willie Mack even a streamer? Like, I don't think, does he even stream or is he only a YouTuber? Like, do people feed him clips or does he think that I'm like behind every single person that argues with him?
Let me anything.
Dude, you're killing it. You're killing it, dog. Come on, go ahead. What's the second point? What is the lie that I told about Ukraine?
It's not a lie. It's just you made more claims. You made more bases.
Like what? What is the claim?
I gotta go pull it up in the video because you didn't.
You didn't prepare for your own fucking. You didn't prepare where you were literally coming on here to talk about not Israel Palestine, mind you, but about Ukraine, and you didn't even fucking prepare with talking points.
I'll talk
really?
to you about Israel Palestine. That'll be the next point. It's you doing the same thing again. Well, dude, how do I feel you impromptu asked me to debate
Felix.
this minute? If I had a day to prepare, I would have everything, but you didn't. You just completely like you blew this.
Oh, that's true. Hassan was like, he won't even debate me, and after like 30 minutes, he accused him of like running away and shit. Holy fuck.
It's your video about me. These should be so simple for you to be like, this is where you lied. Just say it. We already established that the first thing you did was wrong.
All right, you got to give me a minute.
Okay. Are you trying to link me your video? I'm not going to watch your video. Just say it with your mouth, with your words. Go ahead.
I have to watch my video to see what my receipt is because this is a year old. Right? I didn't know where
you don't even know your own video. You don't know the contents of your own fucking video.
I made it a year ago, bro.
You think you're doing a good job right now? Do you think you're doing a good job right now, defending your position? Like it's such a.
Wait, he made the video a year ago? Wait, what does that mean? Did he actually?
Wrong.
It's
posted 2 weeks ago. I don't know how long it takes him to make videos. That's kind of.
Profound position. It's such a profound position that you don't even fucking remember your own talking points. Oh my lord.
Dude, I'm trying to find your talking point.
This is the.
I'm trying to find your talking point.
I know. My talking points that you claim are wrong should be, in the chamber for you to fire off. You came on here because you thought, let's have a conversation about these fucking videos that I've made.
Do instantly right now, right? When I was out.
Stop complaining. Give me the talking points. Come on.
Stop. Shift the goalposts around.
Stop complaining.
Oh, the Ukraine video is older. I think that's what he's saying. Oh, okay.
Tell me what it was. Stop bitching. Tell me what it fucking was. You started the conversation by talking about Ukraine. Why did you bring up Ukraine if you weren't fucking ready to talk about it? Your first point that you brought up was that I never apologized for it. I debunked it within fucking seconds.
and all the receipts right here, but you said get on now, Willie No Show.
Okay, go
Now
ahead.
I'm here,
Come
and now
on,
I'm
Willie
pulling
No
up the
Show.
receipt.
Come on. What's the
All you're
second
doing
talking
is
point?
yelling in my ear while I'm pulling up the receipt.
Willie No Show, give me the second talking point. If you're not this fucking passionate about the subject, then you're basically admitting that you're a fucking bottom-feeding drama farmer who has no interest in.
Like, you're just gonna look retarded because I'm gonna pull it up in my when I make my video.
Pull it up. Then pull it up. Stop fucking complaining about it after the fact. Go ahead. I'm here. All right now. If you are genuinely interested in truth and research or whatever, you have this wonderful opportunity. You have this wonderful opportunity to ask me personally.
To pull it up. I'm trying to listen, but I'm hearing you twice. Once from my video and once from you just bitching in my ear.
Oh my god.
So you gotta wait. Yeah, that's how
this is
research
the greatest.
works.
This is the greatest brain power we got, folks.
You want
All right.
me to just move on from this?
All right.
So
I'm muting myself. I'm muting myself. Go ahead. Watch your video, and then you can come back. Okay. Holy moly, dude. Jeez, Lord mercy. I muted myself. He can't hear me, so he can find his own talking points in his own fucking videos. Jesus Christ.
It's so crazy that this is the guy that accuses people of like debate pervertry, but like you can tell he loves engaging in all of this dog shit, like debate. Like this is, oh, the turnaround is so infuriating because like all of Hassan's fans accuse me of doing stuff like this. Like, do you know how annoying that is? All of his fans think that all of my debates look exactly like this. And then they walk around saying this, like, oh yeah, like I learned from Hassan that debate is pointless. Yeah, because Hassan is a shitty debater and he does debate strategy bullshit like this. Like this is all like rhetoric and stupid shit. Like that's all he's doing. So, but yeah, to externalize it on me, like why?
Christ, dude.
I didn't even get to any of my moderator questions.
I know. Every time Felix is here, we got to do a fucking. We have to have the conversations like this. It just has to happen. I love that he's like, I don't remember my talking points. I have to watch my own YouTube video.
Well, I
Hold on, you don't believe Hassan is a shitty debater, do you? I mean, I think he's good at debating and that he like knows like debate strategy. The same way that I would say like a really good fighter is somebody that brings like a knife to a street fight. But I mean, like he's not like a good debater in that he's like an intelligent person that can coherently put together like a deductive set of syllogisms to produce like, you know, valid argumentation or something. He's not like that type of debater. He's just a guy that like he knows his niche. He plays into it really hardcore, and then that's the only area that he'll lean on. And then he'll say at the same time like, oh, I don't like debate, blah 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 blah. Like that's yeah. Can you watch Dylan calling you out on your quote tweet about the UN vote? I think you would end up agreeing. Maybe someday.
I was going to suggest like a new topic. I was gonna like, you know, if you don't want to watch the video, like Wall talking to him and he doesn't have the Google Doc. I was actually gonna ask a series of questions about Amy Schumer.
Oh, no, Amy Schumer. We can't do that.
My questions are fine. They're like no one in the world would think they're bad. They're not.
All right,
bad.
I got it.
All right, he's got it. All right, let's hear it.
I got it.
All right. Thank you,
Yeah,
Willie Mac No Show.
was you said people. You said let me watch this one more time.
Bro.
It was in your video. I was wrong about Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
And you said people are acting like Kiev's getting bombed, like that would never happen, and then it's literally did happen.
Okay.
So you're just again making more base. You're making your apology video about being wrong and making baseless claims that you know nothing about.
This is your take.
Wrong. It's a pattern of
this is your
behavior.
take from February 22nd, 2022.
Yeah.
Another thing that I was.
Again, you've done it since then.
I've done it since then. People are acting like Kiev's getting bombed. It did happen. You're right about that.
Did,
do you think that I didn't cover? Wait, hold on. Do you think that I didn't cover Kiev getting bombed? Like I hid that or something?
No, you did, but it's your accusation saying it doesn't, saying it won't happen. There's no way it'll happen.
Yeah. Do you think that bombing Kiev specifically, it was what Russia did? Do you think that was a good thing for Russia to do?
What is this? What is this question? Oh shit! How did he get so sidetracked here? What?
I didn't say.
Do you think
that
it was
thing.
Do you have any genuine
you
opinions?
Don't think it was a good thing.
Do you have any genuine opinions about?
Yeah, my opinion
Russia's
is that was
involvement
bad.
in the Ukraine?
My opinion on that is that you shouldn't be talking about shit.
Brother,
you know
hold up. We're having a conversation about Ukraine and Russia. We're having a conversation about Ukraine and Russia, and I'm asking you a specific question. I'm asking you a specific question.
My conversation's about you because my videos are about you and your pattern of behavior and your poor reporting, and now you're trying to shift it all these other ways because you know you can't face the truth.
Russia had not bombed Kiev at the time. That's number one. Number two, of course, as soon as that did happen, I covered it. Of course I did, because that's what I'm doing.
The criticism isn't that you didn't cover it. The criticism is that you're making baseless claims you don't know anything about, talking so confidently, as if you got a whole fucking research team behind you, when you don't. You're talking out your ass. This is the
Brother,
class
do you have a whole
copy
research
on the
team
book.
behind you? Because
yeah, it's
you're
called
not.
Me. I actually did research just now, and you could barely be patient enough to sit there and listen through it. You had to go ahead and
It's a video. You made a video a year ago about me talking about like my opinion on Russia and Ukraine. You personally do not have an opinion on Russia or Ukraine at all. I have taken accountability on my. I've taken accountability on the things that I've reported wrong.
You should do the research. If I'm not willing to,
I have taken accountability on the things that I have reported wrong on.
Wars when you can't do the
Willie No
basic
Script.
shit.
Listen to me. I've taken accountability on the things that I have said that are incorrect. Of
That's
course,
not
on
true.
the editorial perspective, on the editorial side of my coverage, okay, on the editorial side of my coverage, if I make a prediction or a speculation, it can sometimes be wrong. That speculation is always going to be on foundational analysis that is solid.
I got another one too.
Foundational analysis that is solid. Modern Republican 499. Before this debate, while Hassan was tweeting Willie, he was like, "Oh, my Jewish friend can moderate me and Willie, two non-Jews debating on Israel." Okay.
I got just more examples.
Do you have an
More
issue with
recent.
do you have an issue with my analysis of the situation? Because I can't possibly do research on things that haven't happened yet. I can simply
No, you just
speculate.
make it up.
And
You
this
just make up
entire
Oh my god, I just realized this stupid fucking... Bro, like I said, one day, I could literally... My opinion on Hassan would fucking 180. If he came out one day and he was like, you fucking retards. Obviously, I've been trolling the whole time. Did I not give it away when I was sitting inside my multi-million-dollar mansion next to my popular millionaire friend, as me, a millionaire, was sitting on my stream with a giant sweater saying capitalism is voluntary? You didn't realize I was trolling the whole time? I'd be like, you know what, Hassan? You fucking got us, okay? It was funny. It was a good one. I'll give you props for that. I would give him props for that.
Do you think when I say, guys, I don't think that Russia will bomb Kyiv is actually, in your opinion, like me making up something? Or do you think it's speculation?
No, the clip is actually you talking really condescendingly about people who think that could happen. That's the clip.
Okay, but you're... Yeah, okay. You don't...
Yeah,
so
why
is this
are you-
all
why
just
are you
tone
doing
policing?
that? You
Is
don't
that
know
what it
what
is?
you're talking about.
Is this all... So all of this is just you personally tone policing the way I'm
No,
covering
it's
the
not
fucking
totally
news?
policing. It's about your
Do you have
poor
any
reporting.
genuine interest or any curiosity in like Russia and Ukraine at all? Or
I like how Willie is clearly not like a geopolitical commentator. Like, I doubt that Willie follows a bunch of foreign policy, but that's not what Willie's video was on. It was about the irresponsibility and fucked upness of Hassan's reporting. And Hassan is trying to like change this into like, can we talk about some sort of conflict that I know more about than you, so I can just like overwhelm you with facts, even though Willie's not even necessarily disagreeing. Notice how that's what Hassan keeps trying to pull the conversation. What do you think about Russia invading Ukraine? What do you think about them bombing Kyiv? Do you think that was a good idea? Do you have opinions on this conflict? Like, he's trying to like pull him into that area so they could beat him down with just like a gish gallop of a bunch of random shit, basically.
or is all you do fucking drama farming off of clips? Because over the course of this entire conflict, I've dedicated tens or hundreds of hours into my coverage.
Oh, people keep asking me, do you think Hassan's like fan base is shrinking or whatever? Yeah, of course it is, and he knows it as well. I think he's dipped almost 10,000 average viewers, maybe, probably around anywhere from 5 to 10,000, depending on how you, what time period you do that over the last year. Yeah, he's dipped pretty significantly. I think he might have dipped last year too. Yeah, a little bit, not as much, but yeah. I'm pretty sure he's like feeling pressure on stuff like this. He's actually lost followers recently. Wait, really?
And the analysis in and of itself comes from a solid foundation. Now, the predictions might be wrong, and it certainly was, which is something that I took accountability for, even though you said I had not. So here's my question to you.
You then just did the same mistake again. You did the same criticism again.
Did you look into, okay, what sources I was looking at and where I was getting this opinion from?
Yeah,
Because
there were sources and opinions
beyond just
for
like
you to-
looking
for
at
you to
beyond just
view
like
on that.
looking at YouTube clips and regurgitating talking points, specifically that you've heard from other like neoliberal
I create
commentators
the
and
talking
whatsoever.
point.
Neoliberal
It's me. It's
neoliberal
coming from me.
commentators is the same fucking 5 clips that you are going to
Wait,
present
you
here.
think
and
Destiny is
tone
secretly
police on
behind
it.
this? Is this what
And
you're crying about right now? Is this why you keep saying random
does it sound like I'm
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
lying
it
to
does.
you?
You just said, yeah, it does. You're talking about stuff that doesn't matter.
Brother,
You're trying to shift
you
the
said-
goalposts
you
away
said-
from the criticism, which is your poor reporting. You bring me on to debate. You let me pick the debate topic.
Somebody was saying that the election would boost his numbers. I actually don't think so. I think that any election coverage, huge boosts that people like Vosh and Hassan were getting, I think was because of like the presence of some progressive, so like Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren and stuff, I don't know how much the election season will boost like some of the progressive or socialist streamers, because they're going to have zero representation. And it's just going to be the same shit over and over and over and over and over again, right? Donald Trump is bad, but Biden's not much better. Like that a million times. Lesser of two evils. So I'm curious how much coverage they'll do. I could be wrong. Maybe they'll bump quite a bit, but I would be surprised if that was the case. Also, I don't know if any of their audiences are even going to feel any passion for any of the coverage, right? Because they have like no dog in the race. They don't give a fuck one way or another if Biden or Trump wins. They have no investment whatsoever. I don't even know how much he'll cover it, but we'll see, yeah.
And now you won't engage. It's incredibly frustrating.
I am trying to engage with you. I am trying to engage with you. I'm trying to engage with you. I'm trying to engage with you in good faith as best as I possibly can. And all you've done so far is go through your YouTube video to be like, well, you said Kiev wasn't being bombed. And actually, it wasn't at the time. But then it got bombed afterwards. Listen, let me finish. Okay, I'm going to mute you if you don't let me finish.
It's not progressive viewers who will watch it. It's mostly normies who are barely into politics. I don't think very many normies who are barely into politics are watching people like Hassan. I think Hassan is very much like a very young, college-age and younger person. Like, sees him on TikTok giving like a progressive, anti-American take. I don't think like normal people are watching Hassan for I don't think normal people watch me for political views. Although normal people have a much higher chance of seeing me for political views because I've done so much work going on other shows, right? So I might have had like a little bit from like the No Jumper audience, or a little bit from Just Pearly Things and Fresh and Fit, or a little bit from the Tommy, the No Impact, like all of these other shows going on, maybe. But like Hassan, the thing is, remember, Hassan doesn't reach out to any normal platforms anywhere. It's very, very, very rare that he'll go on he won't go on opposing platforms. He's done a couple shows, but not very many. Not as many as he could be doing, so.
Okay.
Go for it.
You said Kiev wasn't being bombed at the time. It wasn't. Okay. And then you said, okay, well, guess what? Guess what, dude? Your tone was off. Okay. Well, my tone was off.
It wasn't your tone.
But you haven't brought up, I was being condescending.
It's
you haven't brought up
reporting.
the actual research or the actual analysis that led to these conclusions. Part of the reason why you haven't done that is because you have no idea what these sources are.
Since you're just talking in circles.
Pod Save America is the more mainstream normie left account. That's actually true. I think Pod Save America, is the largest like center left-ish podcast, and I don't think they're like engaged at all in like this world. I don't know how many people from my audience or Hassan's audience or Vash's audience like even know much about Pod Save America. I'm not sure.
On this, can I just go to the next one?
I'm not talking in circles on this whatsoever, but go ahead. Let's talk about the next point.
The next one.
But for the record, I am not clairvoyant. I cannot predict the future. I cannot predict the future.
No, I know.
So I just want to point that out.
But it's you talking on breaking news, like you know what the fuck's gonna happen and you don't. You're talking completely out of line. So
hold up.
Can I just go to the next point?
Hold up. My speculation on what may happen, okay, in the future is not always going to be correct. Everybody understands
this.
It's
usually wrong, yeah.
It's usually wrong? The only example you brought over...
You said the CIA is why Iran bombed the U.S. base, bro.
Do you know how many... Do you know how many hours... Do you know how many hours...
Israelis is because it's a psyop to make Palestinians look bad.
Wait, hold on. What base are you talking about? I don't even know what you're talking about with the Iranian thing. What?
True. Hassan reaches the same political audience that Green Day did with American Idiot in 2004. True.
Iran struck a U.S. base. And then you said it's the CIA. No shot. It's the CIA. Complete because you were like, oh, there's a nuclear deal. Why would Iran do that? No way. No shot. 100% confidence. Iran then takes credit for it, and then you coat, mauled, and seethe to your audience.
Wait, I'm so...
I know, you don't know because you spew so much bullshit all the time you can't even remember.
Perhaps the reason for why you are maybe the reason why I'm confused and the reason why you're a little bit confused on this is because in every single circumstance, that every single thing that you've brought up, there's almost always...
Wait, what is this? Hold on.
After today, would you still refer to President Xi as a dictator? This is a term that you used earlier this year.
Well, look, he is. I mean, he's a dictator in the sense that he is a guy who runs a country that is a communist country that is based on a form of government totally different than ours. Anyway,
that you used earlier.
He is. I mean, he's a dictator in the sense that he is a guy who runs a country that is a communist country that is based on...
But this is nowhere near... Okay.
A correction that comes after the fact. You, on the other hand, do not see the correction, or you, on the other hand, see the
No, I
30
wait
second,
for the full
30
information
second
to be out
to
there, and
2
you don't.
minute,
I do
30
like the
second to
responsible
2 minute
reporter thing.
videos,
You
which
don't.
is enough for you to try and develop a consistent
This
narrative.
is from your whole live stream, by the way. I'm watching everything in context. This is cope from you saying that this is out of context. It's the same shit Andrew Tate does and the Red Pillars do to me, claiming everything's out of context when it's not. That was your opinion at the time. You said those words. They
Brother,
came out of your own mouth. Go
Can
through
I,
the research.
can I ask you
and-
something? Can I ask you
Oh,
something? Can I ask you something really quickly?
Oh.
Okay. One.
Mhm.
This is important for you to comprehend.
I'm sure.
Do you think that over the course of thousands of hours,
SDSU had an Israel Freedom March days before UCSD had a Free Palestine March. Do you think young people are beginning to split on the topic? I have no idea. Remember, for young people, to track young people's opinions on this topic, it just depends on which social groups they belong to. No young person has any fucking idea about any of the facts of the matter relating to this. It is literally a virtue signal topic. That is the only reason why people pick one thing or another for this particular thing. Yeah.
thousands of hours of coverage, okay? Thousands of hours of coverage, especially when something is like being immediately brought to my attention, okay? Immediately brought to my attention, which I don't even know what you're talking about, but
Yeah, I know, 'cause you
I
just- you
don't
sound
exactly,
like
I don't remember what
bullshit
you're talking
with
about.
James
But over the course of thousands of hours of coverage, when I, for example, read something in the chat and respond to it, okay? Do you think that this is like reporting, or do you think that I'm giving like immediate
breaking
commentary?
news you cover. This isn't a random chat comment. This is breaking news that's happening.
Okay.
I think what most
understand
people,
that.
you should do what most people do and
What
wait
is-
for the story to be out there before you start spurging out, making
True. Lawson Erickson, $50. I had a theory that Vosh, Parker, and you were actually still secret friends. Years ago, you all made a plan to troll the internet, drew straws in your roles, then got the fun grift straws. They got the fun grift straws, and you got stuck with the fair analysis straw. Baba Booey. True. We're all Snape in the end.
wild accusations. Here, can I go to the next one?
You need to limit your, TOS worthy takes here. This isn't fucking YouTube
What is-
or
what is
whatever.
my TO what TOS did I break
You
there?
can't use unfortunately, and I used to do this in the past as well. You can't use ableist language, but go on.
Oh, like the R word? I got you. My bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm glad that you're a fan though.
Well, yeah, I don't
Thank you
you know,
for- thank you for
this is your job. I don't want to
Okay.
ruin that. So for instance, like the missile hit the Gaza hospital, both sides blamed each other. That's the breaking news, right? And
Yeah.
instead of waiting for more information, you jumped to conclusions saying it was 100% Israel. 100%.
Okay.
You were so
Good
confident.
good
You were
point.
demeaning all the
Good
chatters.
point. Good point. Can I ask you a
Can I
question?
go through the whole thing
Oh boy.
before you go?
Now let's see if we can try to let's pull this. Okay, clearly I'm wrong here, but let's pull this into some autistically niche territory that he's not going to have information on, so I can look right. Okay.
No. Hold
Before
on.
we
This
get
is
off
important.
topic,
This is
be ready.
important. No, we're not jumping. We're talking about this. Okay. We're
Okay.
talking about this specific thing. Finally, now we're talking about Israel and Palestine. When I said that, I didn't just go, "Oh, I have no other opinion on this matter. I simply think Israel definitely did this because I want Israel to have definitely done this." The
You see the dumb Osama bin Laden trying on TikTok? Yeah.
reason why I said this, and you do this regularly, okay? When I say something on this stream, okay, oftentimes, especially if it's
Did you
a
watch the
developing
video?
story,
How do you know I say this stuff?
especially if it's a developing story, when I say something on an issue that is happening, I look to all of the circumstantial evidence on the matter, and I look to everything else that is going on thus far. Now, we're two adult individuals here. Do you think it is unfair to say Israel blew up the hospital, like Israel bombed the hospital?
I think when there's a
I hate that he's pretending. God, I hate this so much. I don't know how transparent it is. I like how he's pretending that he's going through some process, some epistemically valid process to arrive at conclusions about breaking news, when the reality is he hates Israel, or America more precisely, and he'll just grab whatever factoid fits that, and then he basically works backwards from that conclusion. Like, bro, don't sit here and pretend like you were going through a multitude of stories on the... You probably didn't even read a full article about the bombing, and you're sitting here pretending like you had some epistemically valid process by which you were able to divine the actual truth of the bombing that just happened to be completely and totally fucking wrong, that you got so incorrect about it. Like, come on, dude.
claim like that, you wait for information, right? I mean, there's
Okay.
a million things.
The information is that there
Can I
was.
respond? There's a
you say?
million things
Okay.
to criticize the IDF for. That's right out there, right? You know this. I've seen you do it all day on stream. You get them on shit that they 100% deserve. But when there's something like that, and instead of waiting for reports, while the report is literally Israel and Hamas blame each other, right? You don't know what the story is. You don't
Okay.
know who did it or not.
Does anybody have a video? Was it him or was it Vosh who was saying like, oh yeah, that definitely sounds like a JDAM? Was that him or was it Vosh? Okay, just as a heads up, I am permabanning all users from now on that spam like the same message across all 3 of my chats. I don't know why this meme started. Picasso, if you do it again, you're instantly permabanned, okay? I am permabanning everybody that does. I don't know why people are doing this. It's so unbelievably fucking annoying and stupid. Stop. And you don't even do it just once. You do it over and over and over again, just as a heads up, okay? Jesus. All right.
Deserve. But when there's something like that, and instead of waiting for reports, while the report is literally Israel and Hamas blame each other, right? You don't know what the story is. You don't know who did it or not. And you say 100%, they 100% did it. That's a huge disaster, bro. That's like
at that point, first of all, who do you think blew up the hospital? Like the hospital courtyard, rather. Who do you think bombed the hospital courtyard?
I think most investigations point towards it being either the Islamic Jihad or Hamas, right? It's like a misfired rocket. And then what you did in response to that was, instead of being like, yeah, I think since most of the reports are going this way.
Why do you think it's wait, hold on. Why do you think it's Hamas or Islamic Jihad and a rocket misfire?
I like how he's just mining and mining and mining. This is the lab strategy, right? He's mining and mining and mining for something that the guy might not know about, so that then he can hammer him on some irrelevant, like esoteric side fact that has nothing to do with the initial claim of Hassan was clearly using a propaganda mindset to arrive prematurely at a conclusion about breaking news, right? Like, how far is he going to dig on this? Like, oh yeah, it was because of that. Well, do you even know the make and model? Do you even know the chemical makeup of the fuel that the custom rockets use? Do you like?
Well, that was just what most of the investigations turned out.
So
I know Channel 4 had a different one.
Because you're bringing this up, and this is really important to understand. One, all of the circumstantial
you say that every
evidence.
time, but it never is.
Okay, all of.
That was a good one-liner.
And this is really important to understand. One, all of the circumstantial.
Oh, true. I wonder if Hassan was hoping that he would say, "Oh, Hamas bombed them," and he would go, "Oh, Hamas, you don't even know all of the different groups operating out of the Gaza Strip, because it wasn't actually Hamas that people think it was. It was a totally different group, and you probably don't even know the name." That's probably what he was fishing for. But when he said Islamic jihadists, it fucked his dialogue trip. So now he's got to hop to some different shit. You're probably right. That's probably what happened.
Every time, but it never is.
Okay, all of the circumstantial evidence at the time, of course, after the 6,000 bombs that Israel had dropped on Gaza, a densely populated open-air prison, the 6,001st bomb, understandably, was going to be an Israeli bomb. To this day, we still do not know whether this was an Islamic Jihad rocket that was misfired, or whether or not this was actually an artillery shell that might have hit a fuel tank, or even some other kind of munition that Israel may have deployed.
So why did you say it was
now,
100%
the reason why,
Israel and then call everyone genocidal freaks that disagree with you?
You don't actually watch the content beyond.
You demonize them.
Because, first of all, because they
That's
are.
what you do every time,
Because the Israeli government is genocidal. What the fuck are you talking about, you dumb fuck? 4,500 children have been ruthlessly slaughtered. You think that's not genocidal? Oh, the one hospital might. Wait, Willie, shut the fuck up and listen, dumbass.
Yeah.
Really?
I hate the children line. It's so fucking cringe. God, it's so cringe. Like, it's just like, it's like the Reddit meme that you just pull out over and over again. Like, break here to hopefully auto win the argument. Did you know that 55% of people are children? And did you know that 25% of the people killed are children? And then 97% of their water is not drinkable and is genocidal apart? Like, it's always like the same like 6 talking points with like absolutely zero engagement with any actual fact of the matter, right? It's just like repeating these stats over and over and over and over again until you basically the person gives up, I guess.
Go on, do it.
Do you really think that if one fucking hospital wasn't bombed by Israel and this was a fucking actual misfire, that all of a sudden means that like that all of a sudden means that like Israel's not doing ethnic cleansing?
Right now, you're doing it in real time.
Dude, just fucking answer my question. Do you think?
That's not what he said. True.
Okay, I'm gonna put this side by side. I want you to fucking understand something, okay?
Oh, this is on Willie Max.
So that is a JDAM called on. Do you think that seems similar to one another? Also, not a ballistics trajectory expert, but that JDAM came from super high up. If you look at the actual confirmed video of the bombing, you know that neither of these parties. Do you think that the ethnic cleansing campaign, if you take out the bombing, okay? Yep. If you take out the one time that this hospital's bombed, okay? If you take that out, do you think out of the equation, do you think Israel is all of a sudden not doing ethnic cleansing in Gaza?
No, that's not what I said. This is what you're trying to
I'm asking you. I'm asking you. Okay, then
I just said no.
Okay, good. I'm glad. Okay, so what's your
reports?
Okay, got it. No. Got it.
Look at the reports, and you go ahead and they side with it. You then
Willie,
continue to call them
Willie.
genocidal, even though that's the fact of the info. That's what most of the info says.
When I cover these
You
kinds
ignore
of
the
stories,
news, bro. That's the point. You just like lie and come up with your own
I don't
shit.
ignore the news. You ignore the rest of the fucking coverage because on the day of the hospital bombing, I personally said, okay, that the highest likelihood of this hospital being bombed is from
No, you also
Israel.
said it was 100%.
Just shut the fuck up and
That's what
listen,
you did,
okay?
bro.
Shut up
Yeah, no,
and
keep
listen.
shifting the goalpost. Keep saying
Listen,
more
I'm not
shit.
shifting the fucking goalpost. It's my own
You
coverage.
are.
I'm giving you additional feedback. If you actually genuinely cared about the truth instead of fucking clip chimping and drama farming, you would
It's not
understand
clip
that on
chimping.
that
It's like
same
right there.
day,
You could go watch
on that
the full clip.
same
It's in my
day,
video.
on that same day, over and over again, I said the highest probability of this is that this is an Israeli bombing campaign. Part of the reason why I said that,
You also said that
and
was
I
the
also
highest
mentioned
probability
multiple times.
after the investigation.
I also
which
mentioned
the investigations don't agree with you.
I also
still double
mentioned
down on that
multiple
point.
times. I also mentioned multiple times.
You just
that
again
the
ignored what I
reason-
said.
Dude, just listen to what I'm saying.
Well, you're
I know
saying
it doesn't.
irrelevant,
I know
though.
it
You're
doesn't
just saying,
correspond.
bro, like you're
No, it's
just
not
saying-
irrelevant.
That's true. He is. He's just saying irrelevant, random shit. Yeah, this is on strike. Remember, if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, or if you can't win the argument, just like vent, like info dump. This is what he did with Ethan over and over again. He just like random info dumps of shit. Because the more stuff you can say that's correct, it's like in the housing crisis. It's like creating CDOs when you've got like a lot of bad underlying material. If you pack enough shit in, it kind of works, right? So the Afghan-Soviet Civil War happened in 1850, and it was because America was the one providing the Afghans, I think, with nuclear weapons in 1850. 1 + 1 is 2. H2O means water. If you go into like any physics class and you actually study, you'll see that like a lot of it is theoretically in like frictionless vacuums, and it doesn't always carry over well to like engineering degrees. Red Bull has a lot of like caffeine and stuff. Like it's just like you say a couple of retarded things, and then you just like start info dumping on the most random shit that nobody's asking about. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about. No relevance to the argument. You just like info dump, and then if you say enough correct things after that, then everybody looks at you like, yeah, this guy's like a facts. This guy's a facts speaker, dude. This guy speaks some true facts. And then all the while, like Chad is like spamming, like, "Yo, yeah, you tell him," and it's like, who cares? It's like because it's the spray and pray debate strat.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Well, you're
I know
saying
it
it's
doesn't.
irrelevant,
I know
though.
it
You're
doesn't
just saying,
correspond.
bro, like you're
No,
just
it's not
like
irrelevant
waffle.
because
You're
you're making a
waffling.
video. You're making a video to massage
right.
a certain
You're
narrative, to create a certain narrative.
It's a
okay?
true narrative. It's like
to create a certain
100%
narrative,
right.
and that narrative, when it doesn't
can't even
correspond to the
disprove it
narrative
when
you're
you
trying to
hear it, I'm
make,
telling it to your face.
when it doesn't correspond to the narrative you're trying to make, you go, "Oh, it's irrelevant." Of course, it's not irrelevant. Do you think that my coverage of this bombing is irrelevant? Why are you fucking
No,
making a
it's
video
actually- it's
about a
actually what I'm
30-second
criticizing,
sliver of the
that you
content
jump-
if
I
you don't
criticize
actually?
that you jump to conclusions, and now you're saying, "Yeah, I did," but like, look at this 1.8 hours in.
Willie,
after I said it was
Willie,
100%
it's not
true,
8 hours
I
in.
actually
It's not
said
8
it
hours
was
in.
mostly
It's not 8
likely.
hours in. It is not 8 hours in. What
It
will
is.
it take for you to go, okay, you know what? I was actually wrong. He actually had a much more even-handed approach to the subject matter. Or have you already made your...
Imagine Hassan trying to present himself as having an even-handed approach on this matter. Holy shit.
preconceived biases,
No,
and
it's
you're
not. It's
simply
like the
looking to
facts.
reinforce
It's the
them.
facts of what happened, and you have yet to disprove it. If my criticism is
I said on the day of the bombing, Willie,
what have you done to
Willie,
disprove that? You jump
I
into
said
conclusions.
on the day of the bombing,
Yes.
I
yes,
said
like the most hilarious part. Like it's
the
the day.
only-
This is breaking news, and
Yes.
you jump to the conclusion that's 100%.
You're right. After
Out of your
6,000
mouth.
bombs, the 6,001st bomb,
Then
I should have
after
been like,
the
guys, hold
about-
on. Let's not talk about it.
You said 6,000 bombs. How many rockets do you think have gone from Gaza to Israel this year? Wait, why is he saying 6,000 bombs? Like Israel's the only one sending bombs. Actually, hold on. I'm about to pull a number maybe completely out of my ass. I might be completely making this up, and maybe I'm mixing up with some of the Israeli war coverage. So we'll look this up after. Wasn't there? Didn't they say that there were 4,000 rockets that were sent out on October 7th from Gaza and Lebanon, or was it just Gaza to Israel? Or am I making that number up? Was that reported, or might I make that up? 5,000 on the day. How many rockets Hamas fire into Israel on October 7th? This says 2,200. The IDF claims 9,500 since October 7th. That was 8 days ago. They said 3,000 were fired from the Gaza Strip. Okay. More than 3,000. Okay, so several thousand. So Hassan with this line of like, oh, well, maybe the 6,000 in first bomb. What about all the rockets that Hamas is firing? I wish Willie knew that fact, right? Why would it be so unbelievable that it was one of theirs? Like, you act like the bombing's only going one way.
Call everybody genocidal.
Shut the fuck up and
That's
listen.
what you do.
Shut up and listen, dumbass.
Go on.
Listen.
Oh, go on.
Okay, thank you. Holy fuck, you're just simply proving how bad faith you are, and you don't give a shit.
I'm
yes,
not. You're
I'm covering
not
the fucking
engaging.
news.
You don't
yes,
engage.
I'm covering the news. In America, when we have like mass shootings and whatnot happening, I have a policy of usually not diving headfirst into that news coverage because it is not the same as the consistent war coverage. The only reason why I usually talk about whatever kind of breaking story is happening. This is not the same for Israel, and it's not the same for Ukraine.
Wasn't your stream titled that the day
Listen,
of the shooting?
listen to me. Listen to me. The only thing I cover in situations like that is whatever the mainstream media's, whatever.
Don't Hamas rockets have like a 20% fail rate? Yeah, remember that I should just look this up instead of making it up. The custom rockets are literally, it's like a tube, and then you put some like fucking fertilizer and nitrate or some bullshit, and then you just fucking let it go. It's not like a guided missile system or anything at all. They're incredibly primitive. You have very, very, very little control over the trajectory of these things. And I believe these are, when they talk about rockets coming to the Gaza Strip, this is what you're talking about, right? Like 99% of the time, I believe this. Now, well, I don't think a missile's ever been fired from the Gaza Strip. I don't think so, right? But I know missiles have been fired from Yemen, Iraq, I think Lebanon. We could go and look it up, but yeah, these rockets are incredibly unreliable. Yeah.
Media has reported on. Oftentimes, we just simply look at the live stream of the police force when they are talking about how many victims are there. That's it. Now, having said that, is that the case for Israel? No, it's not. Is that the case for Ukraine? No, it's not, and it wasn't. Okay. And in that circumstance, there are times where, of course, I'm going to get certain things wrong. But this is an 8-hour news coverage. If you look at
all of these are missiles are just unguided. I had a couple of military people email me on terminology. I don't know if they both said the same thing though. They might have given contradictory statements. But I think wait. Sorry. Oh, I think the explanation I was given was that missiles typically have some form of guidance and trajectory alteration, and rockets are just things that you just fire with no guidance. But I think I had 2 different military guys email me and give me 2 different answers, so I don't know if that's actually officially true or not. They might just be terms that have not much specificity. So.
30 seconds. If you look at a 30-second broadcast,
that's the criticism. It's not 30 seconds. You keep saying that. It's
okay,
not 30
if you look
seconds.
at a 5-minute portion of a fucking
you're fucking
brother. You're not listening to what I'm saying. On the very same
bombed by Israel, 800 people dead. That was your stream. What did I do to title it that? I didn't do that.
Okay.
I didn't clip that out of context.
Can you please listen to me? 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 Can you please listen to me?
What will I have to show you for you to own up to this criticism?
Okay, because you're not listening to what I'm trying to say. First of all, I never said 800.
What you're saying is irrelevant. You're just going on about it.
Did Hassan always debate like this? He seemed way more passive and more shit at debate in general years ago when he was still in orbit of yours. When Hassan was an orbiter. I think back then he tried to be like a little bit more kind of like fact-based, or not fact-based, but like having a real back and forth in a conversation. But like, you got to remember, the Hassan of the past like 3 or 4 years is like barely even a real human being, right? This is like a caricature of like modern day popular young politics combined with maximum like clout sharking approval mode, combined with maximum like Marxist Leninist like anti-American tendencies, combined with like the most like perverted form of breaking news obfuscation. Like it's like this like amalgamation of like horrible characteristics. He's not like a thinking normal human being that's like, oh, like how would a human being engage this argument? It's like a defense mechanism after defense mechanism that he's like constructed to keep his ego and his cognitive dissonance at bay, to keep his ego safe, cognitive dissonance at bay, while he like engages with other people and tries to like farm basically reactions off of them. Like that's the only thing you're seeing at this point. Hassan is, by the way, not unique here. Like, there's a lot of people that have this issue. Like, I think Vosh, although he's a bit more cerebral about it, I think Vosh actually falls into a lot of the same types of traps. In fact, actually, if I think about it, probably most online political commentators will fall into this trap, because the problem is at some point the facts are going to take you to an area that is incongruent with whatever political party you're aligned with, and you can't confront that fact or talk about it. So the only other alternative is to perform. You have to do something. Remember, humans cannot live with cognitive dissonance. You have to do something to alleviate it. So you either lie to yourself, you like only search for certain types of information, you like engage in weird rationalizations to make it go away. Like there's always something you have to do to alleviate it. And for Hassan, that thing is usually avoiding confrontation from people as much as possible and picking the opponents like really, really, really well.
Random shit.
Okay, I was literally repeating what the BBC coverage was. Not only that, but also because like I don't have a direct on the ground. I wasn't.
What was the BBC? Hold on, I might have this wrong. All right.
Do you see how Willie interrupted him so many times and Hassan just kept rambling? But Willie said something there that was probably wrong, and now Hassan, the brakes just slammed on the train. He's like, wait, you don't think the BBC got this wrong? I don't know how much they're going to debate on this point, but now Hassan wants to hang his hat on that point.
I wasn't.
Well, was the BBC? Hold on, I might.
How do you deal with cognitive dissonance? Well, I mean, the good way to alleviate cognitive dissonance is that if you have cognitive dissonance, it means that a thought process has given you two ideas that are contradictory in nature, meaning that the same type of reasonable thought process should not be producing both opinions. So something is wrong with the thought process. So if you have cognitive dissonance because something is not matching your prediction with reality, or you're predicting different things, well, then you have to go back to the thought process and adjust it accordingly. That's what you're supposed to do. I hope that's what I do. But I mean, I guess technically everybody thinks they do that, so it doesn't really mean much. It's like when I say like, oh yeah, like I think I'm somebody that tries to find the facts and remain like unbiased, like everybody says that. So it's kind of a worthless statement for any individual to be saying it because, yeah, but that's ideally that's what you do, right?
I have this wrong, all right? Did the BBC say it was 100% Israel when they blamed each other?
The BBC's original assessment, yes, was that it was most likely an Israeli bombing.
Yeah, but they blamed each other in investigations.
No. That was literally the reason why they had to rescind the coverage. That was the reason why they had to rescind the coverage and apologize for it. But also, what you're failing, you didn't do your research. Shut the fuck up. What you're also failing to fucking comprehend here in your dense ass mind is that, once again, and I repeat myself, I said, here is what I will believe. Here is what I will believe. If there's a third-party investigation, given the fact that Israel has lied routinely about the bombing campaign, and specifically had, in that very same morning, the Israeli Air Force said we had no bombing campaigns happening in the region.
Investigations.
We have no bombing Just listen, okay? We have no bombing campaigns in the region, which was a lie. They were bombing in that region, actually, as a matter of fact.
Wait, bombing a rich region?
About the bombing campaign, and specifically had, in your dense-ass mind, is that, once again, and I repeat myself, I said, here is what I will believe. Here is what I will believe. If there's a third-party investigation, given the fact that Israel has lied routinely about the bombing campaign, and specifically had, in that very same morning...
Oh, also, we are going to spend... I hope you're ready for it. I'm sorry, but I'm like super fat. I have so many questions. Fuck. I read, oh my God. Fuck, I'm sorry. I'm just reading everything, okay? What in the fuck? What in the fuck is the history of Lebanon? I tried to read through the First and Second Lebanese War. What in the fuck is even happening in that country ever? Holy shit. It's like 4 groups of people all trying to fucking murder each other, all with different fucking reasons. That country has like the most that's in just like 2 random conflicts that I was reading about. What the fuck? Holy shit. That's number 1. And then also, number 2, okay, so I did a lot of reading on like, I think it's pronounced, I don't know how it's pronounced, Dimi and Jizya, I think, which is, Dimi refers to in Islam, depending on how you read it, in Islam, I'll give you the favorable reading. In Islam, there are readings of the Quran where non-Muslim people are considered part of your nation, and you're not supposed to convert them. You're not supposed to execute or kill them, but they're actually protected people. So you put these people in their own little villages or whatever the fuck, and you even let them have their own religious laws. You don't apply Muslim law. You don't apply Sharia to them. However, and it's because they're not a normal citizen that doesn't have the same obligations under Islam, you charge them a different tax. They pay jizya instead of, or jizya, I don't know how to pronounce this shit, instead of whatever the normal, some M word or whatever, that Muslims pay. But blah, 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 blah. Moving all past that, here's the question that I have, okay? It seems like, and we might do a whole Ottoman Empire reading, okay? I'm asking this question. I'm not expecting to get a coherent answer. Or maybe somebody will email me one. It seems like the Ottoman Empire, for the longevity of that country, did a phenomenal fucking job of keeping so many different types of people, for the majority of its history, relatively peaceful and chilling with each other inside of their fucking country. I don't know how. This is like the one thing that I want to like fucking figure out. Like no, it did not. There were issues. I think there was was it in the 1800s it had like a big collapse and then like rebirth or whatever. But given the extensive amount of land they covered, the different types of people that lived in that region, especially religion and ethnic, and then the kind of like failing and then coming back, whatever, I feel like they did an okay job. Like how many multi-ethnic empires were successful for that long, right? I could be wrong. Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe as I dive into the Ottoman Empire, I'll be like, oh, it actually was like super fucked. But given what is it, like 500 years? When did the Ottoman Empire start? 600 years, 700 years? Damn, I don't know. Bro, I feel like they did a pretty good job. I feel like they did a pretty decent job. I guess it depends on when you count like the start, depending on their size or whatever, but I feel like they did a pretty good job, okay? Destiny, the Russian Empire. I feel like the Russian Empire doesn't get a good track record because, this is very, 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 very light Russian history that I know just from studying Ukraine, Russia. Because I think the Russian Empire, like even in the czars prior to fucking Stalin and prior to Lenin and prior to the revolution and everything, I think didn't Russia always have an empire of like, we're going to kill all your people and ship in our own people and we're going to like make you us? Like didn't even the earlier Russian czars and shit, didn't they always have that type of policy? I could be wrong on that, but I feel like I remember this popping up time and time again. But yeah, that history is like very, very, very rough or light, I would say.
Morning, the Israeli Air Force said we had no bombing campaigns happening in the region.
Investigations.
We have no bombing. Just listen, okay? We have no bombing campaigns in the region, which was a lie. They were bombing in that region, actually, as a matter of fact. That's number one. Number two, Israel also personally brought forward inconsistent testimony, inconsistent statements as to why this was definitely an Islamic Jihad rocket, okay? And the reason why we're having this conversation and how it's so fucking stupid, okay, it's so insanely idiotic, is because Israel is currently, while we're having this conversation, sieging the main hospital in Gaza. Israel, at that point, had 420 medical incidents, according to the World Health Organization. If you get your fucking news through clip.
The Aztec Empire, low-key, really good at unifying a diverse population. I might be biased because of like the mass sacrifices that I read of them, but I thought that they didn't do a good job unifying a diverse population. I thought they literally just conquered people, and you either like fall in the line or you get instantly executed. But I could be wrong. Maybe I'm doing the savage meme as the white invader.
You are not going to understand why I said what I said.
The Ottoman Empire was based more on religion, while Russians more on nationality. Yeah, but I thought for the Ottoman Empire, weren't there stories that like, what was the name of the first ruler? That like, as he conquered Constantinople and he marched in, that like the Jews came out of their temples and he literally said, listen, we own you now. Go back to your temples and worship the same way you were before. Nothing is going to change, and then like leaves or whatever. I feel like there were stories that there might be more particular things that I'm missing. But even though the Ottoman Empire was, I think, largely like stated as an Islamic empire, and even though people did live as different classifications of citizens under that dhimmi shit, I think for the most part they did okay. But again, I could be wrong, so be careful, okay? He said that, but then immediately taxed non-Muslims much more. I don't know how much the jizya tax or whatever was compared to the ordinary. Is it Muzrat or Mux? What the fuck was it called? Jizya versus Zakat. Zakat? I don't know what the rates were. I tried to look this information up, but it was really hard to find information on this. But I also didn't do like a deep dive. I was just like checking or whatever. Destiny, they were pretty big on slavery. Okay, but like wasn't everybody kind of big on slavery back then? There are native descendants in Mexico to this day that are proud to have fought alongside the Spanish to bring down the Aztecs. Zakat is how it's pronounced. Okay, sorry, hold on. We are not making good progress. Okay.
420 medical incidents, according to the World Health Organization. If you get your fucking news through clips, you are not going to understand why I said what I said.
This is something. Ooh, after that Goldstone report. And then after the, I think it was Goldstone and that big Operation Cast Iron thing we read. So something that I've heard and I've repeated over and over again is there are three numbers that are usually given for deaths in Gaza. There are three numbers usually given, or the West Bank, or Gaza especially. You've got the UN numbers, or the UN and Amnesty International numbers, right? The international third-party independent orgs. You've got the Hamas numbers, and then you've got the Israeli numbers. It tends to go, Hamas is the highest, the third-party international people are usually a tad lower, and then the IDF numbers are quite a bit lower, right? People use this a lot to point to the idea that that the Israel consistently underestimates the numbers. But now that I've started reading, I read through 2 of those essays that were a critical response to that Goldstone report. No. I think it was to Goldstone, yeah. Now something, because we're in the weeds on everything, and I love it. I love being in the weeds. Here's something I'm really curious about. How the fuck do third-party international orgs get these numbers? Because from the very little bit I've read, it seems like they basically just get them from Hamas. So you're really just getting the Hamas numbers twice. This is something that I'm already predisposed to believe this, so I'm admitting I have a bias right out the gate. I admit that I have a bias right out the gate. I'll probably try to find information to counter this, okay? But admitting that I have a bias right out the gate, I'm starting to understand more when Israelis are like, the UN and the UNRWA and Amnesty, all these people just fucking hate us. I'm starting to understand that more because of the veracity of some of these reports and shit that come out from these third-party orgs that are like evaluating the crime and everything and the genocides and the war crimes and blah, blah, blah. But I don't have a strong feeling on that right now. But yeah, we'll see.
Including that unless there is an actual third-party on-the-ground investigation, I will, of course, believe, given the circumstantial evidence mounted, that this is yet another Israeli bomb or some type of Israeli munitions, that I'm going to assume that, yes, Israel blew up this hospital just like it had blown up the cancer ward at that very same hospital 2 days prior. Did you see that part of the coverage? No, you didn't.
You know what you're doing right now and what you just did?
Oh, shit. Info dumping?
I criticized you for jumping to conclusions, right? Which, by the way, a lot of streamers didn't. A lot of new streamers didn't. Right, I would have been down to make videos on them. Some did, but a lot didn't. Right?
No, you wouldn't, dumbass. You only do this because it gets you fucking views. You don't give a shit about Israel.
All you did was justify the bad, justify why
Israel claimed that the BBC was doing modern blood libel.
This is what you just said. All you did right there was justify why you should be able to report things badly. And then you dismissed it all saying, well, Israel's attacking Gaza right now, so none of it matters if I got it wrong.
Because, of course,
it's fucking embarrassing.
Because the point that you're trying to argue here without actually saying it.
The point is that you should just wait and fucking do a good job reporting. Why were you
But wait, if the Hamas numbers are high, third-party people are lower or in the middle. Third-party people are not lower in the middle. They're just slightly lower. And the Israel numbers are substantially lower. Doesn't that track in terms of where the bias numbers should be? The question that I'm curious about, though, is where do the third-party people get their numbers from? That's what I'm curious about. And I haven't done deep diving into that. Because my understanding is a lot of that just comes from communication with the Gaza and Health Ministry, which theoretically is supposed to operate independently from Hamas, even though it's under the wing of Hamas. There are, I've seen that like journalists have talked to multiple people that work as part of the Gaza and Health Ministry that says we don't take orders from Hamas. They don't tell us, what to report or whatever. So for that has been said by people that work in these organizations. Now, how much I believe it or not, I'm not sure. Again, I have to read it, but I don't have a reason to not. Well, I do have a reason to not trust it. That's a lie. I'm trying to be too impartial, right? If they're all part of like Hamas or that, like obviously, but.
Making concrete statements you know nothing about. That's the same criticism. You haven't disproved that at all.
I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Listen to me.
I'm losing my mind, bro, because it's just
first of all, one, you're holding me to a fucking higher standard than the fucking BBC, which the Israeli government said was blood libel.
To be clear, Hassan holds himself to a higher standard than the Hassan holds himself to a higher standard than journalists. Remember on Piers Morgan, he said, I think I do a better job. Well, maybe he doesn't hold himself to a higher standard, but he said, I think I do a better job than most journalists, he said. Trine Rendick says, Destiny, where do Israel get their numbers from? Based on the reporting and everything that we've seen, it seems like when Israel is bombing people and doing recon and intel, they have like a decent amount of information about like who's on the ground and who's in what areas, like if soldiers are on the ground especially. But if they blow up a building that they don't have troops next to and there are 20 family members inside, would the IDF know that? My guess is probably not, or if they would, I have no idea how they would get that information. So, if we do a bunch of research and it's like, well, the IDF can't account for like 15% of people that they vaporize because they're doing these bombs at long distance, like how would they ever know? Yeah, that could be totally possible, right? I can't. There's no way I could say like, oh, the IDF 100% is going to know every single I don't know if they could know, but I don't know the explicit process by which they try to verify like casualties and stuff on the ground. I'm not sure, so.
For arriving at the same fuck. You know why I didn't apologize? You know why I didn't apologize?
You haven't done that.
You want to know why I didn't apologize? You want to know why I didn't apologize? Do you care?
Why don't you let me talk?
Do you care? Do you want me to tell you why I didn't apologize?
Somebody linked this article in chat. I actually read this exact article. This was one of the ones that I read on this. I read this on the plane today, actually. 15 hours ago. That's why. How the dead are counted in Gaza. I think I Googled something like, I don't remember what I Googled, but it was like verify dead I think like Hamas, Gaza, some shit hospital. Yeah, I don't know why I showed you this article that I read, but it seemed like it felt like when I read this, it basically what they did is they get the list from Hamas and they just try to like fact check a little bit to see if it's like if they can find some obvious bullshit, and then if they don't, they basically just are republishing the Hamas numbers essentially. But BD is usually done with drones and sourced on the ground. 90%, especially here in the U.S. military and Israeli doctrine, isn't super different. How substantial is the gulf between Hamas numbers and Israeli numbers? Honestly, it's usually not that far off. Operation, Protective Edge. I hate that I haven't read all these recent fucking incursions. Let me see if I can find. So, like, the Gaza Health Ministry here for this reports 2,300 killed, 10,000 wounded. The UN reports 2,250 killed. And Israel reports 2,125 killed. So they're generally not like too far off. Yeah. Now remember though, I don't know what the 70% civilians means because my understanding is the Gaza Health Ministry never publishes information about combatants. They call all of them civilians, I thought. Let me, I thought that was in this. Health Ministry officials say the death figures are recorded by medical professionals before being passed on to them. And the figures only include people recorded dead in hospital. The figures do not distinguish between military and civilian deaths. So yeah, I don't know how they get from the Gaza Health Ministry the 70% civilians. I'm not sure how they count that, but it makes sense that Jews get taxed more. They follow the Torah when lending to other Jews. No interest for one another. Full tax to Gentiles is the financial reason why the world hated them so much. Bro, there's no way that nobody in the whole world besides Jews were lending at interest. I can't believe that. There must have been Christian. It was like such an obvious business idea, fronting capital people with like time discounting and everything taken together. There's no possible way that nobody in the entire world besides Jewish people were lending with interest. I can't believe that. There's no shot. That would be so stupid. Usury? It's usury, right? Usury? Or no, it's usury. Usury was a sin for Christians. My brother in Christ, as Vosh says. I'm pretty sure in the 1500s, weren't Catholics literally selling indulgences to people? Like, weren't they literally, like, wasn't this part of the Protestant, like, Reformation demands? I don't remember when the Reformation was. Fuck. Was it 1500s? Or was it, like, 1800s? Protestant Reformation. It was 1500s, yeah. But like the Catholic Church was literally like bring me like 50 shekels or gold pieces. I don't know what the fuck the currency was. Bring me 50 of the king's coin and I will like forgive your sins and send you to heaven. Like some wild shit. Yeah, so like if you're literally doing that, you tell me you can't lend a brother some, $20 with some interest? Bullshit. I don't believe it. No shot. No shot. That's wild. I can't believe it. The Catholic Church had like 3 popes at once at one point, okay? You're telling me nobody was like, can I lend this dude some money and charge him some fucking interest? No shot. Let me use a restaurant quick, hold on. 64 seconds, 1 sec. Wow.
I know why you didn't apologize, because you never do. You always double down or shift the goalpost.
Wait, I don't apologize? I don't apologize? That's crazy, because you said I never apologized about being wrong about Ukraine, but I did.
Yeah,
and you fucking lied and said that, oh, well, actually, you were just backing away.
Very consistent. I'm very consistent with it.
Yeah, you're consistently wrong, you dense fuck. Listen.
I haven't. You don't even watch the videos. How would you know if I'm wrong?
Why would I watch your dumbass drama farming videos? You don't give a shit about anything. You don't give a shit about this conflict. You don't give a shit about this beyond it pushing your fucking personal...
You not watching my videos is the same level of reporting that you give Israel and Gaza. It's the same level of reporting that you give Ukraine.
I'm gonna be honest with you. If you think you are revealing, you're revealing how stupid you are by claiming that watching a fucking YouTube video is the same as like reading news reports and talking to on-the-ground journalists and forensic analysts.
No, I'm not. I'm saying you won't even do the bare minimum, and you won't even do it for a drama video.
I'm losing my fucking mind. Why would I care about your drama video, dumb fuck?
Yeah, you do. That's why you invited me on.
I invited you on. I invited you on because I thought that you genuinely had a perspective that was at odds with mine on Israel-Palestine. You said, never mind, it's not what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about my videos that I've made on you. So now we're stuck having this fucking stupid conversation. When I cover shit like this,
it would be about if you just watch the video.
Willie,
classic hospitality journalism.
All right, I'll ask you questions.
Is he talking to on-the-ground reporters and forensic analysts? Is that what he's implying he's doing, or what the news sources he's watching are doing? I thought he was implying the news sources that he reads are doing that.
I'll ask you questions. In your video, do you, I don't know, at any point bring up any of the resources that I'm using, like including the BBC, which you said?
Yeah, I showed the tweet you used. Yeah, I did. I showed the tweet.
He's saying that he literally says it? Who the fuck is he talking to on the ground anywhere? Or he probably brings on a person for like 30 minutes to chat with them. And then, yeah.
Of a missile striking the ground, going, doesn't that look like a JDAM? That actually looks a lot like a JDAM. That's your epic reporting. Those are your epic sources, bro.
Yes. My epic sources. That was the only verified video of the strike at the time.
I know, like you're a
Do you know where I got that?
Like you know how to.
Do you know where I got that video from? Do you know where I got that video from?
Where?
The Washington Post. That's where I got that video from.
Yeah, but you don't know how to interpret what that missile is.
That's really interesting you say that, because at the time I was talking. At the time, that's really interesting because at the time I was. At the time. I know
at the time you
talking to. I was talking to open source intelligence people and also forensic analysts. That's what I was doing, and I still do. When I'm reporting on this kind of thing, especially when it's outside of my immediate like expertise or whatever, I go to people that are making real-time assessments. One of the things that I'm sure you didn't mention was the geo-confirmed Twitter thread. The geo-confirmed Twitter thread that originally was incredibly viral pointed to this being...
Does this all exonerate you for jumping to conclusions?
Yeah, it's just more fact dumps. The UN hires locals in Gaza and in the West Bank to coordinate its programs with neighboring countries that have bigger UN offices. As some of the Red Cross, but they also have offices in Tel Aviv. Cool. Destiny, he's saying he's doing it, and he said so during the stream on 10/17 and had nobody on his stream, so if it's true, it's all in the background. In parentheses, it's not true. True.
No, dumbass. Over the course of 8 hours, I am parsing through misinformation. No, I'm not. I'm not shifting. We're still talking about this bombing. We're still talking about this bombing.
By the way, hold on. Can we move on? Because this is just circles. You're just
whoa. No, we're not fucking moving on just because you feel like this conversation is completely out of your fucking depth because you only look at clips.
It's very basic. The conversation because you only look at clips. You jump to conclusions, and then you jump to conclusions, and now you justify why you should be able to do that.
One thing that I do in breaking news stories is to parse through, all of the information that is accumulating online that is going viral. I do this specifically for whenever there's a mass shooter and some fucking psychotic right-wing weirdo will turn around and be like, oh, the mass shooter actually is trans or whatever the fuck, right? Sure. Now, in this circumstance, I can't believe we're still talking about this, by the way, because every single piece of information that Israel, as the official account, has brought forward has been an abject lie
I got a question,
that have been disproven by the very same authorities that you claim are totally on board, are totally...
Debate tonight or tomorrow. Man, you should have a hard date and be promoting the fuck out of it beforehand. This is going to do numbers. To be honest, this sounds kind of sad. I never thought I'd be saying this. Like, streaming is like the secondary way that I make money right now. Like, the streaming stuff just feeds into my YouTube stuff. So, like, being like ultra rigid on like, oh my god, I got a Finkelstein day, blah, blah, I need everybody there. Like, the live streaming stuff is not like the main thrust of like what I do. It's generally like preparing content for YouTube is the main thrust of what I do. So yeah, if it happens tomorrow, like I'll definitely tweet out like a time and everything. But like, it's not like I'm not like oh my god, I've got to get the maximum live viewership for this particular thing. That's not like the focus. So yeah.
Totally saying claim are totally on board. Are totally saying like no, it definitely has to be an Islamic Jihad rocket. Every single person every single person I've talked
It's not me
to,
trusting
every
them,
single
it's
person I've
third
talked
party
to,
investigations,
from
by the way.
forensic analysts that work at the New York Times, that work at Washington Post, all the way to open source intelligence analysts that I talked to from a broad variety of different ideological backgrounds. The conversations that we had revolved around some of the other open source intelligence community members basically fucking bringing forward incredibly stupid conclusions, like how this massive casualty inducing rocket that was actually a cause of an intercepted missile that fell on the hospital. Every single point that was brought forward in the immediate aftermath of the hospital was actually completely incorrect. But
I don't even know what he's he made such a broad, he knows more. Do you ever call it OSINT, or is it always open source intelligence? The OSINT people, is Hassan trying to say that he had like a better grasp on what was going on than these guys? Honestly, at this point, I think I would trust some of those can you say OSINT, or is that weird? I think I trust some of those OSINT accounts more on Twitter than I do at this point, like WAPO or the New York Times. The ideological biases on the reporting here have gotten like actually fucking out of control. I don't know how, this is like probably one of the most mind-melting conflicts that I've ever seen literally in my entire fucking life, in terms of people's reporting on it just being fucking unhinged.
Didn't make a video about that. You made a video about me, because if you made a video, because if you made a video
about you, yes, you finally get it.
Stop. Listen. Let me finish. You didn't make a video about Geo confirmed and how viral his fucking thread was. You didn't make a video about how wrong most of the news outlets were for directly reporting what the fuck, directly reporting what the fuck Israel, directly reporting what the fuck Israel said.
You think how Kalinske lost his redemption arc? He seems to be brain rotted by the conflict. I mean, like, everybody's redemption arc got set back a few steps. It happened with Anna Kasparian as well, saying she's not voting for Biden because of the Israel-Palestine stuff. It's just, again, for that J.J. McCullough video or whatever, this is just like, it's the perfect conflict to funnel whatever ideology you have through. There's so much. Like, the only thing that would make it even better is if like all the Palestinians were like men and like all the Israelis were women, or like reverse it, so we could get like some feminist shit up here too. Or maybe like in the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, like 94% of people had like an N64, and in Israel, like 92% of them had like a PS2. Like, that would be perfect. Like, I don't even know. Like, there's like 3 things you could change to have it be more divisive. But other than that, it's like the perfectly divided conflict for like somebody to take a really strong side on without having any fucking idea about like anything that's going on. So I think that's why people just get so heated and wrapped up into it.
Says as though it's God's honest truth. Okay,
I don't report
they
like
got
that,
everything
actually.
wrong on that subject, but guess what, dude? They got everything wrong.
correct it
But, but there was no Willie Mack video on that, because why would you make
it? Hold on, did they correct it?
Wait,
did they correct it?
No, they haven't.
They haven't. They just doubled down on it.
No, I'm talking about all of the fucking false testimony that they brought forward about how Israel. Most of these outlets that literally just repeated whatever the fuck Israel said just went along with it because it goes along with the overarching narrative.
Right, but but how come I gotta make a video on them just because I made a video on you? Like,
because you said, wait, hold on. In the beginning of this conversation, you literally said, if someone else had gotten information wrong, I would have done a video on them too. But only you got the information wrong.
I didn't say that. If I made a video on somebody, if I made a video on somebody else,
you said those exact words.
Let me correct it, because that's a ridiculous statement, right?
But you did say that. If you care about misinformation, maybe you should, I don't know, make the next video about ideas.
If he cares about misinformation, maybe you should publish a general history book. What do you mean? The guy's a YouTube commentary person. He makes videos on YouTubers and streamers. Like, what are you talking about? This would be like an FDA watchdog being like, we think the FDA is wasting, $15 million a year in licenses for, phase 3 trials. Like, if the FDA really cared about wasted money, why wouldn't they look at how much money my mom wastes on crack cocaine? Like, bro, that's not their fucking job.
Yeah, and all the times they fucking lie about every single bombing campaign.
So you're saying because I made a video on you, I now got to make a video on Israel? Like,
no, you don't have to do anything. But you can't also maintain a position that you care about the truth and honesty in journalism, like you're a fucking Gamergate holdout, being like, oh, I care about the ethics in video game journalism. That's why we have to dox these fucking female journalists or some shit.
Jesus Christ.
What are you talking about?
I didn't say that. I'm using... Do you know what a fucking analogy is, dumb fuck?
Yeah, hey, I got a question. If I go ahead and let's say, like, you referenced in that big, long, rambly rant that lasted like 5 minutes, right? You referenced that you later in the stream got a story right, and that I should have talked about that because you covered some things right. Does that mean I can't criticize you for when you're wrong?
No, of course you can. The entire point is framing something incorrectly. If there's 8 hours of coverage on a particular matter, and throughout that coverage, I'm actually personally talking about how the red line I would draw is on the ground. If there is an on-the-ground investigation where they look at ground soil.
Also, let me be clear on this too, okay? Let me be clear on this too. Because Hassan keeps thinking that like, well, I don't know what he actually thinks, if he's this stupid or not. Hassan keeps thinking that the issue that people are having is that like he had like this opinion instead of this opinion. That like the issue is that he got something wrong. There's nothing wrong with getting things wrong, well, except for being wrong. That's not the issue. The issue wasn't whether you were right or wrong. The issue is like, what's the thought process you're using to get there, right? If it was the case that like Hassan was using, you know, like, oh, I went through everything at the time that was available and it seems like I could have been incorrect, like, and I fucked up, blah, blah, blah. That'd be one thing, but that's not what's happening. These two conclusions aren't being generated by like the same potentially valid thought process, right? That's not what's happening. Instead, like these conclusions are coming from this like unfucking hinged, this unhinged propaganda mindset where it's like, oh, Israel bad, US bad, and like this is where the conclusions are coming from. But Hassan is acting like people are only mad because he's getting it wrong, because he's winding up the red circle and then later on course correcting to the blue circle. But this path, hold on, let me see if I can explain this. This path here, if let's say you use a bad thought process, okay? The bad one, the good one, okay? And then this is the bad conclusion and the good conclusion. Hassan thinks that if he uses the bad thought process and then he gets to the bad conclusion, but then he eventually course corrects to the good conclusion, that this is like, oh, this is okay because I wound up at the right place. But that's not true. He's using I'm sorry, a comparable thing might be using a, let's see, ooh, fuck, can I erase these lines now? I fucked up. A comparable thing might be using a good thought process, but maybe you arrive at a bad conclusion and then you go to a good conclusion, okay? The thing that is annoying about this, the thing that sucks about this is the reason why the bottom thought process happens because you might legitimately get things wrong. You might fuck up. So by the way, I think it's the case right now. I don't believe that people think that the original video analysis of that rocket that misfired in the air and then fell into the parking lot and blew up, I think at this point, sorry to wrong, but I think most people think that that video is probably not the rocket that blew up in that parking lot because the time was different and when they geolocated like the depth or whatever, it seemed like that rocket was a mile or two away. I think that's where we're at right now. So the original people were incorrect. The Israeli army, the US analysis, and the other OSINT people, I think that's where we're at right now. So like you might use a good thought process and you were wrong, right, on that. Now that doesn't mean that the rocket came from Israel, of course, the missile came from Israel, right? But then you end up with a good thing. The annoying thing about this thought process though, is because what it allows you to do, and it's so disgustingly obvious and it's so blatant and so aggressive, what it allows you to do is it allows you to collect points on the entire fucking journey. It's only using the bad thought process that you get credit for being wrong, okay? If I make a prediction and then I'm incorrect and then I'm like, oh shit, I either jumped to a bad conclusion here, I was using a bad source, I was wrong, we change it, like, I'm probably not going to lose much because I'm relatively honest, but like it kind of hurts a little bit. If I were to get this wrong over and over and over and over again, it would hurt me. It would look bad. Like, Destiny, you're wrong on a lot of these predictions. Like, maybe you shouldn't talk about this, or maybe you need to do more background research. Like, you're wrong over and over again. I'd be like, okay, yeah, fuck, I am. You're right. So it would hurt me if I got that wrong over and over again, and then I course corrected to the right opinion. But people like Vosh is really good at this, and Hassan is really good at this. What they do is they start out with the bad thought process, and they go, America bad, Israel bad, America bad, Israel bad, white people bad, oppressor bad, colonialist bad, and they get all the versions. They get all the TikTok clips, they get all the YouTube clips, they get all the subscribers, they get all the notifications, they get all the money, they get everybody loves it. And then after they've collected all of that, I don't even want to say virtue points, it's actual dollars, cash dollars in the bank account. Then after that, then they can course correct. And then after they course correct, they get more credit. Like, oh my God, he's so honest. Look, he admitted that he was wrong. He admitted he was wrong about Ukraine. He admitted he was wrong about the hospital. He admitted that he jumped to a conclusion. And then they get even more money for being honest. This happens with Vosh so much. And Hassan does it too. But the annoying thing is they pretend that this thing here, they pretend that this journey is the same thing as this journey. And it's not. It's absolutely not the same thing as that journey. And it bothers me so much that especially fucking Vosh fans will do this thing where they're like, oh, well, hey, at least he admits when he's wrong. Like, no, fuck you. That's part of the formula. Being wrong is part of the formula. The first analysis is an ideological one, and once you've milked the teat of the ideological well dry for subscribers, then you do the factual one, and now you get to milk that one next. This is bullshit, and I hate that it happens so many times, and that people can't see how obviously transparent it is. It drives me fucking crazy. Sorry, Jesus, I hate this model for arriving at conclusions. Fuck me.
Analysis, one factor of the forensic analysis on whether or not this was a misfire is actually seeing the impact, right? You have to look at the crater. And the crater in and of itself, immediately, once the dust settled and we saw the crater, I said, while I originally looked at the video, can I please explain what's happening here? Or are you just in here to fucking cry? Okay.
Well, it sucks because you're going on about irrelevant stuff.
True.
If your ultimate statement is that my claims are baseless, then you haven't done your research
My
because
claim
none
is
of
that
this
you
is
jump
baseless.
to conclusions.
Destiny, they aren't wrong on purpose. They're just retarded. This is cope. No, they're wrong on purpose. There's no way that you can get this many things wrong over and over and over and over again without it being intentional. It is intentional. It might not be intentional to be wrong, but it is grossly negligent to adhere to the facts and is intentional to follow the political lines that you've established for yourself, the political boundaries that you've established for yourself. Like, remember Vosh's, God, this was the funniest thing. The cop showed his training planting drugs, Vosh. This is like one of my favorite clips of all time. It's so...
The body cam footage for the clip is because he doesn't want his body cam to pick it up.
Look, and
Take a
also,
look
I also love this video. This video is so good because it shows you how powerful post hoc, after the fact, reasoning can be to get you back to a conclusion, right? As opposed to you actually thinking through and coming to a conclusion, you have the conclusion and then you work your way back from it. And it's such a powerful demonstration of this kind of like post hoc rationalization. It's so good, right? Because it's not just that he's like, oh shit, they planted evidence. He then concocts in his mind an entirely fantastic story to explain what's happening. And none of it's true.
To frame a black man with an illegal substance.
Hold on, this is such a good example of this. This is such a good demonstration of this.
A Caledonia police officer appears to be seen on camera attempting to frame a black man with an illegal substance. Appears to be. I mean, this is the most clear cut I've ever seen. Look at this. Look at this. Look at that.
Hey, bro, what's that? What's what? That you just threw in here. What's what word? I got you on camera, bro. I got you on camera. We're all good. Hey, bro, you just threw that in here. Yeah.
Now, you got to record every police interaction, my friend. Now, this cop is trained. Take a look at the cop. Look at this. See how the cop turns his chest away from where he's throwing that? That's because he doesn't want his body cam to pick it up. He turns his chest away from it. See? Chest facing that way, drug plant happening this way. He knew. He has it on him. He just whoop, yep, does a little slippy. That's why we need the 4K 360 police camera girdle, okay? You know those baby strollers where they sit in it and they waddle around on wheels, like by pushing their feet against the ground? You know what I mean? Like they have like the little bars and they like, woo, you know, like that? That's what all cops need to be in at all times. And it's just a constant
I remember he gives more analysis on that particular thing.
Ring of visual awareness. With a diaper, of course, yeah. We should also have it be one of those 360 YouTube live videos.
What is the truth of this story? The truth of this story, because they released the full footage, was when the cop was initially going through the back seat, I think there was like a plastic baggie on the floor, and he picked it up, and I think he takes it back and he looks at it for a second, and then he goes back to the car and he tossed it in. But it came from the car, and there were no drugs in it. They didn't try to like nail them for the bag. There's nothing in it. He just like picked it up. If somebody wants to link the full camera footage so that we can look at it on stream so it doesn't seem like I'm making shit up, if somebody has it, you can find it. But like, yeah.
Have you ever watched one of those 360 YouTube videos where you can hold your phone and it rotates?
Oh, wait, is this him going over the... Oh, I'm sorry. This is him doing the second part of this. I'm sorry. It's always important to be willing to change your stance when presented with new, relevant information.
Which is super cool. That's what it needs to be. And every police precinct needs to have their own YouTube channel with simultaneous live videos of every cop in their baby girdle at all times, okay? So anytime ever, you can just go like, hey, I wonder what the LAPD are up to. Let's say it's Officer Hankins, yeah.
Okay,
clip
sorry.
we watched earlier was released. The cop didn't plant anything. It was an empty bag that fell out of the driver's pocket.
Oh, that's what it was. Sorry.
Hold on. Do full screen.
What's what? What's what word? What's what?
So that was when he leaned to the right when he threw the thing in?
What's what? What's what word? I got you on camera. We're all good. Hey, bro, you just threw that in here. Yeah, because it was in his pocket and I don't want to hold on to it. It's on their body cam that they took it off of him, so.
Notice how this part wasn't in the original clip. This is the same shit as the Jacob Blake shit, by the way. Notice how that wasn't in the original, like, horrible cop clip. You know what, also? I bet this guy, when he was recording it with a cell phone, because I think it was the guy in the passenger seat that recorded with a cell phone. Notice how he didn't post that part? Notice how he didn't post the full clip?
I'm telling you where it came from, so. It's an empty baggie at the moment, too, so. Okay, buddy.
So he did throw it in, but he's saying it was just some random thing that got dropped?
I'm telling you where it came from, so. It's an empty baggie at the moment, too, so. Okay, buddy. I got specs of green, good search.
You can see it's empty. Well, it doesn't really matter if it's empty, right? If the plastic bag has like any trace of drugs on it, then that can be used. Yeah, look at that residue. Even if it's visually empty, it doesn't need to.
Corner cook.
But he's holding the thing right there.
Yeah, but anyway, yeah, sorry. That's like that process from start to finish. But the backwards rationalization is crazy. Like, oh, you can tell that he's been trained to lean away from the thing to the, yeah. Plutonian sure is $10. The other part of it is that even once they correct the record, it never changes their base ideological thinking that led to the bad conclusion. True. Destiny, the river to the sea saying is in hot waters. Most people just see it as a free Palestine, but Germany just banned it with consequences. You know what? Somebody, I actually have well, I don't know if I'd call him a historian. Maybe call him a pop historian. Somebody linked me a video of a guy talking about that from the river to the sea saying. And I think his commentary was pretty insightful. Now, this is an old video. It's 10 years old, but I'll show this. Or actually, I don't know if we're going to watch this full video. Ah, oh, fuck. Oh, no. I'm sorry. He doesn't say from the river to the sea exactly. He's talking about the right of return, so actually even more explicit. But... remind me to watch this afterwards.
To conclusions.
Of course, yeah, I jumped to the same conclusions that the BBC did too, and I also said,
but they corrected it. You don't.
No, but you're failing to understand is
doesn't Vosh, at least if not Hassan himself, say they don't even care about truth? Vosh backed away from that opinion hardcore.
Even on the same day, immediately after this, said I might be wrong on this, and if I'm wrong, here is how I will be disproven. Okay, if somehow we end up having an impact crater analysis and soil analysis to see what kind of munitions was used in this process, and it is consistent with an Islamic Jihad rocket because we know what kind of rockets they have, and this most likely, and I said this the day of as well, was a possible batter rocket, the BADR rocket, okay, that Islamic Jihad does have. If that is the case, then the ground soil, the ground, yes, chemical testing on the ground would prove that to be true. Hamas also, and I brought this up as well, which I thought was suspicious, could not find anything beyond the impact crater, could not find a possible shrapnel from the missile because the missile doesn't perish. Okay, so what I said is in situations like this, and I showed like an earlier event like this where Israel had lied. Okay, in situations like this, usually they will bring forward a piece of the fucking missile. Okay, if you're engaging in this, if you're engaging in my content in good faith, you would have seen all of this. I don't just like repeat whatever fucking thing I'm thinking about out of my ass.
You
okay?
do all the time. That's what
That's
the video.
not true because I'm telling you.
Watch the video, dude. Hold on. In the same stream.
I'm telling you where my analysis comes from.
I like how, like, imagine if you would have said that day one, then we would have been fine. Like, why not just say that? Instead, it was like day one, Israel, 100%. Day two, it's like, well, maybe once we get the soil analysis done by 15 different third-party organizations, and then we verify that the soil analysis matches the rocket profile, the rocket fuel profile, and it's like, bro, where was this? This is good analysis, actually. This is good analysis. Where was it on day one? Did my Iowa thing get posted? I need to focus on this more in my future conversations. Oh, it did, 36 minutes ago.
Tonight's
something that I get like super triggered about that has happened with something that I get super triggered about that's happened in a ton of conversations is I realize that people are nowhere near as stupid as I think they are sometimes, because this happened a lot with betting on things. I think it happened a lot on betting on things. I think it's happened a few times to me where I'll talk to somebody and they'll say something like, oh, Donald Trump is going to win the next election. I'm just giving an example. Let's say Donald Trump's going to win the next election 1,000,000%. There's no shot that he loses. Really? No shot? Absolutely not. Nothing's going to stop him. None of the charges, nothing's going to stop him. I'm like, okay, you have a lot of conviction on that. Do you want to give me 2-to-1 odds on, $1,000 on Trump winning? Because you feel really strongly. 2-to-1 odds, that should be good for you because you're so strong. Now, this is what I expected people to do. I either expect them to block me or to say fuck off, okay? Or take the money, or like cope and leave or whatever. But instead, I found in a lot of my conversations and interacting with people on Twitter on stream, what actually happens is they start to reveal that they're far more reasonable than I thought they were. They're like, okay, well, the indictments might actually hurt him. He could, maybe something new will come out. There is the age thing, he's kind of old. Like, all of a sudden, all these reasonable arguments, and then they temper their opinion a lot. And it's like, okay, hold on. I didn't do anything to give you these ideas. All I did was to make you stake something on your opinion. Like, actually stake out some kind of risk related to your opinion. And then all of a sudden, all these answers come out, or all of these justifications or these caveats come out, like, oh, so you knew this the whole fucking time. Well, why the fuck didn't you say this initially, you motherfucker? Where was this energy, you know, in the beginning stages? It was like the most mind-blowing thing in the world that I saw. The most mind-blowing thing in the world I saw was when Florida bans trans treatment language bill. Does anybody have the text of that bill? Give me the. Oh, it must have been a Florida House, a Florida legislative bill, I think. We're staying here until we find it. So, Florida bill ban trans treatment minors. There's got to be a website like floridabill.com or some bullshit that has a list of like all the Florida legislation. If you have any problems with that officer's actions in that video, why choose to return some objects from the driver's pockets to the vehicle and not everything from the driver's pockets? $10. I mean, I don't know. He probably gave it back because it's technically the guy's property. It's not like he's going to throw his trash away for him, right? Hi. Yeah, be careful, babe. I love you. God damn it! I'm not going to be able to find it. The thing that I thought was so fascinating about this bill is that I'd spent so much time arguing with conservatives about hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin, right? There's a reason why we don't use retrospective studies. There's a reason why sample size 12 in some random region in fucking, you know, India or places like super high in, you know, parasites are why we wouldn't look at ivermectin for improving outcomes. It doesn't make sense. It's anti-parasitic, right? All these things. And like no conservative ever seemed to understand any of this. But then as soon as Florida publishes a bill, and then I saw, as of right now, the bill says something like, right now, like puberty blockers for trans children is not good because we don't have any prospective randomized control trial studies of a sufficient number to prove that these treatments are efficacious. As soon as I saw that, I'm like, wait a second, you fucking retards, you guys fucking know about the prospective RCTs? Did you guys know that this is like the gold standard for medical research? Did you know that the entire fucking time? Or oh my God, when I saw that text, because I'm pretty sure it's literally that text on the bill. When I saw that text on the bill, I was like, fucking kill me. Unbelievable. Yeah, I couldn't believe it, but. Anyway, sorry, we got on a huge tangent there.
I'm talking to.
You reframed this entire thing,
brother. You have literally complained here about one hospital bombing that is
it's
still not proven. One hospital bombing that is still
things.
not proven to be an Islamic Jihad rocket.
I know, but
by saying third-party forensic.
You say 100%, and then everybody who says otherwise, you were calling genocidal.
I still think
that's what you did on stream. That's what you did.
I did do that because they are. If you're defending Israel, you are genocidal.
Right, but if you simply are
wait,
telling
do you think
defending
Israel's actions?
Look how you're doing this now. You're now saying
because you brought up a new point. You brought up a new point. We're moving on. We're not going to watch a shit ass video. You brought up a new point.
I know, because you don't want the actual truth.
Okay, do you think what Israel is engaging in is ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement in Gaza right now? You do?
Yeah.
Great. Okay, do you think defending this ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement campaign would be defending genocidal acts then in your own assessment?
Yeah.
Okay, so we agree. All right, got it. Thank you.
I know the criticism is your reporting. It's not that, bro.
Yeah, got it. You care more about
I care about doing a good job because you
got it.
You do.
I'm glad we agree on it at least. I'm glad we agree on it. Okay, move on. Next point.
Are you just gonna should I now bring up the next point?
Well, I don't know what the fucking points are.
Or are you gonna go on more about like irrelevant?
And here, by the way, for if you don't know, We do have an automatic Fossabot timer usually for breaking news, especially when it comes to like mass shootings, which includes the main mass shooting, which you claimed I was covering immediately or whatever.
Yeah, you covered the same day, didn't you?
I don't remember if I did, but if I did, it was specifically just the police. It was probably just whatever the police testimony was at the time. But here is the Fossabot from that day for the record. Get automatically timing out someone who is trying to bring this up.
Hassan does not cover breaking news due to the nature of unconfirmed and changing details soon after the event. Expect more coverage tomorrow. Unbelievable, bro. Oh, and he just didn't want to talk about what? He just didn't want to talk about the active shooter in Maine? Why? Wait, this wasn't the trans shooter or whatever, was it? Which particular shooting was this? That was the Army guy? Oh, okay. Maybe. The U.S. veteran, okay.
So anyway, your chat's not allowed to talk about it, but you talk about it.
No, chat is talking about it so I can actually talk about it myself. And this was the day after. No, I actually didn't cover the main shooting at all that day, and I barely talked about it the next day, as a matter of fact.
Okay, fair enough then. I haven't watched those streams.
Okay. I don't think you watch a lot of the streams because if you did,
bro, you stream 8 hours a day every single day. I doubt anybody watches a lot of the streams if you're the most diehard fans. Like, Destiny, watch my link. He actually did cover it. Regarding that main shooting, he covered it the day after while the manhunt was ongoing. It wasn't an active shooting, but it was breaking news. Well, I mean, that's a little different now.
Where a lot of my analysis is coming from, and you wouldn't be fucking making erroneous
claims
claims
analysis,
like this.
bro. You kind of do bro politics and just shoot from the hip.
I'm sorry. Okay, okay, got it. What kind of politics do you watch, or what kind of politics do you actually engage with then?
I mean, is he trying to fish my name here, or what is he? Or is he trying to shit on whoever this guy watches? Or it's so difficult to argue with MAGA conservatives, mostly because they don't believe in science. They only mention science when it's convenient, and even then they misrepresent it. Sure.
I mean, I have a style that. Wait, I don't get it. I have a style that you don't like. Okay, the end. That doesn't.
Yeah, but it's you. The style is you being wrong about stuff. The style's about you doing wrong. Like, it's the same criticism. We're just gonna talk in circle again. Dude, do you feel like you radicalize your audience when you get stuff wrong on these reporting? This sort of reporting.
Explain. I would love to hear what you mean.
So,
by
like,
this.
for instance, like, you and Ethan on like Israel, right? He's 100% seems like he sympathizes with the Palestinians, right?
Yeah, 100%. I agree
Comes
with
on
that.
stream. Yeah, all that good stuff.
Okay.
But then when he goes ahead and he's like saying stuff like, dude, your whole chat's calling me racist. Your whole chat's calling me a genocidal freak, right? Are you going to do anything about that? You don't. And the reason why they do that is because you said
It's really interesting you said that. Do you think
you won't let me finish?
Every single day up until that very moment, every single day up until that very moment, I told my community, if you actually did watch beyond the clips, you would know that every single day, since the Leftovers broadcast, including the immediate aftermath of the Leftovers broadcast, the first time we talked at the Leftovers at the
Lauterbach said that saying Hassan radicalizes his audience is a bit much. Do you agree? No, I don't agree. Hassan obviously radicalizes his audience. Everybody on this like far left spectrum is super radicalizing the fuck out of their audience. I think so.
Studio, I told my community that Ethan is sympathetic to Palestinians and that he is not your enemy. To yell at him in this situation would be fucking fruitless, ridiculous. Plenty of people try to find drama.
The reason why your audience does it is because
hold on. You asked me what kind of community cultivation I engage in.
You didn't even know what I was going to ask because you cut me off.
Okay, go ahead.
That's what you fucking did.
Okay, go ahead. I'm being very rude to my guest, by the way, but go on. I'm sorry, Felix.
Am I your guest? Who's your guest? All right, I was just saying, do you feel like you radicalize your audience because your audience calls Ethan racist, even though he's pro-Palestinian, right? And the reason why they do that is because whenever anybody just reports like a basic fact, like Israel likely didn't do the Gaza hospital bomb, right?
Wow, Juan Chavez, thanks for the 5 gifted memberships on YouTube chat.
Your response is to freak out and call that chatter genocidal and say that they hate all Arabs. So that's why they do. You feel like you're radicalizing them to do it. I mean, they do it for a reason.
Are you in your own assessment here taking things out of context over the course of an 8-hour broadcast where you think maybe
context. It's all in context.
No, you don't know the context.
You gotta prove to me that
you can look at it because you can look at a fucking banning that is occurring on a stream and not recognize that banning is happening because it might be a sock account. That banning might be happening because someone is bad faith. That banning might be happening because I'm sorry, we're talking about how I cultivate my community and how I moderate my community. How the fuck is me telling you how I moderate my community irrelevant? Everything it seems that goes against whatever narrative you want to frame is irrelevant in your opinion. So yeah, no wonder you want me to just watch the fucking YouTube video and sit in the goddamn shadows. Everything is irrelevant. You're asking me questions about how I operate. This is supposed to be your research. This is supposed to be your research, isn't it?
He mad.
Are
We're
you
going
not
on about
supposed to be
soccer
doing
accounts by
fucking
asking
research
you
right
to
now on
radicalize
your
your
subject
audience.
matter? So what's
Can I
irrelevant?
talk? You're asking, hold on. I just said, are you radicalizing your audience? And then you went on a rant about sock accounts. That's not relevant.
No, because I'm talking about how I cultivate and how I moderate my community. The entire conversation is within the framework of how I moderate my community. And what I told you is you don't have any understanding of why I'm banning who, for what reason. You're just watching in small increments without
No, it's
recognizing
not
that
small.
in a
You want it to
political...
be that way. It's not. I have entire streams downloaded. It's your whole stream.
Okay,
I
that
don't know
still
why you
doesn't
keep
matter
saying
because you
that.
don't know why we make moderation decisions. That's why you were wrong on the fucking shooting
And
in Maine.
why have you
That's
not-
why you
why
were
have you
wrong
not
on the
banned
Maine
everybody
shooting
that-
too, because you
that's
can't
racist?
comprehend what is going on behind
My
the fucking
God, dude.
scenes. So
Hassan is like fucking strangleholding the narrative on these conversations. Jesus.
why don't you ask me if I'm your subject matter here, which
You
it
didn't even
seems you
answer my
watch all the
question,
fucking
bro.
streams, instead of making up your own mind about how these streams go.
Just change the subject.
What?
If the
I'm not
subject
changing
is
the
about
subject.
you radicalize your audience and Ethan's the example, why are you going on about banning why you ban people? And making it sound so complicated.
Do
when
you
it's
think
not.
I'm
It's actually pretty straightforward.
radicalizing my community against Ethan when I told
No,
you
no.
time and time
I think
again
you're-
that I have kept my
I
community in
have to
check
repeat
over
what
and
I
over
say
again?
for a third time because it's very straightforward.
Brother, you ask me questions, I answer. You don't like the answer because it goes
No,
against your
because your
narrative that you're
answer
trying to
is-
fucking
your
fulfill,
answer
and
is
then you
not
go,
an answer.
it's irrelevant. It's not
I'm
irrelevant.
answering you about A, and you give me number 3. It's like completely a different fucking thing. I say,
True.
Hassan, can we
True.
let's do run? And you go, I swim. It's not fucking relevant.
It is absolutely relevant.
thing.
It's
No, so if
absolutely
you
relevant.
go ahead
Do
and
you not
criticize
think?
people,
Do you not think that my moderation is what we're talking about? You literally brought up Ethan.
What we're talking about is you attack people that talk about the facts, right? Like you go ahead and you're like, you're a
What about the
genocidal freak,
facts?
blah, 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 blah. Or opinions. It could be facts or opinions, right?
Uh-huh.
When it
Do
comes
you know
to
how many people? Do you know how many people we ban
again, you're
on a
gonna
daily
cut me off
basis?
for that, hearing the
What does this
question.
have
Okay,
to
go
do
ahead.
with?
Because you're not fucking asking a
Jesus.
question. You're just like ranting. Go on. Sorry. I'm sorry. Give me your.
All right, I'll keep the
Any
question.
idea why Hassan decides to debate Willie Mack impromptu out of nowhere when he seems to never engage with anyone who disagrees? Remember, the Hassan, this is like important to realize, the Hassan style of dealing with criticism is generally, 20 fair criticisms in chat. You pick the most strawman, retarded fucking chatter, and then you hone in on that, and then you spend the next 30 minutes pretending you're getting one guide, and everybody is making fun of Hassan, saying, oh, Hassan's getting one guide, Hassan's getting one. Hassan's not getting one guide. It's super intentional what he does. What he does is he'll pick out the worst faith criticism that is applied to what he's saying, and he'll spend the next 30 minutes destroying that one person because it's obviously a stupid criticism, and he never will ever actually confront any of the valid or legitimate criticism about the way that he behaves. That is like modus operandi. That is exactly how he operates. So it's very intentional. I think the reason I said earlier, I think the reason why he's like looking to engage more with people outside now is because as his audience has been kind of like dwindling over the past like couple years, I think now he's feeling the pressure more that he has to respond to people on the outside, but he's still engaging in the same sort of tactic, right? Okay, people are mad at me about my Israeli-Palestinian coverage. Okay, well, if you want to have a serious debate about this, let's talk to Willie Mack Show from YouTube about it, right? So what he can do is, hold on, Destiny, you'd never do this. You can pretend that I don't, but like I talk to more people that criticize me on the internet than probably literally any other streamer that's even remotely close to my size. So like good meme, but like, bro, I brought on everybody from academics to other YouTubers, to other streamers, to other subscribers, to other orbiters that have permissions in my room, to like everybody else. Like you can meme and pretend it, but like you're fucking retarded if you think it's like, do I read comments on my, in my subreddit when the strawman voice on it? Yeah, sure, but
Question short.
Yeah.
When you criticize chatters by calling them genocidal freaks for having opinions that really are pretty nuanced,
Oh,
right?
but anyway, yeah, so Willie Mack was supposed to be just the bottom of the barrel guy. So what he could do is he could debate Willie Mack, and then afterwards, Hassan can say, like, oh, people have accused me of being bad faith in my coverage, but I've already destroyed them. Look at my debate with Willie Mack. I annihilated him. He brought up the same 3 clips. That's the goal. That's like the purpose, I think, of this form of engagement.
Yeah.
When you criticize chatters by calling them genocidal freaks for having opinions that really are pretty nuanced, right? On a subject that is fairly nuanced, right? Why are you surprised, or you shouldn't be surprised that your chatters do that to Ethan? Like you're the one that radicalized them into doing that. They're doing it to Ethan because you do it to everybody else.
If my word is so gold that a chatter is repeating what I'm saying in a moment's notice, then why are they not repeating what I'm saying or hearing what I'm saying? As a matter of fact, when I tell them over and over again every single day since Ethan and I had our leftovers broadcast, that Ethan is actually an anti-Zionist, he's sympathetic to the Palestinian plight.
This is like so stupid. Hassan knows this isn't enough to control an audience. That if you tell somebody like, hey guys, this guy's my friend, and then you spend the next like 3 weeks like hardcore, hyper specifically shitting on like every single thing this guy says and believes. And remember, even on the fuck, my mind just got sidetracked on dumb shit. Even when Hassan was specifically talking to Ethan about what Ethan was saying, Hassan specifically said to Ethan, remember what he said? Hassan said, bro, what did he say? Fuck, I wish I had the exact clip. If somebody can find the link to this timestamp, it's so illuminating. It's crazy. Hassan is like, you're saying the same thing that all the Nazis and crazy evil people say, and that's why they hate you. It's because you're saying the exact same things that all these far-right super... Does anybody have a link to that? Because I don't want to misquote that. It was a pretty insane statement, and I don't want to get it slightly wrong. If anybody has the link to that part of the convo, it was a wild statement for him to make. After Ethan had spent like an hour like looking for sympathy or support from Hassan. It was a wild statement.
Everybody that links my video, why don't you ban them for doing that to Ethan?
Wait, what? We literally had Ethan as a blocked word for straight up weeks at a time.
You also have Destiny as a blocked word. Why do you think that matters? Like, he knows none of this is important. He's just trying to win the debate now by hoping that Willie doesn't know how stream chats operate.
Yeah, but why not fix the problem?
Oh yeah, that. There's only so much I can do when you're making those types of arguments. Like, that is such an unhinged statement. Like, Ethan is just this genocidal fucking freak, and Asano's like holding his fans at bay is like what he's pretending. Yeah.
The problem is they're calling him racist, not that
Wait.
Ethan's a bad guy.
I just told you how I personally said time and time again, every single day, whenever a chatter tried to bring it up, whether they were drama farming or whether they were genuinely concerned with something that they misunderstood from Ethan's perspective. And even in that same conversation that I had with Ethan, that I believe that he's a very empathetic person, and that
some like mega autism poster made like a huge log of like all of the Ethan comments on my subreddit. Fuck, where was it? Was it this? This morning, I saw the Destiny clips that uploaded a YouTube video called Destiny Finds Ethan's Most Unhinged Haters. Got me wondering if Destiny has seen this spreadsheet of Hassan's chat when he argued with Ethan the other day over Israel. Ethan was mentioned 9,000 times, and as you can imagine, a significant portion of the comments were truly wild. And then he made like I think he made a whole spreadsheet, and then I think he links to the original logs too if you want to verify shit so you don't get McAfee'd. But like, fuck this genocide defending piece of shit, Ethan. Ethan is seriously a genocidal freak. Fuck this. I could think the guy, what did he just search for genocide? Hey, Ethan, suck me from behind, you genocidal fuck. At Asanabi, so Hassan sees it. Ethan does never again mean genocide all Palestinians. Bad faith genocide apology from Ethan. Who would have thought? You literally base all your takes on what Israelis think. What? Yeah, Jesus Christ. But
I believe that he cares about Palestinian people. As my co-host, I said this time and time again. Okay, here's the question for you. Beyond that, what other mechanisms of control do you want me to bring forward?
Hassan is like asking, like, what is like a particular chat command that I can type into my chat to make them not believe all of the shit that I reinforce every single day when I spew bullshit at them, saying that everybody that even remotely empathizes with Israel is a genocide apologizer, right? Like, I love it's such an impossible question. It's such a fucking stupid question for him to even try to ask somebody, but he's only relying on Willie Mag Show not having like a comprehensive nuanced understanding of how the cultures of chats work. Oh, this was the clip for Hassan talking about Ethan.
By the way, I'm not even defending I'm not even like, I'm just trying to tell you guys how it feels. And I'm fucking shocked that you don't care that people in your chat are saying, who the fuck is this child, cold, arrogant, kind as fuck.
I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
How can you be surprised when your Discord is literally full of fucking
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do if you're making that argument. You know that, right? Like, at a certain point, you're an adult, and the words that you're saying are going to be perceived by people in a certain way.
I like how he's acting like Ethan hasn't even said that much wild shit about this. Like, Ethan has never made, like, crazy out-of-pocket statements, or at least I haven't heard any. It's such an unbelievable thing for Hassan to say. Like, Ethan is literally out here being like, maybe we should genocide all the Palestinians, right?
Going to be perceived by people in a certain way. I can't constantly tell my community to shut the fuck up, like, right, well, which I have, and I think they should. But at the end of the day, it's because I know you personally, and I think your heart is in the right place. But they don't know, so it's hard. It's hard for people to view what you're saying beyond your words.
I'm just telling you the perspective. You disagree. That's it. I mean, what the fuck do you want from me?
Okay. But do you get where I'm coming?
It's such a wild characterization. Jesus fucking Christ. Sorry, okay. 10 minutes of this.
Or are you just engaging in bad faith? Because I do. And
true. This is a good juxtaposition. Fuck, we don't have to watch this, but
I thought for the past year, especially since like the gambling debate that we had, you, me, Trainwrecks, and Ethan, that you were just allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat, and I thought that was
Chat, guys, this is what a debate max win looks like. Okay, fuck it, I'm gonna say it. Okay, we're already on to fucking Gallo. I don't give a fuck it. This is a argumentative max. Boom, max, dude.
Especially as someone who thought we were fucking friends. I think that's. I did. Yes, I did. I told my own moderators, because you don't know this. Again, after Ethan saw...
Your moderators are the one doing it, by the way. Like, your mods are...
Yeah, I went back and looked at what they had said as well, by the way, for the record. I know that you said this.
Okay.
I love that...
Oh, so you did watch my video.
No, I know that...
Oh, no.
What do you mean? No, I didn't watch your video at all. Why are you getting so fucking excited? I'm saying
you just mentioned something. You said you saw
okay,
that.
my bad. I misspoke. I apologize. This is something that every single person has brought up in this.
He misspoke by quoting a part of the video at him. Debate pedophile alert engaged. Debate pedophile alert engaged. What?
Situation, including Ethan, even brought up. Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ, you got excited. Okay. Anyway.
No, I was pumped because I thought you were a secret Willie Mack fan.
No, I did not watch your video, and I most
likely
will
never
watch your videos.
Journalism.
But anyway, listen. First of all, I'm not a journalist. I've never said I'm a journalist. When
you
I talk
said
about
you do reports from the ground, bro. That's what you said.
Wait, when I said I do reports from the ground, where is that from? Do you have a clip?
Yeah, it's before. It's why you said you wouldn't go on Piers Morgan.
Can you send me the clip? Because I think it's probably a miscommunication. Like,
wait, why does Hassan want a clip now, but he didn't want any of the clips or anything earlier? He just wanted it to be said to him.
I've never said I do on-the-ground reporting. If I said that, I probably misspoke.
I mean, it's more me being facetious, but if you want to watch it, we can watch it. Let's do it.
Oh, you're admitting that you are
Everyone knows
lying and saying that I'm an on-the-ground reporter.
You just sit in your fucking house. Everybody knows you don't actually report from the ground.
He should have said Manchester Trigger more.
Yeah, which is why I would never say that. So I don't know why.
You did say that though. That's what's funny.
I probably was talking about how I work with on-the-ground reporters.
Who the fuck do you work with for on-the-ground report? What the fuck are you talking about? Like what? We've got Reuters Hasanabi network over here. What the fuck?
I don't personally engage in on-the-ground reporting, so it probably was a moment where I misspoke. I mean, me going live and giving you 10 hours of on-the-ground, 10 hours of reporting from the ground at a critical moment, at a critical time, versus not going live that day just so I can go on Piers Morgan and fucking yell at him. I think it's selfish of me to take the Piers Morgan route.
This from the ground.
I've never said that I do on-the-ground reporting.
Yeah, I know. No, everyone knows you don't actually do on-the-ground reporting.
Wait, so why did you bring that up then?
I was just giving shit.
Wait,
oh
so
no, Willie couldn't find the clip in time.
I understand. So where is your supposedly quote-unquote journalistic integrity in this situation? So it's like...
So I mean, it's a video that's also entertaining, so sometimes I'm just making fun of you, and other times... It is actually a serious allegation.
All right, got it.
Yeah, I mean, you make
no,
jokes on stream. I mean,
yeah, I do. Which then you apparently, or if I misspeak, apparently you fucking use it in your commentary as though it's like super serious. So anyway,
I didn't name one example that I did. Though.
I don't know. I don't watch your videos. So
yeah, so don't make shit up. Here's a classic example.
Don't make shit up. You just said I fucking say I'm reporting on the ground when we both know I didn't.
Right,
and also on top of that, you literally started the conversation by saying you never apologized for fucking being wrong about Russia invading Ukraine.
You usually double down or shift the goalpost is what you do.
That's what? That's not true. I literally said.
That's just what we talked about for the last hour, bro.
None of this was shifting the goalpost. You just don't like it. That's it. You want me to be wrong. That's it. You don't want. You want me to be wrong. That's why you keep saying you shift the goalpost.
The question I asked you was, do you feel like your audience acts that way towards Ethan because you act like that towards everybody else? And you just go on about moderation.
Okay, if my audience is acting that way towards Ethan, okay. But
you feel like
my audience, so they're getting their points from me. They're getting their anger from me. So why don't they hear me out when I talk about how Ethan is not someone that you should be yelling at all?
Having a different position has to be genocidal.
Oh, got it. So like they don't listen. So they don't listen to one thing. They listen to whatever favors your perspective in this matter, but they don't listen to the other thing when it doesn't favor you. Got it. So you get to pick and choose on what I get to do, or maybe let's be real. You're completely.
I like how you're saying that so crazy. Like, oh, so you're saying they listen to me when I call people that say this particular line, genocide apologists, like 10 hours a day, but they don't listen to me when I say, hey, leave my friend alone a few times. You're saying that they listen to one more than the other. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock fucking Holmes.
As to how much I've talked to my own community about not fucking yelling at Ethan and about how he's a good person, how he's an empathetic person, how he's a kind person, and he truly cares about Palestinian people. Maybe that has some.
You were kind
because
of.
it doesn't go along with your narrative.
My
point is this.
From what I've seen, you were kind of bad faith in your debate with him. It wasn't exactly like a very nice debate you had. I can't wait to go watch it. I'm gonna go find out myself.
Okay. Well, have fun watching it. This was the most unproductive. I know, because you're mad I disagree with
Piker Pile equals listing random unrelated facts in an attempt to avoid answering a question.
you, and you're mad that
No, I'm not. I'm not mad that you disagree with me. Plenty of people disagree with me. I yell at my chat every fucking day, dumbass. There are people who disagree with me that have been in here for 5 fucking years. Shut the fuck up. No, that's not true. There's a difference between disagreements. There's a difference between disagreements and someone who's just trying to cut drama as hard as they fucking can. You don't know anything about Israel or Palestine. You don't give a shit about Israel or Palestine. You're just trying to fucking make money by cutting drama, which you've shown. Which you have shown what you're interested in. You spread a fuck ton of misinformation, and you also literally refuse to hear the additional context behind it. You refuse to hear the additional context behind it, and you just sit there and you say, Hassan, you must not be talking to open source intelligence community people. You must not be talking to actual journalists on the ground or literally actual forensic analysts that are working at Washington Post, New York Times, and the like. You must just simply be making this up. When I tell you, as I am the source matter here, right?
Here's the genocidal scum clip. Nice.
Change title? IDF didn't bomb the hospital? Yes, it did! Yes, it did! Yes, it fucking did! You fucking piece of shit. Yes, it absolutely did. Fuck you. Fuck you. You genocidal scumbag. You have no fucking dignity. You do not have an ounce of dignity inside of your soul. But it doesn't matter. Terrible that the people died, but I encourage you to look into where Hamas was firing. You fucking piece of shit. You garbage, monstrous scumbag. You garbage, monstrous scumbag. You said IDF didn't bomb the hospital, and then you said it did. But Hamas was firing rockets from it in the same...
Len, look at how performative this is. Look at how fucking performative this is. Also, can somebody please help me, okay? Somebody please help me on this, okay? I'm at 85% that Hassan crocodile teared when he was talking about that journalist getting shot and then the funeral getting shot by the IDF, that story, which I'm still not even sure is true or not to this point. Was there an actual video of that? Or was Hassan crying, recollecting something that he simply read a story about? Was there a video of this that he watched, or...
2-minute time frame. So why did you fucking lie?
There was a video? Okay, just making sure.
At first. Huh? Why did you fucking lie?
Jesus.
How can you live with yourself, you genocidal piece of shit? How? Why did you do that?
Jesus
Why did you say IDF didn't bomb the hospital and then immediately retaliated to, well, I guess they did, but because Hamas was firing rockets.
This guy is not lying, bro. He's
the subject matter here. If I'm the subject matter of your commentary, I'm giving you what I do, what my process is, and instead of going, okay, maybe I misunderstood how this works, you've turned around and tried to fucking yell about all this shit. I've tried to show you that the circumstantial evidence presented at the time, and still to this day, greatly favors that this was most likely another Israeli munition. Okay, I said this, but you don't give a shit because you don't care about the truth. You just care about fucking stirring shit up. It doesn't matter if I say 100%. Okay, on the same fucking day, in the immediate moment after that. I have said
the immediate moment after that.
Oh my fucking Lord, dude. On the same exact coverage, of the bombing of this hospital, regardless of the actual, regardless of how overwhelming the evidence was that this was yet another Israeli bombing campaign, which by the way,
there really wasn't that much evidence, dude. All the evidence.
Yes, I'm not watching the Muhammad hijab guy. I don't care. I've never seen or heard anything impressive from this guy ever. Why do you keep wanting to watch this fucking boring ass bullshit? Piers Morgan, I don't know.
Welcome back. Last week I interviewed the Daily Wire's Ben Shapiro on the crisis in Israel. If you're saying that the evidence is wrong...
No, excuse me. Primary resource in academia. I know you've done a journalism degree, which is frankly not relevant to what we're talking about here anyway.
Probably is to journalism, yeah.
No, it's not to this conflict. But we academics require primary source evidence in order to make it.
The Daily Telegraph said they verified the picture.
That's a second resource.
You may say
that's a second resource.
You may say you don't think it's genuine. I don't agree with you. But the wider point...
That was my point. I want a source. I want to see
You're arguing about here. You're not contesting that babies were killed.
No, I'm saying I want to see the evidence.
So why are you picking on the semantics of the Rusty 1 picture, which has been verified by British journalists? Why are you picking on that? Some example of this wasn't as bad as it seems.
British journalists are not an academic authority. You know that full well. You've been fired from Daily Mirror for that very purpose. What I'm saying to you is this: putting this issue to the side, I think you're trying to use it as a red herring to move away from the big picture. This is a red herring because already 1,023 children have been killed in with Gaza. That's why. And you didn't ask the ambassador that question.
Wow, it's every... Okay, cool. I'm good. Don't care.
Reporting on, all the people reporting on it.
Okay, no. We can't have this conversation then. If you legitimately think that there isn't enough circumstantial evidence that all pointed to Israel literally bombing the same vicinity, Israel bombing the hospital 2 days prior, if you think that that is not enough evidence that Israel was bombing the hospital again, including the fucking doctors, including the doctor. Wait, what?
Not 100%. I don't think.
Including the fucking 90%. I still think it's 90% that it's Israel. So how about that?
Jesus, how can he still think it's 90%?
Oh, so that's the difference. So that's the difference. I didn't say 90%. My bad, brother. Sorry. Next time I'll say, guys, it's 90% Israel.
You still claim it. You still double down and say the exact same thing.
Because of the evidence that I have presented. Every single point of evidence that Israel presented was discredited.
Why even bother if you're going to watch 30 seconds in hyperspeed no context? Give me one timestamp. Okay, if you want me to watch this Muhammad hijab, whatever the fuck, okay, give me one video with one timestamp where he begins to say something that's like insightful or novel, and it's not just the same copy-pasted Hamas apologia that every single pro-Palestinian person seems to be incapable of diverting from whenever they're talking about the issue, okay? If you can find me, give me a video title. I know you can link in King Chat. Give me a video title, okay? And then give me a timestamp, and I'll listen for a few minutes, and I'll see if I can hear anything insightful whatsoever, okay? Because at this point, I can argue the pro-Palestinian side better than 99% of these fucking retards that go on these shows, okay? I'm so tired of hearing the same 4 fucking talking points. 97% in potable water, 50% of children are food insecure, 6,000 bombs dropped in 2 days, more children killed in the past month than have been killed in the past 4 years of conflict, open air prison, apartheid genocide. Like, I'm tired of hearing the same fucking retarded talking points over and 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 over again, okay? If he says anything insightful or novel or whatever, then link me a timestamp in a video and we'll go and watch it, okay? But if that's all it is, it's the same stupid, brain dead, 0 IQ Hamas apologia, I don't give a fuck. I don't care.
Instantaneously, the only fucking evidence...
The only guy that I've seen talk, and I disagree with his historical facts, the only guy that I've seen talk on this that seemed like relatively reasonable was the comedian guy to Piers Morgan, but maybe it was just because he didn't come off as like hyper condescending, smug, argumentative, why I was a little bit more amenable to his conversation. Because even at that, I still was disagreeing with some of the things you're saying, but at least he didn't come off as like an insane, fucking unhinged, crazy dude. Bassem Youssef? Yeah. Oh, Jesus.
We have is the circumstantial evidence. I said all of these on the same fucking day of the coverage, okay? I said all of the evidence is circumstantial, but of course circumstantial evidence overwhelmingly says that this was yet another Israeli bombing campaign. We looked through the same... We looked at... There wasn't any evidence? There was no evidence.
I mean, there was circumstantial, but you think that's enough to go off of when it's breaking news and they're going to...
Well, it's kind of crazy that you say that because I did mention that it was circumstantial at the time and that it was overwhelmingly... So you do agree with...
The same day of the hospital rocket, Hassan said something to the effect of, watch how tomorrow the narratives change and they'll blame Hamas. That's how he still believes it was Israel. Wait, if you've got a link to that quote, that would be a pretty wild quote. If you actually have a link to something like that.
Got it. Okay, so circumstantial evidence overwhelmingly favors that this is Israel. Got it, which was my commentary on the time. So now we've proven that you fucking found a 2-minute segment on the day of to fucking clip and go, this is what Hassan said. He's clearly in the fucking wrong. He's so stupid.
And catch you in the slide, right? I could just like do it. It's gonna be like really. It's gonna happen. I mean, what can I do here?
What do you mean?
I'm just gonna go watch the broadcast and show you lying.
Okay, go ahead. That's great. Watch the broadcast. You're most likely going to do the exact same thing that you've done thus far, which is over the course of a fucking 8-hour broadcast, you're going to find
any pro-Palestinian intellectual you actually respect. I haven't seen a single one so far. No. No, I haven't seen a single one so far. Maybe they're out there and I just haven't gotten to their content yet. That's possible. Maybe. But most of the people that are like pro-Palestinians are spineless fucking cowards with the way that they talk about and phrase everything. It's unbelievable to me how intellectually bankrupt most of these people have been so far. But maybe there are better ones out there that I just haven't seen yet. Or maybe these are just the ones that are popular. Jack Walker 7, thanks for the $20, buddy.
Another fucking moment to be like, see? He read the chat. He did this. He did that.
Does loner box I'm talking about like people that have shown up like in the media, like these big figures or whatever. That's what I'm talking about.
There is over the course of an 8-hour
you right now
broadcast.
Is the same thing you always do. I'm just saying.
No,
like this, you're doing it in real time.
You always
you're doing it in real time, bro.
Over the course of an 8-hour broadcast, if you look to literally 3 moments,
you can
find me.
Shut up as much as you, dude. That does 8-hour broadcasts.
Because no one has the most psychopathic fucking fandom like idiots like you who fucking sit.
Can you define pro-Palestinian here? I assume you mean one-state Palestine people who are currently highly vocal. Here's what I mean. This is what I have never seen any pro-Palestinian person doing, okay? This would be, in my And maybe I'm a fucking Zionist, okay? Maybe these fucking $7 million Mossad paychecks that I get every month, otherwise they're gonna kill my family. Maybe that's why I'm saying things like that, okay? This is in my opinion, what a good pro-Palestinian position or argument would look like, okay? It would look something like this, okay? When you lock people into open-air prisons or whatever, okay, for 20 years, a lot of people have been raised, these are the only conditions they know, it is like understandable that terrorist activities would come from these people. Obviously, it is horrible to kill civilians. You should never do that. But a lot of the people that are caught up in this back and forth war have never even had like a real country to themselves. They don't have the ability to, leave this particular area, or getting out requires a fuck ton of money. There's a way to talk about like the conditions that they live in and say that this is horrible and it produces a certain type of violence without this like weird double speak around like criticizing Hamas. If you are pro-Palestinian and you cannot find it in your heart for some reason to criticize Hamas, then fuck you. You're probably anti-Semitic, at the very least anti-Zionist, which is probably a given at this point, and you're probably a fucking retard and an asshole and a terrorist, sympathizer and enabler, okay? Because, and I could be wrong, but it feels like it's really easy to get a whole bunch of Israeli people to say, yeah, Netanyahu, fuck that guy. Netanyahu, too far right. Netanyahu, no good. Warmonger, hawkish, whatever, blah, 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 blah. That's really easy to find. It seems, at least, it's pretty easy to find Jews or Israeli citizens that say that. It seems like it's fucking impossible to find people to go like, yeah, Hamas, bad, not good. Killing civilians, bad, not good. But for some reason, they do this thing where they try to equate these two sides, and they're not equal. But
through every minutia to find a clippable moment, to be like, he sucks, he's bad. That's the reason, dickhead. All right. Anyway, I gotta go. I'm being rude to my guest. I can't believe I made Felix sit through this. I can't believe I made Felix sit through this. Okay.
Can I ask you a question?
Oh, my guest has a question for you.
All right, let's
go ahead.
Don't you think it's weird how like Anne Hathaway like isn't Jewish? I just found that out like last year.
I don't fucking know, bro.
Doesn't she like kind of like look like Jewish? I
wrote a book, may release this month or next. Is it cool if a character based on you being included in the book? I mean, I can't stop you.
Thought that. I was like, let's go. That's one of ours. But apparently she isn't. She's
Are
like
you
the
Jewish?
opposite. Yeah.
Shalom.
Are you?
No, I'm not.
I was about to say Willie Mack.
I'm just a
that
Midwest
name
dick,
isn't in the
bro.
Bible.
Yeah. All right, take it easy, man.
Phil, do you have any questions for Willie Mack?
That was the question.
That's it?
Yeah.
No,
I just found out about the Anne Hathaway thing.
Well,
like this
It's breaking news. I'm sure it
Billy,
sounds like they do it.
Willie Mack, thank you so much for your ethics in video game journalism or your ethics in conflict
Thanks
reporting.
for coping by just saying stuff out of context without
Okay,
showing
yeah,
it
you
at
got
all.
me, dude. You fucking owe me. Okay, thanks for
Yeah.
coping, he says. All right, Jesus Christ.
The unfortunate truth is that nobody actually cares about the Palestinians. Not that lunatic Netanyahu, definitely not Hamas, absolutely not the people. Yeah, no, I know. Like anybody that talks about a one-state solution doesn't give a fuck about Palestinians. They just like are engulfed with like hatred for really the United States. But Jesus, will you debate Aaron? If she wants to. I don't know if she'd want to though. Okay, what is this? Hold on. 2 more things, real quick.
I'm going to give you correct information, and sometimes my analysis off of that, my analysis will usually be sound. However, I might get something wrong. In most circumstances, I don't, and that's precisely the reason why these guys, after 2,000, 3,000 hours of footage, can only basically find 3 separate instances that they hammer over and over again. Think about that for a second. I've been covering breaking news / news in general and offering political commentary on it because I'm not a fucking journalist. I'm a Twitch streamer for 5 years now.
Why would you say that? Hasn't he been insisting this whole time that he doesn't cover breaking news?
Who is live reacting to the news and trying to make sense of everything as it's ongoing. I usually have a policy of not covering breaking news, and sometimes that policy is violated. But
Find 3 separate instances that they hammer over and over again. Think about that for a second. I've been covering breaking news / news in general and offering political commentary on it because I'm not a fucking journalist. I'm a Twitch streamer for 5 years now, nonstop. But specifically doing it full time every fucking day since 2020. I'm going to give you correct information, and sometimes my analysis off of that, my analysis will usually be sound. However, I might get something wrong in most circumstances.
Okay. Okay. Reality can be whatever I want it to be. Where's that stone? I don't know what happened to this guy, but I'm so curious. Somebody said that he's just like, he fucking hates the anti-BDS people, but so this guy, okay, gives what is a surprisingly, this take was just so weird to me. I don't understand. I don't know what happened, but now I'm super curious, okay?
I think the means are right, but the goal will never fly. I don't
know how old this video is. It's uploaded 10 years ago. I don't know if it was before that, but...
You want to say you're agnostic on Israel? You want to say you want one state? There's nothing in the international law for one state. You're not going to win a public to that. Once you step out of your little cult, your little ghetto, and you enter the real world, and you try to reach a broad public, and you say, we are a rights-based organization, which is what BDS likes to say, and we want to enforce our rights. Okay, the law. So once you step out of your ghetto, you're no longer just talking to yourself. There is the other side. They also make themselves heard. So they say, no, that's not true. They're lying. They say they want to enforce the law, but they really want to destroy Israel. They want to eliminate Israel. So now the public hears both sides. And they come back to the Solidarity movement, and they say, is that true? You want to destroy Israel? And then the Solidarity movement says, oh, we don't have a position on Israel. We don't take a position. Oh, really? You don't take a position on Israel? Well, then we're not going to take a position on BDS. The law is clear. You want to use the International Court of Justice on your side? Okay, the International Court of Justice, it said, the West Bank, Gaza, East Jerusalem, they are occupied Palestinian territories. That's correct. But the ICJ also said that pre-June 67 border is Israel's legal border. That's their country. That's the law. You want to promote one state? Fine, that's your right. But then don't pretend you're trying to enforce the law. That's not true. You want to selectively enforce the law. There is nothing anywhere in the international consensus for resolving the conflict that says anything about the minority inside Israel, the Palestinian Arab minority. It's not there. You want to drag in that minority and start talking about them? Well, in my opinion, you'll get nowhere, because the whole world is filled with countries that persecute their minorities. Would you like to be an untouchable in India? Do you know what it's like to be a Dalit in India? You want to go through every country in the Middle East and how they treat their minorities? And then it's just open season by the other side to show what hypocrites you are. Why are you focusing on that minority and not 10 million other minorities in the world? People want to just drag in the kitchen sink because it's not really about them. I mean, we have to be honest. And I loathe the disingenuousness. They don't want Israel. They think they're being very clever. They call it their three-tier. We want the end of the occupation, we want the right of return, and we want equal rights for Arabs in Israel. And they think they're very clever because they know the result of implementing all three is what? What's the result? You know and I know. What's the result?
I don't understand what happened. Or am I just managing to only hear the most unhinged positions, or what changed? Because here he's calling out hardcore, when you say one state, when you say right of return, you're talking about the destruction of Israel. Be honest. That's what you're talking about, which I so far I think I agree with. But what caused the change? I'm so curious. Or does it maybe he's like me? It depends on who he's arguing with, or.
There's no Israel.
I think there's no Israel the way Israel is now.
There is no Israel, full stop. And the law is, Israel is a state, it has its defined borders, and if you want to eliminate Israel, that's your right. But I don't think you're going to reach anybody. I think it's a non-starter. If you say you want to enforce the law, and in fact impose it on Israel, because they're not going to be accepted, then the law is clear. And you have to say, and you'll never hear the Solidarity movement say, 2 states. And if you don't want the same framework, then stop talking about the law. And stop trying to be so clever, because you're only clever in your cult. The moment you step out, you have to deal with Israeli propaganda. And here, they have a case. They say, no, they're not really talking about rights. They're talking about they want to destroy Israel. And in fact, I think they're right. I think that's true. I'm not going to lie. Do we want to build a movement, or do we want to create a cult? Now, Frank, you have to be honest. Honesty is important in politics. If you tell a public, Israel's population is 7.5 million. Of those 7.5 million, 5.5 million are Jewish. And the other 2 million are Palestinian, Arab, and neither of the above. And you say, as a lot of the Solidarity movement says, all 6 million Palestinian refugees have to go back. Okay? Now, will a public think it's reasonable for 6 million Palestinians to descend on a country which right now has 1.8 million Palestinians and 5.5 million Jews, which means you're going to completely, overnight, radically, completely change the demographic balance of the country? Will a person in the public find that reasonable? My answer is, You can give them every fact behind the creation of the refugees, and they'll still see the Israeli position that that's not tenable. I don't think you can sell it.
I've never heard people saying you've seen.
Like, that's such an insanely reasonable take, where, like, he might even say, like, maybe it's more the right, but, like, yeah, if you give people the facts relating to right of return, no one in Israel is going to be okay with this. And probably a lot of people in the other world aren't going to be okay with it. I don't understand what changes here.
I hear it all the time.
Okay, so
not never. I'm saying reverse. I hear it all the time. I just spoke last night in Glasgow, and that was the first statement. What about the 6 million Palestinian refugees who want to return? That was the very first question. I hear it all the time. I hear sometimes people say, until every one of the 7 million go back, we won't accept the settlement.
I do think that the cult is not a little cult, it's actually getting bigger. Maybe it's not, and the BDS movement has actually, with its flaws maybe, succeeded in grasping people's attention and students.
Frank, we have to free ourselves of illusions. When I don't know how old you are, but when I was a young man, I was a Maoist, you know? And we always thought our movement is growing. 6,000, 8,000, we're growing, you know? What do you call growing? How many people are you really reaching? Are you reaching a mainstream public? I don't think so. Israel will start to say, what about us? And they won't recognize our right. And in fact, that's correct. You can't answer the Israelis on that because they're making a statement that's factually correct. It's not an accident, an unwitting omission that BDS does not mention Israel. You know that and I know that. It's not like we forgot to mention it. They won't mention it because they know it will split the movement because there's a large segment of the movement, component of the movement, which wants to eliminate Israel. Is Israel part of the law or not? When the International Law Court of Justice made all of its findings in its advisory opinion, one of its findings was the June 67 border is Israel's legal border. That is Israel. That's the law. How can you claim that you want to enforce the law and omit that aspect of the law?
The two-state solution, we know that the facts on the ground, mainly because of Israel, like for example building in the E1 zone, are going to make the two-state solution pretty much impossible.
No, it's not true. I will talk about it at length tonight. I'm going to go through the maps. Okay. And then you'll judge for yourself. The problem is people are all over the place. When you say it's practically possible, then they say they're ideologically against it. And if you say it's ideologically, you will never be able to reach a public with it, then they say it's practically impossible. Because they don't want to recognize Israel. So it's like every kind of excuse and pretext. I don't see where that's going to go. You know, you talk about BDS, they make all these claims about their victories. All their claims about their victories. Well, you know what? You see these 10 fingers? These more than suffice to count all their victories. There are superfluous fingers here to count all their victories. It's a cult where the guru says we have all these victories and everyone nods their head and nobody sits down to do the arithmetic on their own. It's just sheer nonsense. It's sheer nonsense. It's a cult. And I personally, I'm tired of it. I went through my cult stage. I was a Maoist. Have you ever seen a statement by BDS that doesn't have the first subordinate clause? BDS, the largest civil society organized protest, endorsed by 26 trillion, 555 million billion, organizations. They're just Ramallah, NGOs. Represent absolutely nothing.
It's trade unions as well.
Look, let's stop. If it were what you said, where are the demonstrations there? If there were really an active...
BDS, I think he's turned to the international community.
Well, that to me is a problem. I'll tell you the truth. Because if you're an indigenous organization in Palestine, you should be organizing your people. And it's our job to organize from our side. I went through many solidarity movements. The Vietnamese never gave us marching orders. The Nicaraguans, the El Salvadorans, they didn't tell you what to do. They organized their people. And the solidarity movement abroad, we were supposed to make the judgment about how best to organize ourselves. And it's a very strange thing when the people there who claim to be the leaders of civil society, they can't organize a demonstration of 500 people among themselves, but they're telling everybody else abroad what to do. That's a weird inversion. When I was first involved in the Gaza Freedom March, I don't know if you were involved in it.
Yeah,
okay. They said they were going to bring out 50,000 people in Gaza. 50,000 people. And you know how many they brought out? They brought out 300. It's a cult. You make up numbers, you fantasize, and all the followers are supposed to nod their head. Well, you know what? I'm 58 years old. I've been involved in this 30 years. And I'm going to say it.
Oh, he says he's 58. So this was 12 years ago? Is he 70 now? Norman Finkelstein, age 69. Oh, okay, 11 years ago.
I gave, for a Westerner, not for a Palestinian, I gave my life to the cause, and I'm not going to be anybody's fool. I'm not wasting time anymore. I'm tired of it. I really am. I've lost patience with it. I'm tired of gurus and I'm tired of cults. Because if we end the occupation and we bring back 6 million Palestinians and we have equal rights for Arabs and Jews, there's no Israel. That's what it's really about. And you think you're fooling anybody? You think you're so clever?
That's such an insanely strong statement, right? Like, that's a stronger statement than a condemnation of Hamas, right? He's saying that, like, a one-state solution necessitates the destruction of Israel and, like, arguably the Jewish people. I feel like his statement here is so insanely strong. I don't know what happened or what changed, I guess, in 10 or 11 years.
People can't figure that out for themselves. No, they understand the arithmetic perfectly well. Are you going to reach a broad public, which is going to hear the Israeli side, they want to destroy us? No, you're not. And frankly, you know what? You shouldn't. You shouldn't reach a broad public because you're dishonest. And I wouldn't trust those people if I had to live in the state. I wouldn't. It's dishonesty. And I don't want that kind of leadership. Then at least be honest what you want. We want to abolish Israel, and this is our strategy for doing it. Okay, be straightforward about it. But this kind of duplicity and disingenuousness, we're agnostic about Israel. No, you're not agnostic. you don't want it, then just say it.
True. What is this 20-minute video? We'll watch this. And then I want to fact check this stuff, okay? Because I don't think we have time to watch like a whole bunch of Finkelstein videos, unfortunately. Somebody earlier, why does he always put on the low risk voice every time he's on another platform? Somebody donated asked that about Hassan. Hassan apparently didn't learn anything at uni. He doesn't fact check or do any actual research when forming his opinions. It's so frustrating. At least speaks popular leftist views. It's so predictable. All right. Why is he tweeting shit like this? This was yesterday. IDF posts first video footage of Hamas torturing hostages beneath Al-Shifa Hospital. He's like unhinged. He posts a lot of unhinged shit on Twitter. He was posting a lot of unhinged shit on the 7th as well. What is this 20-minute debate?
To discuss the possible.
Okay, this is an old one too. Okay, maybe he was crazy back then. Or maybe he's not crazy now and I just happen to see really bad shit. Let's find out.
Of a two-state solution. I'm joined by Norman Finkelstein in New York. He's a political scientist and author of a new book. This time we went too far. The Truth and Consequences of the Gaza Invasion, published by Or Books. And Benny Morris in Beit Shemesh. He's a professor at Ben-Gurion University and the author of One State, Two States, Resolving the Israel-Palestine Conflict, published by Yale University Press, and another member of our crosstalk team, Yelena Hunger. All right, gentlemen, crosstalk rules in effect. That means you can jump in anytime you like. Benny, I'd like to go to you first. In Israel, you're widely regarded maybe the best historian of the Israel-Palestine conflict. How do you believe, what is at the root of this conflict? And what's one step we can go towards resolving it?
Well, at the root of the conflict, in terms of the Arabs, is the fact that the Zionists, Jews, began to settle, to return from Europe and to settle in Palestine, or the land of Israel as they called it, at the end of the 19th century and during the first half of the 20th century. The Arabs didn't want the Jews to be here. They didn't want them to establish a state here. They didn't want to share the land with them, either in a binational state or in a two-state solution. And they resisted the Zionists, and this is the root of the conflict from the Arab side.
Okay, Norman, if I can go to you, is that your interpretation as well?
Well, I'm more inclined to agree with what Professor Morris has written in the past. So if you open up his book, his standard history of the conflict, Righteous Victims, he says that it was, and now I'm quoting him, the fear of territorial displacement and dispossession, which was the chief motor of Arab resistance to Zionism. In a word, it was the fear that they were going to Palestinians, their fear that they were going to be dispossessed and displaced from their homeland. And then Mr. Morris went on to say in another one of his important books, he said that the idea of transfer or expulsion of the indigenous population, what we nowadays call ethnic cleansing, he said that idea was inbuilt and inevitable in Zionism. Those are his words, because he said there was no other way to turn an area which was overwhelmingly Arab into an area which was a Jewish state. And he said this transfer idea, which was inevitable and inbuilt in Zionism, he said that automatically produced resistance from the indigenous population, from the Arab population. The resistance of the Arabs to Zionism, with its inbuilt idea of expelling the indigenous population, was no different than the resistance of Native Americans in North America to the Euro-American desire.
Benny Morris, I mean, I don't think they disagree here, right? I think Benny Morris, I would be surprised if Benny Morris disagreed with anything, one, because it's quoting his own books, but it feels like he's just like stating it with more, I guess, more moral gravity or whatever. Maybe Benny didn't know that he needed to give like a 2-minute answer or something.
The indigenous population was no different than the resistance of Native Americans in North America to the Euro-American desire to create
Norman, you made your point. Let Benny reply to that.
I think Dr. Phil Finkelstein is, of course, right in quoting me, because I do actually know something about the history, but I think he's selectively quoting. I would say certainly that the Arabs in Palestine, from a certain point on, did fear some form of displacement, and in fact the change of the country in character from an Arab-Muslim territory into at least partially Jewish territory. But this still doesn't undermine what I said before. The Arabs did not want the Jews to come here, and they resisted them.
Correct, yeah.
And they objected to a partition of the land between the two peoples into two states. This has been a consistent Palestinian position.
Yes.
That no part of Palestine should be given to the Jews as sovereign territory. 5%, 10%, 15%, 50%, none of it should belong to the Jews as a sovereign territory for the Jews. The Palestinians should have it all.
Okay, Norman, do you want to reply to that, or are we going to move on?
I would just say briefly two things. Number one, Professor Morris devotes quite a lot of space in his books to documenting the idea of what he called transfer. It wasn't an issue of living with the Jews. It was an issue of the Jews expelling the indigenous population from the area of Palestine where Jews intended to create a Jewish state. So there wasn't an issue here of coexistence. It was an issue of expulsion. As to whether or not the Arabs or the Palestinian Arabs have acquiesced in the idea of a two-state settlement of the conflict, I think we'll probably get to that later when we discuss solutions. Right now, I think we're looking at the history, and I'm simply quoting what Dr. Morris not only wrote, but extensively documented.
Okay, Benny, go ahead, Benny.
Okay, Doctor, just one sentence. I think Dr. Finkelstein is fixated on the problem of transfer and expulsion and doesn't see the wider picture. That is one element, but it's only one element in the big picture.
All right, let's speed up to the present here. We did some history here.
He should have said more there at the end of that.
Except it was Dr. Morris except it was Dr. Morris who repeatedly said that the Zionist movement looked at the transfer, and now I'm quoting him, as the chief means for resolving the problem with the Arabs. So if he calls it the chief means,
this is simply untrue.
it seems to me we should focus on it.
You cannot attribute
Dr. Morris, I know your books
views which are
quite
not
well.
mine. You haven't understood them apparently.
Dr. Morris, I know your books quite well. You wrote from the 19th.
Good enough. You have to know them very well.
Dr. Morris, you really shouldn't deny what's already in print.
I'm not denying anything. I'm saying
deny what's already in print.
You are distorting what I've said.
Dr. Morris,
transfer is an element in Zionist thinking.
One thing he's really good, Finkelstein does it a lot on this podcast too, is first of all, I'd be so curious to see one of those Destiny like timer breakdowns in this convo. I'm pretty sure Finkelstein talks like easily more than both of these guys combined. Easily like 3 or 4 times as much as this Eli Lake guy, who doesn't do a good job in this conversation. He's really good at just going and going and going. And if you try to make him like chill or stop, he'll just keep talking until eventually he gets his point out. He's very good at that.
You are distorting what I've said.
Dr. Morris, anyone can turn
Zionist thinking.
Anyone can turn.
I think the moderator has to. No. You can't have.
All right, gentlemen, let's move forward. We did some history. Let's talk about the present. If I go to you, Benny, there have been people that are saying that Obama himself, because of the impasse in what's been called the peace process, which I haven't seen any evidence really of, that Obama may try to impose something himself. If he were to do something like that, what do you think would be fair?
Well, I've always thought, since the year 2000, that the Clinton parameters, which the previous President Clinton published in December 2000, represent a fair, just solution to the conflict. In other words, a two-state solution with the Palestinians essentially getting the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. And
the Clinton parameters is like what came out of the Camp David Accords, right? Clinton parameters, Camp David, I think. Or is that what? Or is this after the Taba change? I think it was before Taba and it was after Camp David, or maybe they went even afterwards. Maybe. But.
East Jerusalem and the Jews retaining the territory which they had control of before 1967. That's essentially a two-state solution, which is the only fair and just solution to the conflict. And it's possible if Obama publishes his own parameters, my assumption is that they will be more or less in line with what President Clinton proposed back in 2000.
Okay, but Norman, I mean, considering the settlement situation in the West Bank, I mean, is that realistic at all? Is any Israeli?
Oh, I'm so curious. What does a historian person say about settlements in the West Bank?
Israeli government going to say to 500,000 settlers pack up and leave? Is that it's politically not going to happen?
I don't know. We can't say with any certainty what politically will happen because, as you know from other historical examples, say in the case of Algeria, at the end of the Algerian War, 1 million pieds noirs, Algerians who lived in French who lived in Algeria and who lived there for a full century, about 1 million pieds noirs, 1 out of every 9 Algerians went back to their homeland. So you can't say with any certainty that some settlement prospect is impossible. What I would like, however, to look at is the record on this issue. I agree with Dr. Morris that probably the only feasible settlement and the politically supported settlement is one that calls for 2 states.
With a land swap, he's going to say.
Full Israeli withdrawal from the territories it occupied in June 1967 and the just resolution of the refugee question based on the right of return and compensation. Those are the terms for resolving the conflict, the resolution of the refugee question based on the right of return and compensation. Those are 1967. The settlement is one that calls for 2 states with a full Israeli withdrawal from the territories it occupied in June 1967 and the just resolution of the refugee question based on the right of return and compensation. Those are the terms for resolving the conflict.
Is he saying 2-state with infinite right of return to Israel proper? Because that's a non-starter. Any full right of return is going to be a non-starter. You're already completely impossible.
Those terms have been endorsed by the entire international community. And you can see it by looking at the United Nations General Assembly.
Dr. Morris, go ahead, Benny, go ahead. Before we go to the break, go ahead.
Can I interject? Again, Dr. Finkelstein is twisting things. The international community does not support a settlement of the refugee problem based on the right of return. In fact, the international community, except for some banana republics in Africa and Arab and Muslim countries, do not support the right of return of refugees. This is something clearly ruled out by the Clinton parameters, by the West in general, since 1949. A settlement of the refugee...
Gentlemen, if I could jump in here after a short break...
I hate that these debates on TV are so stupid. Like, they could go back and forth on, like, any of these points for the whole 20 minutes, but they just get moved from one, like...
Continue our discussion on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Stay with RT. All right, Benny, before we went to the break, we were talking about how the international community looks at the right of return. Do you want to summarize real quickly what you had to say before we went to the break?
Yeah. The return of 5 million Palestinian refugees, and that's the number the Palestinians cite, to the area of the State of Israel would demolish the State of Israel and would turn it instantly into an Arab state from a Jewish state. There would be no Jewish state. So almost every Israeli I know opposes what the Palestinians are demanding, which is the return of the Palestinian refugees. And the West, America, Western Europe, etc., do not support the right of return, as the Palestinians call it, of the refugees. Unfortunately, the Palestinian leadership, both Hamas and the Palestinian Authority, insist that Israel must accept this right of return. And this is simply not going to happen, and this is a major obstacle on the road to a possible solution.
Okay, Norman, I get that's a political solution. Is that morally fair? Is that fair to the Palestinians? I mean, the Israelis have a right of return.
Well, I would like to make 2 points, or I should say quickly 3 points. Number one, we have a rich documentary record on this question. It's not a matter of speculation. Mr. Morris, or Dr. Morris, seems to think that the only people who support the right of return are what he calls a few banana republics. But every year, the United Nations General Assembly votes on a resolution called Peaceful Settlement of the Palestine Question. Every year, the United Nations General Assembly votes on a resolution called Peaceful Settlement of the Palestine Question. And one of the terms of the settlement is a just resolution of the refugee question based on the right of return. And the vote this past year was 164-7. The whole world on one side, including...
Oh, he brings this up a lot. He brings it up in the other thing. Every year, the UN votes on the peaceful settlement of the Palestine question.
All the European countries, the whole world on one side, the United States, Israel, Australia, Nauru, Palau, Micronesia, and the Marshall Islands on the other side. If you look at the major human rights organizations in the world, Human Rights Watch...
We know all of those islands. He also repeats those same countries. He does it in that interview 10 years later. That's a crazy talking point, that he has that talking point so hard. I think he even names like Tavula or whatever in the modern one. Or actually, we can even find it. Wait, what is the... He says like the exact same answer.
That was the consensus of the international community. If you're interested, and I would point to your listeners, every year, the UN General Assembly votes on a resolution called Peaceful Settlement of the Palestine Question. And every year, the whole world votes on one side, namely the terms that are spelled out, Israel, the United States, and some Pacific atolls, Tuvalu, Palau, Tonga, together with the U.S. and Israel, vote against it. That record cannot be easily effaced because it...
Interesting, but...
and Amnesty International, both of them produced position papers in 2000 and 2001 in which they endorsed the right of return of the Palestinian refugees and what they call succeeding generations that have maintained genuine links with the land. So I think Mr. Morris has the world topsy-turvy. It's just a few banana republics, or in this case, South Sea Islands, who don't support the Palestinian right of return. Okay. Let me just turn to a second point. Mr. Morris wears often many different... Dr. Morris often wears many different hats. So in the hat he's wearing this afternoon on this program, he's saying he supports the Clinton parameters of 2000. Well, let me read you some of his other hats. Mr. Morris has said that David Ben-Gurion in 1948, his big mistake, and now I'm quoting him, his big mistake was that he did... No, it's very relevant. Dr. Morris are wearing many different hats. Let's see some of your other hats, Dr. Morris.
Gentlemen, let's keep moving forward. Please, gentlemen, please, let's keep moving forward. Benny Morris, I'd like to ask you a question. All right, Norman, real quick. Go ahead, because I don't want to waste all our time just talking over each other.
Okay. So ask me the question you want. I don't want Finkelstein reading various quotes from various places, which have no relevance to the question at hand.
Dr. Morris cannot filibuster. No, Peter, you can't allow him to filibuster.
Okay,
that's not right.
Gentlemen, I need clear points from both of you.
Talk about the current situation.
I want to talk about the Goldstone report right now. Okay, that's what we're going to talk about right now. Benny, I noticed a few days after the invasion.
I don't think that's right, Peter. Peter, you're allowing him to filibuster, and I don't think that's right.
Yeah, Norman, we're wasting way too much.
We're wasting time on Benny Morris instead of the subject.
I want to get back to substance, gentlemen. Benny, you wrote a few days after in the New York Times that you appraising the highly efficient air assault on Hamas. Okay, then we have the Goldstone that comes out, the Goldstone report, and he said Israel launched quote a deliberately disproportionate attack designed to punish, humiliate, and terrorize a civilian population. What's your opinion of that report?
I think it's unbalanced. I think that any Western army facing terrorists and guerrillas who hide behind a human shield, behind civilians, inevitably will use disproportionate force and will cause civilian casualties. And this is what the Hamas also wants, because then it can project it to people like Finkelstein and Goldstone as if Israel is attacking civilians. But Israel actually quite efficiently knocked out the Hamas's infrastructure in Gaza. Civilians were killed. I don't think Israel deliberately targeted them. I don't think Goldstone is right about that. I think this is a lie in his report. It did kill civilians, but this is what happens when terrorists launch attacks on Western countries from behind civilian shields.
Okay, Norman, respond, please. You wrote a book on this subject, on the Gaza war.
Right. There is, as I said earlier, there's also an extensive documentary record on what happened in Gaza. More than a dozen human rights reports came out. So let's look at the record as against...
Is he going to do the... Hamas has never actually used a human shield, but it was actually Israel that was ordering people to go and clear houses. I think this is a talking point I've heard from it a few times.
Dr. Morris's fantasy. All the human rights organizations agreed. There is no evidence that Hamas engaged in human shielding in Gaza.
However, Israeli soldiers conscript civilians to clear houses.
Look at Amnesty International, its report, 22 Days of Death and Destruction, and it goes very thoroughly through the record, and it concludes there is no evidence that Hamas engaged in human shielding. Number two, no, Mr. Morris, you really have to let me talk. You can't be so rude. Number two, Dr. Morris says that Israel very effectively knocked out what he called Hamas's
Oh, he
infrastructure.
didn't get that talking point
So let's see
yesterday.
what that infrastructure consisted of. It consisted of direct attacks, intentional attacks on on Palestinian hospitals. It consisted of intentional Israeli attacks on 23 of 28.
The Hamas leadership hid in the basement of one of the hospitals
Dr.
in
Morris,
Gaza.
you have to let me speak. Peter, is this right?
You're telling the listeners something which is untrue.
I'm quoting
Well, I mean, Benny, to be fair,
Dr. Morris.
he's giving his assessment of the Goldstone report. I asked you your assessment, and I'm asking
Norman should go first, and then Benny should get to respond instead of the. Has Benny gone first every time?
Norman now. Obviously, they're different.
Okay, Peter, Peter,
go ahead, Norman. You got the floor.
Peter,
Go.
that's not even correct. I'm not giving you my assessment. I'm citing you the findings of all the human rights organizations. Israel attacked 23 of 28 of Gaza's cement factories. It attacked the only operative flour mill in Gaza. It attacked the chicken farms in Gaza. It sent in tanks to roll over the chickens, killed 100,000 chickens in Gaza. Now, I wonder, Mr. Morris, do you think those chicken farms were part of Hamas infrastructure? Do you think the flour mill was part of Hamas infrastructure? When Israel dropped white phosphorus on Al Wafa Hospital and on Al Quds Hospital, were those hospitals on which Israel dropped white phosphorus, a substance that reaches 1,500 degrees? Was that Hamas infrastructure, Mr. Morris?
Okay, can I say something?
Benny, go ahead. We're running out of time. Very quickly, please.
We know that during the campaign, the 3-4-week campaign in Gaza, the bulk of the Hamas leadership, military and civilian, hid in the basement of one of the hospitals in Gaza, and did so knowing that Israel was not military and civilian.
Please.
We know that during the campaign, the 3-4-week campaign in Gaza, the bulk of the Hamas leadership, military and civilian, hid in the basement of one of the hospitals in Gaza, and did so knowing that Israel would not attack the hospital and get to them. It's not fantasy, it happens to be true. And Israel did not attack that hospital, as it didn't attack any hospital in Gaza, as you know.
I wonder which specific hospital. Is it that Al Shif? There was the one that supposedly they say is like, this is like the big Hamas base, is one of the hospitals, the largest hospital in Gaza. I wonder if that's what he's referring to, or if it was something different. This would have been for the second Gaza war, 2012? If this video was 10 years old, I'm not sure. Oh no, this video is from 2010, so this probably would have been is 2008 the first Gaza war, I think?
Whether there were Hamas gunmen inside the chicken coops, I don't know, and you don't know either.
Dr. Morris, I read all the reports.
All right, gentlemen, we've run out of time. I'm afraid we didn't accomplish very much. I'm sorry, Norman here. Many thanks to my guests today, Norman Finkelstein and Benny Morris, and thanks to my viewers for watching us here at RT. See you next time. Remember, crosstalk rules.
Okay. Wait, how long until you think you're done, Lygan?
Like 15 minutes.
15 minutes, okay.
Is he gonna call in?
No, but I'm trying to think of what I want to do. If I want to start working on something, or if you're...
We're gonna chat after I get your food?
Wait, are we?
If you're cool with it?
Sure, if you want to. Okay, I'll just start tearing through some of these, I guess, then. This is probably like the most comprehensive, set of his beliefs right now relating to the conflict, right? Because it's a 2.5-hour convo. It's very recent, just a couple weeks ago. And he talks for the majority of this, so. What would be your statement for the pro-Palestinian side? The fact that all of them want to fuck your mom. Plutonian shores. I've given it enough. Okay. Let's see. Have you reacted to this Dylan clip yet? Nice. It's not a Dylan clip. Okay. He didn't say Dylan? Wait, did I misread this? Oh, I did receive that. Oh, you're lucky. Saved by my Listexia. How do we want to organize this? Actually, I guess I can just do it in line, huh? Well, fuck, how would I do this? Watch for a bit, I want to hear your opinion.
Okay, the human shield thing's complicated. So in 2009, Amnesty International did a report that said that there is no evidence that Hamas is using human shields. In terms of
Okay, yeah, she's about to qualify that.
when places were blown up, there were no civilians in those places. There were no reports of Hamas telling people they had to stay in places, right? Oh, yeah, you can say lots of B'Tselem, which this is the thing. You can start saying that every single human rights organization, the UN doesn't count, Amnesty doesn't count, Human Rights Watch doesn't.
Okay, I don't actually trust anybody when they quote any of this anymore. Okay, Amnesty International Report 2009, Israel. Can somebody link me to the exact? Was this the cast-led one? Oh, okay. Then she's just wrong. Because even in the limited reading we did of that, am I wrong? Didn't they say explicitly in that there was evidence of like multiple shots and fires and rockets coming from like civilian areas? That stuff was that they didn't do a good job at storing stuff away from. Am I crazy? Fuck! I need this document. Oh fuck! Was it this? Was this the actual document that we had, or was it something else we were reading? Let me find this. Hold on. So we read this paragraph. Contrary to repeated allegations by Israeli officials of the use of human shields, Amnesty International found no evidence that Hamas or other Palestinian fighters directed the movement of civilians to shield military objectives from attacks. It found no evidence that Hamas or other armed groups forced residents to stay in or around buildings used by fighters, nor that fighters prevented residents from leaving buildings or areas which had been commandeered by militants. So we read that, but oh, this is the Al-Samuni thing. It might have been towards the end. Conduct endangering Palestinian civilians. Hamas and other armed groups also endangered Palestinian civilians by failing to take all feasible precautions in the conduct of their military activities, notably by firing rockets from residential areas and storing weapons, explosives, and ammunition in them. They also mixed with the civilian population, although this would be difficult to avoid in the small and overcrowded Gaza Strip. Okay. And there's no evidence that they did so with the intent of shielding themselves. That's a really weird statement, but okay. The extremely high population density in Gaza, a small territory, and one of the most densely populated places in the world, entails additional challenges for all the parties involved in conflict or armed confrontations. It's not like it's evenly spread. There are non-populated parts of the Gaza Strip. So this is also like a weird thing to say. Notwithstanding these difficulties, Hamas and other armed groups have an obligation to avoid conduct which, by intent or through recklessness, exposes the civilian population to danger, and have an obligation not to use the civilian population as a cover for their military activities. Intentionally using civilians to shield a military objection, often referred to as using human shields, is a war crime. See Chapter 5. I don't understand how anybody could read this unless you've been linked one paragraph from above. Like, I don't understand how you can read this and say that they don't use human shields as evidenced by this very, like, Amnesty International report. Unless maybe she brings this up in a second and I should like listen to her full claim, because it feels like it's pretty explicitly stated right here. It's interesting that Amnesty International, I'm curious, can somebody find me an example of this definition for human shield, of intentionally directing or conscripting fighters? Because when we looked at like international law, human shield, because anytime we looked at the international law definition, it feels like, hold on. Okay, here's a rule for chat. If you're linking random irrelevant shit and tagging my name, I'm banning you for a month. Okay, I don't know why you're linking me this autistic fucking shit. What is this? Schizorella. Can we talk about these problematic mental age gap between these two and how Taylor might actually be grooming? I don't care. Stop. Please. Jesus fucking Christ. Destiny, is your assertion that Hamas should set up military bases in the open and just get destroyed in an instance? I mean, like, kind of? Or at the very least, like on the outskirts of, is your assertion that the only way Hamas can conduct military arms by using human shields? It seems to me that by you remarking that my suggestion is crazy, you're like basically de facto admitting that they do use human shields because they have no other alternative. That can be an argument if you want. You can say like, well, they can't reasonably set up a military place in a military place because then they'll get blown up, which is what's supposed to happen with military bases when you fight with other people. But you're saying like, well, they can't reasonably do this, so of course they have to use human shields. So I mean, yeah, I don't know how to respond to your argument there. Yeah, you're basically saying like, do you expect them not to use human shields? Like that's going to make it a lot easier for them to get blown up. I mean, yeah, that's why it's very attractive to use human shields because it makes you more difficult to attack because people are going to look at you like you're crazy. I'm curious, this is the International Humanitarian Law databases. Maybe there's another source of international law that defines this differently. I should get like really acquainted with these, but wait, somebody says they know the normal definition of human shields when it isn't about Israel. IS use of human shields. Some civilians who managed to flee the fighting or whose villages have been recaptured by government forces told Amnesty International the IS fighters deliberately prevented them from fleeing areas of conflict. Well, this is saying deliberate prevention, right? IS fighters had embedded themselves within the civilian population, taking up positions in residential areas and in some cases forcing civilians to move to areas under their control. Well, no, this is consistent with what they were saying before. Forethought, you're unhinged on this, by the way. You're way too far on the pro-Zionist side. Okay, I've read your shit. Using civilians to shield yourself from attack is a war crime, but even in cases when IS fighters are holding civilians as human shields, that does not absolve Iraqi and coalition forces from the obligation to take their presence into account, take all feasible precautions to minimize harm to civilians, and avoid launching attacks that could cause disproportionate harm to civilians. But yeah, I don't know. I'm curious where Amnesty International gets this human shield thing from.
Doesn't count. B'Tselem doesn't count. So who would you like me to refer to? Who can investigate things that you'll be satisfied with? I'm just wondering. Because
Destiny, genuine question, what's a feasible alternative then? I don't see any way for armed resistance in any small and densely populated area without inadvertently using human shields in this way. I mean, you can say that if you want to. That's fine. You can make that argument, but then like acknowledge that like they are committing war crimes, right? They are using human shields. You can say like, well, they have no alternative but to use human shields. I mean, that's an argument that you can make, and I think you can even go down that road, but nobody wants to bite that bullet because it's like it just sounds untenable. So you just make up excuses for why it's not actually happening, right?
apparently anyone who finds something that goes against the narrative of Israel is suddenly a fucking liar. Okay? It's totally normal to deport UN special rapporteurs. It's totally normal and not weird at all. Anyway, multiple foreign respected institutions have investigated the human shield claim. And in terms of actually using human shields in the direct sense, there is no evidence for that. That being said, Gaza is an incredibly densely populated small area where Hamas move around. And it means that, yes, there have been times where missiles have been shot from places like schools and hospitals, and they have been shot from there. Doesn't mean that they're based there, doesn't mean that they're held there and hidden there and kept there. Doesn't mean that Hamas...
They literally do that, though. Didn't they? They literally were, according to Amnesty International report, they were literally held there. They literally did that. I feel like people have, and I don't want to accuse Jo because she's a really good faith and she's really smart. This is one of the smartest people on her stream. But sometimes I feel like when people quote these reports at me, and I understand it's 127 pages. It's a lot, okay? I understand. Fuck reading this whole thing, possibly. But I feel like sometimes people are getting one paragraph and then they've seen that quoted somewhere else. And then when they quote it, it's like they pretend that they're quoting this document, but they're not really quoting this document. They're quoting somebody else quoting it. Because, like, so for instance, like what she just said isn't it directly, like, notably by firing rockets from residential areas and storing weapons, explosives, and ammunition inside of them. That's literally what Amnesty International said.
Hamas is telling missiles have been shot from places like schools and hospitals, and they have been shot from there. Doesn't mean that they're based there. Doesn't mean that they're held there and hidden there and kept there.
That's literally what it says. Literally, word for word. Like there's no wiggling away from that. That is factually, literally, explicitly what is stated in here, and that's Amnesty International saying it.
Doesn't mean that Hamas is telling all the people they have to be there.
Also, keep in mind, right? If you look at like population density, people act like it's all like evenly spread. Like, no, there are more dense areas, obviously, in the Gaza Strip, and there are less dense areas. Like, Hamas doesn't operate like out of the middle of these cities and shit on accident. Okay, it's not like it's like, oh god, there's nowhere else we can go. No, it's an intentional choice. Oh, thank you, babe. It's obviously an intentional choice to operate out of these particular places, right? Because you know it provides the greatest amount of cover. If I'm not mistaken, there have only been instances of Hamas shooting from schools that are empty during vacations. It is still not allowed under international law to do that or store weapons there. I don't believe that's true, but we can go digging tonight for, I guess, stories or examples of that. Okay.
Using them in that formal sense of a human shield. But yeah, there are people in Gaza and there are terrorists in Gaza. So technically, if you're a Gazan person, then no, Hamas isn't saying, guys, can you go to Khan Yunis and we're just going to do war up here. So can you guys, no, they're not doing that. So yeah, people in Gaza are human shields in a very vague sense. But in terms of actually doing that as like a strategy, there's not that much evidence for that. There's no evidence for the bunkers under the hospital. This claim has been made since 2009. No evidence of it has ever been produced for it. The international doctors who work in places like Al-Shifa say that they've never seen it. There have been Hamas people seen inside the hospitals, okay? Because weirdly, Hamas have family too. There have been reports by some people, although it's just word of mouth, no NGO officials, that say that Hamas have held meetings there, okay? But we have international doctors, we have the United Nations, we have Médecins Sans Frontières, we have the entire press saying, you can go anywhere you want, you can search the hospital, you can see whatever you want to see, there are no bunkers here, there is no Hamas here, we're completely open to any international person coming in to check the hospitals, there's nothing here. And Israel and the IDF have been saying this since 2009. So when are you going to produce evidence of that? It shouldn't be that hard. You have one of the best intelligence agencies in the entire world. It is not hard to provide.
I don't understand. Again, Amnesty International. Gaza, Palestinians tortured, summarily killed by Hamas forces during 2014 conflict. Hamas, wasn't this in hospitals, or am I making that up? As well as carrying out unlawful killings, others abducted by Hamas were subjected to torture, including severe beatings with truncheons, gun butts, hoses, and wire, or held in stress positions. Some were interrogated and tortured, or otherwise ill-treated in a disused outpatients clinic within the grounds of Gaza City's main Al-Shifa hospital. At least 3 people arrested during the conflict, accused of collaboration, died in custody. Like, Amnesty International has literally said that. And this is like the most fucking pro-Palestinian fucking shit you're gonna find. Amnesty International has literally said this. I don't understand. Is this from the same, this was from 2015? Is this from the same report? What year is this? This is during the this might be the same report. Hamas forces used the abandoned areas of Al-Shifa Hospital in Gaza City, including the outpatients clinic area, to detain, interrogate, torture, and otherwise ill-treat suspects, even as other parts of the hospital continued to function as a medical center. I wonder if there's any other direct... Jesus. Is this just analyzing that Al-Shifa hospital? Okay, hold on. I don't know how many fucking crazy pictures are gonna be in this. One sec. Okay, it's mainly this this outpatient area in the Al-Shifa hospital that's being referenced. But okay. But yeah, this is literally Amnesty International. Maybe she's just not familiar with this, or
provide legitimate evidence. Every single time there's been a war in Gaza, Israel has refused to participate with the investigations afterward, has refused to provide any of the legitimizing evidence of their attacks. So no, if they should be able to produce the evidence that isn't just a 3D render that they made. Anyway, I'm Tom, I'm calm, I'm fair. Yeah, and whereas the actual court of Israel has convicted Israel of using human shields, but they use Palestinian children. And they strap them to the front of their tanks and their cars so that they won't be shot at. They use them in the traditional sense of human shield.
can somebody link me where that happened? I'm just curious. Where's our Palestinian defender? X Trinoretics. Where is the Can you show me the evidence that they'd strap children to the front of tanks and vehicles? I've heard this claim a few times, so I assume there's some kind of video or there's something. There was a famous picture. Okay. Man strapped to the front of car during siege. Good job. All meme pictures. Okay. Well.
Yeah, of course they would argue that, but you can't just be like, oh, we're going to flatten an entire area and just trust us, bro. And yeah, we've been doing it like stacks. We do it all the time, but just trust us, bro. Come on. You're not, it's this Israel exceptionalism. Yeah, there's been lots of fabricated evidence, proven fabricated evidence. I don't know in this conflict, I'm talking about previous conflicts, but I'm sure in this conflict too. Oh, no, the phone calls, which is not Palestinian Arabic. It is those that have a two-wave stereo recording.
Okay, hold on. I'm done. Okay, we're good. Hold on. I don't want to get, I don't want to burn a bridge. Okay. Fuck, all right. We need something to watch while I eat. Hassan reacts. No, fuck off. Give me a Finkelstein video. Watch Mohammed Hijab versus... Bro, okay, fuck it. This one?
Right, last week I interviewed
Wait, this is a month ago. Hold on. This is an hour ago. Really, an hour, bro?
Tonight on Piers Morgan Uncensored, Israel at War, the Uncensored Debate. Mohammed Hijab is a Muslim philosopher, scholar, and YouTuber whose first appearance on the show was viewed by more than 8 million people. Rabbi Shmuley Boteach has been called the most famous rabbi in America. He is the international best-selling author of Kosher Hate and The Israel Warrior. Both men are passionate, both men are influential, and they both have vehemently opposing views. Tonight, they go uncensored and head-to-head. By bringing together two very opinionated, passionate, influential people, very opposing views, and we're going to have a proper debate, and we're going to see if somewhere there is perhaps more that we can agree on than we first imagined. So thank you for joining me, gentlemen. We tossed a coin before we came on air tonight, and actually you won the toss, and you said you want to go second.
I defer to my brother.
And the way this will work, Mohammed, we have 4 sections of this debate, and at the start of each one, you'll both get 1 minute uninterrupted to say what you want to say about each of the themed titles of each block. So you go first, and at the end of your minute, you'll hear a sound, and when you hear that, you end, and then Rabbi Shmuley gets his chance to speak. So the first theme is a simple one. Are Hamas to blame? You have a minute, Mohammed, from now.
From one perspective, Hamas started the battle because, obviously, from October 7th, even they themselves titled it Tufan al-Aqsa, or the flooding of al-Aqsa. But from another perspective, if you really look at it from an international law perspective, we're talking about 1967, we're talking about a resolution
Wow, Freaky, sorry, thanks for the 5 gifted subs.
Resolution 242, in which it is actually stated that Israel is in a belligerent state because they're occupying the West Bank, East Jerusalem, and Gaza. And they have been, so therefore the war has been continual for a very long time according to international law. But let's remove Hamas from the situation altogether. Let's remove them. What do you have? You have the West Bank. And what do you have in the West Bank? You have 187 children who have been put in prisons. They have been put in prisons, according to Bet Salem, without charge. You have 44 children before October the 7th that have been killed before October the 7th in just 2023 alone. So if you remove Hamas from the equation, what you have the West Bank. You remove dominance from the equation, you have the West Bank, and what you have occupation, you have settlement, which you condemned, rightfully so. You condemned that on your show. The settlement's there.
Okay. Rabbi Shmuley, 1 minute's response.
Resolution 242 in the UN doesn't mention a single thing about aggression or aggressor. That is total fabrication, and it speaks about disputed territories. But let's be clear. The occupier of Gaza is Hamas. They won an election in 2006, had a civil war with Mahmoud Abbas, took the Palestinian Authority officials, threw them off buildings, killed Muslims, killed Arabs. Mahmoud Abbas is afraid to go to Gaza. He's terrified of Hamas. He hasn't been there since 2007. And let's be clear. Hamas is an abomination to Islam. So Sultan Salah al-Din, the greatest Muslim conqueror of all time, after whom the main artery in Gaza is named, he said that you have to allow all prisoners to be redeemed. He would never hold hostages. And remember, Islam is about fair treatment of prisoners of war. Hamas beheaded Thai non-Jewish workers. You asked in your last appearance here for real first-hand sources. I'm the first-hand source. I saw it in Kibbutz Alumim. They raped women. They had sex with dead women's bodies. They are evil, and do the right thing and call them evil.
All right, we've had a minute each. Okay, we've got a passionate start. Mohammed, let me ask you about Hamas.
I want to first, before you do that, I want to commend you, Piers, honestly, because bringing me on for the second time, I have to commend you. And the fact that you actually condemned the settlements is very good. But people want to know, do you think the IDF are a terrorist organization?
No.
You don't think they're a terrorist organization? Okay, well, if you look at the UN definition of terrorist organization, they say killing civilians for political
objectives. You're asking my opinion.
No, but if the UN definition, according to the UN definition, it's killing civilians for political objectives. Why are they not terrorist organizations?
Well, you've asked me a straight question. I don't think they are terrorist.
So when you see babies like this, the ones who kill babies like this are not terrorists.
It's horrific.
So the people who kill babies like this are terrorists.
Well, let me respond.
Yes.
Let me respond. You can both get into this. Here's my response to that. And I thought carefully about this. I'll be very honest about my own feelings. I have a real moral quandary about this because as a father, I hate these scenes of kids being killed in Gaza. It's horrific, right? We all know it's horrific.
Well, are they a terrorist organization, though?
I'm about to explain to you what I think my position is. My position is, after what happened on October the 7th, it was so barbaric.
Debate Mindwaves? Mindwaves never wants to debate. He says retarded shit on Twitter, where I blocked him, and then he says retarded shit in chat, and then he's like, oh, I don't want to have a conversation. And then he runs off to a Discord and he talks retarded shit.
So disgusting.
So you can kill children?
Well, no, what you can do...
That's exactly what terrorists say,
Let me answer your question.
This is not a debate. This is someone else becoming the host of the show and now interviewing you. I thought we're being interviewed. Mohammed, you and I are being interviewed. You're not here to interview him. Don't make him lose control of his own show. You do this all the time. I'm not going to let it happen tonight.
All right, Robert, let me answer.
Have respect for the...
No, stop interviewing the interviewer and be respectful. And be respectful.
Let me respond.
Is it terrorist organization?
No,
why not?
I do not believe so.
They kill civilians for political
objectives. You have to let me answer.
Go ahead.
Okay, here's my answer to that. When Hamas did what they did, 2 things. 1, Hamas knew exactly...
About to go live on the biggest lefty Korean news show and discuss Israel-Palestine. Any suggestions on what to cover? Bro, if you're asking me at this point, you're fucked. Good luck.
what Israel's response would be. They knew they would come incredibly hard.
I don't absolve them.
Wait a minute. I'm not absolving anybody.
I'm not absolving them.
Okay.
I'm saying the West Bank is West Hamas. West Hamas.
Let me answer you.
You've got 44 children killed like this in the West Bank. This is ridiculous.
Wait a minute, Rabbi. Let me just ask you quickly.
Go ahead.
I believe Israel has a right to defend itself from after that terror attack.
Can they kill children?
Wait a minute.
Can they?
Wait a minute. Particularly after the Hamas spokesman only last week said if they want to do this again and again and again. That's an existential threat to Israel.
Why don't they fight them man to man? Man to man. Fight them man to man. Why do you have to kill children?
Wait a minute.
Why do you have to
Let me answer you,
children?
Mohammed.
Why?
Let me answer you.
Of a ratio of 100 to 1, by the way.
Let me answer you.
100 to 1 ratio.
Let me answer you.
Go ahead.
Otherwise, it's pointless.
Go ahead.
So, I agree that Israel must defend itself. I agree they have to get rid of Hamas because Hamas is wedded to an ideology of existentially removing Israel.
Is this acceptable?
Wait a minute. I'm coming to your
Is
answer.
this acceptable?
I'm coming to your answer.
This is not.
Wait, this is not even a conversation.
Wait a minute.
Listen, I came all the way from the United States to this debate,
Let me finish.
and he will not let anyone else speak. And if that's how these shows work, no. You are rude, you are a bully, you just are trying to interrupt people. I didn't have a chance to speak, or there's no point.
Let me go wash my hands real quick and get a Red Bull and blah, blah, blah. Hold on one sec. 104 seconds, okay? Ooh.
Doing this show. He did this last time and you allowed him to, but I won't allow him to because I will never be bullied by a bully.
At the moment,
let me be clear.
wait a minute. No one's allowing me to answer your question. Ahead, and it's this. I believe Israel has a right to defend itself.
Okay.
I agree that they need to get rid of Hamas.
In this way?
Well, here's the quandary for me morally, right?
Why is that a quandary, though?
I'll tell you why.
With Hamas, it's not a quandary.
I'll tell you why. Because in war, when you declare war, as Britain did with the Nazis...
100 to 1 ratio.
No, of
100 to
course,
1.
there are a
ratio.
far higher number of children in Gaza, proportion to population, than almost anywhere in the world. So when they go after Hamas...
Give me a chance.
Very sadly... Mohammed, let me finish.
No. You are the one who insisted on equal time. I never did. But you will not respect equal time.
Literally in 30 seconds.
I can't believe there's so many people in my chat that actually vouch for this fucking loser. I've watched like stuff off stream with them before. I have no idea what you guys see, or if it's just like you guys are. It's like the people that are already on this side ideologically. Like I've never seen this guy do like a good conversation. He's just like he's like the worst, like most trash fucking. But I don't know. Maybe there's something I've missed or some other thing. Who this Muhammad hijab guy or whatever? Just seems like a propagandist. Like.
In 30 seconds, I'll come to you.
He's going to come to you
Let me
afterwards.
finish, please. I am in charge here, Mohammed. So my final point on this is, unfortunately, in war, civilians
100 to 1 ratio. 100 to 1 ratio.
Yes.
100 to 1 ratio.
Yes, they get killed.
No, not 100 to 1 ratio. It's not an acceptable ratio.
Get killed.
It appears
That's really, in you come.
You know, Pierce, can I say respectfully, and I mean this as no insult, I'm amazed that you're intimidated by this man. I feel, well, with all due respect, if I can speak,
I wouldn't bring him back
if I can speak.
And he raises a very valid question, by the way.
No, he does not, because I have, before he did this debate, he went on X on Twitter and said, I'm only doing it if it's equal time. And then he is violating, I never asked for equal time. I just want to be heard, but he won't even let me be heard. Let me explain something to you. You said in a video the other day, and you can look me in the eye, you said that Jews are now trembling.
Others
Muhammad,
say
I am
that.
not, no, don't interrupt me.
Others say
I am not
Others say
trembling.
that.
It's all on
Others
my,
say
it's all on my Instagram page.
Go on,
Now,
go
you see this yarmulke? It means that I represent something. I'm an ambassador. You're an ambassador of Islam. You are talking about a religion that started the world's first.
Okay, where's my mod? Hold on. If you link me anything about this guy, I'm permabanning you, okay? I don't ever want to see this. It's fucking a waste of my time, okay? I don't even know why we watched 8 minutes of this. Okay. So Lycan wants to chat. Okay, he needs 1 second. I'm not doing the Daily Wire drum. I don't care about any of that. Don't link me that shit either. Oh, fuck. Actually, I'm just banning links. Hold on. Is this guy a famous actor? Why do I feel like I know this guy is? Oh my god, Mossad actually hiring out fucking Hollywood actors.
Hospital, as you can see from the sign behind me, and as you can clearly see from the building, we are going to do a one-shot video. One shot, no editing of all of the evidence that we...
What is the point of this? If nobody believes them, they're just gonna say they like planted shit. Why does it matter?
We have found just now in this building of the Shifa Hospital. So we're inside the MRI center of the Shifa Hospital. Israeli troops reached here a few hours ago, and we have cleared the area, make sure that it's safe.
Because one-shots are Kino.
Totally confirmed, without any doubt, that Hamas systematically uses hospitals in their military operations in violation of international law. And what we have found, I think, is only the tip of the iceberg. Let me show you a few examples. Security cameras have been obstructed. All of the security cameras are covered, and this isn't the only one. You'll see the rest of them here. Follow me as we go in, and we will see the MRI center and see the weapons that Hamas has hidden inside. This is where patients come in order to get MRI services. We'll proceed into a more secluded area. And the lighting here is out, so we're using flashlights. We're now, as you can see, in an MRI room. I don't know when this was used the last time. But it is definitely an MRI machine. And if you follow me behind the MRI machine, I'll show you what our troops exposed just minutes ago. In military terms, this is a grab bag. Grab and go of a Hamas combatant. And if you zoom...
Why? Well, we would just say this is planted, right? Like, what's the point? I don't even know why they would do a video like this.
In and we get some light over here. What you will be able to see is military equipment. There is an AK-47, there are cartridges, ammo, there are grenades in here, of course uniform, and all of this was hidden very conveniently, secretly behind the MRI machine. On the other side, we found a backpack with what appears to be very important intelligence, including a laptop, and we'll show you that momentarily. Let's go see the next room. So we're still in the MRI center. The backpack was found in here, and it was also hidden behind the MRI machine. As you can see, the rest of the equipment here is proper hospital equipment, right? Bandages and medical gear. It seems as if there's no real shortage because there's a lot of equipment here, but we'll leave that for another discussion. Let's go see weapons and other prohibited items.
What's the point of anything then? Well, that's what I mean. People were literally asking, like, where's the proof of the burned baby? And I was like, well, there was a picture of the burned baby. It's like, okay, but prove that the pictures are like, I don't know how the fuck I'm supposed to do this.
The main corridor here, our troops did a preliminary search of the area. We tried to uncover the cameras, but all of the cameras have been...
People already say they wouldn't be able to store guns there because of the MRI machine magnetic field. Well, isn't the magnetic field only operational? I thought it was like electromagnetic. Do MRIs just always have like a fucking insane magnetic field? Or I thought it was just when they were operational. I don't fucking know. I don't know anything about MRIs. I thought that's what I thought I saw that in a House episode where they go into it and the thing gets sucked out only when they turn the machine on. But what do I know?
Obstructed, you can see there's black tape covering it. And when our troops open this closet here, which is in the main part of the clinic, this is what they found. These weapons have absolutely no business being inside a hospital. The only reason they're here is because Hamas put them here, because they use this place, like many other hospitals and ambulances and sensitive facilities inside the Gaza Strip, for their illicit military purposes. So there's Kalashnikov rifles here, even ammunition. And let's go see the next part of what we have here. Another MRI machine. Another MRI machine where behind it we also found contraband similar to what you saw in the...
Damn, how many MRIs are in a single hospital?
Areas. And let's go see the last thing, which is more...
Oh, or is this just like one hospital for all of like the Gaza Strip?
To intelligence, which I think we will be able to extract quite a lot of interesting intelligence from. If you can see, follow me. Up here, on top of a spare
Oh, three MRI machines are in a normal hospital?
of the MRI department, we found another grab bag. This is it's empty because we emptied it and cleared it so that we could use and see it. So this is where we found it, and here are the contents of the bag.
It's the MRI ward. Okay.
The contents of the bag are full military kit for one Hamas terrorist. A live grenade, ammunition, fighting vest with insignia, boots, and of course uniforms, and last but not least, standard AK-47. Inside the hospital, hidden in a secluded area, take a look at this door here. Blast-proof door, which is part of the clinic and part of the infrastructure of the hospital. Everything else looks like a hospital, only this part doesn't. Last part. Now we will see something that our intel researchers are looking into. Hold on, before we go on, let's have a look at what we found inside the very same cabinet that houses medical equipment. You can see all kinds of standard military medical stuff. We found another go-to bag, this bag here. And again, we opened it up in order to make sure that it's safe to touch and show. So please don't give me any of that. You opened it up and you placed it there. This is the bag that we found, and this is the stuff that was in. Now, there's insignia, military insignia, a knife. For those of you who read Arabic, you'll be able to understand what it says here. But it's Hamas, the military wing, Kataib al-Qassam, of course a vest with equipment, and as always, an AK-47, standard gear, grab and go, which they thought would be a good place to store inside the hospital. And the last item, which I'm sure will be very interesting to analyze, is a laptop. We found it in the MRI room. This is how the laptop looks.
The only thing I'm wondering is, they're not scared it's booby-trapped. He said they have came here a couple minutes ago. They probably have people that clear it out beforehand. That'd be my guess. You have like standard sweep teams or bomb squads or some shit that like check for... There's probably like conventional ways to do IEDs. That'd be my guess.
I don't know who it belonged to, but now it is being analyzed by our intel people. Tactical radio communications, which we will analyze. Lots of disks, which will be analyzed. And a computer, which at first glance already provides a lot of incriminating evidence.
Okay. Okay. Hello.
Hi, baby. How you doing?
Pretty good. What up?
Where do you want to start?
Wait, what are we doing?
Well, so I think I'd like to take the moment to like clarify a few things on my positions, because we didn't really get to do that when we talked the other day with Socrates and Loner Box.
Gotcha.
So I wrote a few of them down. So you gave a position when I was coming up here. I was listening, and you said if people said this, that would be fine, right? And you were saying if people were acknowledging the circumstances, saying this can lead to these types of things, that'd be a reasonable position, right?
Yeah.
That's what my position has been from the beginning. You can go to my logs, chat. You can look at the day during the attack, the day after. I'm making references to 9/11, American foreign policy, the way that these can impact certain groups and situations, that and affirming that I'm a two-stater. So like from the beginning, that's been my position. So it's been really weird to see, the Hamas liking jokes coming out.
Okay.
Also, that I haven't read or provided anything. I was providing sources to you during our debate.
Okay.
I have not come to anything. I think the first source I was asked for during our debate was when I said that 44, I think in the video. I said 44% of civilian structures were hit. I was wrong. It's 44% of civilian, what's it called? 44% of housing units, but civilian housing units have been either destroyed or critically damaged. And I didn't have that source for you immediately. I knew I saw it, and I'll link it in chat.
Okay.
And I'll link it to you.
Gotcha.
So the point being is that, and then Forethought does his post, we have our chat, and I think I proved pretty handily that I had read the book. So that, that didn't get retracted.
Okay, wait, which book?
Method and Madness, the one I told him to read.
Okay. What is this?
Book by Finkelstein.
And is this just over like 2008, 2009, or?
That covers Protective Edge, Cast Lead, Brother's Keeper, and Pillar of Defense.
Okay, gotcha.
There were a few things in there. I mean, we don't have to litigate the whole thing, but basically saying that like he cites himself too much. I asked Forethought how much. He says, well, academics say 10%. I went to the numbers. It's 8.89%. He cites himself. And he even says in the preface, this is some other work that I've done, rewritten in certain cases. But everything he cited, there was a citation for. There was one, there was a hang-up on. Two, I think it was. One was when he was talking about it's the MO of the IDF to provoke responses to something so they have a justification to go to battle. It took a second to figure out which source was which referring to it, but it was cited. Forethought had a contention with the fact that Finkelstein has 2 sentences in this book, and then he cites 2 pages from his other book, but his other book, where those 2 pages are, he's condensing 2 pages of research and thought into those 2 sentences, cites
Sure.
it, etc.
Okay.
He had an issue with Egypt not being brought up. I made a point that Egypt wasn't pertinent to it, and
Mhm.
it wouldn't have changed the narrative at all of the book if they were mentioned. It's just then another checkbox of another state involved in the siege, the blockade.
Gotcha. I'm curious. I just wanted to look up one quick thing. I'm just
Mhm.
curious. Where does the "sink into the sea" quote come from?
It was the, I don't know if it was the defenseman. No, it was during the, I think either the Camp David Accords or the Oslo Accords.
Yeah, the Oslo. I'm just curious where it comes from. I see that like Prime Minister Rabin supposedly said it. If only it would just sink into the sea. I'm just curious what the context for this quote is. Oh my god! Fuck me.
I think you just have to put your email in.
Fuck that. Damn, this gets quoted a lot. Fuck, I'm sorry, I just wanted this one comment. Oh, Norman Finkelstein. Fuck. Another Finkelstein. Fuck. Forethought. Wait, what? Hold on. Do not let your... Oh. Fucking... You're unhinged. Despair. Wait, fuck. Okay, I'm so sorry. Hold on. This is the only thing I'm going to fact check live. I'm sorry. When I was listening to Finkelstein read off quotes in this conversation, when I searched for a couple of them, the way that he uses quotes, like if I was a professor, I would immediately expel him from my class because he wildly misinterprets and opposite quotes people sometimes, which is really wild. But I'm not saying he always does it. Just in that conversation, really good. I'm just curious what the source is for this quote. I just want to hear this one quote where it comes from, and then I'm never going to look him up. I'm sorry, I don't want to waste a lot of time on this. Fuck, hold on. Method of Madness. He has a footnote for it. Fuck.
What's the quote? Oh, hold on. I've got the
I wish it would just sink into the sea. Or if only it would just sink into the sea.
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Can somebody find this for me?
I've got it. Give me a second. Amira Haas, Drinking the Sea at Gaza. Is this a book? 1 second.
It's Greater Gaza? Or what is it called?
It's from a book, Drinking the Sea at Gaza, Days and Nights in the Land Under Siege.
Drinking the Sea at Gaza. Oh. Maps the zones of ordinary Palestinian life. Rabin. Into the sea. Fuck. Somebody give me this goddamn book.
I'm seeing if I have it on my Kindle Unlimited.
Where the fuck is this? Oh. Shortly before. Destiny. What are you quoting from? Mike, what the fuck are you quoting from? Why would you type that much shit in chat and not just link the source? Why would you ever do this? Oh, thank you. Jesus. Okay, fuck you. I did. Okay. Was this the book? Or is this an excerpt from the book? Here is the book, Drinking the Sea at Gaza. Oh, you're a god. Hold on. What do I click here to download this?
I think you got to click the top, the title. And then get at the top. I don't know about the other links, so it's the only one I know that works. I don't use this shit.
EPUB. Oh, I have a reader for this. I think, right? Okay. Oh my god, we're doing it. Sorry, hold on guys, we're getting there. Right click. Send to device. No, just open. I just want to open this book. Oh, okay. We did it. A slight turn of one's head and the view changed. It was the sea hugging the horizon. Just before signing the Oslo Accords, the late Yitzhak Rabin said of Gaza, if only it would just sink into the sea. His harsh words reflect a widespread Israeli attitude toward the Gaza Strip and its 1 million inhabitants. Numerous articles by Israeli writers have used even stronger language, calling it a hornet's nest and a dunghill. To Yitzhak Shamir, the former prime minister, Gaza represented the eternal untrustworthiness of Palestinians. The sea is the same sea, the Arabs are the same Arabs, he said. The Israeli point of view is best summed up by the local variant of go to hell, which is quite simply go to Gaza. Interesting. Okay. Just curious. What was the name of that Finkelstein book?
Method and Madness.
Method and Madness. Fuck. How was I viewing like the first page? Fuck.
It's one of the other tabs. I can screenshot it for you.
Yeah, go for it. Wait, okay, wait, what are you showing me?
You said you wanted the first page?
Oh, yeah, just the first page. Wait. Oh. Or no, oh fuck, it was that first, it was the opening is where I used that quote.
Hold on.
Sorry. One day, guys, we're gonna do like a whole fucking, we should just do book reviews and we'll go hunt down like every single footnote and everything. I think it would be...
You should.
An interesting endeavor.
And it's you wanted the page with that quote on it, right?
Yeah, okay, click the title. Get.
There you go.
Okay. I don't think it's that bad of a quote. Just curious. All right, go for it.
Okay.
I won't do that anymore. Okay.
No,
I just
it's
wanted to
fine.
say that one quote.
To be fair to forethought, two other things. There was there's a quote about Israel. I think he says eviscerating prior agreements like the roadmap to peace. and him and I had a disagreement, and I didn't do a good job of articulating myself. I did later after he got off, but to summarize, his view was that they never agreed to it, and so Finkelstein is wrong. My point was that if you guys, I went back and read the Carter citation that he gives, and Carter's whole point is that Israel fucked with it and made it so that it continued to stall, and they agreed to their half the way they did. The U.S. didn't say you get to do that, but they just kind of let it go forward. And the Palestinian Authority agreed to it as they had signed it. But the point of Finkelstein's point there is that Israel is free to fuck with these agreements and stall shit while Hamas and the Palestinian Authority are beholden to it and don't really get that kind of treatment from mediators or the Israelis.
Nice. That was the fourth one, right?
Yeah. And then the last one is that clip of me stalling and my brain breaking. It did break, absolutely. We were talking about the Palestinian election in 2006, that the U.S. told them, hey, do this. We encourage you to do this. We oversaw it. Jimmy Carter went over there. It was ruled fair and free. And then after Hamas was elected, and again, it's a parliamentary election. They took 75 seats. The Fatah still had 44 seats, but after that, the argument is that the U.S. was involved in trying to help back the Fatah to overthrow the Palestinians, or not Palestinians.
Wait, hold on. Restate all this? I'm sorry. Restate what you just said?
So 2006, the United States encourages an election in Palestine for parliament.
Okay.
In 2005, they had Hamas had opposed the presidential election, but 2006 they decided, okay, we're going to participate. The U.S. is involved. The U.S. is backing the election. The U.S. rules it fair and secure, and Hamas gets 74 seats in the parliament.
Okay.
Fatah gets 44.
Okay.
Unexpected result. The United States and the quartet basically says, you guys will have to agree to a bunch of different shit in order to get aid money. Now that you're the government. But Finkelstein makes the argument that, Forethought didn't like the phrasing because he thinks it's whitewashing it. But the point is that Hamas consolidates power after doing a coup with the Fatah. But things like the blockade and the involvement of the U.S. trying to get behind the Fatah to do something, he refers to it as a democracy promotion initiative.
Wait. Hold on. I'm really confused about how we just said all of that together.
Yeah.
Okay. Fatah consolidated power.
I can show you the just.
Well, no, wait. Just talk to me. Talk as like a human, okay? When you say Fatah, or I'm sorry,
they say Hamas. He says Hamas consolidated power after a failed democracy promotion initiative. A failed.
Oh, is that
US
what Finkelstein says?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Okay, that's consistent. I've never heard Finkelstein reference the Hamas coup in the Gaza Strip. He always says that they won an election, and then for some reason, immediately after that, with the United States blessing, Israel puts up a blockade. Those are the...
Well, the blockade was already there, but they continued to tighten the blockade.
Wait. The blockade was already where?
The blockade started in 2005, but they clamped down the blockade after the election.
Okay.
Now,
hold on, wait. Let me just get the timeline on that. Okay. Blockade. Gaza Strip. A blockade has been imposed by Israel and Egypt on the movement of goods and people in and out of the Gaza Strip since 2005. After Hamas' takeover in 2007, the blockade aimed to isolate Hamas and prevent the smuggling of weapons into Gaza. It has also led to significant humanitarian challenges. What is the blockade in 2005? Is this like just a sea blockade, or is this the same blockade that exists today?
I can't remember if they started to enforce the sea blockade more later, because that's been a bigger issue. I know that the Mavi Marmara that was attacked by commandos from Israel, that was in 2010, I think, late 2009, 2010. So I don't know the history exactly on the sea portion of it.
Well, my understanding is because I remember during the Second Intifada, capturing vessels, submersibles, or maybe submarines, I think it was just submersibles, coming in through the Mediterranean, that was a big deal. Like, there were lots of ships that they'd caught that I think were primarily funded by Iran, I think, with tons of weapons. So I can understand the sea blockade. Yeah.
Yeah, but the Mavi Marmara was not. The documents issued to the troops before the briefing before the attack referred to them.
Wait, before what attack?
The Mavi Marmara.
What is that?
It's a Turkish flotilla that was attacked by commandos.
What about it?
And so they they attacked the flotilla, and they knew that the flotilla was just a group of people that were bringing aid to Palestine.
Wait. Can you tell me about this story? Show me specifically what you're talking about.
Yeah, Mavi Marmara.
Mavi Marmara. This thing?
Yep. So.
In 2000 when?
2009 or 2010.
Okay, this is after then. We don't care about this.
Yeah.
I'm saying that during the second intifada, from the years 2000 to around 2004, 2005, my understanding is there were multiple submersibles that had been caught by the IDF's naval force that was loaded with weapons and cash.
Maybe. But I mean, at the end of the day, like after this this blockade, or after the Mavi Marmara, like the United Nations ruled the blockade an illegal form of collective punishment.
Sure, it might be, but I think it's important to get, because if there was some kind of sea blockade from 2005 to 2007, then that's one thing. But the blockade that people complain about isn't the sea blockade. It's the incredibly stringent requirements of what goes in and out of the Gaza Strip via the control of that fence. Right.
Which they clamped down more on 2007 after the coup.
That's what I want to know, because that's an important, the line of those facts, or the timeline is very, very, very important on that.
See what that Mike is saying I'm lying about.
Israel's sea blockade of Gaza is legal, but the attack on Mavi Marmara was excessive. Israel's sea blockade of Gaza is legal, but its attack on a Turkish ship trying to break it last year used excessive force, according to leaks of a UN report.
I'm glad he had that, because I've got a source already, because god damn it, do I read things. Control F and read 53 and 54.
Okay, let me do a thing down here. Okay. The blockade in Gaza. This is butchered. Hold on. 2005.
Control F53.
Control F53. Am I going to like line 50? Okay, hold on.
53 and 54.
In evaluating the evidence submitted to the mission, including by OCH OPT, confirming the severe humanitarian situation in Gaza, the destruction of the economy, and the prevention of reconstruction as detailed above, the mission is satisfied that the blockade was inflicting disproportionate damage upon the civilian population in the Gaza Strip, and that as such, the interception could not be justified and therefore has to be considered illegal. Moreover, the mission emphasizes that according to Article 33 of the Fourth Geneva Convention, collective punishment of civilians under occupation is prohibited. No protected person may be punished for an offense he or she has not personally committed. Collective penalties and likewise all measures of intimidation and or terrorism are prohibited. The mission considers that one of the principal motives behind the imposition of the blockade was a desire to punish the people of the Gaza Strip for having elected Hamas. The combination of this motive and the effect of the restrictions on the Gaza Strip leave no doubt that Israel's actions and policies amount to collective punishment as defined by international law. In this connection, the mission supports the findings of the Special Rapporteur on the Situation of Human Rights in the Palestinian territories occupied since 1967, Richard Falk, the report of the United Nations fact-finding mission on the Gaza conflict, and most recently the ICRC, that the blockade amounts to collective punishment in violation of Israel's obligations under international humanitarian law. So it seems like the blockade would be under international law condemned. But when did this blockade start?
I mean, it's the same blockade. Like, it's just they continue to escalate the blockade. So they
well,
started
wait, hold on. When you say it's the same blockade, but they escalate it, that's not the same, right? They're like, I'm just curious, like, what the escalating, because that might be really important. It might have been a horrible thing since 2005, or it might have been a thing that escalated into something illegal in 2009. I'm just curious what the
2007 is when they really clamped down on it.
Yeah, but 2007. Destiny, when is this from? My article is literally right after the flotilla was intercepted in 2011.
That was a report released in 2010.
This is in 2010. Why is this saying the sea blockade is legal? What is Mark Weiss? Why do we know this person? Do I know this person? Why do I know this name? Mark Weiss. Am I crazy? Mark Weiss? I don't know this person. I feel like I've heard this last name before. Hold on. What am I looking for? Internet Archive. Barry Weiss. Oh, that's what I'm thinking of. You're right. How do I use this website? I suck at using this fucking site. Fuck me. What do I need? Archived websites? This? Okay. Okay. Let's go grab one near. Well, no, because it could have been changes. We'll grab one near 2021. You're getting a GA bullshit resolution as proof. What do you mean a GA? What's wrong with General Assembly resolution if it's voted on? What do you mean?
It's by the Human Rights Council.
Eliu, I don't know why you say that in YouTube chat. Okay, let me read this article real quick. According to findings of a UN commission headed by Geoffrey Palmer, a former New Zealand prime minister. 9 Turkish activists died in May last year when the Israeli Navy stormed the MV Mavi Marmara, which was leading a flotilla of vessels to Gaza. According to findings of a UN commission headed by Geoffrey Palmer, a former New Zealand prime minister, leaked in Turkey and Israel, the military operation was premature and the deaths unacceptable. However, in what Israel is already hailing as a vindication, Israel is only asked to express regret and not to apologize. Turkey is also criticized for not doing enough to stop the flotilla and for its links with IHH, an Islamist group, which helped to organize it. The report also concludes that the blockade of Gaza is not illegal and that Israel is justified in stopping vessels even outside its territorial waters. When he set up the Commission of Inquiry last year, Ban Ki-moon, the UN Secretary General, expressed the hope that the panel would help to prevent similar incidents in the future and would also contribute to improving the strained relations between Turkey and Israel. Turkey withdrew its ambassador to Israel following the flotilla incident, but there are clear indications that with the region in turmoil, both sides are now keen to get relations back on track. Israel has lost a key ally in the Egyptian president, Hosni Mubarak, while Turkey's attempts to build relationships with Syria and Libya have collapsed. GA resolutions are not legally binding. They're not the same as Security Council resolutions. Okay. I don't know how common it is that you always have a Security Council resolution. Oh, wait. Well, actually, resolution... No.
And we're not making the argument about whether or not it's...
Resolution 242, these are security. Most of what we've read are security. But okay, but that doesn't make Lycan's point incorrect. But, okay. Okay.
So...
Turkey. Okay, so hold on. So, it seems like you are... Not you, I'm sorry. So, it seems like... There are there points where, like, the blockade is legal and then the blockade is illegal, or...
I haven't found anything that says it's legal.
Okay, hold on. In 2010... UN General Assembly report? What would I call this? A report from the Human Rights Council declared on line 54, you said?
53 and 54, yeah.
53 and 54. Declared 53 and 54. Blockade in Gaza to be collective punishment or legal under international law. UN report. Okay, what is this this Telegraph article? What is it citing here when it says findings to a UN commission headed by Geoffrey Palmer? So UN Commission Geoffrey Palmer. UN Commission Geoffrey Palmer. Marmara. UN Panel of Inquiry on the Gaza Flotilla Incident. Panel of Inquiry. Download. Report of the General Secretary's Panel of Inquiry. What is the General Secretary? I don't know, like, the structure of the UN. I wonder if I should learn this at some point. Treatment of past. Okay, how to avoid some instance future interaction situation. Okay. The situation in Gaza. Directly make effort to avoid a reputation for remind its consequences. So she continues efforts to ease its restrictions of movement, lifting its closure to alleviate the unsustainable humanitarian and economic situation of the swinging population. Establishment of Security Council Resolution 1860. 1860. Is this specific to Israel or English? A Security Council resolution. We're in relation to 242 and everything else, just in Gaza, advertising. Grave concern. full withdrawal of Gaza, calls the immediate provision distribution throughout Gaza of humanitarian assistance. Initiatives aimed at to alleviate the humanitarian. Condemns all violence and on member states to intensify efforts to provide arrangements guarantees Gaza in Gaza in order to sustain durable ceasefire and calm. Encourages access between the Palestinian Authority and Israel. I mean, this conciliation calls for renewed efforts. Huh. Okay. Sorry. Fuck. Hold on. How to avoid some. Okay. I'm curious. Does this? I'm so curious about the status of the legality of the blockade in Gaza. Legal, illegal, international law? Would they say that in a... The Secretary General established the panel of inquiry on the 31st of May, 2010. In the flotilla incident on the 2nd of August 2010, the panel received and reviewed reports of the detailed national investigations conducted by both Turkey and Israel. Turkey established a national commission of inquiry to examine the facts of the incident and its legal consequences, which provided an interim and final report to the panel along with the annexes and related material. Israel provided the report of the independent public commission that it had established to review whether the action taken by the state of Israel had been compatible with international law. Let's see. The panel finds, okay, the fundamental principle of the freedom of navigation on the high seas is subject to only certain limited exceptions under international law. Israel faces a real threat to its security from militant groups in Gaza. The naval blockade was imposed as a legitimate security measure in order to prevent weapons from entering Gaza by sea, and its implementation complied with the requirements of international law. So this guy's basically saying something different as the other report. What is the date of this? Okay. Sorry, I'm almost done with this. I'm so sorry. Okay. In September 27th it's on September 27th, 2010, and this is oh, cringe. This is on May 23rd, okay. On May 31st, 2010, no, wait. This is in September, this is also in September, oh, this is in September of 2011, sorry, is when this is published. Okay. In September, hold on, oh. Boom, no. In September of 2011, what would you call this? A report of the Secretary General's panel of inquiry on the 31st May 2010 flotilla incident claimed that the blockade followed international law. And I'll just link this and then on this. This was 20. Okay. Report. Okay. Getting the blockade stuff down for my debate with Finkelstein and really just to know the general is going to be really important. Okay,
so
go ahead.
there's something it'll take a bunch of source grabbing for me, but if you're going to argue with them on that, there's some additional stuff around like the way later rulings that came down and I guess the conditions for whether or not something you just read is applicable. But I'll have to find that. So just make a note, and to provide this.
On
later rulings on the blockade.
Okay. Okay, incident. May of 20. This is 20.
And I'm saying later rulings because I can't remember what it was called.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay.
Okay. So the whole point of that, though, was that the whole point of that is that that election happens, and Forethought and I start talking about regime change, and I say that America sponsoring the election, being involved with it, it's very anti-democratic for us to then say, oh, well, we didn't like the results, so we're going to go ahead and start meddling.
Okay, let's look up that. So this would have been was it the 2006 elections in Gaza?
Parliamentary election. Yep, that would probably bring it up.
2007. Wait, did you say there was a specific name for this?
No, it was 2006 parliamentary election, Gaza.
Legislative election?
Yep.
Okay. Watch the clip first. What clip? This is the clip. Is it? Do you want me to watch this or should I not? It's up to
No.
you. Okay.
I mean, hold on. You can open it, and then after we talk about it, you can watch it.
Okay, I'll keep it open.
So the context of it is that we're talking about regime change, and And I'm saying that because we had an involvement in this democratic process, because we were validating it and all that stuff, we didn't have the right to then come in and be like, oh, well, we don't like this, so we're going to go ahead and try to fucking, foment a takeover from the Fatah.
Oh, okay, good. Let me read this. I'm going to speed read this.
Yep.
Okay. Legislative elections were held in the Palestinian territories on the 25th of January 2006 in order to elect the Second Palestinian Legislative Council, the legislature of the Palestinian National Authority. The result was a victory for Hamas, contesting under the list name of Change and Reform, which received 44.45% of the vote and won 74 of the 132 seats, whilst the ruling Fatah received 41.43% of the vote and won 45 seats. The newly elected PLC met for the first time on the 18th of February 2006. Incumbent Prime Minister Ahmed Khoury tendered his resignation on the 26th of January 2006, but remained interim prime minister at the request of President Mahmoud Abbas. On the 20th of February, Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh was nominated to form a new government. The new government was Haniyeh as prime minister, was sworn in on the 20th of March. These were the last contested elections to be held before Hamas took over the Gaza Strip in 2007. No elections have been held since. The 2006 elections were the second elections to the PLC. The first elections took place in 96, but the subsequent elections have been postponed for many years due to disagreements between Fatah and Hamas. In March of 2005, 12 Palestinian factions reached an agreement, the Palestinian Cairo Declaration, which called for elections to be held using a mixed voting system rather than the majority electoral system used in 1996. In June, what part of this, is this where you said, did this only happen because you said Bush was making them do it, or?
No, in 2007.
Okay, we're getting, okay. In June of 2005, the PLC legislated to give effect to the Cairo Declaration. Hold on. This is a pretty important topic. Okay, elections in Gaza. In the Gaza Strip. Okay. The 2006 elections were the second set. The Palestinian Cairo Declaration. This called for elections to be held using a mixed voting system. Okay. In June 2005, the PLC legislated to give effect to the Cairo Declaration, increasing its membership from 88 to 132, with half being elected by proportional representation and half by plurality at large voting in traditional constituencies. Palestinian voters in both the Gaza Strip and in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, were eligible to participate in the elections. Earlier, the 2005 municipal elections and the 9th of January 2005 presidential elections had taken place. And then these things are for 12 Palestinian factions. This is for all of... we're the second set of elections for the PLC. This is for all of Palestine. This is for all of like the West Bank and the Gaza Strip as well, not just the Gaza Strip elections, right?
That's my understanding. And then after the coup, Hamas only had control of Gaza.
The PLC elections were originally scheduled for the 17th of July, 2005, but on the 9th of August, Abbas announced that they would take place on January of 2006. On the 20th of August, Abbas said election day is the 25th of January. On the 15th of January 2006, Abbas declared that despite unrest in Gaza, he would not change the election date unless Israel prevented Palestinians in East Jerusalem from voting. Israel had already stated that it would not allow campaigning in East Jerusalem by Hamas, which had carried out the majority of terror attacks against Israel in the previous 5 years, and refused to recognize Israel or the Oslo Accords. This was the second Intifada, and then the refusal to recognize Israel was part of when Hamas and I think the Islamic Jihadists were fighting against the Palestinian Authority, or the PLO, in the Gaza Strip. I remember this when they were trying to figure their shit out. The United States spent $2.3 million in U.S. aid on support for the Palestinian elections, allegedly designed to bolster the image of President Abbas and his Fatah party. U.S. aid's offices used discretionary spending accounts for various projects, including tree planting, schoolroom additions, a soccer tournament, and street cleaning, and computers at community centers. U.S. aid removed its usual branding requirement on its sponsored activities. As a result, the U.S. was accused of trying to influence the outcome of the elections. The European Union supplied election observers to assess the whole election process, including the legal framework, the political environment and campaign, electoral preparations, voting and counting. Okay, we'll say under U.S. aid, the U.S. spent $2.3 million in support for Palestinian elections. Some claim that this was an attempt to influence the results. I'm curious what... Oh, fuck. What the fuck is this bullshit? Boom, boom. Okay, don't care. Okay. Okay, this is the electoral system. I don't think we care about this. We don't need this right now. Campaign, we don't care about this. Or maybe we do. PLC was dominated by the Fatah movement, which held 68 of the 88 seats. However, Fatah had been beset by internal strife with younger and more popular figures like Mohammed Dalan, who took part in the negotiations of the 93 Oslo Accords, and Marwan Barghouti, serving 5 life sentences in an Israeli jail on terrorism charges, leveling allegations of corruption against the Fatah leadership. Fatah organized primary elections to determine its candidate list, but the results were disputed and central lists were imposed in some areas. The younger faction submitted a list dubbed Al-Mustaqbal, the future, headed by Barghouti. However, on the 20th of December 2005, the leaders of the two factions agreed to submit a single list of voters, blah, 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 change and reform. The Islamist Hamas movement campaign, okay. Trying to read every single thing here right now. Israeli obstruction. In the lead up to the election on the 26th of September 2005, Israel launched a campaign of arrests against PLC members. 450 members of Hamas were detained, mostly those involved in the 2006 PLC elections. The majority of them were kept in administrative detention for different periods. In the election period, 15 PLC members were captured and held as political prisoners. During the elections, the Israeli authorities banned the candidates from holding election campaigns inside Jerusalem. Rallies and public meetings were prohibited. The Jerusalem identity cards of some PLC members were also revoked. The Carter Center, which monitors the elections, criticized the detention persons who are guilty of nothing more than winning a parliamentary seat in an open and honest election. We have okay, atmosphere, exit polls. On Thursday morning, Hamas was expected to win a majority. Boom, boom, boom. I should change this policy. Wait, what polling? What year is this? I don't know. Okay. Oh, post-elections, right. Okay. Independent observer reactions. The National Democratic Institute, in partnership with the Carter Center, reported a professional and impartial performance in election officials. The European Union delegation reported there was nothing which would indicate that the final result was not the outcome chosen by the voters. A CRS report for Congress 2006 elections concluded the election was overseen by 17,200 plus Democratic observers, complemented by 900 credentialed. Bush administration accepted the outcome. Praised the PA for holding free and fair elections. Congress result. So I think it's going to be free and fair. Hamas won a large majority. Boom, boom. New government happened. After the kidnap of Israeli soldier Gilad Shalit in the 25th of June 2006, Israel launched a series of raids into Gaza and the West Bank. Israel destroyed civilian infrastructure and arrested dozens of Hamas supporters, including elected cabinet ministers and members of the PLC. On the 20th of June overnight, the army invaded Gaza and performed airstrikes, bombing infrastructure such as bridges and an electricity station. Most Hamas detainees were moderate members in the West Bank who had been calling on the Gaza leadership to recognize Israel and make Hamas accused Israel of trying to destroy the Hamas-led Palestinian Authority. Formation of government. Okay, sanctions. Economic sanctions were imposed by Israel and the Quartet on the Middle East against the Palestinian Authority. Okay, what is this again? Hold on. The fuck is this? Quartet on the Middle East is a foursome of nations and international, supra-international entities involved in meeting the Israel-Palestinian peace process. The UN, the US, the European Union, and Russia. Okay. Okay, boom, boom, boom. Might win enough seats to get a position in government. So it's not willing to press for Hamas's exclusion from the election process. Abu Mazen, Abbas, was confident Fatah would win the elections, as was Bush, or given Hamas election. Impediments. Prime Minister and his cabinet resigned even before the final results were officially announced. Fatah refused to join a new Hamas-led coalition. President Abbas would ask Hamas to form the next government. On the 26th of January 2006, Fatah leader Sayyid Erekat said his party did not want to join a Hamas government. The Fatah Central Committee decided that Fatah will not join the next government, but said it would depend on President Abbas. On the 20th of June 2006, Abbas declared it would try to form a government of technocrats. If a government with Fatah and all the political groups is not possible, on the 29th of January 2006, PLC deputies from Fatah confirmed after talks with Abbas that their faction would not join Hamas in a coalition government and would prefer to sit in opposition, despite calls by Hamas for a political partnership. The decision was, however, not discussed and ratified by the government. The Fatah Second Party dominated the Palestinian for decades. Okay, Fatah support after months of inner talks. It's post-election impediments. Just for we're almost done. Just for the January 2006 election, witnessing Hamas against some witness polls, House of Representatives, Palestinian terrorist groups, Hamas should not be permitted to participate in Palestinian elections. Such organization recognizes the right to exist in Jewish states. The authority chose to ignore this external decision. The Palestinian Authority, President Mahmoud Abbas, has favored an unconditional acceptance of Hamas electoral participation, believing that it could co-opt Hamas within the Palestinian political fold. Oof, yikes. The New York Times reported in February 2006 that the United States and Israel are discussing ways to destabilize the Palestinian government so that newly elected Hamas officials will fail and elections will be called again. The intention is to start with the Palestinian Authority money and international connections to the point where, for the moment, it's compelled to call for new elections. How much? Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm familiar with this election, roughly.
So I mean, I'm not trying to waste you or your chat's time.
Nothing's being wasted. This is good shit. We need to know this.
All right.
Okay. Okay, so then your issue is that after this election, what were the claims that you were making? I should have written this down.
So what I ended up saying is we were talking about regime change, and I said because like the U.S. was involved in this democratic process, we kind of lose the right to do our funky shit and start doing regime change right after.
And you're saying that we did, and the regime change evidence is what?
I will link you a bunch of shit.
Or just link me the one thing, the big thing.
Well, next I gotta get another book out. Hold on.
Okay.
No, that's not me trying to get away from it, Chad.
Lex Friedman, I'm excited that you're doing this debate. Do you want to do it in person on my podcast early next week? Since Shapiro debate is pushed to January, we can do it in Miami. Either way, can't wait to what, the Finkelstein debate, Lex?
Are you trying to get me on your show, buddy? He's been after me for a long time.
Yeah. If you want, you can shoot me a text. I don't know if he travels for debates or what that is, but sure. U.S. plotted to overthrow Hamas after election victory. Okay, assuming this is what Lycan is talking about. The Bush administration caught up with surprise that Hamas embarked on a secret project for the armed overthrow of the Islamist government in Gaza. It emerged yesterday. The Vanity Fair. What is the date of this article? 2008. Vanity Fair reports in its April edition that President George Bush and the Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice signed off on a plan for the Palestinian President to remove the Hamas authorities. The plan called for Washington's allies in the region to funnel arms and salaries for Fatah fighters who would lead a rising against Hamas, but the project was controversial even within the administration. The magazine reports there were several fissures among neoconservatives over this. We were ripping each other to pieces. Wormser resigned his post in the Vice President's office in June 2007, only weeks after blatant clash between Hamas and Fatah led the Islamist organization to control the territory. That was so much a coup by Hamas, but an attempted coup by Fatah that was preempted before it could happen. He said Bush administration planned to sought to undo the results of the election last night, which, to the chagrin of the White House and State Department officials, said Hamas project was approved. The escalation was seen as an affront to the central premise of the Bush administration's policy in the Middle East. The democratic elections would inexorably lead to pro-Western governments. Did this plan actually get implemented?
What was that? Sorry.
Did this plan was this plan ever actually implemented?
I don't know to what degree it went through. I know that people are aware of it. 55 to 57, 123, 127.
Let's see. Overthrow Hamas. Bush administration approved a plan to overthrow Hamas by funneling arms and resources to Fatah in the Gaza Strip. Approved a plan. Please Google Santorini affair and Karine affair. A blockage on Gaza happened because of many weapons smuggling incidents. The PA supported the part of the blockade. The PA had legitimacy back then. Okay. Lycan.
And it's a fucking image, so you can't control F it.
Page.
Or a paragraph. But.
Oh. Is this another UN resolution, or what is this?
This is the report that was done.
Secretary General of the United Nations, Special Coordinator for the Middle East Peace Process and Personal Representatives. Okay, 55. Soon after the elections, Hamas expressed its desire to establish a broad-based government. The reactions in Fatah were mixed, but before the idea could advance any further, the U.S. made it known that they wanted Hamas to be left alone to form its government. We were told that the U.S. was against any blurring of the line dividing Hamas from those Palestinian political forces committed to the solution. Abu Mazen soon made clear that Fatah members would not participate in a Hamas-led government. The U.S. reportedly also sent unequivocal signals to independents who had been approached about joining the government that they would be ill-advised to do so. In this event, Hamas formed a government that included some independents as well as dominated by Hamas. This naturally facilitated the continued quarantine of the PA government, aka the Hamas government. Before going on, I want to stress that in effect, the National Unity Government with a compromise platform along the lines of Mecca might have been achieved soon after the election. In February or March 2006, had the U.S. not led the quartet to set impossible demands and imposed a NUG in principle. At the time, and indeed until the Mecca agreement a year later, the U.S. clearly pushed for a confrontation between Fatah and Hamas, so much so that a week before Mecca, the U.S. envoy declared twice in an envoy's meeting in Washington how much I like this violence, referring to the near civil war being erupted in Gaza, in which civilians were being regularly killed and injured because it means that the other Palestinians are resisting Hamas. Please remember this next time someone argues that the Mecca agreement, to the extent that it showed progress, proved that a year of pressure worked and we should keep the isolation going. On the contrary, the same result might have been achieved much earlier without the year in between it. In which so much damage was done to Palestinian institutions and so much suffering brought to the people of the occupied territory because of a policy that didn't work, which many of us believed from the outset wouldn't work, and which I have no doubt is the best extremely short-sighted. Okay, we'll throw this in here. This is the De Soto report. May of 2007. Okay. You can cut through this conversation pretty quickly. Do you think that Israel or U.S. are justified in seeking regime change after Hamas won elections? Keeping in mind Hamas was indeed democratically elected, but was already an international organized target that didn't recognize Israel. I don't even know what like the international rules are relating to like militant or terrorist groups winning elections. Like, I feel like I would lean towards no. I don't think you can intervene in an election because you don't like the outcome.
The right to self-determination is protected under international law.
That's not entirely true. That's like, we're bastardizing that quite a bit, right? The right to self-determination to what, like launch nukes at enemies? Like, I mean...
No, the self-determination, I think as far as it goes to run your own government and to build allegiances and things like that.
Yeah, but there are still restrictions by which that government can operate, right?
Sure.
Like, we would never say, like, South...
Hold on, to be clear, because they're going to take it as I just said something crazy. I'm talking about when it comes to running your government.
Well, yeah, but, like, clearly the problem isn't, like, the party that was elected. The problem that the U.S. has is that they feel like a terrorist group has won the election. Right?
You know, Hezbollah has 13 seats, and this is something I should have said before I thought. Hezbollah has 13 seats in the parliament, and I think they have since 2003 in Lebanon. I mean, if they were to get, 20 seats, 60 seats, 70 seats, would that suddenly give us justification to violate their sovereignty?
Well,
with no action being taken,
I have really,
they just win the
again,
election.
my current understanding of Lebanon is shallow at best. But my understanding is, doesn't Hezbollah already violate the autonomy of Lebanon? Don't they basically exist there as like a de facto, like autonomous government that like the Lebanese government is too weak to do anything about?
Yeah, sounds about right. But I'm saying, like, just because they have that election, like, does that give us the right to take action?
I mean, I think it, does it give us the right to take action if they elect a terrorist group? I don't know, fuck. I would need more historical situations to draw from. I'm not sure.
I'm not saying any of these questions are easy. I just think that there are...
I'm trying to think, because like the gut feeling I would have is that it's not right to take action against the government, but it would be right to take action against bad government action. So if they elected like a terrorist group as part of the government, you can't coup the government, but you could attack the country or do sanctions or embargoes if the government did something bad. But I don't know if you can just attack the government directly. I'm not sure. I lean towards no on that. Replace Hamas with Al-Qaeda or ISIS? Same question. Or we could just do the Taliban in Afghanistan, right? Would we have the right to attack the Afghanistan into perpetuity because we don't like the Taliban? Okay, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I mean, comparing ISIS is a little different. ISIS wants a global caliphate. Hamas is a slightly different organization. And I think I'll use this moment to say, would you agree that it's prudent to understand all historic actions when it comes to both Israel and Hamas and the PNA and all that when contextualizing, things that lead up to certain events?
When contextualizing things that lead up to certain events, probably. Yeah, it's helpful.
So it's probably not Hamas sympathizing when you want to point out situations where Hamas did X or didn't do X versus Israel did X versus didn't do X, right? Like that.
Well, I mean, whether or not somebody's a sympathizer, it depends on how the facts are being presented, right?
Sure. But I don't think I've ever presented anything that you've heard, at least, in a way that is sympathetic. I think I heard Lonerbox say, I don't know if he was referring to me, maybe someone else, but but it was the day after our conversation. It's talking about people framing Hamas as peaceniks or something like that, and I don't think I ever did that. And I think I continued to say, whether it's discussions about the rockets, whether it's discussions about embedding in civilian areas, like give condemnation to each of those actions. And I think that's a good point to say when I bring up the human shield thing, and you and I disagree on this, but when I point out that Israel, at least up to 2014, was the only one found to have, by the definitions used by the UN, to have used human shields. The point I'm making isn't that what Hamas does is bad, embedding in civilian areas. It's that Israel, people often say the human shield line to hand wave the high civilian death counts. And the point is that if you're embedding in civilian areas, it's still bad, but the onus is on Israel to not take disproportionate action and to still be mindful of those. So it's frustrating, it sucks, but you still have to do that.
Wait, what was the point of that last statement? Or
is that in combat situations, when you have an enemy embedded in civilian areas or civilian structures with civilians around, you have to evaluate the threat. There has to be a strategic, specific goal to tackling that target, and your the method of attack to neutralize that threat has to take into account the civilians that are there. You can't just disregard them.
Sure.
So I don't think I'm saying anything unfounded there, am I?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. So
like if there was like a Hamas, like one AK-47 stored underneath the school with like 20,000 students, whatever evaluation you're using is probably not going to allow you to bomb the school. Right. But also, I'm not sure if the lives of your soldiers, I believe you're allowed to factor that in as well.
Nope.
No?
One of the rulings in the Goldstone report was that it's understandable that you want to minimize, like, for instance, we will bomb military targets before we go invade, right? Like, we'll bomb anti-air batteries, we'll bomb weapons caches, whatever. But we do that still with consideration for the civilians and whether or not we give evacuation. Like, we have aerial reconnaissance, we have satellites, we have drones, etc. So if people start moving weapons, fuck it, we'll follow it and we'll nail it. But that's part of warfare.
Consider your soldier lives when evaluating civilian targets.
And to be really clear, hold on, so you know I'm not reading anything. What I'm saying is that you factor that in, but you cannot transfer the risk of to your soldiers onto the civilian populace. And if you want to, this is where we can go into the clarification of when I said a ground invasion would be less violent or less casualties.
Okay, I'm not 100% sure on that, but
so look at the counts, the death counts of.
Death counts are not factored into any part of any of this analysis in any way, shape, or form. But I'm
We're
curious if like you
looking
can
at-
figure out like I'm just curious if you can figure out, because by your own admission, the death counts could be fully justified. There could have been enough military targets under everything, right?
No, not necessarily.
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Wait. I don't know. Wait. You just said not necessarily. I didn't say necessarily. I said it could be. So I don't know why you say not necessarily. I'm not saying necessarily. I'm saying they could be fully justified. So death counts don't tell us anything, right? We need more information, right? It could be the case that Israel, given full access to their military archives, it could be the case that every single death so far has had a good justification. Or it could be the case that 100 of the deaths so far have had good justification and over 10,000 of them are unjustified. But without having access to that information, we have no idea. And just pointing at death totals doesn't tell us anything, right?
Yeah, we can go really in depth on this. So where do you want to start? Like, we're over 11,000 dead. Most of those are going to be civilians. You kind of.
Well, wait, I don't even know if we know that so far, do we?
I mean, if you look at the previous operations, even if you go by and here's the thing, even if you go by the Israeli numbers, it still supports my point, which is that when ground forces invade, less people die.
Have they ever done an invasion of this level before, though?
Either Cast Lead or Cast Lead. I mean, they might have put more troops in there now, but I mean, Cast Lead was what, 53 days, something like that?
In Cast Lead or in any of these other invasions, was half the population evacuated prior to the invasion?
No.
Okay,
This
it
is
sounds
the
like they
biggest
haven't.
This is the biggest displacement of people, 1.4 million, I think it is.
Yeah, so then
from
this is
Gaza.
clearly the largest one, right?
Mm-hmm. But I'm saying without displacing those people, the death counts of Israeli soldiers, I think in Cast Lead was 10, Protective Edge was 66. As far as, civilians on the Palestinian side, civilian-wise, always much, much, much higher. So I'm saying that with us being in 30 days at 11,000 people, and I will give you a 70-30 split, and I think that's pretty generous. 70% civilians with the way they're bombing. 4,000 tons of artillery were from air and land were fired by the 12th, so 5 days in, into Gaza City, into one of the most heavily populated cities. So I'm saying city specifically.
Okay, I understand everything you're saying. It's just everything you're saying.
And then I linked the statistic from the United Nations saying that 44% of or 45% of civilian homes
I understand
have been
everything,
damaged or destroyed.
Yeah, I understand everything you're saying is inductive at best, right?
I think I'm making a pretty good case.
You can say that, but it's all inductive at best.
When
like
they go inland, that they
you're
don't
continuing
lose
to
that
make
many.
inductive statements, right?
Okay.
I'm saying it could be the case that the civilian death
Do you
toll
think
is
I'm
really high.
okay? Inductive, fine. Do you think I'm saying anything crazy?
Crazy, no. But
you
I'm
think
saying
I'm-
that you're making it sound like you're making deductive statements. Like it must be the case that like the civilian casualty thing is way higher than it ought to be. But we just don't have access to that information. That's what I'm saying is inductive at best. Like we can say like, I mean, it looks like there's a lot of civilians dying. It could be really bad. But like both of us, if we're being honest, both of us should have to admit that there are documents that could come out that would make it so like 95% of the civilian deaths are unjustified or like 95% of the civilian deaths are justified. But we don't have that information, right? We can't truly know that. And I think just guessing based on like past death amounts or whatever, I don't even know. Like here's the thing. Like if I were to guess based on the past death amounts, the incursion into southern Israel, right, where I think it's 1,200 Israelis were killed, right? Should I be
about the 7th?
What?
Are you about 10/7?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should I guess that Israel's lying about the number of civilians and the number of soldier deaths are way higher because traditionally in these conflicts, like soldier deaths are higher than civilian deaths?
Well, no, because we trust the Israeli numbers, and it's like, okay, cool, like 304, something like that.
Sure, but then in that case, that's a case where past death ratios have had no predictive power on the October 7th death ratios. They're totally different.
Because I'm talking
right?
about, yeah, so that was a surprise attack, a mixture of years of planning and security failures and all that led to 10/7. So we have that atrocity that happens. But I'm talking about in the history of incursions into Gaza, we have evidence of when it is a ground invasion, primarily a ground invasion, or not, this many days of bombing, because usually what they do is what normal militaries do, which is bomb some strategic targets, take out weapons caches. I think maybe it was 2012 or 2014, they levied a significant, 75% of Hamas rockets, so they had the intel on where they were, they took them out, and then they go in. But the point is that in those 4 operations, the number of civilians on the Palestinian side that died were still high, but they were not 11,000. And some of those battles went on longer than the current, we're at.
Yeah, you keep saying the days have gone on longer, but there hasn't been a military operation this extensive so far. My understanding is nothing is even remotely close to how invasive this one is. If you want to find me a map of cast lead or whatever, or if you want to find me like an incursion map or whatever into this, my understanding is the current invasion is by far the largest one into the Gaza Strip. It probably since
right, but we were at
67, I guess.
We were at 7,700 dead on the 27th when the first ground troops started to go in.
Okay.
Again, it's the bombing campaign.
Yeah, but you don't know if those are justified, right? You have no idea.
The justification is going to depend on, again, so it's about threat. It's not just about defeating your enemy. It can't be predicated just on.
Yeah, but again, for threat, you don't know, right? You don't know where munitions are. You don't know if there have been munitions stored in these places, or if Hamas.
We rolled up weapons we blew up weapons caches in military areas. We blew up weapons caches after we evacuated Fallujah. We call in airstrikes on those, but we do what we can to save civilian lives. We give significant.
Yeah, but
amount of
Israel's not
time.
allowed to do that here. When Israel tried to save civilian lives, people call it ethnic cleansing.
Because they pushed 1.4 million people out of 5 by 25.
Isn't that consistent with you saying that it's the most densely populated place on the planet? Shouldn't you want to evacuate all those civilians? Or
You should, yeah, absolutely.
So when Israel tries to evacuate the civilians, the civilians don't evacuate. But I'm just saying that what your prior argument saying, well, we evacuated Fallujah. Well, Israel ostensibly tried to evacuate northern Gaza, but that apparently was an ethnic cleansing.
You have to not just say evacuate and then you set your timetable. It's like, well, oops, they didn't all get out.
But they did. They not only did they set the timetable, wasn't that timetable pushed back weeks because the U.S.
For the
pressured them to do
first
it?
one, for the 24-hour warning, yeah, because the UN came out and said you can't do this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Would they have done that if the UN hadn't said anything?
I have no idea. My guess is probably not, if it took external pressure to make them do it. But I mean, they did, right?
My point is that if we look at the historic ground invasions, not this many civilians die. I think that's a reasonable point. You could say it's inductive. You could say, well, we don't know what those military targets are. But again, the things that factor into whether or not a military target can be targeted with civilians in the area or in the target itself is going to be an immediate strategic necessity towards, I think it might be, so I'll say this part might be bullshit. I think it's towards ending the conflict, but that could be wrong. But I will say still comfortably, you have to take into account the civilians that are there. And so with 45% of civilian living structures being taken out, 100 and something medical facilities, 200 and something schools, yeah, I'd say that's why I say indiscriminate, disproportionate. Because look at the threat before. Look at the number of, the efficacy of rocket attacks before that. Look at the number of IDF that die when they invade in other attacks. Like, again, 10.
Yeah, but again, nothing has been on this level, right?
Sure, but I'm saying that still, with Hamas being in Gaza, that being their territory, the only time they ever had an issue is in 2014, I think it was, when they lost 66 people, and that's because of the tunnels. But again, still in comparison, way more Hamas died. And you can't transfer that risk of your soldiers. That's the other thing is IDF deaths are very, very unpopular in Israel. I don't know if the Reason 10-7 thing has changed that view, but they're always very, very careful about incurring IDF death for that reason. But again, you can't transfer that risk onto the civilian populace.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily saying that. I'm just saying that without I can't make any. Neither of us can make any strong statements. I don't think past invasions are indicative of like a pretty like unique mass invasion, and I don't think that's enough for me to say, oh,
what's
clearly.
What's more unique about this other than the size? Again, like the size of the force. IDF always out.
How many bombs have been dropped on like past invasions? Has it been remotely near this number?
No.
Okay, here's a guess I'm just going to make. Have the number of bombs dropped during this incursion already been greater than all the other incursions combined?
I would say, without looking anything up, absolutely.
So if that's the case, right, then we're already in unique territory, right?
Yeah, but again, like, I don't think it's unreasonable with the amount of damage that has been done to say that it's been disproportionate and indiscriminate, because we're assuming that, again, like you said yourself.
But how are you making this statement without access to any of the military data?
Because it's a civilian area.
It's not a civilian area if they're being used as military.
No, like you said, just because you have an AK in the basement doesn't mean that you can go ahead and bomb it, right?
No.
And that's why
hold on, wait, hold on. Okay, let's get our argument straight here, okay? Let's say that there is a hospital, okay? And there are no soldiers, there's no military stuff, okay? There is no calculation that you can do to say, like, we're going to bomb this civilian hospital. You're not allowed to do that. I'm pretty sure it's considered a war crime. However, if that hospital has weapons that are stored inside of it, or ammunition, or soldiers that are actively taking part in combat, if that's the case, well, now that has changed from a civilian target to a military target. Now, for military targets, you still have to do the collateral damage calculations, but it becomes a valid target at that point, and now it's up to you militarily to justify the importance of attacking that target.
And you know how we took care of weapons caches in civilian areas? With a convoy. And you rolled up on it and you did a raid. I'm sorry, to be clear, I wasn't a grunt, chat, so I don't want to sound like it.
Wait, what does that have to do with anything I just said?
Because you don't just get to bomb it. It's, again, it has to be proportional. So in civilian areas...
Hold on, so you're telling me right now, if I look up U.S. incursion into Baghdad, into Iraq, into Afghanistan, at no point did we ever bomb munitions caches? We always rolled up a combat?
And rewind it before chat starts thinking you just got me.
Okay.
I said usually before you go in, you do bomb certain strategic known targets.
Okay.
And those are going to be the ones where they're major weapons caches,
yeah, but isn't that literally what the
positions.
IDF is doing right now? They bomb some stuff and now they're going in and they're raiding other things?
The number of bombs and structures destroyed, bombs launched, structures destroyed, civilian death, I feel good making the inductive reasoning that a significant amount of disproportional force has been used, where targets should have been rolled up after a certain point by people on foot.
Okay.
Or strategic airstrikes after people verify, validate, warn. Like, that's the other thing. It's like, yeah, these wars take time to be to enforce humanity, to abide by civilian law or international law. Wars can be protracted. They take time. You don't get to just come in and blast it all now and say, well, we know every one of these targets. Let's do it.
Okay. I mean, I totally disagree, but I don't know. I think we're stuck on this one, or we have to go. All right, what's the next one you're going to bring up?
I mean, so do you want me to just go over a bunch of stuff and you can take notes and research it, and this is shit Finkelstein's going to bring up?
Yeah, if you want to, sure.
All right, so 2008 to 2009, you have the... he'll bring up that, if you go into that in any depth, he'll bring up that on November 4th, I think it was, of 2008, Israel breaks the ceasefire. They do that by raiding I think just airstrike tunnels on the Gaza side. And they say that those tunnels, I believe the phrasing was, could have been used to abduct IDF soldiers.
Okay.
He'll also argue in favor of the tunnels and say they have a right to self-defense, that Israel does not have a right to use violence or use force to maintain the illegal siege or the occupation.
Okay.
But that Gazans do have a right to self-defense.
Okay.
Let's see. Oh, and not just self-defense, but he will also argue like they're allowed to be offensive because you are allowed to resist your occupation. What else? So that ceasefire gets broken. Hamas starts firing rockets, minimal damage. I think maybe one person died, and then Israel invades, and that starts Operation Cast Lead.
Okay.
And then you can look up the death numbers. You can make your case about it. If you want to fight him on trusting the United Nations and the human rights organizations, that's fine. Cast Lead happens. There is a ceasefire, an agreement to lift the blockade or reduce restrictions on the blockade. That happens 3 different times between Cast Lead and Protective Edge. Only on, I think, Protective Edge were there stipulations about the security situation improving, but otherwise the other 2.
You said 3 times blockade conditions lifted?
3 times there were ceasefires that had an agreement to reduce the blockade.
Okay. Okay.
The third one required security stipulations, but at no point, my understanding is at no point were any of those blockade restrictions ever lifted or reduced. He'll argue about if you want to talk about the Mavi Marmara, you can read more about it, but documentation issued to the what are they called? The commandos before they did the boat raid just said, hey, these people are bringing aid, and they're just a pro-Palestinian group. But in the media, they came out and said they alleged these folks were affiliated with a terrorist organization.
Why couldn't both those things be true? That they thought that they were just
Why would you not tell your troops the night before? Or
what if they found that out afterwards after raiding the boat?
There was no evidence of it.
Okay, wait. Can you link me what you're sourcing this from?
Yep. You really should just read this book. It's a 5-hour read, and then you can fight them on everything there.
Wait, well, it's not a 5-hour read. It's going to be like a 40 or 50 because I have.
Well, yeah, if you do that, yeah. Sorry, I can't copy and paste from here. So I had to just send it to you.
Why can you not copy paste?
Because it's a Kindle book.
Oh, the pictures. Let's see.
I know. It sucks to fucking hand type everything.
Okay, focus on my pastor's belonging. What is this? This is from Finkelstein's book?
Yep.
Okay. Group IHH, which was alleged to be a terrorist organization or accused of being close to a terrorist organization. The intelligence terrorism information are conspicuous among the pastor's organizations were not Turkish. Just before the commando assault, IHH was benignly described as a Turkish pro-Palestinian human rights organization with a strong Muslim orientation, which provides humanitarian relief in all ways. Okay, so we have conspicuous among the passengers and organizations aboard the Mavi Marmara were Turkish and Arab Islamic extremists, IHH. Yes, okay. The objective of this report, is this some fucking, is this like a Israel fucking, fucking operation names. Christ. Okay, I'm guessing this is like an IDF website or something. That's my guess. Or an Israeli government site. Okay, paragraphs 2, 9. Okay, the flagship was launched along with two credits by extremist Turkish Islamic IHH, played a key role in the extent of operation. The IHH heard some of whom boarded the ship in Istanbul without ongoing security check. Were those who were the most active assailants in the violent premeditated confrontation with the IDF, where the IDF took control of 5 other ships as well as without exceptional incident. 2, 9, and 11 on 9. Nine. Employing extreme violence while paying lip service to non-violence. It's often made a point of representing as pro-peace and human rights activists. Given mission, let's fact that IHS plan to prepare for violent confrontation. IHS for violent behavior. Apparently, most human rights activists, including those who joined the IHS coalition, were not aware of the high level of violence IHS had employed during the voyage. However, we have proof that an internal FGM document attesting to the fact the organization considered that the only way for Israel to stop flotillas to use force, the organization proposed various scenarios for. Oh, I wonder what this document looked like. Organization proposed various scenarios such as surrounding the ship with iron bars, stringing the decks with sharp obstacles, and having activists barricade themselves in the wheelhouse and engine room. The level of FGM violence was far below that of the organized violence prepared and implemented by IHS, including the use of guns. However, it was contrary. The expression gave its activists, which unequivocally forbid the use of any form of violence. The aggression. It's apparently open and wide. Okay. And then you're saying that. In the Israeli information packet distributed just before the Queen assault, IHS was benignly described as a Turkish pro-Palestinian human rights organization really strong, which provides humanitarian relief in areas of war and conflict. Okay. Military Strategic Information Section. Free Gaza Flotilla. 27th of May 2010. Military Strategic Information. Is this the pamphlet? For official use only. Is this the packet that was handed out?
I don't know. I don't know what that site is.
Military Strategic Information, 5 pages for official use only, May 27th, 2010. On April 28th, the Free Gaza Movement. Is this in fucking Hebrew? Oh, wait, it's not. The Free Gaza Movement of the Turkish IHH organization announced that it intended to sail a flotilla to the Gaza Strip on May 24th. The state was later delayed until the end of the stated goal of the flotilla, dubbed the Freedom Flotilla, is to bypass existing humanitarian aid channels to make port in Gaza Strip, despite Israeli maritime restrictions which exist in the region. This is the 4th flotilla launched by this organization. The flotilla consists of 8 or 9 vessels, including 4 cargo ships. 68-meter wide boat, 63. Also, flotillas the Mavi Marmara, a 93-meter long ship carrying over 1,500 passengers, ship loaded some 500. Number of small other yachts, Austrian flotilla, with the exception of boats that rendezvous south of Cyprus, continued towards the Gaza Strip. In the weeks leading up to the flotilla, political developments were made in order to clarify beyond a shadow of doubt that supplies could be transferred to the Gaza Strip through the existing channels. As per the interim agreement signed by the Palestinian Authority, an agreement supported by the Sea subject to naval control, and Israel is entrusted to maintain security in the area. In accordance with mutually accepted agreement, the entry of foreign vessels into maritime areas off the coast of Gaza is forbidden, as such as. Okay, focal points. The Gaza Strip is controlled by the Hamas, a hostile terrorist regime which refuses to recognize Israel. Israel destruction of the 2 ships which attempted to breach have been stopped in accordance with international law, and the goods on board have been transferred to the Gaza Strip via the existing land channels. A similar offer has been proposed. Control F. A Turkish. Okay, Appendix C, participating organizations. The flotilla is comprised of 3 major organizations. Okay, oh, this is at the very, very end, I think. Okay, Free Gaza Movement International, human rights organization which sets its purpose on publicizing the Israeli blockade, as well as organizing flotillas with the intention of providing additional humanitarian aid into the Gaza Strip. IHH, a Turkish pro-Palestinian human rights organization with a strong Muslim orientation. The IHH is a non-governmental organization that provides humanitarian relief in areas of war and conflict, and the European campaign to end the siege on Gaza. An umbrella body. Okay. Israeli vilification focused on Mara passengers belonging to the sponsoring Turkish group IHH, which was alleged to be a terrorist organization accused of having close links to terrorist organizations. See Intelligence Terrorism Information Center. Okay. This was published on. Was this after the ordeal?
2010.
2010 in September 26th. This was in May. What is this supposed to prove? It feels like what he's trying to say here is that
The point is that
Israel knew that this was a benign set of ships,
Yeah.
and then they did a raid, and then they made up a bunch of shit afterwards?
Yep.
Well, what happened during this raid?
They used fire hoses, which is legal, to defend themselves. I think a couple of commandos ended up dying. I don't know if it was through drowning or what. And then the rest of the commandos, they nursed them, kept them safe, fed them, all that shit. And yeah, it was a huge international incident because one of the people was a Turkish American. I think one of the people that was killed was.
So they claimed they were armed with iron bars and knives. According to flotilla organizer Greta Berlin, the Israeli soldiers did not start firing until an activist seized a gun from one of them. That was a flotilla organizer. During the struggle, 9 activists were killed, including 8 Turkish nationals and 1 Turkish American, and many were wounded. A 10th member of the flotilla died in hospital after being in coma for 4 years. Jesus. 10 of the commandos were also wounded, 1 of them seriously. According to a UN report, all activist deaths were caused by gunshots, and the circumstance of the killing of at least 6 passengers were in a manner consistent with an extra-legal, arbitrary, and summary execution. The 5 other ships of the flotilla employed passive resistance, which was suppressed without major incident. According to the UN report, several of the passengers were injured and one of the legs was fractured. The ships were towed to Israel. Okay, hold on. Just to understand some things leading up to this. So, one, there was already a blockade, correct?
Mm-hmm.
The blockade, it seems like, was mutually recognized by Israel and the Palestinian Authority, correct?
I don't know if the PA was.
I think that was said in here. As per the interim agreement signed by the Palestinian Authority and Israel, an agreement supported by the international community, the sea of the coast of the Gaza Strip is subject to Israeli naval control, and Israel is entrusted with maintaining security in the area. In accordance with mutually accepted agreement, the entry of foreign vessels into maritime areas off the coast of Gaza is forbidden. So it seems like the PA and Israel agree to that.
Sure, but again, the report that you read
Mm-hmm.
earlier at the start of this said that the way they enforced this was not legal. They were not allowed to go like what you do is you disable the rudder, you tow the ship. You don't land commandos on it. And
Yeah, but it sounds like they only did that because this one ship wasn't cooperating. No?
But I mean, again, you still don't get to use the force. What? The force? You don't get to use force.
Wait. How else would you do it?
Well, I'm not a seaman, so I wouldn't.
Well,
be
but
able
like
to
if there's
tell
a
you.
ship that's headed in a direction and you tell them to stop and they
ship
don't you have to
not
use
known to be an enemy ship, not posing any threat, and you're not allowed to use force to enforce the blockade. So as far as Israel is aware, from evidence we have, they knew this was just a humanitarian aid ship. Yeah,
well, hold on, wait. You're mixing a lot of things up. Number one, it doesn't matter if it's a humanitarian aid ship. They still have an agreement to scan every vessel that comes into port. Number one. Do we agree on that?
Say that again?
We have, or I'm sorry, I keep saying we, fucking Jews. Israel has a right to investigate every single ship before it docks into Gaza. This is an agreement that's supported internationally and it's supported by the Palestinian Authority. Do we agree with this?
I would say before it docks, sure.
Well, not sure. It's yes. That is the agreement that's set up. There's a specific blockade site, correct?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't know the processes. I don't know the procedures, and I don't know at what time in getting close to those waters. My understanding it was international waters where they were intercepted.
I mean, I can check where exactly they're intercepted, but it says in here that Israel has intercepted other things before without issue.
Sure.
And they had moved those supplies. Yeah. Apparently, so they say, they had already suggested other ways to ship these supplies in without having to use ships, but they ignored because they claim they're activist ships. Okay, so we agree that the blockade existed and was legal. We agree that Israel has the right to stop these ships then?
I do not agree with the blockade was legal. They can agree to it all they want, but Israel does not have the right to enforce that blockade.
Okay, so do we need to find out, would that change your opinion on this at all, or no?
I mean, if the I mean, I'm going off the report that was done in the post-investigation after this incident.
Well, yeah, but to be fair, that report, that wasn't like a whole statement analyzing like whether the blockade was legal or illegal. That was like 0.59 of like a thing where they're like, we feel like this blockade is not legal, right? That wasn't like a legal entity making like a huge investigation.
Again, yeah, they're not legal entities, but they're experts in these laws. Like they with the authority to make those judgments, the wrong word, because we're not talking about a legal like ruling.
Well, so, okay, there are several probes into the incident. This is the one we read. A UN HRC report on September 10 into the incident deemed the blockade illegal and stated that Israel's actions were disproportionate and betrayed an unacceptable level of brutality with evidence of willful killing. United Nations Secretary General Ban Ki-moon announced a parallel probe in August of 2010 by a 4-member, who is this fucking person? He's a South Korean politician. Okay. Announced a parallel by a 4-member panel headed by Jeffrey Palmer. The Palmer report was published on the 2nd of September 2011 after being delayed, reportedly to allow Israel and Turkey to continue reconciliation talks. The report found that Israel naval blockade of Gaza was legal and that there were serious questions about the conduct, true nature, and objectives of the flotilla organizers, particularly IHH. The report also found that the degree of force used against the Mavi Marmara was excessive and unreasonable, and that the way Israel treated detained crew members violated international human rights law. So, okay, so it seems like my guess is going to be that if a UN HRC, if this report was saying that the blockade was illegal, there was probably an agreement that it was legal before, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't like have that be a question. That's an assumption.
I think
could be wrong.
I think it's that my understanding of the incident is that it forced them to make an assessment of it because of the.
Well, there
incident.
must have been some international assessment prior to this, because blocking like free travel through maritime waters is a big deal. You can't just do that. So there must have been some international community statement on, legal assessment of the Gaza flotilla raid. Okay. Any legal assessment were published subsequent to the event. International law experts on it deferred over the legality of the action by Israel, the force necessary to respond to and whether the force needs. Okay, I'm not necessarily interested in just this event. I really want to know about just the blockade. Approximately 1 year after the event, the UN Investigative Committee for the 20th Flotilla Gaza concluded that this is the second one that we read. Some law experts said that the naval blockade, the boarding international waters, and use of force were in accordance.
You got a bunch of subs.
Thanks, Montgomery, for the tier 4 subber, buddy. The United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, the International Committee of the Red Cross, National and Istanbul Bilgi's University Law Department, and other experts concluded the blockade was itself illegal, or agreed with the University of Dundee International that the boarding of the high seas was illegal. Okay, the UN Charter requires that nations avoid the use of force when settling external conflicts, and that human rights be respected with regards to internal conflicts. Nations which use force in self-defense are required to immediately report these measures to the UN Security Council. Has condemned Israel's blockade of Gaza on numerous occasions, calling it a direct contravention of international human rights. This is the okay. United Nations Fact Finding on the Gaza conflict. This is the this is the Goldstone report. Do you not have to like register a blockade with the UN or some shit? Do you just do it and then wait for complaints?
That's
punishment lawyer. In 2001, and actually breached the agreements, so that a call to the accountability. Shipping interdiction, while the blockade is an organized tool of warfare, a close look at continuing blockade is a flagrant violation. This is in 2010. Jesus Christ. Is there nobody that makes a decision on this? Everybody just disagrees? Or
if you don't go to the ICC, I have no idea. My understanding is that bodies like the UN are experts in international law, and they don't make judgments, they make assessments based on those standards and the evidence provided.
Okay. Jesus.
It was a big incident, so I mean, there's a lot to read about.
Yeah, I was just curious if there's like a clear-cut answer of like, is the blockade legal or illegal? But wow, super kawaii dope. Thanks for gifting 100 200 subs. Holy
Jesus
shit.
Christ.
White names being slaughtered. Okay. Okay, let's see if we can agree on some facts. So there was an interim agreement signed by the PA and Israel.
Yep.
That allowed them to search ships coming off the coast of the Gaza Strip, right? Israel says that they issued an advisory notice to vessels to remain clear of the design maritime zone. And then it seems like they made announcements to these 5 ships. It sounds like they investigated 4 of them just fine, but one of them decided to put up a resistance. And then at least one of the activists said that one of the flotilla organizer, Greta Berlin, I don't know if we trust her or not, I guess. She's an anti-Zionist activist, so she's literally anti-Zionist. She says that Israeli soldiers don't start firing until an activist seized a gun from one of them. Which part of all of this do you have an issue with?
I mean, my biggest issue is just that the summary executions thing. Like I before I read this Wikipedia article, I read the report where that came from, so I knew about that.
Sure. I think we can all agree that if there were summary executions, these are really bad, or you should never be doing this. Yeah.
The other was that the pretext for boarding it was there's some quotes and shit from I can't remember how to find it before I say anything. But my overall issue is that it was an unnecessary incident and could have been handled, even with them resisting, it could have been handled in a different way.
I don't understand what the other solution would be.
Again, so if it gives any credence to the fact that, when I'm talking about airstrikes and all that, I speak where I feel I have some knowledge to do so. As far as maritime, I can't give you an alternative.
Sure, but I feel like if we're going to be heavily critical of what seems to be the action up to, assuming if the summary executions happen, there's no excuse for that, but it seems like up to that point, everything is pretty justified. You're in waters, you're entering waters that are blocked. You're not supposed to be here. We're going to do an investigation because you're not supposed to be here. We try to do an investigation of your ship, and then you fight with us. It seems like up to that point.
You could say up to that point, but then afterwards the UN rules they didn't have a right to do that.
Wait.
It's in that report. I have, hold on, I'll link it to you again.
I have it. You said they didn't even have a right to board the ship?
I think it's 53.
Control F, line 53. In evaluating the evidence submitted to the mission, including by OCHAOPT, confirming the severe humanitarian situation in Gaza.
52, sorry, you got to
52. A blockade may not continue to be enforced where it inflicts disproportionate damage on the civilian population. Usually when damage to the civilian population is... Okay, so this is just them disagreeing with the blockade, though, right? It's not really them saying they... assuming they have a blockade that they all agree on. Yeah, I guess I'm not sure what other thing they were supposed to do. You're saying that nobody does this. If I had to guess, I could be wrong.
Nobody does what? Sorry.
What?
Nobody does what? Sorry.
It sounds like you're saying nobody would board a vessel in this aggressive of a manner. If I was trying to sail to the United States on a speedboat, and I had a covered boat, and the Coast Guard tried to stop me, and I kept going. My understanding, I could be wrong, but my understanding is either 1, they would try to aggressively board my vessel, 2, they would try to destroy it or disable it, or 3, I would get blown the fuck up. I would never make it all the way to the U.S. coast.
Well,
Am I wrong
if they
on
don't
that?
know what you're doing or anything like that, and it's in the U.S. and all the other laws that are applicable, yeah. But if you know that it's a peaceful flotilla bringing aid supplies, and you're...
Well, but they don't know that. Why would they know that?
Because, again, to their troops, they were saying, this is a fucking group of people bringing aid.
Well, that's what the orgs were that were running the boats, but they don't know who else might be a part of that, right?
Let me find something. Give me a second.
Because these are the 3 major organizations that were on the boat, right? Because it's not like anybody sailing in is going to say hello, I'm a terrorist bringing terrorist supplies,
No, of course
right?
not.
Also, keep in mind, people want to block U.S. aid making these same accusations, right? I remember I don't remember the names, in Bolivia, once Morales was kicked out, I think the other leader, Guido, that we were kind of trying to support, I think the United States wanted to send in U.S. aid through Peru or through Chile. And I thought that they blocked it because there's if USA trucks come in, you guys could smuggle weapons or whatever. So I don't even think that's outside of the norm, where people don't want to investigate, or where people are trying to look through aid trucks and shit.
Sure.
Oh no, sorry, fuck, that was in Venezuela, not Bolivia. You're right.
My issue is, and innocent until proven guilty, and like the boarding with commandos, like again, like what did they have to think they needed to take that action?
Well, they weren't complying.
They weren't complying, but again, when you brief, like when you say, hey, we're dealing with this, like now unless there's something else missing from what I've seen, when they were briefed, it was these folks are a peacenik organization bringing in aid to people in Gaza. Not I haven't seen anything that says in addition, and again, I haven't seen the entire packet, so
No, but the briefing, assuming this is the briefing is fine. What's wrong with this briefing?
Does it say anything about potential terrorist threats or anything like that?
Not really, other than like terrorists could import stuff, but what about it?
Yeah, I mean, then at that point, if you're not dealing with a known direct threat or like high suspicion of threat, critical intelligence that's saying there very well might be on this, fighters, weapons, whatever. And again, doesn't the thing say something, either that, the Wikipedia, it says they might have wrenches and some shit like that?
Okay, what about
like
it?
It's like, again, so we're going to put armed commandos, the most elite, I think.
I would bet, honest to God, I would just bet my whole life on this without even knowing anything, and maybe I would just be killing myself. I think if I tried to sail a boat into the United States, the exact same thing would happen to me. You're telling me that, like,
to the United States, yes, you were an unknown entity. If they
these
don't
guys
know,
were
if they
no,
don't
no.
know-
Even if I was like they had like a thing on the side of my thing that says like Red Cross humanitarian aid boat, and I was like flying into or driving into the U.S. in my boat, and I wasn't responding to like any sort of naval calls or anything, and I wasn't identifying myself or anything, and I just wanted to drive this into like a port in like the fucking Manhattan Harbor or some
I
shit.
haven't read anything that they weren't replying or anything like that.
Well,
Just
of course
maybe
they were. That was the whole
refusing
point.
to comply.
Well, that's the same thing, right?
Right, but again, like proportionate force, right? Like you're walking down the street and cops telling you to stop, and you're like, no, but you keep walking. Like he doesn't get to pull out his gun and shoot you.
That's because I'm not violating anything. I'm just walking down the street. But if I cross the border, or if I go onto a military base, you better believe they're gonna shoot me, right?
They'll point their guns at you, yeah. Will they fucking blow your head off? No, they're gonna fucking roll you up.
If I, prior to 9/11, before they put up all the crazy barricades at all the military bases, if I would have driven my car through the gate onto a military base, you don't think MPs or whatever?
If you're in Iraq and you just start walking up
in the
gate,
United States?
I'm saying like in Iraq, if you're walking up, I never worked a base security.
Okay. My parents
in
might just like be
America.
talking shit. I could, but like I'd always been told like if you try to like drive into a base, you're not doing.
Before
They'll, like,
this gets fucking
yeah.
clipped,
Okay,
I have
sorry.
to fucking clarify it. So again,
Okay.
I've never worked gate security in America, so I don't know what they fucking do if you were just walking. I'm not talking about driving, barreling up to the front gate. I never worked front gate, so I don't know how they treat escalation of force for that. What I know for in Iraq is, yeah, you don't fucking comply, whether you're on foot or whatnot. It doesn't matter how peaceful you are. You ignore that command, you're gonna get fucking shot.
Yeah, but it seems like so this would be the same thing for a boat. If I'm driving a boat into somebody else's waters, and I'm especially blockaded waters or embargoed waters, whatever, and I'm getting requests like, hey, we need to investigate your vessel. You're not like registered or you haven't gone through the proper inspection, and I rated you back and I say, suck my dick, bitch. I'm getting raided or exploded, no?
Isn't it, hold on.
I feel like this is so obviously, yes, I'm getting raided or exploded. That'd be my feeling. Yeah, go ahead.
We're having good faith conversation.
We are.
What level of crime is it if you drive into the waters in America?
Drive my car into waters?
No. Like if you were to using the naval analogy, if you're floating.
I don't know what the crime would be called. I don't know. I have no idea. Okay. What happens if you tried to sail into U.S. harbor without identifying ship or vessel? If you are unregistered, you have no place to go, gives no place to land, no country would allow you into a port of call. If you tried, your ship would be seized and held, with probably the entire crew held in the brig until the ship was claimed and registered in a proper fashion. After they paid the fines, dock charges, and other costs associated with the seizure. This may not apply to vessels that are escaping refugees, but the ship may be held at bay and not allowed to enter.
So I assume that. Oh wait, hold on.
It's a Cora question.
One thing I know they can do is like disable your rudder and shit like that, right? So I imagine that these commandos were on a boat. If they were just dropped from a helicopter again, then like what good faith effort are they doing to like seize and tow the boat, right? So
that might be like, is that like a whole other thing?
You disable the rudder and then you fucking tow the boat. You don't attack them. And even what you just read right there was like your boat will be seized and you will be, whatever.
Seizure of your boat means that they're boarding you.
Sure, but they don't want to use violence to do it.
Yeah, they are. They're literally invading my property at that point.
No, I'm talking about they don't have to use commandos. If they,
I know, I agree they don't have to use it, but they didn't use violence. Wait,
they boarded the ship and they just took the boat over and did nothing else to the people, it wouldn't have been an incident.
Yeah, but the problem is once they got on the boat, one of the people reportedly tried to seize one of their guns.
Right, but then we're going to follow that through. That person gives that comment, and again, like you said, anti-Zionist, like, pro-Palestinian. But then the UN report finds evidence that there were the gun wounds in like 6 of the people were that of summary extrajudicial execution.
Sure, yeah, that's bad, but that's way after. At that point, we can say this is bad if this happened for sure. But that's way after everything else. I feel like the boarding of the ship, the using commandos, like all of this shit, I feel like was 100% legal, like or legal or permissible or 9 dead in Israeli raid on airship. This work connects material that might be disturbing to some viewers. Bro, Mike, you seriously, bro? I don't have the fucking Jewish Shinigami eyes that are supposed to let me fucking decipher all 12 pixels of this video. 1 minute mark. Okay. A timestamp it, you fucker. Well, now I'm watching the whole thing. I'm assuming this is IDF soldiers moving across? Are these like people that are... Mike, I hope you actually offer yourself in a video game. Wait, are these people attacking the IDF, or are they just all IDF? Soldiers being hit with metal poles and chair. Oh, okay. Oh God. Okay, this is my Cancer Nebraska brain is taking over. I feel like if I did this to a cop, I feel like I'm trying to die. Like this is like I'm gonna die. This is my feeling, but we're just watching, I guess. I don't know. Throwing soldier overboard. Okay, now this could be faked evidence, to be fair. We don't know if the knives are theirs. Jesus, okay. I'm
reading something from that UN report.
Sure. Okay, actually, I want to see that UN report now. Can you link me? I'm curious now what the evidence was for summary executions. Wait, who's pyrocynical? Why have I heard this before? Okay, some British YouTuber. Okay, sorry. All right. Whew, Jesus Christ. Okay, reports of the International Fact-Finding Mission to invest. Oh, this is the one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Control F. Okay, the report sets out back. Oh God. Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna. It's 8 o'clock. Let's go. Hold on. Okay. 66 pages. We don't have to read all of this. This report was prepared by the fact-finding mission established by the UN, the Human Rights Council. Okay, the UNHRC in Resolution 14.1 of June 10th, or June 2nd, 2010, to investigate violations of international law, including international humanitarian law and human rights law, resulting from the interception by Israeli forces of the humanitarian aid flotilla bound for Gaza on the 31st of May 2010, during which 9 people were killed and many others injured. The report sets out background information regarding the interception flotilla as well as the applicable international law. The fact information included interviews with more than 100 witnesses in Geneva, London, Istanbul, and Amman. On the basis of this testimony and other information received, the mission is able to reconstruct a picture of the circumstances surrounding the interceptions on the 30th of May 2010 and its aftermath. The report presents a factual description of the events leading up to the interception of each of these 6 ships on the flotilla, as well as the 7th ship subsequently intercepted on the 6th of June 2010. The deaths of 9 passengers, including many others. Attention on the report contains legal analysis during the mission. Fact information included a series of violation of international law, including international humanitarian human rights law, were committed by the Israeli forces during the interception. Okay, Control F. Summary. Execution. Okay, let's find this. Other relevant United Nations Rights Code, extra legal, arbitrary, and summary executions. Okay. The circumstances of the killing of at least 6 of the passengers were in a manner consistent with an extra legal, arbitrary, and summary execution. Furkan Doyan, and Ibrahim Biljan were shot at near range while the victims were lying injured on the top deck. Kavdet Kilgar, I can't read these fucking names, were shot on the bridge deck while not participating in activities that represented a threat to any Israeli soldiers. In these instances and possibly other killings on the Mavi Marmara, Israeli forces carried out extra legal, arbitrary, and summary executions prohibited by international human rights law, specifically Article 6. Fuck. Wait, hold on. Does it have more information about this? Number of injured passengers received wounds from critical areas of the body and vital organs. Passengers who were clearly not engaged in any activities to resist the boarding by the Israeli forces, including a number of journalists and participants sheltering from the fire, received injuries, including fatal injuries. It is apparent that no effort was made to minimize injuries at certain stages of the operation, that the use of live fire was done in an excessive and arbitrary manner. It is difficult not to conclude that once the order to use live fire had been given, no one was safe. Under the circumstances, it seems a matter of pure chance that there were not more fatalities as a result. That's a really interesting sentence. Principle 5 of the basic principles on the use of firearms by law enforcement participants: whenever a lawful use of firearms is unavoidable, shall exercise restraint as such use minimize damage. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Okay, wait. I'm asking you in terms of this paper. And maybe there are more.
I sent you a few paragraphs to read. I think 1 or 2 might overlap.
Okay, hold on.
That's the paper, what you're reading right now.
Oh. Okay, you want me to read 32 to 36?
I'm going to take laundry out while you read those.
From mid-2008, in response to the Free Gaza movement's attempts to enter Gaza by sea, the Israeli government took serious steps aimed at initially at deterring shipping from traveling to the area. A notice to mariners was issued stating that all ships entering the central zone with supervision. Then in August 2000, a second notice was issued to the Maritime extends 20 miles to seaward from the Gaza Strip in accordance with the agreements between Israel. Okay, so there were agreements. Imposition of the naval blockade. You said 32 to 36. In his testimony to the Turkle Committee, Chief of General Staff Gabi Ashkenazi accepted that the phenomenon of the flotillas in mid-2006 represented the trigger for the imposition of the maritime disclosure. Although he outlines that it was done for security purposes, Israel Chief Military Advocate General Avicii Mandelblit also stated that the justification for a naval blockade was on security grounds only. However, plans for a full naval blockade were initially not approved at the political level on grounds of legitimacy and the possibility of what Mandelblit described as severe criticism at the international level. Shortly prior to the initiation of Operation Cast Lead at the end of 2008, a recommendation for the initiation of closure was made by the Military Advocate General to the Defense Minister, who directed the imposition of a... I'm reading to 36. It was established by Israel on the 3rd of January 2009 and announced by the Israeli Navy on the 6th of January. The advisory states that the Gaza maritime area is closed. All maritime traffic is under blockade imposed by the Israeli Navy until further notice. This advisory is publicized inter alia and a further notice to mariners and through other channels. It is also publicized twice daily in the Navtex broadcast system, regularly updating shipping According to location via direct printing service, Chief Military Advocate General Mandelblit stated this blockade was approved at ministry level by the state authority without involving military legal advice. Senior Israeli officials have stated that the base of the blockade was 1, the San Remo Manual, 2, the London Declaration, and 3, customary law and the existence of an armed conflict between Hamas and Israel that had continued after Operation Cast Lead. A military closure order was signed by the commander of the Israeli Navy on the 20th of May 2010, prohibiting persons from entering a specified closed area referred to as Area A, and advising all ships and persons to stay away from the dangerous area referred to as Area B, but according to testimony of the mission, not gazetted. The order announcing the blockade, gazetted, what does that mean? Like there's like a fence set up, or what does this mean? Announce or publish something. Oh, they didn't like publish something. Okay. See about the mission, not gazetted. The order announcing the blockade was presented by the representative of the state in a hearing on the extension of detention of 4 Palestinian Arab citizens of Israel with the provision of base which the application was they've been in violation of. Okay. And then 48 to 50. Did we already read these or no?
I think there might be some overlap, but I just.
Considering, okay, the law of naval warfare and the question of blockade. Considering the issues, okay. I don't know why this report is even making a ruling on this, or I don't know why they would even entertain this. It seems weird, but vessel has to subject to the exclusive jurisdiction of the flag state under the international law. By treaty. Other exceptions would include acts of self-defense. Okay, wait. Flag state. Under the international law of the sea, such exceptions are usually limited to suspicion of certain activities, piracy, the slave trade, unauthorized high seas broadcasting, ships suspected of lacking nationality, in cases where permission to board and inspect have been given either ad hoc or by treaty, e.g. those related to narcotics smuggling. It's been suggested that the United Nations Convention on the law of the sea, by reserving the use of the high seas for peaceful purposes, has effectively outlawed acts of naval warfare on the high seas. First, it should be noted that Israel is not a party to the convention. Second, there was no consensus on this position during the negotiation of the convention, not acceptable. The majority of scholarly opinion would also support the view that the law of naval warfare continues to be potentially applicable on the high seas. One attempt to codify this law was the independent expert study, the San Remo Manual on International Law Applicable to Armed Conflicts at Sea. While not authoritative, its codification effort has had a significant impact on information. Okay. And then 51 to 54, under the all commerce with a defined enemy coastline, a belligerent who established satisfying number, a sole purpose of starving the South population, damage to the population. Okay. To 54, a blockade may not continue to be enforced in police portion of the population. In evaluating the evidence submitted to the mission, including by from the severe humanitarian crisis in Gaza, the destruction of the economy, and the prevention of reconstruction, the mission is satisfied that the blockade was just mentioned. Okay, this is just saying that they don't believe the blockade is okay. And then 56 to, thus, if there's no lawful blockade, the unlawful basis for intercepting the vessel would be a reasonable suspicion that it was making an effort, contribution to the opposing forces' war effort, or pose an imminent and overwhelming threat to Israel, and there's no alternative but to use force to prevent it. View of the information that satisfied the interception, not feel motivated concerns the vessel's contribution to war effort, therefore the mission is satisfied. Okay. All right. What do you want me to take from this?
My takeaway is that they had no cause to intercept the way they did. My understanding is that the people on the flotilla have the right to resist. So between those two things, yeah, it's an incident that shouldn't have happened. And there is also the fact that after the Turkle Commission, that Israel apologized, paid the families, and said they were wrong.
Okay, whether or not they apologize and pay the families,
sure, you could say it's pressure and all that other stuff.
Sure. Well, I'm just saying it doesn't. So this, I just
maybe you and I just have different interpretations.
Well, wait. Well, let me give my interpretation. Okay. So first, my first interpretation is I have no idea why they're even making a statement on this particular blockade when the two nations have already agreed to one another that the blockade is fine. The Palestinian Authority and Israel had already agreed.
Because Israel has certain laws on their books that they've said we're not going to, or certain international humanitarian laws that they don't codify in their books, but they're still beholden to internationally. So
yeah, but there is no international law that's clearly being broken. The entirety of this report.
Wait.
What? Well, no. Well, I just read it. I can tell you. The entirety of this report rests on them rejecting the idea that, or rather embracing the idea that the blockade is inflicting collective punishment. That's the entire purpose of that line in that report. And once they've said that, so this is what 56 says. They said, thus, right? So in the preceding points, what they're trying to prove is that the blockade itself is just collective punishment. That's the whole point of enforcing the blockade here is the sole purpose of starving the civilian population. Blockade may not continue when it inflicts disproportionate damage. So they try to make that ruling here. Then they say, thus, if there's no lawful blockade, now the only way they can block that ship is if it's sailing in with a ton of guns, or they had good intelligence as is holy shit, this thing is carrying things. So if you reject the idea that any blockade exists, at that point, I think I probably have to agree with you, because why the fuck would another country be intercepting ships in my waters? That would be the equivalent of, let's say, me driving a boat illegally into Canada, and then the US intercepts my ship when I'm like up at fucking Montreal. I don't know if there's a lake there or whatever. That would be crazy. And Canada would rightfully say, well, hold on, you intercepted the ship. What the fuck? That's not even your waters, blah, blah, blah. But this entire document rests on them saying that the blockade was illegal, despite the fact that the Palestinian Authority and the Israeli government had signed an agreement agreeing to the blockade, and it had already been enforced. So if you want to take that position, then that's a position you can take. But absent that position, I'm pretty sure every single thing, save for the summary executions, if they happened, save for that, is probably fully justified. Do we agree with those two things as laid out like that, or no?
No, but give me a second. The ships on the flotilla boarded in, yes, no, because it was in international waters this took place, and they are bound and protected by the state under which their flag flies, which is Turkey. So in that area, they had no right to intercept them.
Let's see. When this says that they were in international waters, are they saying that international waters are they disagreeing with Israel's assertion that it has a right to board things 20 miles off the coast? Or were these ships further than 20 miles off the coast?
The 6 ships in the flotilla were boarded in international waters about 80 miles from the Israeli coast.
Gotcha. Okay, so then
that doesn't even, I mean, depending on where the map location overlaps with that blockade region, I mean, I don't even know if they were even in the blockade region at the time of their interception. But regardless, they were in international waters and under the protections of the Turkish flag and the laws of the international waters, whatever they're called.
Gotcha.
International maritime law.
So then is your whole argument then, would it change if they were in that 20-mile thing? Or is it solely based on the fact that it happened in international waters?
Let me think. So my understanding is that they're allowed to, even without the ruling about the legality of the blockade, is that they are allowed to resist.
Wait. Oh, wait, I'm so sorry. Say what you were going to say. I'm sorry.
I was going to say that they are allowed to resist the boarding. Is that predicated on the ruling?
Well, that would be predicated on, because I'm asking, let's say they were within those 20 miles. Mm-hmm. Would you then change your whole position on this? Is this only predicated on them being in international waters?
Well, that, I guess, me agreeing to you there is if I agree with that, their ruling doesn't mean anything, or their analysis doesn't mean anything as far as whether or not the blockade was legal. Because I don't know. The blockade is illegal.
Why do you agree with their analysis that the blockade is illegal, but you disagree with the next UN General Secretary investigation that says the blockade?
That's what I said I'd provide you sources on.
Okay.
There are a few tests that have to. I don't want to bastardize it, but there are a few tests that have to be made as far as whether or not that ruling stands.
Turkle Commission. Okay. You said the Turkle Commission here says something for you?
I mean, that was Israel. I think Israel's internal investigation. Hold on. How do you spell
Public
Turkle?
Commission to examine the maritime incident. Here you go. Jesus. You said go to page 220 in the PDF. In this part of the report, the Commission will examine the following legal questions. Were the actions undertaken by Israel on May 31st, 2010 to intercept and board the flotilla vessel outside the blockaded area of the Gaza Strip in conformity with international law? Okay, so even Israel admits it happened outside of the protected area, which seems to be a no-no, I think, maybe? This seems to be a no-no. Mm-hmm. Was Israel's use of force supposed to participate during the interception carried out according to international law? Was the planning and organization of the Israeli military operation carried out in conformity? Okay, conformity between the actions Israel took to enforce the blockade. The law governing the enforcement of blockade. As discussed in Chapter A of this report, Israel established the naval blockade as part of its international armed conflict with the Hamas. The legal regime governing the establishment and enforcement of such a blockade is the laws of naval warfare. The relevant legal rules can be found in customary international humanitarian law, which have largely been outlined in the San Remo Manual. Article 97 of the manual states, a blockade may be enforced and maintained by a combination of legitimate methods and means of warfare, provided this combination does not result in acts inconsistent with the rules set out in this document, emphasis added. An attempt to breach a properly established blockade is a non-neutral act resulting in a loss of the protection and relative freedom of navigation available to neutral shipping under the law of the sea. As a result, a ship that attempts to breach a blockade becomes subject to the rules of international humanitarian law governing the conduct of enforcement in international waters. The Israeli armed forces boarded the Mavi Marmara and the other flotilla vessels 70 to 100 nautical miles from the Gaza coast outside the blockaded area, i.e. in international waters. There's been an ongoing international debate regarding the location in which ships seeking to breach a blockade may be boarded. The key issue in this debate is not whether such boarding may take place in international waters, but rather at what distance outside the blockaded area a party may board a vessel attempting to breach the blockade. According to customary international humanitarian law, an attempt to breach a blockade occurs when a ship is on a course destined for a blockaded port or is anchored or hovering outside a blockaded area so that it can evade the blockading forces. As the U.S. Commander's Naval Handbook notes, knowledge of the existence of the blockade is essential to the offenses of breach of blockade and attempted breach of blockade. Therefore, if it can be established that a ship is purposefully attempting to breach a blockade, that ship is subject to capture wherever it is located. This has to be within reason, I'm sure. Like if I was like coming out of like, again, like a bay in the United States trying to break a blockade in South Africa, I doubt like a South African vessel can capture me. Destiny, they clearly stated their intention to breach the blockade. They explicitly said negative, negative, our destination is Gaza when radioed by the Israeli Navy. Mike, can you link me that? Hence, the flotilla organizers and participants must have been aware of the existence of the Gaza blockade. Okay, the material before the commission demonstrates that the Israeli forces chose to enforce the blockade outside the blockaded area on the basis of two reasons. First, intelligence assessment indicated that the Hamas were organizing small boats to meet the flotilla, and there was concerns that these boats would pose a security risk that the flotilla vessels were intercepted close to the Gaza coastline. Second, as was outlined in the testimony of the Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Ashkenazi, the intention of the Israeli forces was to capture the vessels with the minimum use of force, and during such an operation, there was a great advantage to operating under the cover of darkness. As a result, the operation was carried out just before dawn, at which point the flotilla vessels were still located outside the blockaded area. These grounds constitute valid and reasonable operational considerations, failing within the customary rules regarding the distance from the coast that a blockade can be enforced. The Commission concludes that the Israeli armed forces were justified in boarding the flotilla vessels in international waters under the rules of international law, given the location and announced destination. Wait, Mike, can you link me that? First contact. Negative, negative. Was that in this report? Hold on. Okay, this is the flotilla raid map. Okay, Cyprus, south of Turkey. We know this. From Istanbul, from Greece. These are different ships. Okay, departure of the flotilla. Okay. First contact with Israeli forces, 30th May. Start of the assault. Okay. Territorial waters, disputed border. 12.5 nautical miles. Israeli Defense Force vessels. IDF vessels. Oh, I see. Okay. Mike gave a link. Okay, hold on. Jesus Christ.
Mavi Marmara, you are approaching an area of hostilities, which is under a naval blockade. The Gaza area, coastal region, and Gaza harbor are closed to all maritime traffic. The Israeli government supports delivery of humanitarian supplies to the civilian population in the Gaza Strip and invites you to enter the Ashdod port. Delivery of the supplies, in accordance with the authorities' regulations, will be through the formal land crossings and under your observation, after which you can return to your home ports aboard the vessels on which you arrived.
Negative. Our destination is Gaza. Our destination.
Okay, so that, okay. Okay, assuming, they said negative, negative, our destination is Gaza. So assuming this part of international law is true, which I'm just making the assumption, but they could be lying. What page was this on? Fuck, I'm not gonna remember it. San Remo, is it San Remo manual? Oh, it was international waters maybe, right? Enforcement, okay. attempted. Okay, so assuming this is true, which I'm just making the assumption that they wouldn't just lie about international law. I guess they could be. Okay, all right. Okay, you ready? My brain is... Yep. Okay. Okay, so here's... Okay, so it seems to be the case that this is all under the assumption that the blockade has been agreed upon and it's an okay blockade.
Mm-hmm.
From the fact that it's an okay blockade, if it is the case that it's an okay blockade, these ships were making for Gaza. Israel, if they believe the ships are making for this port in Gaza, have a right to intercept and try to communicate. Once they communicated, the ships stated, we are going to Gaza, so they showed intent to break the blockade. At the point that they showed intent to break the blockade, Israel has every right to intercept the ships. Once they intercepted the ships, it's pretty obvious. I don't know if you're watching this, but like the entire crew is like trying to.
They are allowed to do this.
No shot.
All right, hold on. Stop.
Okay.
Stop.
Sure.
Don't say another word. Don't poison the audience.
Okay. Well, aren't I poisoning them against me? Because like if I'm wrong.
No, you're poisoning them against me because they're just gonna say Lycan got beat the fuck up.
Oh, okay. Jeez. Assuming the blockade was legal is jumping past the most important part. The blockade is illegal under international law. The blockade, apparently that's contested. I don't know if blockades are ruled upon by international law. I'm not entirely sure. However,
It's not the blockade. It's that the
well, that's
the collective punishment purpose is what makes the blockade illegal.
But the collective punishment purpose is what? Yeah, that's what's being
in that
ruled upon.
report you're reading from right now, the Turkle Commission is for all the. By the way, this is an Israeli non.
It is. This is an Israeli
semi-official, not impartial report, and they exonerate Israel of a lot of the key things.
Wait, what do you mean by not impartial?
No, it's semi-official, and I'm saying not impartial because it's Israeli involved with an Israeli. Like this isn't a watchdog group.
Okay.
But the I want to get back to this. I'm not dodging it.
Sure.
So, Buck, what was the point you just made?
Well, what I was gonna say is what we're probably gonna do is I don't care about this UN General Assembly ruling the blockade illegitimate because I believe
the Human Rights Council.
Yes, but this
making
particular
a human rights judgment. Yeah,
but this document is woefully inaccurate, or I'm sorry, inadequate to make that judgment.
In what way?
The entire point, the presupposition of this UN report is to say that Israel's actions were bad because the blockade is unjustified. And the blockade being unjustified, they say because there is a severe humanitarian crisis going on in the Gaza Strip. I feel like that's a full-on, like, fleshed-out thing that both sides, because obviously Israel disagrees with that, with the UN, and to just throw that in here, and then to say, now everything they did was wrong and illegal, that seems like...
I feel like it says more than that. Like, it also says that they were protected in international waters.
No. Well, hold on. My understanding from what I read earlier, and I didn't read every single part of this, I probably only read like 15% from what you've linked me, is the entire purpose of this report is presupposing that they can make the statement that there is a grave humanitarian crisis in Gaza, the Gaza Strip, and that the blockade amounts to collective punishment. But those are two things that Israel is going to be fighting against. They're going to say it's not collective punishment; it's for security purposes.
Well, they don't actually. That's the point I was going to say. The Turkle report doesn't actually fight them on the security political basis of the blockade. That report does not.
How? There's no way you've read this. How do you know that?
I've not. See, I can admit.
So if I control,
hold on.
But I'm saying if I control a blockade, you don't think they're going to provide a justification for the blockade anywhere in here?
If you find it, you get to prove Finkelstein wrong.
Okay, so this says, Section A, the security circumstances in which the naval blockade on the Gaza Strip was imposed and whether the blockade complies with the rules of international law. So it sounds like they are going to make that argument in here, which makes sense because that was the primary motivating part.
Not that they're making the case for the law. It's whether or not they fight the dual security political nature of it, which is basis for which the ruling from the Security Council was predicated on, or the Human Rights Council. It said for the purpose of those political reasons, though that constitutes collective punishment, and that's what the Turkle report does not refute.
Okay. Oh, Jesus. All right. Let's see. 4A. Purpose of the report.
You know, I'm sorry. Can we address something real quick? Stop. Pause your chat.
Uh-oh. What?
I just can't understand. Go up. Stop.
Uh-huh.
I just can't understand why Lycan is so... Nope. Why Lycan is so... Where the fuck did it go?
Why Lycan is unable to budge on any of this.
Yeah, that and this. Again, I'll budge when I'm given a good shove to budge. God damn it. And it's not one guy, because I saw a bunch of this, and the subreddit was full of this shit. Like, if he fucking makes a case and I buy into it, yeah, but I'm not digging my... Do you feel like I'm immovable and just being an asshole?
Well, I feel like you've arrived at the conclusion in your post-talking to get there.
Fucking
But I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But that was just my feeling because of like the way that all these sources are brought
Let's
up,
talk
right?
about this real quick for
Yeah,
a
okay.
second.
Go ahead.
Like, pro-Israel all my fucking life. I took interest in this before this fucking conflict happened. It started over the summer. I fucking... The only thing that my mind changed on was like 2019 or some shit like that. Abby Martin goes on Joe Rogan, when I used to listen all the time, and says, you know, some things are happening. I look it up. I'm like, oh yeah, it seems like there's some apartheid conditions and the settlements, but it was like still Israel bad or Israel good fighting the bad guy, and they just need to stop the settlements and everything will be good.
Sure.
And then the more I learned.
Wait, okay, hold on, wait. I don't care about any of this, okay?
No,
this
I do because my image is being
okay, go for
tainted
it.
by this shit.
Okay.
So I'm not coming at this from like, you know, already conclusions and then I just want this to be the case and I'm working there.
Okay.
But with each of these things, I'm reading, I'm learning. Not all this shit came from Finkelstein. I fucking just admitted I haven't read this fucking report. My understanding of this report does come from Finkelstein. Like, I don't know how much more honest I can be about this shit.
Uh-huh.
So no, I'm not like arriving at conclusions and getting there. I'm being, you know, when I'm reading someone else's material, describing these situations, I am being led down a path of explanation, right? It's not just this is the bad, worst thing ever, but then I go find research to support it because it feels good.
Gotcha. Okay, hold on real quick. Jesus, so many things. Okay, somebody keeps linking this in chat. There have been much discussion about the legality of Israel's decision to take action on a flotilla of ships from other states in international waters. The relevant law relating to international waters is governed by the Convention on the High Seas, Geneva 1958, ratified by Israel in 1961, and likely to be customary international law. Article 2 of the Convention states that the high seas being open to all nations and freedom of the high seas comprises freedom of navigation. Article 4 states that every state has the right to sail ships under its flag in the high seas, and Article 6.1 states that when ships sail under the flag of a state, they shall be subject to its exclusive jurisdiction in the high seas. Article 11.3 states that no arrest or detention of the ship, even as a measure of investigation, shall be ordered by any authorities other than those of the flag state. Article 22.1 states that a warship which encounters a foreign merchant ship on the high seas is not justified in boarding her unless there is reasonable ground for suspecting A, that the ship is engaged in piracy, or B, that the ship is engaged in the slave trade, or C, the ship is of the same nationality as the warship. There is no piracy if any action is not committed for private ends. It follows from the above that all interference with a merchant ship under any pretense beyond the 3-mile limit is prima facie illegal. So prima facie meaning like just written as the rules. If you're doing something, it's illegal. I believe that's what prima facie means, right? So if the facts are like I murdered somebody and or I killed somebody with no reason and the state wants to take me to court and part of the facts of the case are, one is I killed somebody, you'd say, well, prima facie you have a case. If two, it's like, well, I didn't kill somebody, but I looked at them really mean and 5 years later they, like fell off a fucking building and drowned, right? Prima facie, I don't have a case. There's no, like, you're not even on the letter law, right? Okay, that's what prima facie means, I think. Okay, but however, I don't know what this website
read the
is.
next page or read the next paragraph.
Yes. The flotilla was reportedly attacked about 70 to 75 miles off the coast of Gaza outside an Israeli-declared exclusion zone. However, the Convention on the Territorial Sea does not recognize such exclusion or security zones, and the International Law Commission considered that extreme vagueness of the term security would open the way for abuses. Furthermore, Brownlee notes that the International Law Commission and the majority of states do not accept the legality of security zones, and therefore are unlikely to regard an ambulatory exercise of a right of anticipatory self-defense in any favor. So this legal analysis here rejects the idea that you can ever have not embargoes, blockades. So if you want to roll with that, that's fine. But to say that all interference is prima facie illegal because this particular legal analysis rejects the idea of exclusion zones is a little bit silly, because my guess is going to be nobody else in the world runs their waters that way, number one. And number two, is it the San Remo manual? Is this what I'm... Oh, God, bro. I don't want to know any of this. Okay. Blockade. It sounds like, is it the San Remo manual.
I just want to say, like, there are so many other bigger things I have bigger issues with than this one.
I understand and I love you and I appreciate that, but this is like all of it comes down here, and this is where my mind, I'm admitting to you, like, and my mind is being poisoned, okay, by the Mossad and by the IDF, because every time I'm given these situations and I dig and I dig and I dig, it just seems to like get flimsier and flimsier and flimsier to a very frustrating degree. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe at the end of all this, like, oh, okay, yeah, it was pretty fucked up. Okay, so I believe that the San Marino manual is what is being cited here. I believe, yes, that's what Israel is citing, and I believe this has been ratified, or at least is being used by a whole bunch of different people. It sounds like everybody agrees, or a lot of people agree. We can look it up. San Remo manual, Wikipedia, that international waters, San Remo.
And I have not read this.
That's fine. On international law applicable to our Constitution, it was adopted in June 1994 by the International Institute of Humanitarian Law after a series of roundtable discussions held between 88 and 94 by diplomats and naval and legal experts. It is the only comprehensive international instrument that has been drafted on the law of naval warfare since 1913. So this sounds like the manual. It sounds like it. I could be wrong because I don't know anything about this, and I didn't before 2 hours ago, okay? It sounds like, from what I've read, this is the manual. Oh, they've even got a little Gaza flotilla right here. That this is the manual that, okay. This is the manual that people use when talking about blockades. So I'm just saying that this website, this link here, is dog shit because it's not taking into account that other group of internationally codified naval laws. Maybe they've got a good reason for it, but this website's not taking that into account, so it's yeah, okay. All right, hold on. Boom, boom, close, close. Okay. Israel. In this chapter, we shall survey the security situation that led to the imposition of the naval blockade on the Gaza Strip, and we shall also examine whether the naval blockade that was an imposition on the Gaza Strip is consistent with the rules of international law. The legal analysis in the chapter shall be divided into several parts. The first part of this chapter shall present in brief the complex factual background concerning the legal status of the Gaza Strip, the status of Gaza's territorial waters. Okay. Wait, somebody said page 104.101. 100... Oh, claims regarding collective punishment. An issue that has been addressed is whether the blockade and Israel's land crossing policy are a form of collective punishment that is contrary to the rules of international humanitarian law. This is a very serious claim. Under the circumstances, it is important to analyze the concept of collective punishment, understand its basis in law, and potential relevance to the case at hand. The suggested basis in treaty law for this concept is found in Article 33 of the Fourth Geneva Convention. In Article 50 of the Hague Relations of 1907, which prohibit the punishment of a protected person because of acts that they did not commit independently or for which he is not otherwise responsible. This prohibition was also recognized in the first additional protocol and the second additional protocol as a basic guarantee for all civilians and injured, blah, 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 blah. The various commentaries of the International Committee of the Red Cross provide a particularly broad interpretation of the term collective punishment. The commentary to Article 33 of Geneva Convention 4 indicates that collective penalties refers not to sentences pronounced by a court, but rather penalties of any kind inflicted on persons or entire groups for acts these persons have not committed. Actually, here's a quick question, okay? Fuck me. Okay. I'm trying not to get blackpilled on the fucking, on like the UN HRC shit. Here's just a question that I have, and I'm curious what your answer with this would be. Based on how I've heard collective punishment defined by the United Nations Human Rights Council, would it not be the case that every single embargo or every single sanction ever would be a form of collective punishment?
I think it has to do with the impact that you're having and your reasons for doing it. Like, so I think motivation is one.
Wait. That's not what the UN HRC is. I don't want to hear your argument. The HRC's argument. It seems like they're saying anytime civilians are punished as a result of targeting like a terrorist organization or regime, it amounts to like a war crime or a human rights abuse or contravention of international law.
I think
wouldn't that every single sanction ever then be violating this?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, it's just one of those things that, how much did you preach during COVID times about trusting institutions? Like during COVID, during the Trump investigations. All that
institutions
stuff.
are super important. I don't know where this institution comes from. I'm not sure, but I'm curious. Or where they come from. Okay, sanctions, collective punishment. Because when I'm reading, admittedly, I'm being very, 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 very flagrant here. Admittedly, it sounds like what Israel is arguing or is about to argue, based on the little bit I've read here, it sounds like what Israel's going to argue is that when international law speaks about collective punishment, what they're actually talking about is, let's say that me and another, troop, we get into a conflict, and let's say that we capture 53 soldiers, okay? we bring the 53 soldiers back, and my brother got killed by one of the other soldiers here. I'm going to beat the shit out of every single one of these soldiers. It sounds like that's what they're talking about when they say collective punishment.
I know after Cass led, when the Goldstone report came out, they referred to it as collective punishment, like the war itself was a form of collective punishment.
Sure, but also refers to other types of sanctions, harassment, or administration acting to a group in retaliation for an act committed by an individual, such who refers to the group. Such punishments therefore target persons who have no responsibility for committed the conduct in question. This is other types of sanctions. Historically used as a deterrent tool by occupying powers to prevent attacks and persistent movements, collective punishment are acts committed by individuals during an armed conflict permitted by the IHL against prisoners of war or other protected persons. The following persons are protected by international humanitarian law: wounded, sick, and shipwrecked, prisoner of war, civilian persons who, because of a conflict or occupation, are in the power of a party whose nationality they do not possess.
So they consider that, and I think that was a ruling after the 2009 thing, but I think it's been reaffirmed before in 2011. I think, not sure, that like these people are the responsibility of Israel because they are still considered in their control.
Well, yeah, everybody agrees with that. I would never argue that. That's for sure, of course, yeah. If there was like somebody that came into the Gaza Strip, like actually, even if a foreign army started to invade the West Bank, I'm pretty sure Israel would have an obligation to defend the West Bank from a foreign invader. I think they would have that obligation. Okay. Medical and religious personnel, civil defense personnel, persons assigned cultural property. Because of a conflict or action and the power of a party whose nationality they do not possess. What? I'm curious why protected persons. Shouldn't they also just include civilians?
You should. I know that those books are long and all that stuff, but I'm totally copying to getting my information on the flotilla primarily from.
No, that's fine. I would just never read a Finkelstein book. I would go to like another primary source or something else.
Right, but like he makes the analysis of all the points you're making and sources it. So check his sources, because again, that's what I did. So like.
Well, yeah, but like, hold on. Wait, can you show me this? You made a very clear statement earlier saying that Finkelstein claimed that the Turkel Commission didn't address this.
There's a whole. That's why I said give me time, because
Sure.
I need to go through and grab it all.
Okay, sure. What was the name of that book again?
Method and Madness.
Okay. What was the name of my e-reader, guys? I'm not gonna remember it. E-reader, fuck.
And I think Dangerous and Reckless Act is the chapter.
Christ. Caliber. Okay. You said Method and Madness, correct?
Can we take a real quick break for a second? Will you play that clip for Forethought?
Oh. Oh god, hold on, I got so much shit up.
You're welcome, buddy.
Don't need this.
It's one of those YouTube links.
Yeah,
Link it, chat.
Jesus. What is this? Okay, streamable. I want to read this if I can.
Do you support regime change?
Of Hamas, absolutely. I don't think Hamas should govern.
But therefore,
govern
you
outside.
support regime change in any
Yes.
government where you
Of
do not
Hamas?
believe. No, in any government where you do not believe that person should be there, you support regime change. Assuming they meet a certain threshold of badness, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, that's not how democracy works.
Okay, so you don't think if Hitler was democratically elected, you don't support regime change of Hitler?
Yeah.
You're just, so like
I'm sorry. Again, like
You're
Hitler.
fine with
You just went from Hamas to Hitler. How many people has
Yeah,
Hamas
I think
killed in
that's-
the
I
last
think
20
that's
years?
So I think I collected myself after I made this point, but my point is that we were talking again what we talked about earlier: democratically elected, our involvement, all that.
Wait, why not
stuff.
you should just bite the bullet? Yeah, you would oppose the deposition. You should oppose it. But
Well, no,
that's not even a crazy argument.
no,
Hold on.
I
Wait,
said-
hold on. That's not even a crazy argument. If Hitler was fairly democratically elected, you can't just go in and depose the leader, even if they've made like crazy statements. Yeah, that's obviously true. Wait, was this supposed to
No,
be?
and that's what I say after. Is that like once I fucking collect myself, I say, "Are we talking right after he's elected?" Because at that point, it's like No,
You don't
but
support-
after like all the shit he did, then it's like, okay, well, yeah, we go to
Yeah,
war.
what
we
is World
fucking-
War II going to look like if Hitler gets elected? Fuck, was it in 33? When did Hitler first get elected to fucking
3 or
Parliament?
4?
If I got that, oh my god, I'm such a fucking. The Adderall has activated my brain. I'm on the limitless drug. I don't even know how I knew this, and I just fucking knew it. Okay, sorry. Yeah, hold on. No, wait. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. I'm so curious as opposed to my subreddit. Lycan's brain breaks. I didn't actually watch the clip because I was out of town. It's not a big jump. He's arguing to keep Hitler in power. Never concede. Okay, hold on. You guys are unhinged. So every single person in this thread, keep in mind, all of you fucking retards are saying the United States should have invaded fucking Germany in 1933 to depose the leader? The argument is unhinged. Should we have also invaded in whatever year to depose the leaders of fucking Japan and fucking Italy as well? Wait, what? Okay, never mind. LOL, no one is saying that? Well, then what's the point of the hypothetical? The policy of appeasement is known to have been a major failure. Okay, hold on. Fully admitting that my World War II history is pretty bad. I'll admit that, okay? However, when they talk about appeasement, I don't think they're talking about electing their leaders. I'm pretty sure they were talking about small-scale invasions and seizing territory and letting Hitler keep it. Wasn't that appeasement? Wasn't that the whole point of appeasement? Appeasement wasn't, oh, you guys can run your own elections. I thought appeasement was like you're doing things that are solely breaking agreements from the fucking Treaty of Versailles, and you're starting to like fucking conquer shit, and we're just gonna let you like chill or whatever. Wasn't that the point of appeasement? Is there no threshold where a democratically elected leader could be worse than the consequences of regime change? Yeah, there absolutely are points where democratically elected leaders could be worse than the consequences of regime change. But you can't just coup a leader because you think it's worse. Like, how do we even qualify that? That's an insane contravention of any international or moral or ethical standard I can ever think of. With the only exception being, and that's why I had a hard time answering the question earlier, I don't know how I feel if like an actual terrorist group is elected leader. That's a hard one. Say, for instance, in Syria, some wild fucking shit happens and Bashar al-Assad actually did get fucking assassinated. The FSA gets toppled, the Kurds get kicked out, Turkey's pushed back and everything. And all of a sudden, ISIS is now like the leading government in Syria. Do you have a right to topple the regime of ISIS? I don't know. That's a hard one. On that, I think I very slightly lean towards no. Very slightly. But I don't know. That's a hard one. I hope I gave the same answer for Hamas in 2006. Like, did the United States have a right to try to funnel weapons to the Fatah and depose Hamas? I think I very slightly lean towards no. I don't think you should do that. I don't think you can contravene the democratic will of the people there, assuming that ISIS was elected and all that. But, like, it's a really close one. It's a really close one. Okay.
Yes, I do think if Hamas could be regime change now, it should happen. Problem is that if you have any understanding of these type of organizations, you're not going to fucking do that so easily.
Sure. Okay. All right. Where were we?
So do you want to read this like yourself off stream? Like, because again, I want you to go through like sources and figure out, again, I am totally movable. You read through some shit and you're like, this is bullshit. These conclusions are bad. But he makes multiple points as to why.
Oh yeah. I just want to do the collective punishment thing real quick, and then I won't. Yeah. Okay. On the 31st of May 2010, a humanitarian flotilla en route to Gaza carrying some 10,000 tons of supplies and 700 passengers came under attack, and this is a reading from Finkelstein's book. This is chapter 4, Dangerous and Reckless Act. Okay. Okay. On the 31st of May 2010, a humanitarian flotilla en route to Gaza carrying some 10,000 tons of supplies and 700 passengers came under attack in international waters by Israeli commandos. By the end of the nighttime Israeli assault, 9 passengers aboard the flagship Mavi Marmara had been shot dead. 8 were Turkish citizens. 1 was a dual U.S.-Turkish citizen. The details of this massacre are in an important respect beside the point. The consensus among human rights and humanitarian organizations was and remains that the Israeli blockade of Gaza constitutes a form of collective punishment in flagrant violation of international law. This summary is wild. That is a wild summary here, but okay. Israel accordingly had no right to use force to enforce an illegal blockade. Israel's concomitant claim that its attack on the Mavi Marmara was an act of self-defense also does not pass legal muster. I like how he cites these as just like everybody agrees, but clearly that wasn't the case. There's a lot of back and forth argument over like international.
You got to look at the citations then, right? Like
No, hold on. That's fake news. That's bullshit. Look at the citations. Doesn't actually work here. Unless he's citing something that literally says every legal expert agrees. Even in just the fucking wiki, and then even in this other law site we read, there are like multiple competing like international naval standards. There's tons of legal professors that are making back and forth, and we even have 2 separate commissions. I'm sorry, hold on, 3. We had the first UN one said that it was illegal, the blockade was illegal. The second one disagreed and said it wasn't illegal. And now we have an Israeli, the Turkle Commission, that's also saying it's not illegal. I'm sure there might have been other...
And that's one of his main points of contention in this chapter.
Sure, but I'm just saying that if even the UN itself is conflicted on the legality of the blockade, it's incredibly dishonest, bordering on academic fraudulence for him to claim that it is widespread agreement that the blockade is illegal. That is not at all what I saw. And considering the fact that the UN Secretary General themselves had a panel with 4 members where they said the blockade was legal, it's wild for him to cite like Amnesty International or other human rights orgs and say that, oh, well, the blockade was clearly legal.
Sorry, what's the line? Where does it start?
It's the 3rd paragraph on the 4th chapter.
Consensus among human rights and humanitarian organizations. That's the one you have contention with?
Wait. Well, his framing of the entire raid is ridiculously one-sided, but the details of, and he tries to hand wave that by saying the details of the massacre are in an important respect beside the point. That's an insane statement, but whatever. This sentence. The consensus among human rights and humanitarian organizations was and remains that the Israeli blockade of Gaza constitutes a form of collective punishment in flagrant violation of international law. That's not, I don't think you can just say the consensus, right? What?
Well, we'll take a note on that and give him a pushback on that one.
Oh, fuck. Sorry, hold on. Okay. I hate this guy. And I hate this guy. Okay. In my opinion, my AP English 4, high school student opinion, if I were to write a sentence and I were to say, the consensus among human rights and humanitarian organizations was and remains that the Israeli blockade of Gaza constitutes a form of collective punishment in flagrant violation of international law. Israel accordingly had no right to use force to enforce a legal blockade. If I wrote that sentence in high school, and then my footnote, the footnote that he uses to justify that claim is the singular UN report. Does that singular UN report...
Is that not multiple sources?
This is one source. It says the most authoritative legal analysis is a document prepared by an investigative mission mandated by the UN Human Rights Council, report of the International Fact-Finding Mission to investigate violations of international law, including international humanitarian human rights law, resulting from the Israeli attack on the flotilla of ships carrying humanitarian assistance from the 27th of September 2010.
No, it's one source.
The mission was headed up by a retired judge of the International Criminal Court and included the former chief prosecutor of the United Nations Special Court for Sierra Leone. It concluded that the blockade was inflicting disproportionate damage upon the civilian population in the Gaza Strip, and as such, the interception could not be justified and was considered illegal. One of the principal motives behind the imposition of the blockade was a desire to punish the people of the Gaza Strip for having elected Hamas. The combination of this is one UN report saying this, and there's a UN report that comes out months later that disagrees. Why can he put that one footnote?
He talks about that report.
Sure, but why can he put that one footnote and say that there is the consensus among human rights and humanity? Shouldn't you have more footnotes to prove a consensus? This isn't necessarily your fault. I'm just saying that's shoddy writing at best. If I was writing a paper, I can say the UN said in this report, but to say there's a consensus and to have one footnote there, the only reason I'm coming down hard on him too is because I've listened to his talks. This guy jerks off his footnotes a lot. He's like, nobody's ever accused me of having footnotes. This is the second one that I've pretty thoroughly investigated. The other one was in reference to that.
Take that note. That sounds like
Barack
a good
Obama
question. Take that note for your debate with them. Why do you feel confident saying this is the consensus and you only cite one document?
Oh, Jesus. Okay. Questions for Norm.
Regarding the Mavi Marmara.
Why do you say consensus says blockade illegal, but only cite one footnote? Chapter 4 of Method and Madness. Okay, let me keep reading on this couple paragraphs here to see what he says, okay? Israel's concomitant claim that its attack on the Mavi Marmara was an act of self-defense also does not pass legal muster. A tenet of law establishes that no legal benefit or right can be derived from an illegal act. Okay, and then he cites some Latin here. Consequently, Israel cannot claim a right of self-defense that arises because of an illegal blockade. On the other hand, the passengers aboard a convoy in international waters carrying humanitarian relief to a beleaguered population had every right to use force in self-defense against what was, in effect, a pirate raid. I wonder what he's citing here. He's citing the exact same... Sorry, I shouldn't laugh. I'm sorry. He's citing the same fact-finding report. Still, it bears notice that Israel's explanation for the deaths has been refuted by authoritative accounts of what transpired. The official Israeli account would have it that peaceful commandos, armed only with paintball rifles, were ambushed and lynched by a phalanx of radical anti-Western machete-wielding bloodthirsty jihadists, and that the Israelis used armed force only as a last resort in self-defense. In fact, Israeli combatants in inflatable boats abutting the Mavi Marmara opened fire with tear gas, smoke, and stun grenades, and perhaps plastic bullets, and helicopters hovering above them opened fire with live ammunition before any commando had rappelled on the deck. This is... what is he sourcing for this? Oh, wait, what? Hold on, I'm sorry. Page 112.
Paragraph 112 of the, it looks like it's talking about the UN one.
Yeah.
That's the globe, yeah.
Okay, he cites this footnote saying that, hold on, let me just reread his
To be
sentence.
fair, he's not citing a footnote. That's a footnote where you're reading, but he cites the report. 112 to 114.
No, he's saying... He's saying helicopters hovering above then opened fire with live ammunition before any commandos had rappelled on deck. That's his claim, and he's citing the fact-finding mission number 112 here. Let's see what they say. Initial attempts to board the Mavi Marmara from the sea. Israeli Zodiac boats made a first attempt to board the Mavi Marmara from the sea shortly before 4:30 a.m. Several Zodiac boats approached the ship at the stern from both the port and starboard sides. The approach was accompanied by the firing of non-lethal weaponry onto the ship, including smoke and stun grenades, tear gas, and paintballs. Plastic bullets may also have been used at the stage. However, despite some claims that live ammunition was also fired from the Zodiac boat, the mission is not satisfied that this was the case. The Israeli force attempted to board the ship through the attaching ladders to the hull. Passengers engaged in efforts to repel the attempted boarding using the ship's water hoses and the throwing of various items at the boats, including chairs, sticks, that were readily to hand. The initial attempt to board the ship proved unsuccessful. It is the view of the mission that the Israeli forces should have reevaluated their plans when it became obvious that putting their soldiers on board the ship may lead to civilian casualties.
And what's the last paragraph? Because he cites that one too.
Landing soldiers from helicopters onto the Mavi Marmara just minutes after soldiers from the Zodiac boats had made initial unsuccessful attempts to board. The first helicopter approached the ship at approximately 4:30 hours, hovering over the top deck. At this point, between 10 and 20 passengers were located in the central area of the top deck. Although this number increased as other passengers learned of events at the top deck, the Israeli forces used smoke and stun grenades in an attempt to clear an area for landing of soldiers. The first rope that was let down from the helicopter was taken by passengers and tied to a part of the ship of the top deck and thereby rendered ineffective for the purposes of soldiers' descent. A second rope was then let down from the helicopter and the first group of soldiers descended. The mission does not find it plausible that soldiers were holding their weapons and firing as they descended on the rope. However, it is concluded that live ammunition was used from the helicopter onto the top deck prior to the descent of the soldiers. Okay.
Which is his claim.
That's good. Okay, so it's here at the very, very, very bottom.
I'm sorry, is Lex, your chat's spamming, is Lex super chatting you?
This is old. I responded a long time ago. He's got it at the bottom. Okay, good job. Okay, where are we at here? Wait. Somebody said live ammo could be stun and smoke grenades. No. Live ammunition, I've never heard live ammunition referred to as anything besides
bullets.
Bullets. Never in my life heard that before. Okay. Passengers, none of whom were linked to the terrorist organization at the time of the attack, did not even prepare for injuries. and neither possessed firearms nor discharged once they seized. Captured Israeli commandos were given medical care and then escorted for release. Far from firing with restraint and only in self-defense, Israeli commandos killed the 9 passengers by shooting all but one of them multiple times. 5 were shot in the head and at least 6 were killed in a manner consistent with the extra-legal, arbitrary, and summary execution. Even if, for argument's sake, one credit... Did you watch this video?
The Mavi Marmara? No.
This is kind of wild, okay? I understand that he's got his narrative that he likes to push or whatever.
That is also, according to what we've just read, the narrative of the United Nations.
Well, no, hold on. This part here.
Which part?
The official is... Okay. He basically makes it sound like up to this point. If you read... I can reread it if you don't believe me. But he makes it sound like basically commandos are boarding the ship and the passengers were basically just chilling while commandos were like trying to board the ship. Still, it bears notice that Israel's explanation for the deaths have been refuted by authoritative accounts of what transpired. The official Israeli account would have it that peaceful commandos armed only with paintball rifles were ambushed and lynched by a phalanx of radical anti-Western, machete-wielding, bloodthirsty jihadists, and that the Israelis used armed force only as a last resort in self-defense. In fact, Israeli combatants in inflatable boats abutting the Mavi Marmara opened fire with tear gas, smoke, and stun grenades, and perhaps plastic bullets, and helicopters hovering above then opened fire with live ammunition before any commando had rappelled on deck. The passengers, none of whom were linked to the terrorist organization's time attack, did not even prepare for injuries and neither possessed firearms nor discharged once they seized. So that's like, so it sounds like he's just basically saying that like, the people on the deck were chilling, but like,
it doesn't he explicitly say they resisted?
Wait, hold on. Did it even say they tied the ladder here on this one? I don't know if he says it in his book. I don't think he says that.
I don't think he says that.
I think he says
Hold
they
on.
have the right to resist, but I don't think he ever says that they resisted anywhere here.
Hold on.
Because he tries to hand wave it all by saying the details of the massacre are in an important respect beside the point.
I'm sorry, what's your contention again? That he doesn't reference that?
What?
What's your contention again?
My contention is that he basically makes it sound like a bunch of peaceful passengers were just chilling, and these like hardcore like IDF like.
I think the point that he's making is that that they were the method that they used to get onto this boat was illicit and that and violent.
But he's implying that the people in the boat were, it seems to be like they were just largely chilling or peaceful, and they were getting fucked up for no reason. Because look at all these words he's using. He's saying the official Israeli account would have it be that peaceful commandos armed only with paintball rifles were ambushed and lynched by a phalanx of radical anti-Western, machete-wielding, bloodthirsty jihadists. He's making fun of that. That is actually what it looks like happened, though. Like, even though he's making fun of it. Okay, watch the video. This is pretty fucking wild. So this is the soldiers rappelling onto the deck.
They're tying the ladder, yeah.
Okay. And then these are all the passengers coming to fight them with, I think, with chairs and metal bars. I think the video will point it out later on. This is the second guy rappelling, third guy rappelling. They're throwing shit. I think we have chairs and bars over here. It'll point it out. Soldiers being hit with metal poles and chairs. You can see it over here. You can see another one here.
And didn't it say before this they were hitting with rubber bullets, stun grenades, and smoke grenades? Or gas or something like that?
Yeah, but they were still repelled. Guy gets thrown overboard.
The question then is, are they allowed to resist like this?
I don't
And again, it
so.
says, like...
Soldiers being hit with metal... I'm just saying that this looks a lot different than what I was just presented with his paragraphs.
Mm-hmm.
The impression here was peaceful people chilling in a boat, and that anybody that would characterize them as radical anti-Western, machete-wielding, bloodthirsty jihadists.
Wait, but again, if you're doing a raid either in an illegal raid of the boat, or you're doing it in a way that's unprovoked, disproportionate violence, and then they start to act violent in response, I think that's what the point he's making.
No,
is.
hold on. No, I reject that. If I was writing on this and I knew that it was justified, I would just say that. I would say the Israeli commandos attempted to rappel to the deck. The people on the ship felt that they were properly justified in holding off what they viewed as a pirate takeover of their boat. They fought the commandos as they came down.
Wait, real quick, do you think I'm being bad faith or that I just disagree with you?
I don't think you're being intentionally bad faith. I feel like you're very roped into this narrative. This is not what happened here.
I've
though.
also read this chapter 3 fucking times.
Sure, but
so my conclusion doesn't just account for that one page. So God, I will give you $100 if you read the entire fucking chapter and then read the other chapter about it in his other book. You can download it for free. Just read those chapters. Because you're grilling me. I don't have the recall that you do, right? So even though I've read this 3 fucking times, I can't just paint the narrative for you, right? So I have my conclusions about it. I have my feelings based on the understandings I have. I've done my own spot checks of various documents. I can't read fucking everything, just like you've read all those Wikipedia articles and I've read every single fucking book, paper, study, whatever that those are all citing. So again, I've got what I've got, but you can't criticize his narrative until you go through the whole thing, because he says this isn't really important, but he goes deeper into it in the other book that I read, which is fucking Gaza Inquest into Martyrdom, and it goes much deeper and I think addresses like a lot of the questions you have. And again, I don't have the recall to just spout it out for you.
Yeah, I understand, but I'm just like, even reading his thing, like I'm not reading more. He said, so firstly, here's the first part I'm saying. We don't need to recall anything. This implication here is that they were mostly peaceful people the entire way. If you disagree with that,
implication of
well,
that,
hold on. If you disagree with that, or if anybody else disagrees, then just later on cite me parts of this. Like, oh no, look, he pointed out that there was violent resistance, because I don't think it's in here anywhere. Maybe I'm missing the words, but if they're in here somewhere, show me. I'm curious, because that is an important part of this. Okay, it is an important characterization of this. Okay, if it is the fact that Israel, according to the UNHCR's panel, if it is the fact that they were summarily executing people on the boat, that's really bad. They should never do that. There's no excuse ever to do that. But that's bad enough on its own. Why would I have to invent more fantasy, more narrative, more myth? Because if I was somebody watching my stream and then I saw this characterization, I don't know if I would believe the UNHCR stuff at this point.
So to be clear, I think when he's saying peaceful there, I think he's referring to the mission of the boat, not referring to the people in this incident, in this moment. I think he's referring to the reason they were coming. And then
yeah, but that doesn't matter. Israel doesn't know that.
The UN report, homies roll up on it. They roll up on Zodiacs. They start.
They're knowingly going into a blockaded area and they're telling the Israeli Coast Guard to fuck off. How do you not? What's happening at that point, right?
So you know what? I think for me to properly change my opinion, we get some expert in maritime and international law to come on and talk to us.
Where's Dan at? He was in the Coast Guard. No, there's no way in maritime law this would happen. If I was an unidentified vessel.
The question, here's my things that I need, right?
Like U.S. commandos raid, or Coast Guard people raid, like drug ships coming in all the time, submersibles. If they see them, they'll just fucking raid them. They're YouTube videos, they're just raiding them. They jump in, they got guns pointed, they're ready. I know, I've seen videos of this happening before.
First of all, take a note, ask Finkelstein about this one. There's another big one. Why do you characterize it this way?
Okay.
2, I'm gonna then think of, what are you allowed to do? Yeah, I've seen that. It's a pretty fucking cool clip.
Like, how would Finkelstein describe this? Like, peaceful sailors that were out enjoying the beach were raided by violent, and these guys don't fuck around. Like, they open it, they might even toss a smoke grenade. I don't think they do. Maybe they don't. They pound it. They've got these guys are ready to fucking kill. These guys are not fucking around. There is no disabling the rudder. There is no blocking the ship with some other vessel. There is none of that. They board the submersible and they're probably ready to fight to kill.
Well, you know what that ship was, right?
It was a drug running ship. Yeah.
It's a little different than a boat where the evidence shows they knew they weren't fucking there to do crazy shit.
Well, no. They knew that these were humanitarian ships, but they don't know what's on the ships. That's the whole point, right?
But innocent until proven guilty. You don't get to just roll up and use force.
Wait, no, hold on. Innocent until proven guilty is a legal statute principle that we have in the United States that applies to citizens acting within legality, right? I can't be in international waters violating somebody else's coastal territories and then say that
it's not a warship, and there's dispute over whether or not they were allowed to have even that zone, right? Whether or not that zone is recognized.
I don't believe there's real dispute over that. That one UNHCR thing said there was, but the following UN thing said no, and I don't think anybody. And again, this is why the fuck would I care the UN thinks? The Palestinian Authority and Israel have already agreed to this.
Again, just because they agree doesn't mean that it can be legally enforced.
Well, they're enforcing it right now.
They are, yeah.
Hold on, and then let me just read this next paragraph, okay? Like, even if, for argument's sake, one credits Israel's right to... Okay, and also, I'm not being more harsh on you. I'm being harsh on Finkelstein because he jerks himself up that he reads all of this material all the time, and all of his footnotes are so good and he reads everything. We've spent 2 hours reading, and I've already seen incongruencies. And here comes another one, okay? Even if, for argument's sake, one credits Israel's right to block passage of humanitarian flotilla, its accounts still make little sense. The question remains, why, on a supposedly peaceful interception, its commandos chose to board the ship by rappelling from a military helicopter in the dark in international waters? Israel literally answers all 4 of these questions, though. They answer every single one of these questions. We've read it right here. The intention of the Israeli forces was to capture the vessel with the minimum use of force, and during such an operation, there is a great advantage to operating under the cover of darkness. As a result, the operation was carried out just before dawn, at which point the flotilla vessels were still located outside of the blockaded areas. And they also say that the reason why they intercepted them outside of blockaded areas is because they cited the San Remo manual that says that if a ship is showing that they're destined for an area that is blockaded, and they've given an intent to break that blockade, which they did when they reached out to them, then they feel like they have the international... Yeah.
Can you pull up that map again?
Which?
The one that shows the blockade. I don't remember where. You had a tab.
Fuck. This one.
So if that's is that their stated destination?
Yes, right here.
So that is outside of the blockaded area. That red line.
The red line here was the IDF. I believe it's the IDF naval vessels. That's what this is. The blockaded area is just this area here. This is where they were first contact, and then this is where the assault happened.
Similar shape to a different map. Okay. Yeah. So here are my things, right? Okay. One, the way they approach the vessel. Like, are they authorized to approach it the way they did, where they're using smoke, gas, and stun bullets? Are they allowed to do that? And is that not antagonistic? Because again, I'm not saying they acted peacefully during that. I'm not. I'm saying that they resisted. So I'm saying...
Well, here, before we get in that, can you just admit that he's asking questions here that are answered by the very report that he cites, like the next line? He says, furthermore, a quasi-official Israeli report, I don't know what quasi-official means, but furthermore, a quasi-official Israeli report issued after the commando raid repeatedly emphasized that throughout the planning process, Israeli authorities at all levels anticipated that the participants of the flotilla were all peaceful civilians and seemed to have not believed that the use of force would be necessary. So he's claiming he read the report. Why does he not know the answer to these questions that he cites at the beginning of the paragraph that's literally the answer to the report? Can you agree that that's kind of a weird thing to say that?
Wait a second, I'm reading.
Okay, sorry,
I don't
my
read
bad.
fast.
Okay, my bad.
Okay, so...
Is it the Turkle Commission is the Israeli one, right? Hold on.
All right, I want to go line by line on this.
Okay. Wait, give me 1 second. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Okay.
We can do this another day.
No, it's okay. I'm getting. Okay. Just really quick, okay? Okay. He says, the Israeli report quoted the commandos themselves testifying that we were expected to encounter activists who would try to hurt us emotionally by creating provocations on the level of curses, spitting, ... but we did not expect a difficult physical confrontation. We were expected to encounter peace activists, and therefore the prospect that we would have to use weapons or other means was ... nearly zero probability.
So That's from their report. That's their testimony.
Sure. Well,
But
here's
again from the UN. They say they rolled up on Zodiac.
Wait. Hold on, just real quick. So his citation here is annoyingly, I don't know why. He cites his own book on page 218, and he cites in his book a quote from the Turkel Commission. Okay, which is weird. I don't know why you wouldn't just recite the same. Why would you cite your own secondary source to your primary source?
That can be annoying and weird, but unless it's an incorrect citation, it's not bad. He cites less than 10%.
That's fine. So that might be that case, okay? But do you remember what I just read, right? Here's what this says here in the actual report, though, okay? See, for example, the testimony of soldier number 2. During the preparation, the message was passed that we were expected to encounter activists who would try to hurt us emotionally by creating provocations on the level of curses, spitting, removing face covering, etc., but we did not expect a difficult physical confrontation. Inquiry expansion of 29 to 10, supernova, blah, blah, blah. That one is okay. It sounds like he's saying there was a difficult physical, but okay, whatever. Testimony of soldier number 5. From the outset, we planned for a condition of resistance, but we expected resistance that in the main would attempt to prevent us from boarding the ship. We expected screams, curses, shoving, even a violent clash, but only blows, ... When I observed the incident from the helicopter, as well as during the course of the descent, I still feel that I'm descending to moderate physical resistance rather than to a combat situation. In practice, I find myself in a genuine battle. My life is in danger, and I must defend myself and the rest of the soldiers in the team that I command.
And how do you think those people felt after they rolled up on Zodiacs and started to fire rubber bullets, paintballs, did it say, tear gas, and was it stun or smoke grenades? Like, how do you think those people are feeling? Do you think that induces panic? Do you think that induces the desire to resist?
Probably, but you've already resisted. If a cop tells me that you're under arrest and I run, yeah, I'm escalating the situation, of course.
But again, that's why I said, okay, cool, under international law or maritime procedure, because Finkelstein says in here that there were other things they could have done, such as blocking the path and disabling the rudder and whatnot. So again, they go in saying, like the quotes you just read, they say, let's see, what was it? They said,
okay, let's just see. Well, I'm just curious, okay? Let's see what Israel says about this. The next issue to be determined is whether the means that Israel used to perform the capture of the flotilla vessels were in accordance with the law. The options available to state authorities seeking to stop a vessel at sea are in fact quite limited. The practical challenges are not unique to armed conflict. Operations to stop merchant vessels at sea are carried out on a regular basis, often by state and naval forces engaged in law enforcement, i.e., counter-drug operations, fisheries patrols, customs, immigration, or those acting to prevent the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction in accordance with the Proliferation Security Initiative. In a law enforcement context, the distinction between a capture and an attack is not made, since an attack is not contemplated within that framework. Nonetheless, the tactics applied in the law enforcement context to stop a vessel serve as a relevant comparison to the attempt to capture a vessel while enforcing a blockade during an armed conflict with respect to the issue of the appropriate escalation of force. The obligation under international humanitarian law to attempt to capture a neutral vessel before attacking it when enforcing a blockade is based on the principle of using force only when necessary. This principle is also applicable in a law enforcement context where the necessity for using force must be demonstrated by establishing that less forceful means were attempted and failed, or that such means would have been impossible or futile under these circumstances. Typically, the escalation of the use of force during a law enforcement operation commences with identifying a ship and its intentions, this was done, progresses to the firing of warning shots, which I don't know if you count the rubber bullets or whatever it's at, and then as a last resort, possibly using disabling fire. The required sequence of measures before resorting to the use of force begins with identifying the enforcing vessel and making its intentions clear by giving a visual auditory signal to stop. The U.S. Navy MIO doctrine provides for the use of non-violent signals and maneuvers as a first step before resorting to force. The next step in the appropriate level of force against a non-compliant vessel includes deterrent or warning measures, such as firing warning shots. The objective of warning shots is to provide a clear signal to the decision makers on board the offending ship that there is an intention to exert force if the ship does not stop. A relevant example in this context is the American case Lewin v. U.S., in which the U.S. Coast Guard had used firearms and unintentionally killed a crew member on the suspect ship. So it sounds like the United States does do this, assuming they are citing the case correctly. A different crew member forcefully resisted the takeover of the ship, and in the subsequent proceedings proceedings against him, he claimed that his use of force was justified since no warning shots had been fired. The court ruled that even though no warning shots had been fired, the defendant was well aware of the fact that there was a pursuit of the ship with the intention of stopping it by force, which was sufficient to render the defendant's use of force unjustified. So this is saying, at least insofar as U.S. law goes, if you know your ship is going to be stopped, you actually don't have a right to self-defense, which ironically is the same argument that he actually makes in here when he cites that, when Finkelstein cites here, a tenet of law establishes that no legal benefit or right can be derived from an illegal act. And he does this Latin here, ex injuria non orbiter use or whatever, right? What he's saying there is if you're engaged in an illegal action, let's say I go to rob a store and the person attacks me, I can't self-defense and kill that guy and say, well, I was self-defense because I'm already committing an illegal act, right?
And
so
he's referring to the, I assume he's referring to the enforcement of the blockade.
that's what he's, well, or the initial boarding of the ship is what he's saying, right? And they're citing the same essentially type of legal thing.
Right, but the enforcement of the blockade through the boarding of the ship, because he's citing the, I think in that paragraph, he's citing the UN report again.
Sure, that's fine, but I'm just saying that's the same legal principle is at work here, right? After the use of deterrent measures, the next level includes a show of force, such as disabling fire, which means employing firearms to stop the ship without using force against the passengers themselves. The appropriateness of using disabling fire depends upon the nature of the enforcement action being undertaken. For instance, it has been suggested that disabling fire is lawful in a PSI context because of the importance to counter the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, and it is certainly contemplated in the context of maritime interdiction operations to, inter alia, enforce UN Security Council resolutions. The use of disabling fire is indeed an option when enforcing a blockade during an armed conflict, particularly in light of the fact that resistance to capture renders a vessel a military objective. The use of disabling fire in this context would constitute an attack under international humanitarian law. At the same time, however, its use would have been both lawful and a reasonable escalation in force prior to considering an attack that could sink the vessel. So it sounds like, if I'm to understand this correctly, it sounds to me like what Israel is saying is that if you were to actually fire on the ship, that's like a different type of attack against a vessel than like boarding a ship and taking it over, if I'm understanding what they're saying. So something like disabling a rudder seems like it might be considered, maybe if I'm understanding, that shooting to disable a boat might be a greater threat to violation of international humanitarian law than boarding a vessel and taking it over, possibly, if I'm understanding this correctly. The evidence brought before the commission demonstrates that throughout the planning process, it was clear to those planning the operation that violence would not be used against the flotilla vessels, i.e. the actual ships themselves. From the evidence, it appears that among the factors that weighed heavily on those who planned the operation against the use of force was the presence of over 500 civilians on board the Mavi Marmara and a significant number of civilians on the remaining ships. Potential collateral casualties and damage had to be factored into the consideration. That's the factoring that you initially said that Israel never does, but they are doing here. Okay. Furthermore, the use of disabling fire would not necessarily have been effective under the circumstances because the typical merchant ship is often able to survive even prolonged disabling fire by the weapons and ammunition allowed by the use of force doctrines. While the Israeli authorities used less force than would have been permissible under international law, another issue which has been the subject of considerable debate in the media and elsewhere is whether they should have used intermediate levels of force. One question is whether they should have chosen to use water cannons or similar devices to either cause the vessels to heave to or to create a sterile environment on the top decks of the Mavi Marmara, which would have permitted the Israeli Navy commandos to board or land on the ships without being threatened by any of its passengers. While these suggestions are attractive in theory, the reality is that the technical ability to compel a fleeing vessel to stop is exceedingly limited. As noted in one study on the use of force in maritime environment, a variety of low-level force tactics have been tried over the years, including low-level passes by aircraft, physically blocking or even shouldering the fleeing vessel, directing fire hose steams into the vessel's fleeing exhaust stack to flood the engine, deploying blah, blah, blah. Oh, so they cite some study here, 783. It's already somewhere else, right? These tactics have enjoyed only limited success and often pose considerable danger to the ship, the crew, and any passengers on board. Here's a question. Do you think it's plausible that Israel might have worried that if they would have shot and disabled the ship, that if that ship starts sinking, they've actually created a humanitarian crisis?
Absolutely.
Okay.
But hold on.
Go ahead.
So, again, from furthermore, a quasi-official Israeli report, and this is everything we just read, but I want to reiterate it again so I can make my point. Furthermore, a quasi-official Israeli report issued after the command raid repeatedly emphasized that, quote, throughout the planning process, end quote, Israeli authorities at all levels anticipated that, quote, the participants in the flotilla were all peaceful civilians, end quote, and, quote, seemed not to have believed that the use of force would be necessary, end quote. They had, quote, expected, end quote, the commandos to meet, quote, at most verbal resistance, pushing or punching, et cetera, et cetera. All that, like, maybe we'll just get some mean words or they'll shove us or whatever.
Yep.
So what I'm saying is, you know, unless there's something different in this account.
Can I ask you a quick thing on that, though? Just real quick. If that is what they were expecting, shooting the rudder would have been crazy, right?
Sure. So I'm saying, okay, cool.
That's fine. Okay. Gotcha.
Fine with all that.
Yep.
So then it's They're saying this is what we expect. Why did they roll up on Zodiacs with the rubber bullets and all that after they just said, "Nah, go fuck yourself"? Like, is that an appropriate escalation of force?
Wait, yeah. What else were they supposed to do?
They can board. They can just rappel down and board. But then they did escalatory actions with the smoke grenades, with the rubber bullets, attempting to board from the sides.
Wait. Because all of that is less dangerous than having commandos board.
So here's something. What are proper boarding procedures? Because, again, they roll up on Zodiacs trying to board, right?
Yeah, but they can't because aren't they using water cannons to repel them?
Which they are allowed to do.
No. But even if they are, hold on, wait. I'm just saying that, like, shooting, like, flash grenades and smoke grenades, that is less potentially deadly than repelling from a helicopter, no?
For the people on board?
Yes.
Then repelling on the helicopter isn't going to do anything to the people on board.
Hold on. Wait. Okay. If they're on the boats here and they're just shooting, like, flash grenades and shit up onto the deck, none of the soldiers out here are in any lethal danger.
I wasn't talking about the soldiers.
No. But that's what matters, right? Because if the soldiers out here in the water aren't in lethal danger, they have absolutely no right to be shooting at people on the deck. But once you start dropping down commandos, if somebody grabs a gun, tries to stab you, now you're in a scenario where, like, we have to kill people.
The UN report say that there's evidence bullets were fired before people descended?
Yes, but I don't know if they said they were fired at people and, like, killing people or shooting at people.
Because warning shots are, it's a shot across the bow. It's a bop, bop, bop. It's not... The report made it sound like there were bullets used.
Sure, but it didn't say they were being shot at, like, shooting people. It said shot at the top deck is what the report said. The UN report said that. I have a feeling, I could be wrong, but I have a feeling that if they were actually shooting at people, that they would say so. That'd be my guess. Unless it was part here that I missed. No, because Finkelstein probably would have...
It was 13 and 14, I think.
Yeah. It concluded that live ammunition was used from the helicopter onto the top deck prior to the descent of the soldiers. My guess is going to be if they actually shot people before descending, that would have been referenced here. That'd be my guess.
So here's my...
But also, warning shots seem to be allowed, if I'm to understand.
No, my understanding is too. Yeah.
Okay.
I have no issue with that. My issue is that with the order of operations, with them rolling up on the Zodiacs and what they're doing, whether or not that is antagonistic, inciting panic,
Wait,
and
why
whether
do you keep saying antagonistic? If a cop...
Escalatory.
Why do you keep saying escalatory? If a cop comes up to me and he says, "You're under arrest," I'm like, "Suck my dick, bitch," and I run away. I'm escalating, right? The cop is going to run and tackle me at that point, right?
But there's still restrictions on what that cop is allowed to do to you.
For sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But they're following the restrictions.
I'm saying, were they allowed to lob smoke grenades and shoot them with paintballs or rubber bullets or wherever the fuck it was?
Not only are they allowed to, the Israeli argument is they were allowed to do far more than that.
Where do you see that?
While the Israeli authorities used less force than would have been permissible under international law, they claim that they would have had right to do even more if they wanted to. The big, again, I'm only taking there because I don't know maritime international fucking waters law. They're making it sound like here that an accepted maritime thing is that shooting at ships is a really big deal, like shooting weapons at like.
Let me borrow one of your tactics.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
What would you need to hear to feel that the Israelis acted inappropriately?
One thing here's a question. This would persuade me in a different direction. What is one action that they could have taken differently to stop the vessel?
Okay. Well, I'm going to take notes. Give me a second. What is one action that what?
Just like, what is one different action that they could have taken to stop the vessels? A preferred action.
And what if the type of force they were using was not authorized? The smoke grenades and all that stuff.
I mean, it would have been, it's probably bad.
And what if they were allowed to resist?
I mean, you can be allowed to resist and like, I don't know if that factors much into my decision making, I guess.
Okay.
Like, for instance, so like, let's say, for instance, you're serving let's say you have perfectly valid reason to serve a no-knock warrant on an address. And let's say that like a friend is staying over. Let's say that you're like chilling in an apartment and then cops break down the door. No knock, they come in screaming, right? And you pull a gun. I actually think it was a black guy, maybe in Texas, I think did this, where cops no knock broke into his house and the guy shot them in self-defense. The cops might have shot back. I think a cop died. I could be wrong. But that's a situation where arguably both sides are justified. If the cops truly had reason to believe it was a dangerous area and they had a warrant signed off on by a judge, they could do it on the cops could be fully justified in breaking in. The guy out here could be fully justified in firing back. Right? I think you can, it's weird, but you can probably wind up in situations where self-defense on both sides can morally and even legally be justified, I think. Yeah.
Okay. So here is my assessment of this, is that I do agree with the UN report. Again, so some of this I cannot easily quickly defend.
Sure.
I beg you to please read these 2 chapters. This chapter and then the one in Gaza, An Inquest into Martyrdom.
Sure.
He has 2 chapters specifically dedicated to the event, to the UN report. Like this is like between this and the other chapter, the UN report that comes out, the Turkle Commission report, and then the follow-on report. And he does an analysis. You can agree or disagree with the analysis. All I'm asking for you to is read it and to check the sources and see what you disagree with. And again, I'm open to having my mind changed. But my understanding of this right now is that they escalated. The people were allowed to defend themselves. The commandos caused the panic, and that it was illegal for them to do this in the first place. So if it wasn't legal, if it was legal for them to do this, then a significant amount of my contention breaks down. A lot of this is predicated on that.
Okay, hold on.
But then also from like military and all that shit, it's like, okay, you guys had, if none of your briefing was saying you really expected anything bad from these people and that there wasn't like a significant terrorist threat or militant threat or anything like that, it's like, okay, cool. Then what maritime laws were broken, or why were they engaged the way they were? Like, what was the order of operations? Did anything happen before those Zodiacs rolled up, or was the Zodiac arriving suddenly like the fucking first thing that happened?
Wait, what?
So if we want to table this one until you read these 2 chapters, and then you can tell me what your thoughts are. But for people in chat, as well as yourself, wondering, if I've already read this, why don't I just make the argument? Again, I am not a fucking encyclopedia, and I can read this chapter multiple times, and still it is loaded with a bunch of different facts about these cases. There's some more interesting Hamas shit that you might want to question Finkelstein on.
Sure, hold on one second. Oh god, this guy triggers the fuck out of me, Lycan. He I feel like when I'm reading other stuff, I'm getting statements from people that are justifying.
Again, a lot.
Yeah, here's like a thing. I just want to point this out, and I could be totally wrong, okay? But like, this is what I feel like is the difference, okay? And I could be totally wrong, okay? This is what I feel like is the difference, okay? Here's what I feel like happens, okay? So, the Zionist hero, okay, Benjamin Juju says, I want to take over all of Palestine, okay? And then Benjamin Juju's son comes over and he fights and he kills Palestinians and he takes over Palestine. And then Benjamin Juju's son sets up the government. They make statements saying, we want to continue to blow all these guys up. And then they blow all of them up and they do it, right? This is like a good sequence of events. I've got quotes from people who are important military political leaders. I've got actions directed by them and actions performed by the states and impacts on civilizations of people, okay? This is a good telling of events. I like this. It makes sense, okay? And again, I've read shockingly little of Finkelstein. I admit that. But it feels like what Finkelstein does is Ben Juju in a children's painting when he's 6 years old says, "Mom, I hate Palestinians." 782 years later, a guy with the same name, Ben Juju, buys a piece of land in Palestine. The reason why he does this harkens back to this with no fucking evidence whatsoever. And then in the future, a new legislative body is created, and then all of the Palestinians try to engage in cyborg warfare, and they beat them all, and then they take the land, and it was all because of this guy. This is what when I'm reading his stuff, that's the narrativizing is so hard on such a weak collection of facts. Let me just read like this thing, okay? That is like, it's annoying to me, okay? Among the vessels comprised in the humanitarian flotilla, the resort to violence force was most egregious in the assault on the Mavi Marmara. Some 2/3 of the 600 passengers on this vessel were Turkish citizens, while the core contingent was alleged to be a front for a radical Islamist organization, probably with links to the ruling party in Turkey, making the Mavi Marmara a yet more tempting target. Okay, when we say tempting target, by who? Like, where is my political, and I've read up to this point, where are like the political leaders, or what is like the rationalization? Like, what's happening in Israel right now? What's going on that's like saying that like this is tempting, right? And I'm continuing to read. Recall that Turkish Prime Minister Recep Tayyip Erdogan has become increasingly outspoken in his criticism of Israel and in his determination to carve out an independent foreign policy. Okay, the flotilla represented for Israel a unique opportunity to cut the Turkish upstart down to size. A sleek, if bloody, commando raid would remind Ankara who is in charge. That's a really big statement. Like, are there leaked either emails between like a foreign ambassador, between any of the prime ministers, between any of the military leaders? Right? Sorry, yeah. I'm just saying that like the narrativizing in this.
So let's look at the two sources. At 17 was that citation, right? I'm going to get the links and send them to you. Let's look these over.
Okay.
And for integrity's sake, I have not read these links.
Or like here, like that is just in the next paragraph, and then we'll look at these. The use of violent force was also Israel's response of last resort to stem the increasing number of vessels destined for Gaza. It initially allowed shipborne humanitarian supplies to pass through, no doubt hoping that the spirits of the organizers would eventually peter out as public interest flagged. When that didn't happen, the Israeli Navy rammed and intercepted vessels en route to Gaza, but the ships kept coming. Is it so surprising that Israel would then turn to violent force? After Israel prevented a humanitarian ship from reaching Gaza in early 2009, a British-led delegation worried out loud to U.S. embassy officials in Beirut that the Israeli government would not be as lenient in the future should similar incidents occurred. Like, the loading of all of this is really intense. Like, the narrativizing is really intense. Now, that's not to say that he's wrong. He could be right. But, man, I would really love to see more statements here that are affirming, like, he's loading what the Israeli people believe hardcore. For instance, when I talk about Nasser and his motivations leading up to and beyond the Suez Crisis or into the 6-Day War, I've got a plethora of statements that he's made. I've got communications between him and other leaders. I've got speeches that he's given to the Arab trade unionists. I've got leaked conversations between him and military commanders. Like, I know what Nasser is thinking. It's consistent with all of his foreign and domestic policy. It's consistent with his communications with people in other countries, especially Jordan. It's consistent with him fighting against people in the Baghdad Pact and fighting for leadership in this region. Like, all of these things kind of planned. Like, okay, this makes sense. He wants to do this, and I fully understand why. Rather than just, if I would have like read in that Wikipedia, if it would have said Nasser was forming an allegiance with Jordan because he hated Israel and he really wanted to blow them up, and that was it, I'd be like, the fuck? Well, how do I know that? Am I just supposed to believe that? Did he really hate Israel? Right? That's what I'm. Yeah, I guess that's my issue when I read some of this stuff. Is it? But okay, I'm gonna read the article that you link now. Okay.
All right, there are going to be two. So give me a second.
Mm-hmm. Are you suggesting his standard is less than your own? Yes. Nasser is a perfect example of your narrativizing to revision the consensus of history. I don't know if I'm fighting any historical consensus. I'm not saying, hold on, let me be clear what I'm saying. I'm not saying I never or nobody ever narrativizes. You have to you have to have some kind of narrative, right? We have to tell a story with history. And we all narrativize, but I'm saying that like you need to support your narratives, I think. It's important to have like supporting material to support the narrative, right? And I just don't feel like Finkelstein has given me that. Maybe it was in earlier chapters. If I'm being super,
I think for I think for this book, like he says in the beginning, like this is he's trying to highlight some key issues with like the 4 massacres, like what led up to it. And I think the big part of this is he's making the argument that that this is illegal, and through the events of this, from the initial from the incident to the UN report to the Turkle report to the follow-on report, and then his dissection of all of that information, he makes the argument that it is that it is an illegal.
Sure, I understand
blockade.
that. Right now, I'm only talking about.
So I'm just saying that for this,
Uh-huh.
like, and I made this argument to Forethought, like when he argued about Egypt not being mentioned, is like, you could be upset that like this is narrativizing it in a way that's whitewashing it, that's not showing certain critical information, but to his greater point is this incident and the role it played in like rulings on the blockade.
Yeah, sure. We can get that. I'm just saying that, like, the narrativizing is crazy. If the assault on the flotilla couldn't have shocked those in the loop, it also didn't shock seasoned observers of the Israeli scene. Oh, okay, so we're going to get good quotes now. And the quote is, "The violent interception of civilian vessels carrying humanitarian aid, Israeli novelist Amos Oz reflected, was the rank product of the Israeli mantra that what can't be done by force can be done with even greater force." Why do I, no offense to this guy, why the fuck do I care what an Israeli novelist is saying? Like, where are my quotes from, like, the Prime Minister of Defense, from the
I mean, there are tons of these in here.
Okay,
In his
maybe
book,
they're
yeah.
in here, but damn, it would have been nice to have any of these in this part. Why would I care
Which
about
citation is that?
Under citation 20. I'm hoping his citation is correct. I'm not even challenging if the citation is right or wrong. I'm just saying, why the fuck do I care what an author thinks? Is he like a preeminent like Israeli historian or something as well? I've never heard
It
of
was a New York Times, I think, op-ed that he was citing.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know why. We just, I don't know. I don't know. Okay, that's okay. Okay, I'm reading this article. Once viewed only as a political nuisance by Israel's government, the group behind the NASA aid flotilla has grown since its inception 4 years ago into a broad international movement that now includes Islamist organizations that Israeli intelligence agencies say pose a security threat to the Jewish state. The Free Gaza movement's evolution is among Israel's chief reasons for conducting Monday morning's raid on a ship carrying medicine, construction materials, school paper, and parts for Gaza's defunct water treatment plant. The movement once drew its support almost entirely from activists and donors in Australia, Britain, and the United States, but the ship that Israeli forces stormed Monday morning was operated by a Turkish charity that Israeli intelligence agencies and others contend has connections to radical Islamist groups. The raid left 9 activists dead and at least 8 U.S. citizens in Israeli custody. The movement's leadership rejects Israeli claims of an Islamist takeover. That's absolutely ridiculous, says Ramzi Kisia, who sits on the board of the U.S. arm of the Free Gaza movement. There's always been an expectation that Israel would try to set an example with one of these flotillas, but the fact that they did so in this way is absolutely insane. The Israeli government is out of control. Itamar Rabinovic, a former Israeli ambassador to Washington, said that there was a qualitative change to this Gaza aid mission compared with earlier ones that Israel's Navy had let pass. He said that the group on the Mavi Marmara vessel was a front for a radical Islamist organization, probably with links to the ruling party in Turkey, which less hawkish Israeli governments than the current one have pointed to as a model of appropriate Islamist rule. He called the aid mission a provocation. And we walked right into that trap. Israel's government has long divided Palestinian advocacy groups, many of them, and then I don't know what the rest is. One of the goals is to bring in actual material, said Adam Shapiro, a Free Gaza Movement board member whose wife, Huwaidi Araf, was aboard one of the boats seized before dawn Monday. There's a political component, blockade is a form of collective punishment. Nearly everyone talks about how it shouldn't be in place, but never does anything about it. We're showing you that you must act. Okay, what?
The other one was the second citation.
What was the
for
footnote
that.
for this?
That was 7. That was 17, and there were 2 articles. I linked both.
Okay. He cites this article for some 2/3 of the 600 passengers of this vessel were Turkish citizens, while the core contingent was alleged to be a front for a radical Islamist organization, probably with links to the ruling party in Turkey, making the Mavi Marmara a yet more tempting target. Okay. Why wouldn't he name the ambassador? This ambassador is, haven't we read about this guy quite a bit? I feel like it's a relatively, that's the United States in the 90s and former chief negotiator of Syria between 93 and 96. Was this guy involved in the Oslo Accords? Is that why we know about this guy? Maybe not. I feel like I've read this name before. Or maybe it's Jackanabic or whatever. Fuck, I don't know. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Okay.
And then there was the other link that was part of that citation.
Flotilla was preventable. There were political courses of action available. Major General Giora Eland said it was possible to prevent the May 31st flotilla to Gaza by political means, speaking in an interview with Reshett Bet Friday. 3 months before the flotilla, there were many courses of action which could have prevented it, said Eland had a military commission charged with conducting an internal investigation of the Gaza-bound flotilla, which was hold on. Is this the Turkle Commission? Is that what this? Hold on. Major General. Is that Glora or Giora? Not this, but this. Government resolution on determined that regardless.
So it's that maybe the Island Committee report.
Final report of the military investigation that were carried out by a committee chaired by hereafter the Eland Committee report. Okay. Which footnote is this for?
17.
Oh. Okay, interesting. It's interesting that he trusts her decision making here. First of all, wait, is this Major General? Is this a military position?
Mhm.
Okay. It's interesting that he trusts a single military leader's decision making here. A single is Israeli military, but he rejects the entire Turkle Commission that like even cites her statement. That's a little bit weird. Do you think that's kind of weird?
Hold on, what exactly does he say from her statement?
Well, at least it looks like he's sourcing her statement to say that.
Is it a dude? I think it's a dude.
Oh, whatever. Fuck.
Debate 1.
Oh wait, I don't know why the fuck he.
Well, that's what I'm reading.
Why the fuck does he source this at all? Hold on. It's about the changing political winds in Turkey and tightening ties with the IHH. He thought that this only strengthened Israel's resolve to continue with the predicted course of events, which led to the boarding of the Mavi Marmara, flagships of the flotilla. The Island Commission's report concluded that a series of operational and intelligence mistakes led to the raid in late May aboard the Mavi Marmara. The 100-page report listed a number of mistakes that had been made in the planning stages of the operation. Eland, a former head of the IDF's planning division and the National Security Council, said that he did not find any negligence in the planning and implementation of the operation. He also made it clear that there was a difference. Wait, it's a number of mistakes. Wait, is this Eland's commission? Why does Eland disagree with what the Eland Commission says? Did not find any negligence in the planning and implementation of the operation. He also made it clear that there was a difference between operational failures and operational mistakes, and that he had only found mistakes, not failures. Oh, okay. Jesus.
Slammed the Navy for not preparing a plan B and instead chose to board the flotilla despite heavy presence of activists on board. Israel Navy went on high alert Thursday in preparation for another flotilla amid forecasts that 2 vessels from Lebanon were preparing to depart for the Gaza Strip in an effort to break the blockade by the end of the week. 2 ships are expected to depart Tripoli on either Friday, blah, 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 blah.
Jesus. Okay. Oh, jeez. Okay. Damn. Okay. My brain. Let's relax. Okay. Where are we at on from all of this?
I mean, so I think, you know, I think you should read those 2 chapters. I'll go back and read them again.
And what am I supposed to get from reading these chapters?
I came away thinking the incident is illegal. That he offers evidence that.
Well, but it sounds like he's not going to make that argument. He's just going to source the UN report.
No, he will make that argument. So read these 2 chapters. We'll make you something special for dinner, as a reward, a little treat. I've already said what it would take to change my mind. That the enforcement of the blockade was legal. That the method in which they approached was, you know, the best possible method, and that the people on board had no right to resist. I think those are the 3. And it's even that one's the less like fuck it. If the commandos did their best possible course of action and they were within their right to do so, then what issue would I have? Except for the other piece, which is that every evidence that I've seen so far shows that they knew these people weren't like heavily armed motherfuckers that they needed to go hard on.
Yeah, but they weren't heavily armed. They were
No, they weren't. Yeah.
Yeah.
But they still seemed to go pretty hard in the beginning. So like.
Well, but they didn't go hard in the beginning, Lycan.
The Zodiacs, the smoke and.
What? The
stun.
Zodiacs are an example of not going hard.
When you're trying to board with smoke, stun, and
yeah,
and
that's
rubber
not.
bullets,
You're using non-lethal means to get on the ship.
Just because that's non-lethal doesn't mean that is an appropriate.
Okay, hold on,
step.
wait. I'm having a psychosis moment.
Why'd you pick
give
up a
me-
knife?
Oh, I play with shit on my desk. Sorry. Hold on. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm having a psychotic break. Can you give me one alternative? You're saying that was escalatory. What was one alternative that wouldn't have been to get on board a ship?
They said, I think one of the things he says is blocking their path.
That's the study that they cited here. We can fight with the study or not. Says that like apparently trying to block ships is just highly ineffective. Number one, and number two, can we agree that?
So here's what.
Wait. Can we agree if a ship were to crash into another ship blocking the path, you've created a way bigger humanitarian crisis, right?
So what I think, this is my opinion, is that they monitor the ship. They let the ship know we are following you. We're going to follow you to port. And again, with all their information, this isn't.
Hold on, but
can I finish?
No, because you're already off. They said that they can't follow in the port because they said that the ships probably weren't going to port because it looked like historically ships had come out from Gaza to meet the ships in the bay or whatever. They weren't ever going to port. That was one of the worries.
Can they prevent the meeting of the ships? Can they stop that in a safe way?
I understand what you're saying, but do you understand that you're not only are you making everything significantly more complicated, you're also increasing the risk of human casualties like 20-fold. If I were to tell you, if there's any way to disconnect our brain from this particular circumstance, if I were to tell you there's 5 ships coming in, they're trying to illegally dock in a place that is ran by a terrorist government. The terrorist government's probably going to send out ships to meet these guys, okay?
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry, I just had a brain blast.
Okay.
When the Coast Guard boards your ship, you're in a little pleasure vessel, right? You're a few miles off the coast of Florida or something like that.
Okay.
The Coast Guard's it's middle of the day. They're going to announce to you, we are coming up to you. And then you're going to say, they'll talk to you and they'll say, all right, obviously there's legality there, but they'll say, can we come aboard? I don't know unless I don't know the fucking rules, but either way, they're there, they're communicating with you. They say we're going to do this.
Okay.
Is there a way that the commandos could have approached this boat in daylight, made their presence very clear and known, versus showing up in a no-knock warrant style where sounds like there were radio calls, but I would like to see transcripts of the radio calls. Could they have
wait. Just real quick. We don't need to see transcripts of the radio calls. We literally have it right here. We have a video of them saying it. And they literally say, this is the transcript. We can hear him say it. There's a video of it. Mavi Marmara, you're approaching an area of hostilities which is under a naval blockade. The Gaza coastal area and the Gaza harbor are closed to all maritime traffic. The Israeli government supports delivery of humanitarian supplies to the civilian population of the Gaza Strip and invites you to enter Ashdod port. Delivery of supplies will be in accordance with the authorities' regulations and through the formal land crossings to Gaza and under your observation, after which you can return to your home ports aboard the vessels on which you arrived. Their reply was, negative, our destination is Gaza.
And so from there, at that point, so that's fine. But doing this during the day and saying, we are going to board you. If you do not stop, we are going to board you. And then it's middle of the day. It's not the intensity of night. And do they approach first with the Zodiacs? Because that is an escalatory act the way they approached. With the smoke grenades, like was there any like bullhorns from the bottom when they're up there against it, like saying, hey, we're coming aboard?
Well,
do you agree with that?
No.
That if they just made the call,
I don't know
and
if I
then
can
they roll
ever.
up on
I don't know if I
Zodiacs?
can ever make the argument to you, but I feel like if this would have went the other way, you would be making the exact opposite argument. Like if they would have rolled up in the daylight, if people on board would have been aiming water cannons, they would have been fighting and throwing shit, and shots eventually get traded, or they shoot, or some crazy shit happens. I feel like you would be here right now, and you'd be going, why wouldn't they? These are highly trained special operative commandos. They have fucking night vision. Why would they do this in the day when they could try to just force a landing at night when most of the people are asleep or out of commission, go onto the ship, commandeer it, arrest or detain whoever they need to, and then do the operation that way? That obviously makes the most sense. But because retrospectively it happened this way, we're saying things like, why couldn't they have blocked the ship with another ship?
I already conceded that, but it sounds like it would have been a more dangerous
Sure. Or like, why couldn't they approach in broad daylight? They already said why they didn't want to approach in broad daylight, because it increases the risk far greater of shit getting fucked.
Wait, so hold on. The risk to the commandos, but does it...
The risk to everybody of civilian loss of life.
Oh, what was the justification for that again?
Let me see. Did they say cover of night? Oh, fuck, hold on. Fuck. I feel like there was a, I feel like there's a better quote from this. What was it say? Nightfall? Darkness? Maybe darkness is what I'm thinking of. Oh, okay. The material before the commission demonstrates that the Israeli forces chose to enforce the blockade outside the blockaded area on the basis of two reasons. First, the intelligence assessment indicated that the Hamas were organizing small boats to meet the flotilla, and there was concern that those boats would pose a security risk if the flotilla vessels were intercepted close to the Gaza coastline. Second, as was outlined in the testimony of Chief of Staff Lieutenant General Ashkenazi, the intention of the Israeli forces was to capture the vessel with the minimum use of force, and during such an operation, there is a great advantage to operating under the cover of darkness. This links to more testimony of that. Does that sound legitimate, or does that just sound like super bullshit?
We rolled up people in the cover of night because it was safer for us, yeah, and it takes people by surprise.
Yeah, and they're like sleeping and shit, right? Wouldn't you want to do that if you think that they're civilians and aren't going to pose much of a threat anyway? Why like risk starting huge fights and doing it in daylight?
Hey, you know what? With no further information, I'll concede that point.
Okay. I think, okay, the one thing I need, the big thing is, I just want like, what is like one thing they could have done differently from all of this? Assuming the blockade is legal, I guess. If you want to argue against the blockade, that's fine, but there are conflicting UN reports on that. But assuming the blockade is legal, like what is the, what is everything? Like, or what is a single thing they could have done differently, I guess? That's what I would want to know.
Me too, because I don't like what they did. So, yeah.
But when you say you don't like what they did, there's not a single thing you can point to that you don't like, right?
The rolling up the way they did. So if there was something else they could have done between the call and that moment, and again, maybe there was something. So
well, who was the primary fault for this incident occurring?
I mean, if you're going to say that the flotilla was for entering the space,
yeah, they were given warning saying don't enter the space, don't do it, and they said fuck you, we're doing it anyway. So they're the ones that are initially.
You know those dipshits online that you watch that do the First Amendment checks and all that stuff, or test the limits of the cops, the Fifth Amendment, and all that stuff.
Yep.
Like they're dumb because they put themselves in stupid positions where, with the way things are often enforced, they risk themselves, right? But that doesn't make them wrong, does it?
In the United States, absolutely not.
Right. So
however,
that's why I'm saying
no, hold on, no, wait.
Because they even said in that report you read, that one article, that's like, we know these blockades are illegal and we want someone to do something about it.
Wait. Israel said that?
No, in one of the articles, the people from the flotilla said that.
Oh, yeah, but everybody says the blockade is illegal. That's just like a thing that people say. But we don't actually, there's no ruling on that. It doesn't seem to be a ruling on that. It seems it's contested even with UN bodies, right? Remember, what we read was a UNHCR or HRC report. It wasn't a Security Council resolution or something, right? It was just like it was like 3 lines in a report saying like, oh, well, obviously it's a humanitarian crisis, so it's unjustified. That's not like a good analysis of whether it's okay or not okay, especially when both parties involved have already signed a treaty to it. But also, I was just going to say for the cop thing, right? If a cop walks up to me and the cop's like, bro, I want to search your bag, right? I can tell the cop, suck my dick, motherfucker. Do you have evidence that I'm committing a crime? Do you have reasonable suspicion? Nope, then fuck you. If I'm in an airport and a TSA agent comes up to me and he says, I want to search your bag, and I go, fuck you, bitch, I'm pretty sure he can arrest me. I don't think so. I think that my rights are significantly different once I'm in an airport, and I've already conceded those rights as soon as I enter, right, this airport, that I'm always subject to additional screening, I think without any probable cause. I think they can do it at random. So in international waters, those laws also might be significantly different than in the United States as a citizen, or like in an airport or whatever, right? Like,
so a couple things. So one is regarding okay, so if it is right, like that, people can read the laws Like we don't have to wait for a UN ruling to come out or assessment to come out before we can say something is or isn't illegal. Like there are these documents out there. People can read them and make assessments. There are people who are going to be experienced in international law. You don't have to be a member of the UN. People teach this at colleges. There are lawyers that specialize in it, whatever, right? So we don't need the UN report to come out for someone to make the assessment. So their assessment, though it's just them saying it, could be founded and based in some reality, right?
It could be, but I just want to say that that's a careful, like, for instance...
I'm not saying that to give any
Sure.
crazy deference.
Let's say that I feel like you've scammed somebody, right? And you go around, like, and I say, like, oh, Lycan, he's a fucking scammer, right? That's a lot different than me saying, like, Lycan, he's a felon. Like, he's a felon for what? He's a felon for scamming. Because then you would rightfully say, the fuck? I have never been charged with scamming as a fucking felon. I've never been convicted as a felon. When you say Israel is committing war crimes, Israel is acting in contravention to international law, right? These don't seem to be offered or proffered as opinions. These seem to be stated as declarative facts with no room for debate. And even these UN things are largely offering them as an opinion, or at least the one thing that we did. I bet there's a larger report arguing why the blockade would be considered illegal. I would hope so. The HRC, I'm sure there's probably HRC reports that are, or the whole thing is dedicated to collective punishment. I bet there are if we look for it. UN, HRC, collective punishment, blockade Gaza. And they might probably make a far better argument for it. But my issue is just that, like, people don't just say, like, oh, I think that Israel does really horrible shit. Or, like, it feels like Israel is, like, breaking the law internationally. They go, no, Israel's committing war crimes.
And I assume that these bodies are, like, equipped with people, resources to make these assessments. Like, that these aren't just put out willy-nilly. It's not like an op-ed.
Well, some of it feels that way.
It feels that way, but it...
Like, for instance, when it said, something that it brought up here was the... It brought up here the summary executions. I'm curious, or maybe we could read in the methodology. I'm curious what the facts were for this.
Well, it does have a citation.
I think the citation is just citing the principles of summary executions. The circumstances of the killing of at least 6 of the passengers were in a manner consistent with an extra-legal, arbitrary, and summary execution. And then it lists the names. They were shot at near range while the victims were lying injured on the top deck. And then these guys were shot on the bridge deck while not participating in activities that represented a threat to any Israeli soldier. In these instances, and possibly other killings on the Mavi Marmara, Israeli forces carried out extra-legal, arbitrary, and summary executions prohibited by international human rights law, specifically Article 6 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights.
And so I'd assume that when we're looking at the video and we're trying to make assessments about it, I assume that these bodies are taking not just that video, they're probably using that for evidence, but then they're taking a bunch of other things like where they were on the deck, they're doing forensics, they're doing interviews and corroborating testimony with other evidence to come to those conclusions.
And I would hope that's the case. However, the fact that the Goldstone report is making claims about the mens rea of Israeli targeting of civilians without any input from the Israeli military side.
So the argument I made to Forethought about that was that, like, in a court of law, like, you don't need to give your input for them to have enough evidence. So
correct.
That would be through interviews that they've done. Yep. That would be through evidence gathered. Again, to some expansion of, like, understanding of these reports, like, where they show evidence beyond just the testimony. Like, do they show, like, are there deeper documents you can dive into? But again, with, like, that level of work, that's where it's like, to what degree do we trust this body to actually,
Yeah, but I'm saying that, like, but unless I missed it, and again, I probably only read 10% maybe of that report, maybe 10 or maybe 20 pages, if that, right? I didn't see them listing anything from the Israeli side proving the mens rea necessary.
I think it's saying through the information they know about the circumstances.
Yeah, but the information is just that this house got bombed and we can't see a good reason why.
Well, I mean, that's the information for the Al-Samuni family that we read about. But it's like...
But that was for every other one, too. There wasn't anything there ever that said they had confirmed with Israeli soldiers or with the Israeli military, because it was explicitly not with any participation.
Like, my understanding is these are summaries of evidence they found. Like they'll say, we found this, we found this, we found this.
Sure,
And
but that summary is fine. And if they say that the evidence that we have is consistent with a party that is targeting or killing civilians or whatever, that's fine.
Kind of what they're saying. They say
they
it
make
is our
way stronger,
determination.
but they're making stronger statements
Mhm.
that Israel, with no military justification,
So-
is targeting like places where civilians are at.
Right, and
that's a strong statement without having any of the military input.
Yeah, so something I said to Forethought was because CP Livni had to cancel a flight to England because an arrest warrant had been submitted for her.
Mhm.
And I think that there were like humanitarian groups or something in England that submitted for that. And like if anything's going to happen to her, though, it's not going to be based just on that UN report. That UN report might be enough to put the warrant out, right? And then to go to trial and investigate. But I mean, otherwise, like for any kind of legal ruling, yeah, there's going to be more evidence that has to be provided.
Sure, but for any crime, where's Pisco? Am I crazy here? I'm pretty sure for every single crime, you have to have a mens rea for a criminal charge. You have to have the criminal intent behind the mind to be convicted.
I'd be very interested with what Forethought has to say about that.
Where's
But
my-
I assume it's saying that the results and the methodologies, based on the results and the methodologies that were employed by Israel during Operation Cast Lead, that the resulting like civilian infrastructure damage and the circumstances of the attacks that led to those deaths, they believe it is inarguable that this was not either intentional targeting or indiscriminate bombing or things like that.
And they're relying on the words of the Palestinians,
which we would
of-
have to just go
of
ahead
Hamas,
and imply like
and
is
no
complete bullshit.
Well, I'm not saying it's complete bullshit. I won't go that far,
They
but I'm
check
just
every
saying
record they can.
I'm just saying that Finkelstein, I'll bet my life on it. I will bet everything I own, okay? I won't. I'll donate $10,000, okay, to a pro-Palestinian organization if Finkelstein in any of his books cites the Goldstein report as a quasi-report. Even though
But it
that
wasn't
was
a quasi-report. What do you mean?
How is the Israeli one a quasi-report?
He said quasi-official.
When he
I
says
think-
quasi-official,
we
he's
can
doing
think
it
of
to
that-
undermine. He's doing
Sure,
a shit
yeah,
on
yes,
it, right?
I assume that
But
means
but he's
it's-
probably doing it because it's just one side. It's just Israel's word.
I would say quasi-official. No, because I wouldn't take that interpretation. I would say quasi-official probably means what the body was that performed the report. Like, so it might not be like a State Department report, right? That would be an official report. So who's the organization that did it? And I'd be very curious. And in fact, take that question down. Why do you say it's quasi-official? Why do you say the Turkle report is quasi-official?
I mean, it looks like any commission that's ever.
Yeah, no, I'll be honest. I take his word on that. So,
what was the name of the commission? What was the name of this? Wasn't there? Oh, the Kahan Commission. Do you think he would call this a semi? He wouldn't, because it's accusing Israel of war crimes. Like, but I don't know. Well, okay. What do they say about these? I was curious about these executions. Does anybody know in this Turkle Commission, does it address the UN claiming that they had did summary executions on anybody?
You're asking if this one does?
Huh?
My understanding is that that's one of the major claims against them. So that yes, it does address that.
I searched for summary executions and I didn't see any here, so I'm just curious.
They probably use a different word.
Yeah.
Death.
Well, but that's a big accusation, because
No.
summary execution means that the people, I believe that for it to be summary execution, they're basically restrained. They represent no more threat to you. They essentially should be treated as a prisoner of
My
war.
understanding is like close bullet, like fucking like execution style.
Okay, I super disagree, but I could be wrong. My understanding is summary execution means like restrained and prisoner, not just close quarters killing. Like you like. The
No,
person's like-
yeah. That's what I'm sorry. I'm thinking of like fucking Boondock Saints and shit.
Okay.
But no, I mean, see, like look for death or something like that.
Well, death is probably gonna be a ton here, but they quote this. Wait, does anybody know in any part of this? Case of the interception of a vessel in the high seas by a French warship and a counter-drug law enforcement operation did engage human rights jurisdiction after full control over the ship had been established. However, the judgment does not clarify exactly when the French armed forces were considered to have obtained full and exclusive control of the ship, especially since the litigation did not center on the boarding and overtaking the ship, but rather on the arrest and confinement of the crew to their cabins for a period of 13 days during the transit to France. In the case at hand, it is difficult to see how Israel could be considered to have had full and exclusive control prior to taking control of the bridge of the flotilla vessel, and subsequent cessation of resistance from further considered to have had control, taking control of the bridge, would still be governed by the. Oh wait, hold on. Does the argument rest on this? Hold on.
Where's this fucking report?
Control F. Control. Exclusive control? Full control?
That's the Turkle report?
That I have, yeah. Oh, control. Extrajudicial? Well, no, this, okay,
Oh, wait,
this...
that's the UN report.
This is, yes.
Okay.
This is something that I don't understand. So this is, I hope this isn't the case, but I've only read this part. I hope it's not the case of this. The circumstances of the killing of at least 6 of the passengers were in a manner consistent with an extra-legal, arbitrary, and summary execution. And then it lists some names, were shot at near range, while the victims were lying injured on the top deck. Sevded, blah, 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 were shot on the bridge deck while not participating in activities that represented a threat to any Israeli soldier. In these instances and possibly other killings on the Mavi Marmara, Israeli forces carried out extra-legal, arbitrary, and summary executions prohibited by international rights law. When they say this, I hope that they have like real evidence for this, and this isn't just resting on the idea that, well, they had full control of the ship, so they should have had full control of the passengers.
I would assume that extreme language wouldn't be used without evidence.
So would I, but remember when we read the UN report, or the Goldstein report, right? They didn't just say that about the Al-Suhumi family or whatever. They had a whole list of fucking things, whether I agree or disagree, for why they felt that way. To have, this is, in my opinion, this is easily, even if I agreed with you about the blockade stuff, this is the worst part of the entire report. If they've got a vessel that they've taken over, they have full control of the vessel, and they're just executing fucking they're just executing prisoners on board the ship. That's insane. That's wild. That's easily the worst part of all this.
Yeah.
But I'm curious, what is their justification?
Cool.
For that?
Search CENGIZ.
Okay. CENGIE?
IZ.
IZ.
And go to the next one. Nope, next one.
Hold on.
There.
Okay. I'm kind of going to try to read these. Okay, this guy and this guy, both Turkish citizens, were injured on the bridge deck in close succession by live fire from above. They had been sheltering and were shot as they attempted to move inside the door leading to the stairwell. Cengiz Akyüz received a shot to the head, and it is probable that he died instantly. The pathology report shows 4 wounds to the neck, face, chest, and thigh. Cengiz Soghur received a single bullet to the upper central thorax below the neck, shot from a high angle, which lodged in the right thoracic cavity, injuring the heart and aorta. Unsuccessful efforts were made by doctors inside the ship to assess him through heart massage.
If you scroll up, that's all of them.
Wait, this is the summary execution?
No, hold on.
Or wait, no, I know, I'm sorry. I'm just saying if this was one of the ones listed.
That's why I said scroll up. I don't know which is which.
Okay. Okay. Deaths occurring. Okay, so these are the, I think the illegitimate deaths, maybe? Yes, we're going to go this one. Okay, a 19-year-old with dual Turkish and United States citizenship was on the central area of the top deck filming with a small video camera when he was first hit with live fire. It appears that he had been lying on the deck in a conscious or semi-conscious state for some time. In total, Furkan received 5 bullet wounds to the face, head, back, thorax, left leg, and foot. All of the entry wounds were on the back of his body, except for the face wound, which entered on the right of his nose. According to forensic analysis, tattooing around the wound in his face indicates that he was shot that the shot was delivered at point-blank range. Furthermore, the trajectory of the wound from bottom to top, together with a vital abrasion to the left shoulder that would be consistent with the bullet exit point, is compatible with the shot being received while he was lying on the ground on his back. The other wounds were not the result of firing in contact, near contact, or close range, but it is not otherwise possible to determine the exact firing range. The wounds to his leg and foot were most likely received in a standing position. top deck with a fur. He received a bullet wound to the chest, the trajectory of which was from above and not at close range. He had a further 2 bullet wounds to the right side of his back and buttock. These wounds would not have caused instant death, but he would have bled to death within a short time without medical attention. Forensic evidence shows that he was shot in the side of the head with a soft baton round at such close proximity that an entire beanbag and its wadding penetrated the skull and lodged in the brain. He had a further bruise on the right flank consistent with another beanbag wound. The wounds were consistent with the deceased initially being shot from the soldiers on board the helicopter, above, and receiving a further wound to the head while lying on the ground, already wounded. A 42-year-old received 5 bullet wounds, 1 to the chest, 1 to the leg. Dude, here's a question. I'm curious. Do any of these IDF fuckers have like body cams or anything? Or do we have any other, like, we have camera footage of this shit. Do any of them have, or is Israel made?
I mean, in 2010, I don't think so.
2010, bro, that's not that long ago.
It is, but I don't know, which special forces are using body cameras all the time.
Okay. According to the ICC report dated September 27, 2010, with respect to 4 of the 9 who died, their family members stated that they had expressed their desire to die as shaheeds, including the young man with the dual citizenship mentioned above. Regarding 2 of those who died, it was reported that they had left a letter or will prior to boarding the Mavi Marmara. In a video which was recorded before the violent confrontation on the Mavi Marmara, another one of those who died is heard saying, "I pray to Allah that Allah grants us the same good end as those shaheed." What is a shaheed? Denotes a martyr in Islam and Sikhism.
And a martyr.
746.
Common misconception. It doesn't just mean terrorists. It means anyone defending the homeland.
Following the details regarding identity and organization. Okay. Okay, I think this just goes into who these people are.
Oh yes, forethought. Me understanding the meaning of martyr and not just going with some stupid assumption about it. Yes, that makes me a Hamas supporter. Good one.
Read the ICC one? Oh, okay. Jesus, fuck. Why does it do this shit in my chat sometimes where it like auto shortens links? I don't know why it does this. It's so fucking annoying. Is this a chat feature that we have, Cake? Why are links like auto ... I can't copy paste the right click copy link address. Does that work? Oh, okay. The Office of the Prosecutor of the International Criminal Court is responsible for determining whether a situation makes illegal. Is this for the same? This is for what we're talking about now, right? I don't really understand. The prosecutor announced that her office had opened a preliminary investigation on the basis of the referral. The report presents a finding on it. The prosecutors concluded the information available provides a reasonable basis that war crimes were committed on board the Comorian registered vessel, the Mavi Marmara, during the interception of However, the information does not provide a reasonable basis to proceed with an investigation on the situation on the registered vessels of Comoros, Greece, Cambodia, that was related to law. Conclusion is based on a thorough legal and factual analysis of the information available and pursuant to the requirement of Article law. The statute, okay. Performance based report is based on open and reliable sources, which the office subjected to fully independent, impartial through analysis should be recalled that the office does not enjoy investigative powers of the preliminary examination stage. I'm going to click on this. Received a referral. Prosecutor announced they were opening prelim. Israel imposed a naval blockade. Who is okay? This is the ICC. Who heads this one? International Criminal Court. Okay, I don't even know who fucking does have this.
I don't know. So here's an area of ignorance for me. Is I know that Israel either rescinded their signature or refused to sign the Rome statute, I think it is, and I don't know to what degree that prevents them from culpability with the International Community Court. But I know that their lack of signature was pretty significant.
Oh fuck! Do they not? Fuck! I don't have the individual names on this one. Whew, okay. Wait, I don't understand this. The prosecutors concluded that the information available does not provide a reasonable basis to proceed with an investigation of the referred situation. The referring state, the Comoros, may, however, request the pretrial chamber. I thought it said up here that it seemed like they thought that they had reason to believe there were war crimes. Why would that not be a reasonable basis by which to begin an investigation?
No idea.
Christ. The prosecutors concluded that the information available provides a reasonable basis to believe that war crimes were committed on board the Comorian registered vessel.
You're having fun.
Sure, I guess, yeah. War crimes were committed on board the during the interception in the context of international armed conflict, namely one willful killing willfully causes serious injury to the body, held pursuant to article, committing outrages upon personal dignity pursuant to article in the statute. In addition, the vicious blockade against someone's unlawful, there is consequently also a reasonable basis to believe the IDF committed intentionally directing attack against two civilian objects. Oh wait, hold on. Boy, they're doing this in the context of an international armed conflict, namely one willful killing pursuant to article A2 or A2A. Okay, hold on. What is this concerning? Oh my God! Destruction of a war crime, extension of appropriation of person will be. Is it this? 82A1, 82A4. Wait, can I please just work? Okay, such person or persons were protected under one of the Geneva Conventions at 1949. Article 82A1. Perpetrator was aware of the factual circumstances of status, conduct took place, the conduct of international armed conflict. The perpetrator was established the existence of armed conflict. The perpetrator killed one or more persons. The perpetrator meant to engage in. Oh wait, so is this just saying that the information available indicates that there is reasonable basis to believe that war crimes were committed during the interception flotilla on the 30th of May 2010 in the context of an international armed conflict? So this is just saying that like they didn't believe that they had the it's not making an argument on like the summary execution thing, or at least in this part it's not, but let's check. Okay, war crimes. The application of Article 8 of the statute requires the existence of an armed conflict. Armed conflict exists whenever there is a resort to armed force between states or protected armed violence between governmental authorities and organized armed groups. To say that international access case armed states. Oh my God. Frank was not acting on behalf of the government. Okay. Hostilities between Israel and Hamas at the relevant time do not appear to meet the threshold of an international armed conflict in terms of a conflict taking place between two or more states. However, as recalled by Trial Chamber 2 in the Katanga case, footnote 34 of the ICC Elements of Crimes clarifies that the applicability of the law of international armed conflict also extends to situations of military occupation. In light of the footnote of 34 in the Elements of Crimes with respect to military occupation, see a reply upon Article 42 of the Hague Regulations, holding that territory is considered to be occupied when it is actually placed under the authority of the hostile argument. The occupation extends only to the territory with such authorities under international law. The general system of occupation is that of effective control, whereby a state will be regarded as occupying power. In its advisory opinion to this, where the ICJ concluded that Israel continued the status of occupying power, therefore Israel completed its unilateral withdrawal from however, dismantling its settlements. However, Israel reserved its right to re-enter the Gaza Strip. Israel maintains the following 2000 no longer occupying power. Prevalent view of the international community. So it's not showing protective versions. Also expressly reserve the right to do so. Overall, there's a reason which conclude Israel continues to be occupied power despite the 2005 disengagement. The office is therefore proceeded on the basis that the situation of Gaza can be viewed within the framework of an international armed conflict in view of the continuing military occupation by Israel. Okay. Okay. In the context of an international armed conflict. Okay. Jeez. More crimes focused on the relevant provisions in Articles 82A and 82B. 82A and 82B. War crime of willful killing. Bruv. Just show me what I want to see. It doesn't exist. Fuck you. 82B. Okay, whatever. Result of the inclusion of this connected would also be generally relevant. Applicable if it was conducted. Alternatively, the law applicable in the presence of the line. Inclusive view and classification of the conflict. Okay. The perpetrator killed one or more persons. Such person was protected under one of the 1949 Geneva Conventions. And 3, the perpetrators were aware of the factual circumstances of established protected status. 1 point, gunshot wounds. A 10th passenger dilated. Okay. It is uncontested that the 10 passengers were killed by IDF soldiers as a result of the interception operation. However, the precise circumstances in which these killings were committed remain subject to some uncertainty as a result of the conflicting accounts of the events that took place during the boarding and takeover of the vessel and overall lack of sufficient information regarding each individual killing. A little before 4:30 a.m., Israel forces made an attempt to board from speedboats. The information available indicates the IDF forces' initial efforts met with resistance from some passengers aboard the vessel, who shot water at the soldiers from a hose, shone bright lights down towards the marina speedboats, repelled the IDF's attempt to board, and threw objects at the soldiers. Filter spoilers and appears the information available that these entities median calendar provided assistance from a large group of passengers who had assembled on the roof of the vessel and attacked the IDF soldiers with inter alia, their fists, wooden clubs, iron rods, chains, slingshots used with metal and glass balls, and knives. During these initial events, it appears that 3 soldiers were attacked and overpowered by a group of passengers and taken to the hold of the ship. The available information indicates that overall 9 IDF soldiers were seriously wounded by passengers. A little more than 5 minutes later, at 4:36 a.m., 12 more IDF soldiers descended on the roof from the second helicopter, and at 4:46 a.m., 14 IDF soldiers landed from a third helicopter. The information available indicates that these IDF soldiers, as well as other soldiers attempting to board the vessel from marina speedboats during this period, continued to encounter some violent resistance from the passengers. Shortly thereafter, the IDF forces secured the roof and lower decks, as well as the bridge of the vessel, restrained and handcuffed passengers, completed the takeover at approximately 5:17 a.m. It is generally uncontested that in response to the resistance from some of the passengers during this entire period, the IDF soldiers used various types of force against the passengers of the Mavi Marmara, including hand-to-hand combat and the use of less lethal, such as flashbang, grenades, tasers, shooting of paintballs and beanbags, and lethal means, live ammunition. It's noted that by some accounts of the passengers, live ammunition was fired from both the marina speedboats and helicopters, including possibly prior to the boarding, resulting in the killing and injuring of some individuals. By contrast, the Turkle Commission concluded that no firing from helicopters took place and that the only force used by soldiers from the helicopters was flashbang grenades that were deployed from the first helicopter in the initial stages of the fast roping in an attempt to stop the passengers on the deck below from interfering with the ropes. The Turkle Commission also concluded that during the operation, the IDF soldiers alternated between non-lethal and lethal force as needed to protect themselves and other soldiers, depending on the threat posed. Overall, the information available makes it difficult to establish the exact chain of events in light of the significantly conflicting accounts of when live ammunition was first used and from where it emanated. Ultimately, during the course of the operation to secure control of the top and lower decks of the vessel, the IDF soldiers' use of lethal and non-lethal weapons against passengers of the Mavi Marmara resulted in serious injuries to many passengers and the deaths of ultimately 10 passengers. As noted above, these 10 passengers died as a result of gunshot wounds sustained during the incident. Based on the available information, there is a reasonable basis to believe that the conduct of IDF soldiers was the cause of death of 10 victims. It's noted that in this regard, the reports of the UN HRC fact-finding mission, Palmer, Uraib panel, and the Turkish Commission are consistent in attributing the killings of the passengers to the conduct of the IDF soldiers. The Turkish Commission acknowledged that upon the completion of the takeover operation of the Marmara, there were regrettably 9 deceased flotilla participants. Although the Turkish Commission does not discuss the circumstances of these deaths, it never explicitly denies that these men were killed by IDF soldiers. The Israeli point of contact, the Palmer, later explained that the chaotic circumstances of the situation made it difficult to identify the specific incidents described by soldiers as related to specific casualty from among the 9 activists who died during the takeover. In order for the killings to constitute willful killing pursuant to Article 8.2a1, the 10 men must have qualified as protected persons that are one or more of the regime, find themselves in a case of conflict or occupation in the hands of the party. Regarding the term "in the hands of," it is not limited to physical capture. It would also mean the person is in the territory which is under the control of the power in question, according to ICRC commentary on Article 4, national and occupied territories, including nationals of neutral states, although they were not in occupied territories since they were aboard a vessel intercepted by high sea. In this respect, it is noted, it is not specifically addressed. Okay, so this isn't going to make any statements about that either. Wait. Oh, this is from the Turkle Commission. Acknowledged that the participants in the flotilla, including those in the Mavi Marmara, were predominantly civilians, consisting of activists whose primary goal appeared to be to bring publicity to the humanitarian situation in Gaza by breaching the blockade. However, the Commission concluded that among such passengers of the Mavi Marmara, that there are a distinguishable group of passengers organized and controlled by or acting on behalf of the IHH, who appeared to have a different agenda than those, and were the ones who assembled on the upper decks in preparation to confront the Israeli forces during the interception. The Turkle Commission concluded that the captain of the Mavi Marmara and this group of IHH, this is from the Turkle Commission, who participated in the violence against the IDF soldiers boarding the vessel were civilians directly participating in the hostilities and therefore subject to targeting. The Commission considered that the IHH activists' resistance to the boarding of the Marmara was planned and extremely violent, and their acts were directly connected to the international armed conflict between Israel and Hamas. Under international humanitarian law, a civilian taking an active or direct part in hostilities loses his civilian status and may be subject to lawful attack until such time that he ceases said participation. PTC 1 in the Abu Garda case, following the case law of the ICTY, considered that any determination as to whether a person is directly participating in hostilities must be carried out on a case-by-case basis. In the Kotanga case, TC2 noted that defines hostilities as acts of war by their nature and purpose and the personal and material of enemy or armed forces. 3. The 3 constitutive elements are required for an act qualifies. Based on the information available, it does not appear that the passengers resist the idea of interception and boarding the vessels amounts to taking a direct part in hostility so as to deprive those particular passengers of their protected civilian status. On one hand, the passengers' efforts to breach the blockade and thereby render ineffective, including through violence used against IDF soldiers, may potentially have amounted to acts directly causing the required threshold of arm to Israel's military operations under capacity. However, explained by the ICRC, in order to amount to direct participation in hostilities, an act must not only be objectively likely to inflict harm, but it must also be specifically designed to do so in support of a party to an armed conflict and to the detriment of another. The information available does not indicate that the crew and passengers actually were specifically designed to support Hamas by arming Israel. Rather, as participants in the Gaza Freedom Flotilla, their actions appear to be designed to address and generate publicity about the serious humanitarian condition in Gaza and the blockade, which they considered inhumane and argued violent. Although the participants in the flotilla sought to contribute, conduct of respect appears not to have been designed to support Hamas, such as by making shipments of weapons more accessible to them, but instead appears to have been designed to assist the plight of the civilian population of Gaza. Information does not indicate that such conduct is specifically designed to support Hamas. Okay, I understand. Holy fucking international law. This conduct did so. Or intended to oppose Israel's enforcement of the blockade and furtherance of the flotilla's humanitarian and politically focused objectives as noted above.
You ever thought about hiring researchers?
No, I don't trust anybody to read anything for me anymore. I have to read it all myself. I'm sure there are some people I could trust. Irk I trust. He's the only one I trust.
No, I'm talking like, you know, lawyers, fucking...
I definitely don't trust
experts in
fucking
certain
lawyers,
areas.
okay? These motherfuckers. As soon as they're 2 years out of law school, okay, they forget everything. Okay, the house rate relief fortunately used life-threatening situations. So the sensitive case, boarding and took over the vessel would have been aware of the factual and having even upon encountering violent resistance from passengers, boarding the vessel and considering a presumption of intentional derailed, especially taking into account the information. Some of the passengers' protective experiences did not preclude and the possibility for the lawful use of force by individual self-defense against passengers. Jesus, self-defense is recognized. My God. In any case, the circular lands, the information available suggests the level of force used in some instances during the instance appears to have been excessive. In particular, there is no information that any deceased were armed with lethal weapons when they were shot by the IDF soldiers. Findings of the post-mortem medical examination carried out by both Israeli and Turkish pathologists indicate that most of the deceased were shot multiple times, including the head, neck, trunk, and limbs. The Turkish autopsy reports also indicate that 5 of the deceased men were shot on the head at close range. Additionally, there's information indicating that one of the deceased was shot on the forehead while taking photos, and that another was filming with a small video camera when he was first hit with live fire. Not to simp or whatever, but like pointing a camera at somebody with a gun at 4:30 a.m. It sounds like literally the most fucking retarded thing you could ever fucking do.
But these
Holy
are also
shit.
commandos, the highest, like, trained special forces. Like, that when you, I don't know about them, but I know when you go through recon, like, there's shooting drills where you can't fucking drop a shot. Like,
Okay,
they're very specific about the level of accuracy.
Hold on. No. These are fantasy stories, right? I'm pretty sure that, like, we've learned there were 2 huge incidents. One, they made a movie about it, Black Hawk Down. Special forces are good, but they're not superhuman. They're not, like, there's no trained soldier on the planet that, there's no trained soldier on the planet. You said they're special forces, right? That these guys are, like, super good? Where is this guy? Hold on. This dude literally gets thrown off the fucking ship, okay? You can say they're special forces, but no, these are all... yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I said target determination is all I said. I made no
Target
other-
determination while they're on a ship in the middle of the night with people that are... You think they can tell instantly, like, oh, that's a camera. No shot. In this situation... Also, remember, according to the ICC report, some of these soldiers were literally carried down below deck. There's no shot that people are making...
My only claim is just about whether or not they can differentiate between a gun and a camera.
Okay. Well, yeah, I don't think a reasonable person would expect anybody to in these circumstances. That'd be my take, but autopsy. Okay, there's also information will suggesting that another man was killed, was engaged in helping to bring injured passengers inside the ship to be treated around the time. Okay, there's information available suggesting that another man killed was engaged in helping to bring injured passengers inside the ship to be treated around the time he was shot. Additionally, one witness claims that even after he and others waved white flags to indicate their surrender, IDF soldiers continued shooting, and subsequently at least 2 men were shot and killed. Similarly, wait, oh my God, did I just go somewhere? Similarly, wait, white flag. Oh, okay. According to other witness statements, IDF soldiers kept shooting even after attempts were made to surrender, and individuals were already wounded. In summary, the information available indicates that all passengers of the matter qualified as protected persons. We're back in here again. While bearing in mind that self-defense is a possible ground for excluding criminal responsibility, the information available at this stage provides a reasonable split of the killing of passengers on the primary amount of the war crime of willful killing pursuant to Article 82A1, inhumane treatment pursuant to 82A2, and committing outrages upon persons' dignity, particularly humiliating. The perpetrator inflicted severe physical and mental pain. After the, okay. For example, the recommendation included that reasonable treatment was providing a passenger throughout the journey to Ashdod. By contrast, on the basis of statements from passengers, the Turkish Commission found that during this period, passengers were subject to severe physical, verbal, and psychological abuses by the IDF soldiers. By the collecting accounts and balancing information available, it's a reasonable basis to believe that some passengers were subjected to mistreatment by IDF soldiers at the initial takeover while being detained aboard the Mavi Marmara, yes. Such mistreatment included overly tight handcuffing for extended periods, in some cases causing swelling, discoloration, and numbing in their hands, and causing lingering problems after the incident, being beaten, that's a bad one, being denied access to toilet, facilities, and medications, such as for diabetes, asthma, and heart conditions, being given only limited access to food and drink, being forced to remain kneeling on the decks, exposed to sun, reportedly resulting in 13 passengers receiving first-degree burns, as well as continuous seawater spray and wind gusts from helicopters hovering nearby for a period of several hours, being subjected to various physical and verbal harassment such as pushing, shoving, kicking, and threats and intimidation, including from dogs, which reportedly also bit a few passengers, being blindfolded or having hoods put over their heads. It's all to the dogs. Okay, this is just making that for 82B2, I guess. Okay, what is the final... Jesus. Okay, sorry guys, we're almost done. Okay. A vessel breaching or attempting to breach a blockade is subject to attack if, having received prior warning, it intentionally and clearly refuses to stop or resist visit, search, or capture. Humanitarian vessels are also subject to this regime if, inter alia, they are not innocently employed in their normal role or fail to immediately submit to identification and inspection. Applying this law, if it is assumed that Israel's blockade of Gaza was legal, Israel was entitled to enforce the blockade by these means, subject to the issue of prior warning and clear and intentional failure by the vessels to stop or other forms of resistance. Israel could lawfully direct an attack against relevant vessels of the flotilla. For the relevant period, those vessels would lose the protection of which they would otherwise entitled as merchant or similar vessels. Equally, if it is assumed that Israel's blockade was unlawful, then Israel could not lawfully direct an attack against relevant vessels of the flotilla. It is considered that an attack for the purpose of this discussion must include a forcible boarding operation. By analogy with other areas of international material anticipated harm to the must therefore be taken into account to determine if the attack was proportionate in the sense of the anticipated harm to basic information of vessels were headed Gaza and intended to breach the blockade. Vessels of the flotilla ignored repeated warnings from Israel to desist or otherwise face measures to enforce the blockade. Some vessels resisted initial attempts of Israel to board them by sea. They clearly and intentionally refused to stop. Both vessels were forcibly boarded by Israel. These two forcible boarding incidents may be characterized as an attack. As noted previously, the Rachel Corrie approached the blockade at a later date. Israel warned the Rachel Corrie that it was approaching the blockade and notifying the intention to board. Although the captain of the Rachel Corrie informed Israel that he disputed Israel's right to board, it was stated that no resistance would be offered. The Rachel Corrie signaled cut her engines. The IDF soldiers boarded and detained the vessel peacefully. This boarding is therefore not characterized as an attack and need not be considered further. From these facts, the blockade was lawful, and the conduct of the IDF with respect to does not constitute the war crime of intentionally directing an attack against civilian objects. That is, objects which are not military objectives pursuant to Article 82B2 of the statute. If the blockade, but this doesn't undo 82A1, which is about protected persons, I think, right? If the blockade was unlawful, however, then it was constantly reasonable based on committed by soldiers or intentionally directing attacks against directing against individuals, civilians not to guard hostility. Three criteria must be met. It does not appear the passengers of the Mavi Marmara can be considered to have been taking direct part in hostilities, but rather they qualify as protected civilians. Additionally, as noted above, the forcible boarding of the vessel by the maritime to an attack. However, none of the information available suggests the intended object of the attack was civilian passengers on board these vessels, rather viewed in the context of interception, such as since the attack was directed as opposed to the civilian passengers, the officer is not considered relevant with respect to the war crime of intentionally directing attacking civilians under Article 82B2. Intentional launching attack, knowing attack was Okay, Jesus. Curtain enforced the naval blockade. Prior to the interception, 4 warnings were issued to the vessel. With respect to the conduct during the warning, IDF forces were met with violent resistance from a group of passengers that responded with varying levels of force, both lethal and non-lethal. Based on IDF soldiers' own accounts, they were unprepared for, did not anticipate, and were surprised by the level of resistance and violence engaged in by the passengers of the vessel. Their statements indicate that during the preparations, they were briefed to anticipate resistance to the boarding of the vessels from peace activists and thus expected at most a verbal harassment. The Commission noted that faced by unanticipated situations, IDF soldiers made difficult split-second decisions. Okay. Consistent with the accounts of IDF soldiers, it appears the planners of the IDF operation did not believe the use of substantial force to be necessary and that they considered any of the violence encountered would be low level at most. So noted that the UN HRC fact-finding mission concluded that the level of force in the end employed by the IDF was not only disproportionate to the occasion, but demonstrated levels of totally unnecessary and incredible violence. The Palmer-Uribe panel similarly concluded that the manner in which Israel conducted the enforcement blockade with respect to the Mavi Marmara was excessively unreasonable and that operations should have been better planned and differently executed. Consistent with the... Okay, hold on. In this respect, the available information suggests that during the planning and development of the operation, the Israeli authorities did not have information indicating that the passengers intended to respond to any boarding attempts with organized violent resistance. The available information also indicates that the Israeli Navy had previously been successful in stopping ships by taking control of them through similar means as those planned for the flotilla interception. Okay, the UNHRC disagrees, and then the Palmer-Uribe panel disagrees. While the force ultimately used during the course of the boarding operation may have been disproportionate as concluded by the UN commissions and their ex post facto evaluations, the relevant test under Article 8.2b4 is whether the Israeli authorities and IDF forces could have reasonably foreseen that it would be disproportionate at the relevant time, namely at the time the operation was launched. The available information suggests that in the lead-up to the incident, the Israeli authorities and the IDF forces may have anticipated the passengers of the flotilla would react with hostility and opposition to their intervention, therefore would have expected some degree of civilian casualties or damage to result from the non-consensual interception boarding the vessels by force. However, the information is insufficient to conclude they anticipated the operation would result in notably in 10 civilian deaths of the Mavi Marmara, and therefore that the anticipated civilian impact would have been clearly excessive in relation to the anticipated military advantage of enforcement. And the information available at this stage, therefore, does not provide a reasonable basis to believe IDF forces committed the war crime of intentional launching attack. The knowledge of such an attack will cause incidental loss of life or injury. Okay, even assuming that the attack is unlawful, the elements of crime are still not met. Okay, we don't need to go into this then. Management assistance should be Gaza Frida flotilla was organized by members of the NGO. To create an awareness among this. Okay, hold on. Sorry, we're almost done, guys. Okay, we're there. We're getting there. Okay. The panel also questioned the number of passengers on board, the quality and value of the humanitarian goods on board, the necessity of using so many ships if the supplies themselves were largely carried on only 3 of them, and the organizers' refusal to offload the supplies at other ports or have them delivered by land. Based on these considerations, the panel thus concluded that the primary objective of flotilla organizers was to generate publicity by attempting to breach the blockade. It also noted that in the press release issued after the events of the 31st of May 2010, the ICRC referred to those on board the flotilla as civilians and activists, but did not mention humanitarian assistance or relief work. Based on the available information and taking into account the foregoing, the flotilla does not appear to reasonably fall within the humanitarian assistance paradigm envisioned under Article 8.2b3 due to its apparent lack of neutrality and partiality as evidenced by the flotilla's explicit and primary political objectives. Nexus between the alleged... Okay, I don't think we can cover this. Crimes against humanity. The contextual elements of crimes against humanity, including the following: an attack against the population, state organizational policy. On the basis of the information available, it does not appear that the conduct of the IDF during the flotilla incident was committed as part of a widespread or systematic attack or constituted in itself a widespread or systematic attack directed against the population. In the absence of the required contextual elements, there is no reasonable basis to believe that crimes against humanity under Article 7 of the statute were committed during the flotilla incident. Conclusion. The information available indicates that there is a reasonable basis to believe that war crimes have been committed in the context of the interception of the Mavi Marmara by the IDF soldiers of the regime, including namely willful killing pursuant to Article A2A1, willfully causing serious injury, A2A3, and committing outrages upon personal dignity pursuant to A2B 21. If the blockade was unlawful, an issue which the office not taken a position, there's consequently also okay, admissible. Okay. As said on the Article 17.1, admissibility requires an assessment of the complementary and gravity pursuant to although the crime falling within the jurisdiction court is serious. Article 17.1d requires the court to assess an admissibility threshold. An evaluation of gravity includes whether individuals or groups person may likely be an object of investigation. Oh, okay. The assessment of gravity crimes. Additionally, it's worth calling. Okay, sorry, we're almost there. Okay. Interesting. It sounds like with the way that this article works, that it's considered a it's okay. This is if I'm to understand, Jesus fuck. If I'm to understand, if you are enforcing the blockade legally, and then you board a ship, and through boarding that ship, you have every right to defend yourself, and you end up killing people on that ship. Even though you might not have committed a crime per se or done anything, I don't know if I would say wrong per se, for international law, if you as a military are killing people that aren't party to a current military conflict, that would always be considered a war crime. But the war crime has nothing to do with like the justifications on board that aren't applicable to international law, right? So international law application would be if the civilians on the ship were taking actions to assist Hamas, if that wasn't happening, then if my understanding is correct, then it would always be considered a war crime. So for instance, if the IDF landed on the ship and somebody pulled out like an assault rifle to shoot and kill an IDF soldier, and the soldier turned and shot that person with the assault rifle, it seems like that would still be considered a war crime under international law. It'd be the crime of willful killing, since the person wasn't party to either of the conflicting militaries, in this case being Hamas and the IDF. Oh, Jesus. Okay. If I'm understanding this correctly. Jesus Christ. The deaths and injuries to passengers occurred during the course of the IDF's efforts to board and take control of the Marmara and enforcement of overall the means and extent of force used by the IDF forces against the passengers on board the vessel appear to have been excessive in a number of instances, as noted by the Palmer Arrive panel. No adequate explanations were provided for the 9 deaths or why force was used to the extent that it produced such high levels of injury. However, the information available does not suggest that the alleged crimes were systematic or resulted from a deliberate plan or policy to attack, kill, or injure civilians with any particular cruelty. Even in the context of the overall interception of the flotilla, the information available indicates that the commission of serious crimes was confined to 1 vessel out of 7 of the flotilla. Okay, impact that significant victims. Ultimately, considering the scale impact, obviously the dispute does not fall within the intended and envisioned scope of the court's mandate. It should be noted that even when considering that the IDF might have also committed the war crime of intentionally directing an attack against the Marmara, the case of an unlawful blockade such as finding would not significantly alter the gravity of the assessment of ways. The limited nature of the referred situation. Jesus. Sorry, saying single event could warrant investigation. In this regard, it is noted that the case brought against Marmara concerned a single attack by gravity over extinguishable mutilation. This included intentionally direct. This was a different thing. Okay. Conclusion. The last 4. The information available provides a reasonable basis to believe that war crimes under the court's jurisdiction have been committed in the context of the interception to take over the Mavi Marmara by IDF soldiers on 31st of May, including namely willful killing pursuant to Article 82A1, and willfully causing serious injury or bodily blah, 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 and committing outrage upon personal dignity pursuant to 82B21. If the blockade was unlawful, an issue in which the office has not taken a position, there is consequently also a reasonable basis to believe that IDF committed the crime of intentionally directing an attack against 2 civilian objects. Okay. The office emphasizes that these conclusions are solely based on the assessment of the information available at this stage and in accordance with the reasonable basis standard. Not having collected evidence itself, the office's analysis of the report must therefore not be considered. However, on the basis of information available, the office considers that the potential cases that would likely arise from an investigation into the situation would not be of sufficient gravity to justify further action by the court and would therefore be inadmissible pursuant to Articles 17.1d and 53.1b of the statute. Accordingly, the office has determined there is no reasonable basis to proceed with an investigation, decided to close this preliminary examination. Referral that can also be maintained. Okay, holy Jesus fucking Christ. What is this report? What is this? The ICC Situation on Register, Article 53. Okay. Are we done for today? August asked to split the VOD. I mean, I'm about to be done probably. International Criminal Court. Bro, I need to learn international law, or like just get like a rough grasp on it. All the competing bodies and all the I actually don't know. I just don't know all the time like who's making determinations or declarations of like. Ah, Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. What is what is this? I need to, this has to be, I have to, oh God, I didn't even go through these. We have to do these. I want to talk to Norm tomorrow. I'd like to. It's so much. It takes so much to go through all of these individually, but it's like, it's so important, but it's so much work. Because like all of this was for like 5 chapters of his book. But like, now I feel like reading like the 5 chapters of his book, it's like, I feel like he super misrepresents everything that's happened here. But it's like so much work. What is the Human Rights Council? Why do I always feel like these guys are saying some wild shit? What do these guys do? Like who like comprises the UN HRC? Jesus. Oh. What was the name of the, was it Sheed? I'm good. I'm happy, satisfied. What was the name of the people that are martyrs? What do they call themselves? A Sheed or something? What is it? Shaheed. How do you spell it?
Shaheed.
Oh wait, this is the UN's report. They don't mention this. It was in the Turkle Commission. Fuck me. Did I close it? No shot. Am I that retarded? What's up? What else? Do you have any final closing thoughts for us or whatever?
No, I mean, so I apologize for hijacking with this one issue. I really just wanted to like give you a bunch of different issues for you to look into.
Sure, you can spitball me a few more if you want. Go for it. I don't want to argue with anyone. Just tell me what you.
Yeah. Okay. One of his main contentions is that between 2008 and 2014, there were times where Hamas was maintaining the ceasefires, working to try to quell other factions of Hamas and other like disparate Islamist groups. And then he makes the point that on multiple occasions, Israel tries to foment conflict. One is like an illegal assassination. There's a dude that Forthout once brought up. This dude that was kidnapped. He's actually the guy who helped coordinate the release of that prisoner. And then Israel assassinated him, not because Hamas was doing attacks, but because other groups were. Even though he wasn't responsible for them, he was a Hamas member. 2014, you can talk to Finkelstein about, he makes the argument that Hamas made a unity government with the Fatah, and for the first time didn't contest the acknowledgement of Israel, renouncing violence and agreeing to abide by all previous agreements between Israel and Palestine.
Mm-hmm.
And that was right before the 3 brothers were kidnapped, and then the Operation Protective Edge. So his big contention is that Israel foments conflict, stands in the way of the peace process, and has contributed to this continuing to be an issue. Now, my knowledge doesn't really extend far beyond 2014, so I can't give you anything between then and now.
Okay. All right. I'll keep it in mind.
You have any questions for me, buddy?
No, I think I'm good for now.
Do you think I'm a Hamas sympathizer?
Not yet.
Okay. Do you think I acted in mostly intentional good faith?
Listen, I'm reading and learning, okay? That's all that matters. At the end of the day, it's we read and we learn.
Sorry to disappoint, chap, but the bridge is rock fucking solid.
For now. No, I'm just kidding. I love you. Be careful. Okay. Okay, just real quick, okay? Israel is citing something here, saying that these guys were saying they wanted to be martyrs or something, okay? Can you? It's citing an ICC report, September 26, 2010. Oh fuck! It's not this one. What the fuck are they citing here? ICC. Is it supposed to be IICC or is it ICC?
ICC, International Criminal Court.
Okay. This is the last thing I just want to look up real quick. Was that a typo?
Can I shout out my shit real quick?
Can you what?
Can I shout out my shit real quick?
Yeah, knock yourself out.
Hey, you guys want to see me stop talking about politics? Then go fucking follow Lycan Cooks on every platform. TikTok, Instagram, Twitter. Lycan Cooks, Lycan Cooks. And you get my videos to start doing really well. I don't want to have to fucking do this shit anymore. Also on Kick, YouTube, and Twitch. Love you guys.
I love you. Super means it was cited above. Oh, super means... Fuck.
Hey, do you use the blanket on your bed or just the comforter?
I don't know why.
Because it wasn't on there, so I just wanted to know if you wanted that on there before you go to sleep.
I can put it on, it's fine. Is it in the dryer right now, or?
Yeah, it's dry for the most part, just a small damp spot.
Okay.
I'll finish up the towels tomorrow.
Okay. I love you, be careful. Can somebody just give me this? I just want this one report. I'm just curious where Israel is citing these like martyr comments from. FN 83. Oh my god. On page 37. What, this? FN 83 it says. Next page, note 83. I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what this means. Next page, note 83. Is there not a link to a separate report? Oh, fuck me. It is footnote 83 on page 37 that gives you the source. Oh. Okay. Footnote 83. Should also be noted in the period from February 2009 to January 2010, a number of land convoys... Wait, am I on the right thing? Turkle Commission. Footnote 83 on page 37. Is this it, or? This doesn't seem like... There's nobody... Fuck. Where are my people? Defines the IICC report. It's the report at the bottom, Destiny. Report at the bottom of what? Like, I want the source for these statements. The statements of the medical caregivers indicate that some of those injured resisted receiving medical treatment. The doctor stated, during this event, there were incidents of resistance to medical treatment in the middle of treatment, which I had never encountered during any other event. While performing a chest drain, thoracostomy, the wounded pulled the drain out of himself and tells me, I want to die like a shaheed. NB, the term shaheed, is a word in Arabic whose literal meaning is witness, but it is also used to refer to a martyr. Explanation added. Nonetheless, we insisted on treating him and hoisting him up to the helicopter for treatment. There were many other incidents like that, including pulling out intravenous infusions, etc. What is the source for this? See, the doctor's testimony, inquiry expansion of... Oh, and this is a whole other thing. Oh! am I getting lost in the sauce? I feel like... I guess my annoyance is that... So here's like my annoyance, okay? Bro, I don't understand what the fuck I don't understand what the fuck any of this is, okay? I don't understand what's happening with any of this, okay? What was the name of the book reader thing I had? What was it called? I just want to like give you my thought process. And Urk, you can tell me if I'm getting like too, because like maybe I'm getting like too pedantic, or I'm getting like too like I'm on like some confirmation bias where maybe I'm looking for errors that aren't really as big as I'm making them out to be. And then I'm blowing those errors up to try to make these claims of like academic fraudulence or whatever, and I'm overstating my case a lot, and then it's like leading me down other it's leading me down like other bad paths. Maybe I'm like mind fucking myself. But like here's so let me just like read this, okay? Let me just read this. Okay, let's just from where we came from, okay? Let me just read this and then give my issues with it, okay? This is chapter 4 of Method and Madness, okay? Dangerous and reckless act. The massive destruction that Israel inflicted during Operation Cast Lead was designed in part to exacerbate the effects of its illegal and inhuman blockade. Quote, I fully expected to see serious damage, but I have to say I was really shocked when I saw the extent and precision of the destruction, end quote, the World Food Program Director for the Gaza Strip observed after the assault. Quote, it was precisely the strategic economic areas that Gaza depends on to relieve its dependency on aid that were wiped out, end quote. Israel targeted critical civilian infrastructure, such as the only operative flour mill and nearly all of the cement factories, so that Gaza would be ever more dependent on Israel with an Israeli whim for staples and would not be able to rebuild after ceasefire went into effect. That was we didn't even read that part. I don't know if any of that's true or not. Okay, at this point, I don't fucking know. Okay, but okay. On the 31st of May, 2010. Okay, wipe your mind, and then let's just go on a journey. Okay. On the 31st of May, 2010, a humanitarian flotilla en route to Gaza. So, okay, I'll read the whole thing first, okay? A humanitarian flotilla en route. Can I highlight on this thing? Do I have a highlighter? Highlights. Oh my God, just let me. Oh, I can highlight. I'm so sorry. Hold on. On the 31st of May, 2010, a humanitarian flotilla en route to Gaza, carrying some 10,000 tons of supplies and 700 passengers, came under attack in international waters by Israeli commandos. By the end of the nighttime Israeli assault, 9 passengers aboard the flagship Mavi Marmara had been shot dead. 8 were Turkish citizens. 1 was a dual U.S.-Turkish citizen. The details of the massacre are in an important respect beside the point. The consensus among human rights and humanitarian organizations was and remains that the Israeli blockade of Gaza constitutes a form of collective punishment in flagrant violation of human law. Israel, accordingly, had no right to use force to enforce an illegal blockade. Israel's concomitant claim that its attack on the Mavi Marmara was an act of self-defense also does not pass legal muster. A tenet of law establishes that no legal benefit or right can be derived from an illegal act. Ex injuria non oritur jus. Consequently, Israel cannot claim a right of self-defense that arises because of its illegal blockade. On the other hand, the passengers aboard a convoy in international waters carrying humanitarian relief to a beleaguered population had every right to use force in self-defense against what was, in effect, a pirate raid. Still, it bears notice that Israel's explanation for the deaths has been refuted by authoritative accounts of what transpired. The official Israeli account would have it that peaceful commandos, armed only with paintball rifles, were ambushed and lynched by a phalanx of radical anti-Western, machete-wielding, bloodthirsty jihadists, and that the Israelis used armed force only as a last resort in self-defense. In fact, Israeli combatants in inflatable boats abutting the Mavi Marmara opened fire with tear gas, smoke, and stun grenades, and perhaps plastic bullets, and helicopters hovering above them opened fire with live ammunition before any commandos had rappelled on deck. The passengers, none of whom were linked with a terrorist organization at the time of the attack, did not even prepare for injuries. And neither possessed firearms nor discharged ones they seized. Captured Israeli commandos were given medical care and then escorted for release. And far from firing with restraint and only in self-defense, the Israeli commandos killed the 9 passengers by shooting all but one of them multiple times. 5 were shot in the head, and at least 6 were killed in a manner consistent with an extralegal, arbitrary, and summary execution. Wait, I'm sorry, I didn't even check this out. Captured Israeli commandos were given medical care and then escorted for release. What's that about? 125 to 26. Wait, we didn't even read that part. 125 and 126. During the initial fighting on the top deck, 3 Israeli soldiers were taken under control and brought inside the ship. While some passengers wished to harm the soldiers, other passengers ensured that they were protected and able to receive rudimentary medical treatment from doctors on board. 2 of the soldiers had received wounds to the abdomen. One of the soldiers had a superficial wound to the abdomen caused by a sharp object, which penetrated to the subcutaneous tissue. None of the 3 soldiers had received gunshot injuries. According to doctors who examined them, all 3 soldiers were in a state of shock and were suffering from cuts, bruises, and blunt force trauma. As the seriousness of incidents on the outer decks became apparent, there was growing concern among some of the flotilla organizers that holding the captured Israeli soldiers may have serious implications for the security of all passengers on board. Okay, hold up, because I'm having a little bit of a brain blast, okay, a little bit. Now, this part of this report, okay, which seems to side quite a bit with the humanitarian people, okay, this seems to be consistent with the Israeli report, and it might have been, I don't remember, it might have been on this ICC report that it actually was the case that the majority of the passengers on the ship were actually just there because they thought they were doing like publicity shit. They wanted to sit here. They were Lawrence Southern in the Mediterranean. They just wanted to fucking like protest the blockade. But there was a group of people, 50 or so people from the IHH that were planning to fuck shit up. But it wasn't the majority of the passengers that were. So when they were brought, these Israeli soldiers, they legitimately were like, bro, whoa, what the fuck are we doing right now, right? It was decided that the soldiers should be released and that they were taken to the bow of the lower deck. Once on the bow deck, 2 of the soldiers jumped into the sea and were picked up by Israeli boats. The 3rd soldier did not jump and was rapidly joined by Israeli soldiers who came down from the top deck. Okay. Captured Israeli commanders were given medical care and then escorted for release. Okay, sorry. I'm sorry, bro. I don't even want to read the rest of this. I'm sorry. So, the summary of this is insane. Okay? The summary of this was insane. He says first of all, he says humanitarian flotilla. The International Criminal Court did not decide that this was a humanitarian mission, and it probably wasn't, okay? It was a fucking publicity stunt. At least in the eyes of the ICC, it was a publicity stunt. It was so much a publicity stunt that was the explicit reason given. It was the explicit reason given why the attacking of the vessel itself didn't count as a humanitarian, why it didn't count as a war crime under that, under section, fuck, I'm not going to be able to find this. Humanitarian assistance missions should be impartial, non-discriminatory, and should receive the consent of the parties to the conflict, and that no party to the conflict or other group should be given undue advantage. Basically, they say, we read this, I'm not going to reread this whole thing. Although the flotilla carried several tons of humanitarian construction supplies, these materials were primarily carried by only 3 of the 6 vessels. The supplies contained on these 3 vessels included such items as wheelchairs, medical equipment, sanitary items, blah, 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 blah. Based on the information available, it appears that the Mavi Marmara, which was a passenger ship, was not carrying humanitarian supplies to be delivered to Gaza other than any limited foodstuffs and toys carried on passengers' personal baggage. The contract that each participant had to sign declared that the journey's purpose was to create an awareness amongst world public and international organizations on the inhumane and unjust embargo on Palestine and to contribute to end this embargo, which clearly violates human rights, and delivering humanitarian aid relief to Palestinians. It also contained a statement that blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so like the ICC even says that like this is that the ICC doesn't consider this a humanitarian mission. So he says humanitarian flotilla. He said it came under attack in international waters by Israeli commandos. Why doesn't he mention the fact that they were violating a blockade? Why doesn't he mention the fact that they were given warnings by the IDF? Why doesn't he mention the fact that ships came to intercept? He doesn't mention any of that. He just makes it sound like Israeli commandos just flew in and attacked. By the end of the nighttime Israeli assault, 9 passengers aboard the flagship have been shot. Why not mention any of the fighting? Why not mention any of the passengers above deck with the chairs and the knives and the crowbars and the throwing of the soldier overboard? Why not mention that they tried to tie the rope of one of the helicopters to the fucking railing? I don't know. Would that bring a helicopter down? I have no idea. Maybe they can cut the rope. Maybe it's not that big of a deal. The consensus among human rights and humanitarian organizations was and remains that the Israeli blockade of Gaza constitutes a form of collective punishment. This is not a consensus at all. There was no consensus at all. I don't know where the consensus comes from. It was violated by another UN general report by a 4-panel commission in 2 months. They called it a pirate raid. It bears to notice that Israel's explanation for the deaths have been refuted by authoritative accounts. What are the authoritative accounts? The open fire with live ammunition, that's a contested claim. That is, there is no authoritative account of that. And the idea that they didn't even prepare for injuries, despite the fact that all of them ran to the top deck and prepared to fucking fight. What are you talking about? Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, we're closing this. Let me relax my brain. Okay, let me just, bro. It feels like he's, where's Earth? Do you think I'm being like too critical? Do you think that like a general summary of history like tends to be like this? Do you think that I'm like getting lost in the plot of like too much, this is something that I've ran into a lot, and I'm starting to second guess myself, okay? As I'm reading through a lot of Finkelstein stuff, I would argue that almost none of his footnotes so far have been good. Like that I would be marked off for every single footnote almost every single footnote that I've investigated, I would be marked off for. Destiny, there's very obviously a proxy. One thing that might help is looking at who publishes his books, because a lot of them aren't academic presses. Like the Holocaust Industry is Verso Press, which I like, but it isn't like Rootleg or something. Gaza and Inquest is Universal, but Method and Madness is an alternative press called OR Press that is basically just a bunch of informative polemics, so that might matter. Sure. I guess what I'm asking is, do you think, am I digging too much into this, or is like the initial phrasing that Finkelstein gave, is it like a fair summary of what happened? I'm just like getting autistically irritated that he's not mentioning like maybe too many facts that need to be mentioned. I think this is the IICC report things. Found 20 results for IICC. Okay, I don't know. Oh, if you Control F, Shahid. Oh, fuck me, dude. It's too much. The problem is that like this wasn't even like that huge of a thing. Like it was kind of a big, but like in the grand scheme of Israel-Palestine, this was like one blip. And like even on this one event, what did it take me? What did we spend like 4 hours? And I like, even still, like I could have read through these more. It's not like I even read the totality of any of these 3 reports, but like, It can't be that footnotes are this bad. That can't be the case. There's no way. There's no way. Oh, this is another report also that says that Israel complied with the naval blockade was imposed as a legitimate security measure in order to prevent weapons from entering Gaza by sea, and its implementation complied with the requirements of international law. Also, to be clear, I wouldn't even expect this. Even this is not like a good enough summation. Well, unless they do a more detailed thing inside. The flotilla acted recklessly in attempting... Maybe I'll just talk to Norm about this one thing, but I feel so lame. But, like, I should be able to get my point. I'm like, bro, Norm, if I can't trust you to summarize this one circumstance adequately well, like, how can I read anything in your books? You're the one that stands your footnotes. Maybe we should just talk about these, like, 4 paragraphs. The majority of the flotilla participants had no violent intentions, but there exist serious questions about the conduct, true nature, and objectives of the flotilla organizers, particularly the IHH. The actions of the flotilla needlessly carry the potential for escalation. Did you watch the Finkelstein-der Schauwitz debate? I haven't. I watched this one. I watched this whole thing, and I didn't research any of the notes I made from this debate. Against Eli Lake. I thought Finkelstein won this debate handily. I don't think Eli Lake put up a good defense at all. But Finkelstein was saying so many things that I just thought were just either wrong or irrelevant, or like here's a claim maybe something about every international organization, including Goldstone, says that the blockade in Gaza is a war crime. Really? Is that true? I use all the sources, and they say Hamas uses no human shields. That's not true. We read at least 2 Amnesty International reports today showing that Hamas intentionally operates among civilian populations. Intentionally so. He uses this weird definition of... Oh, he says that that's just called not taking precautions to shield civilians. No, we literally have a definition for that's the definition of human shields. Oh... Hold on. What was this line of argumentation? Fuck, I didn't even go through this video. I'm not rewatching on stream. I already suffered through this once. Hold on. I'm not going to give you guys what I feel like the implication is here. Where's Urk at? Okay, Urk doesn't agree with all of my takes sometimes and thinks that I think he thinks that I'm characterizing some things incorrectly in terms of like macro level things. And I would defer to Urk over me because he's definitely read and seen more source material. So there are some things that Urk, so I'm just saying that as a thing, okay? I'm not perfect on any of this, okay? And there is absolutely stuff that I'm missing, okay? I'm not saying I'm the most well-read person, blah, 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 any of this, okay? Don't mistake my, my passion for hubris, okay? Okay. This was a wild set of statements. Let me see if I can find this. Erg replied and agrees to be honest, I'm skimming the parallel claim in Gaza on Inquest, and it's more or less the same, but I've had to be as charitable as possible. A lot of his concerns seem to be the media approach to these issues, which I think you mentioned, but there's a lot of missing context you're saying in spite of that. Okay, hold on. Fuck. Hold on. Fuck. Okay. he goes on like a really weird line of inquiry where he starts to say that like, isn't it weird that initially there were 200 Israelis killed and then it became 300 and then 400? Isn't it kind of weird that the numbers kept going up and up? It was, I don't know what he was implying. Like, it sounded like he was implying that, oh, was it this? Oh, here it was. This is such a wild line of inquiry. Okay, let's start this. We'll just watch just this part. I have to go to sleep. I gotta log after this, okay? Fuck me. Okay, this is so insane.
Different point that Israel has a robust free press, and they have people there who are trying to sniff this out. They're reporters motivated to get to the bottom of whether the Israeli government is lying to it, and that doesn't exist on the other side of the border.
I have to say to you, in all honesty, I have, as I said, I'm of the old school. My school is never quarrel with facts. I was very perplexed, and I don't want to sound like I'm denying. I'm just saying perplexed. Israel has what's ranked as among the best first responder systems in the world, okay? Now, most of the deaths were supposedly happen on the first day. So how did a country with among the best first responder systems in the world, where most of the bodies had to have gone directly either to the hospital or to the morgue, one or the other, best first responder system in the world, how did the number keep growing from 50 to 100 to 200 to 300 until finally, about a week and a half later? I don't know. I don't know.
But I will answer you this. I will answer this because it reminds me of this, that.
What was the implication there? Was it that it was faked, or that I don't know what he's implying? Yeah, I don't know, dude. This you guys keep saying that the deaths are from crossfire, not the initial attack. That's not what he's implying at all. That's not what he's implying. He would just say crossfire. Because he's already made the crossfire. He's not implying that it's correct. He's implying the numbers are not real. Yeah, keep watching.
Past, you use similar arguments to argue that the Iron Dome system was actually a fraud, and that the Hamas rockets were nothing more than fireworks.
Correct.
I don't think you stand by those positions still. So that kind of
I think he does.
Deductive reasoning can lead you to the wrong conclusion.
First of all, I would not describe what I do as deductive reasoning.
No, just that was deductive reasoning. Not your other thing, that particular thing.
When you say which particular?
When you say, well, had the first responders went from 50 to 100, it doesn't make any sense. Deducing from it that
Also, this is wild too. You can actually look. I looked this up because I was curious. He says that they're just fireworks. Just so you know, the Iron Dome didn't come online until what was it? It was either 2011 or 2013, I think. Iron Dome Wikipedia. 2011. Okay, and that's not. And the whole thing didn't come online in 2011. It was like just the southern section, I think, near. I don't know why I'm trying to pretend like I know where it was near. But you can look up like, because he's like, oh, there's fireworks. You can look up all of the fucking rocket attacks. Okay, remember when Hassan was like, oh, we got terrorist attack every day. Okay, this is prior to the Iron Dome going online. You can look up every single fucking attack, and you can look up people getting killed. Does he think that this like just didn't happen? Like, yeah, it significantly reduces after the Iron Dome, but like, are these fireworks? I think if you find some of these are big ones. This is 2004, so this is second intifada. 8 deaths and wounded 99. Killed? You can control F killed. You can look up like people killed on these. In 2005, female national tie killed by a mortar while working in a greenhouse. This is killed in a Qassam attack on Kibbutz Netev Hahasara. And a foreign worker were killed. Like, you can scroll up. Like, I don't understand where this, like, because like Israel's like the victim of their own success on this Iron Dome shit. On March 1st, I don't even know what year this was. 35-year-old woman was killed. 2 others are wounded. Like, Destiny question. Do you think that the Iron Dome should affect the proportional of Israeli retaliation, or should they retaliate as if there was no Iron Dome, even if this requires some assumptions about who may have done otherwise? I don't know. That's a really, really, really hard question. Because I want to run through like personal examples. And on a personal level, I would say, I think you should. But on an international level, I'm not sure, right? Like, if I was standing somewhere and a guy walked up to me and he point blank tried to stab me in the back, but it turns out that I had like a bulletproof vest on, or like a stab knife-proof vest, and I turned around, I think I would have the right, if he still knew me, I could stab the dude in the neck and kill him. I think I'd be within my rights to do that. I feel like that. Just because you have the capability of surviving an attack where someone is explicitly, like mens rea, trying to murder you, I don't know if the idea that you have the ability to deflect it. Now I'm just answering a question of can you respond at all, which is not fair. Because you're asking me a question of proportionality. I feel like the proportionality probably should be taken into account. Yeah, for sure. But I also feel like the proportionality probably is taken into account somewhat. Because like if it was the case that the Iron Dome didn't exist, and if it was the case that like 1,000 civilians every year were dying in Israel to like these random mortar attacks and shit, I think you'd see a lot more Palestinian bombings. I think that Israel would be reprising way, way, way fucking harder, I think. Right? That'd be my guess. Yeah, I think it's quite perverse that you can render military operations disproportionate because your side is defending too well. Yeah, I'm not sure. But, okay. I gotta go. I love you guys. It's been... I don't even know. Fuck me, dude. Jesus. Yeah, I love you guys. It's been fun. Fuck me. Good night. I think I'll probably call Finkelstein tomorrow. He asked me to call tonight. He might be mad that I didn't. But like, technically I said the 17th in our email, so. But he wants me to call his fucking phone, so I'll probably have to do like a Google Voice thing on this, so fuck me. But all right, rip on.